bit left to sleepy sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay. This is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shaft's mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
Let's say Logjam. A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a central location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a central location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be Shifty, but it will be somewhere around Shifty. I was thinking Logjam, so it's going to pull in, and it's going to be somewhere around Logjam, in between Shifty and Logjam.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center?
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good, that's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice. It's going to go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay, yeah.
That's 2 points, nice.
Yeah.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky.
Okay. So a bit right to the lake south side. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. There it's good.
I don't know, feel like a little greasy zone. Yeah, like on the hill right under greasy, like that. Yeah.
Under Greasy, there's like a group of trees under Greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say Tilted or Rocky Reels, but I've been shown up last one picking Tilted, so I'll pick Rocky Reels. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
It goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No. So far off.
Okay. We're not going to be in next turn, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
I first started playing Fortnite back in 2018.
I think my brother, some of his friends was playing it.
I started playing it like since really the start, like first season.
I started playing in season 3.
A friend told me about it, and I was like, that's probably like a kid's game.
We tried it and we thought it was fun and we kept playing it.
Like after the second or third game, I was full into it.
It's just like completely different game. It's a battle royale with building mechanics.
You could build and then edit the buildings.
The game was very good. There was no game like Fortnite.
There's so many cool items in the game.
And there still are no games like Fortnite.
I think every like pro player in like any game has like this competitive drive, you know?
For me, like knowing that I can always improve.
You wanna be on the leaderboard, you wanna perform good.
So I just want to get better and better.
Just go Fortnite. You shoot people, you build, and you try and win the game. Make sure the storm doesn't catch you.
It's a battle royale with a completely different mechanics from all the other games.
It's the first game where you really can like build and you can outplay the opponent with just by building.
If I knew it was gonna become this big, I would probably try it harder, put more time in it.
2 years ago, no one thought about the things you could do now.
First started on controller, but when I changed the keyboard, I'll put like F1 or F2 and F3. And like if I wish like I did like a good keyboard back then.
Even stream at the beginning, because if you were a really good player and streamed, everyone was watching you back then. So everyone wanted to become good in Fortnite.
I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think you should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know?
Mentality is like the main thing in this game, I'm not lying.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360, just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
Last time on FNCS Europe. 3 of Day 2 victory royales were by teams who will be making their FNCS Finals debut as a duo. Nako and Dan, Coop Fraction, and Walks and Milad. Will we see more fresh faces qualifying today in day number 3? It's Last Chance Saloon for Slove and SLQ, and Floki and Comment. 2 duos who regularly play second but never managed to net that victory royale. Every other team who came second has gone on to qualify, however. Meanwhile, Fastroki and Kylie placed in the top 5 3 times on day 2 but are yet to qualify. Will Fastroki and Kylie finally break through and advance to finals? Find out now in the FNCS EU Semifinals Day 3.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It is day number 3 of the semi-finals. One final opportunity for these duos to claim a spot on the battle bus heading to finals next week. Today, though, the kicker, an extra game. That's right, another 12 will go through instead of just 11 with one additional game. Which duo times 2 will make it through? Well, that's what we're here to find out. But you guys know I can't do this alone. I've got the boys. Guess what? Levin's back on the analyst desk with us, and we're bringing back Sundown once again. Sundown, thank you so much for hanging out with us. The double region boy, we truly appreciate you guys. How are you feeling coming into today? It's that much more stressful. My little heart's racing, but I am excited.
Yeah, man, wow. Honestly, after what these past 2 days have been, I can't even wait to get into the third day, right? We've seen so many of these high-intensity moments. The players know what they're playing for, but to actually go out there and execute it is so difficult. So I just can't wait, man.
I mean, it's been a blast the entire time. Frankly, this has been one of the most exciting semifinals for me personally. And to now have the veterans rise up on the first day, then a lot of the new blood end up coming in on the second day. Who knows what's going to happen on the third day?
Man, oh man, you guys are already getting me more hyped than I already thought I could be. And I'm excited for it. We'll get into games in just a little while, but there's a few things we want to talk about before we can begin the show. Duos, schedules, formats, all those things. But really quickly, I got to touch on Legends Landing. I know you guys have heard us talk about it all weekend long since qualifier number 1. If you haven't stopped by, I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed. There's a giant stage on there where you can literally, if you're watching right now and you're thinking to yourself, oh, I can go in and I can play Fortnite and hang out with my friends and emote and watch the way I want to watch. Yes, check it out, Legends Landing. You can also take a little trip down memory lane as you visit the Hall of Champions there. You can just think back on those times we've watched all the FNCSs. We've watched winners. We've watched them be crowned and take hold of the Acts of Champions. It's super dope. Check it out. Now, let's talk about the broadcast schedule. So this is the last day we'll be in semifinals. We've had 3 days of this, and now we've reached the kind of last end of this competition, at least for now, because next week we're coming back for finals. And at the end of that, we're talking prize money, we're talking Acts of Champions, and of course, we're talking new duo champions. However, we got to focus in on the end of semifinals. So, Levin, why don't you break down the format for us?
Yeah, today is slightly different if you've been watching the past 2 days, but only just slightly, right? The previous days, there were 5 games, but today, session 3, we will be playing 6 matches where each of the winners will go through to finals, and then the top 6 most consistent teams will be following them shortly. So 12 teams will qualify for the FNCS finals today. Huge day.
Yeah, and those last 12 teams will be competing in the point format that we've seen pretty much the entire FNCS, with the slight twist. It's not 1,000 points at the top, but it might as well be the Victory Royale. As we noted, will send you directly through the finals. Now, how do we earn points? First placement point will be given out after 15 duos have dropped at the top 35, then the next one at top 30. Once you get into the top 25 or the top 50%, each duo that drops will grant 1 point to the remaining duos in the lobby until you get up into third and second, which is +2 and +2. Now, also don't forget the big thing here in the final rounds that we've seen is each elimination is worth 3 points. So if you have one of those big kind of second place, third place in a bunch of elim games, it really does a lot to kind of push you into that top 6 via the consistency points.
Absolutely, Sundown. And of course, we got to take a look at our list of qualified players. So do keep in mind, remember, as we've qualified duos through, we then backfill from the series point leaderboard. These are the brand new names we'll be seeing in today's games. You know, Levin, I think right out the gate, just looking right there in the center, top side of your screen, Snazy and Nate, they've made it on through, right? They're going to be competing here in session number 3. How are you feeling about this duo?
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people who, have been following competitive for a while might be thinking, Snazy and Nate, what are they doing in session 3 of the semi-finals? Wouldn't these guys be in the finals already qualified? It's not been that kind of a season for them, and so there will be big expectations. Many people going to be watching, expecting them to make it through. But when you look at a couple of other teams who are playing in session 3, right, for the first time, there are a couple other teams here where maybe you think, oh, there's some hope there, right? Maybe these guys can sneak their way in, right? Kuro Rotary, definitely one of those teams who will definitely believe that they can make it through themselves. So look, it's not going to be easy, right? These teams coming in session 3 are going to be hungry to qualify.
Yeah, they're facing an uphill battle for sure, because when we look at Europe in particular, out of the duos who have qualified, there was only one duo yesterday who was one of our brought-in duos. There were 11 who were new who didn't play on Friday. Only one of them ended up advancing and going through. So far, it has been pretty much all those first pool of duos. So anybody who's kind of getting their feet wet for the first time, well, they're diving into a pool where everyone else has gotten real comfortable. They've already had 10 games. They've had a little bit of time to kind of adapt to we talk about in-tournament meta all the time. And there's definitely been some of that developing here in EU.
There's been so many changes. And if you're hearing that, Sundown, right, and you're one of the teams from Session 1, you're hearing that thinking, oh, wow. Like, now if I don't call, that makes me look real bad, right? Because if all your other competitors from Session 1 are calling and you ain't, it's not a good look. Not a good look at all.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And again, we got to take this with a grain of salt because remember that Victory Royale will qualify any duo that gets that Victory Royale. They're going straight on through the finals, right? So they could have a not so great performance, and in that last game they go in with 0 points, which shouldn't happen, but they could get themselves the Victory Royale. They're going to finals, so we'll have to talk about this more as we watch the competition, talk more about duels as well. Very quickly though, what we got to do, we got to talk about some of the content pieces we have prepared for you guys, and guess what, we had time to sit down with the pros and get their thoughts on the map. Let's take a look at this piece.
One of the best drops right now is probably the Bugle, because there's so much loot and floor spawns and chests, and there's also Spider-Man.
Chonka Speedway is good because there's so many splash boxes.
Just a lot of floor spawns and chests, and there's also some pepper boxes. It's also really good. You can get peppers.
And same with Greasy. There's also a lot of splash boxes.
Coney, Crossroads is a good one. Your center map, you can rotate quickly, and you get a lot of splashes, which is good, which is healing.
Condo Canyon as well. I mean, we have so many splashes, we have so many chests, and overall it's just good PI.
I was so hyped for it. Right after the update, I jumped in and I played like 2-3 hours straight, only dropping this, and then it was so much fun.
It's very good for competitive.
It's definitely good for arena because everyone lands there, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, I think it was everyone's favorite PI.
Bring back a lot of memories from like season 1 where you just play with your friends. It's so fun.
It's just very nostalgic.
One of the locations I think are being slept on right now is Coney Crossroads. Because at the start of the season it was very hyped up. Like, it was known that it was full center map, literally dead center, and it was known that it was very, very good. The chug splash is amazing.
Sleepy Sounds is being slept on a bit. There's a bunch of loot there. If you land there, you will see. You're gonna have everything.
The Jonas is really slept on. It's really good, gives a lot of splashes, has I think 4 splash boxes, 30 chests and a lot of ammo chests. Max nuts every game.
No one lands there and it's pretty good. It's not center, but it's not edge, so it's actually good for rotation. You have cars, everything is good. But I don't know why no one is landing there, so I'm just gonna take it from me.
Camp Cuddle. I feel like the rotation from there is very good, and there's cars, and there's just a lot of loot, and there's splashes as well, splash boxes.
I think the best method, I think it's definitely a car with just wheels on, full fuel, and just drive across the map.
The car for early and mid game rotations.
Because you need to save your Spider-Man for late game.
It's really fast. I think that's definitely the best one.
When you're playing tournaments, you need to always keep checking the map.
You need to check like, okay, where could the next zone be? Mark the zone and think about your rotations.
I like check the zone every 30 seconds. As soon as it pulls up, obviously I'm checking.
I'm probably opening my map 20 to 25 times a game. So yeah, it's pretty important.
Picking up drop spot is about how you feel.
So if you drop it in big POI, you're always going to be contested. So that's for like the more of like aggressive players. And if you pick like a small little split drop with few chests but good mats, you can make it to end game and maybe win the game. So if you're a passive player, you should go for split drops.
Where you can land safe and try. Probably no one will contest you.
Yeah, people should just like learn one POI and then just stick to it, just dominate it.
I love it, right? We get to hear from the players and hear their insights, right? Because you guys at home, if you've never watched Fortnite, we're all about inclusivity here. And now you have some knowledge as you're watching these games. You'd be like, oh, wait, I remember that pro player said that thing about this place or that map or that spot. That's right. Welcome. It's great to have you here. We're very thankful that you're joining us. So let's continue this duo talk, right? There's a bunch of duos we lay out, especially here in session number 3. We've got to discuss why we think they could make it in to that top 6 or get a Victory Royale, especially as the competition has become more difficult, right? We like to talk a lot about this first session teams versus like third session teams. First up, Fast Strokely and Kylie, they're landing Condo Canyon. They are up against Malumo and Sirs. Now, both of these duos are Session 1 duos, right? So, Levin, after 2 days of competition, what could they change up to try and get themselves a Victory Royale, or at least set themselves up to make it to endgame?
Yeah, these guys are weird doing the sense that I'm actually surprised they didn't make it through in Session 2, right? I thought they had a couple deep runs where, you know, they were making it to endgame, but the big problem with them is that they were expending quite a lot in mid-game, and it meant that they were getting into these very scuffed positions, and they weren't able to set up the right amount of refreshes to, you know, sort of get them looking good again. So it might be a bit cliche to say, but I'm actually not as worried with these guys. Even if they weren't to get a Victory Royale, which they were close to doing, I think they probably will qualify on consistency as long as they can sort of get into the rhythm that they were in for most of yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel like having an extra match will slightly benefit those teams who are higher seeded in the series points because they were able to perform and have those set game lobbies and have slightly better performances in there. And as you add games, it makes those consistency and kind of rules out a little bit of the RNG. But also, while we're looking at numbers, we talk about the probability and the first teams and all that. There's something called gambler's fallacy, where you can't look at the previous results and account them towards the results that are going to go in. Basically, that means today's a new day, it's 6 new games, and it doesn't matter if you're a team who is playing the other time and have all that experience, you all get the same shot.
I love it. I love it, Sundown. And that is things we're going to be definitely touching on today. Really quickly, let's talk about another duo, Flois and Andretta. So at the end of Session 1, which was 2 days ago, we saw them. They started in Sleepy Sound, and then in game number 5 on Session 1, they said, wait, Covert Cavern is uncontested. The duos that have landed there, Thomas and Payson, Dino and Joe, they've qualified. We can now go over there. So, Levin, yesterday they spent their entire games in Covert Cavern, but now they've decided to opt in to go back to Sleepy Sound. Why is that?
It pains me to say, but it's because they stunk it up. Like, look, these guys will know it, and they said it on social media. They were on Twitter saying, look, we've been really bad the past couple of days, and it's true, they were really bad. You know, we talked endlessly about how Covert Cavern teams is easy, right? Tayson Thomas qualifying, Joe Vina qualifying is easy. Everyone just go Covert, you'll qual. It wasn't the case for these guys by any means. Like, they weren't even looking close to qualifying. So I think for them, it's an essence of, look, like Sundown said, forget what's happened the past couple of days. We're going South Sleepy now. Let's pattern up. Let's fix up, because at this stage, Andretta and Flois not making it. If they don't qualify today, it's just going to look like a really, really bad and rough season for 2 great players in their own right. So I do hope they can sort things out today.
And to be very clear on what Levin's saying, that was their words and not just saying, we're just echoing it. And it showed in their performance going through. They were saying like, hey, this isn't up to our level. And I think it even goes to show when we talk about the pros and they describing their drop spot that we just saw in the content piece right before this, how much that really means when you have individual players. Like, we've all know how good Andretta is. We've seen Flois pull off results, and they're like, oh, we can go Covert. But even if they're not familiar with the drop spot, somebody else who might not necessarily be at that high of a renowned or a mechanical level just whacks them every single time. And that knowledge plays a huge factor in your performance.
And you know, this actually might help them today, right? Because when we talk about this next duo, Snazy and Nate, they're coming in today in Session 3. So this is the first time they're going to be able to compete here. And they are landing Covert Cavern. And guess what? There's 3 duos all vying for this drop spot, right? So it might actually benefit Flois and Andretta to not go here. But I do want to kind of turn attention back to Snazy and Nate because they are going up against Kane and Cruel and Slove and SLQ. They are very close by, what we call this kind of south side of Covert, or even like Llama split. We could kind of dub it Sundown. I mean, okay, I like that one as well. How are we feeling about Snazy and Nate specifically, Sundown?
I feel like they should be there. Everyone said like, oh, they very much underperformed this season. They're somebody who we see in the finals over and over again. But if you're not getting the results in that time frame, it makes it incredibly difficult. And while the llama drop is very strong, we've already seen just all of the utter shenanigans that have happened around the Covert. And if you haven't necessarily had the best results in those environments so far this season, only having 6 games to put up those results, I'm really hopeful they find some kind of success early, even if it's not necessarily winning a game right off of the bat, but just get in some sort of a rhythm so you can make use of those last 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, the reality is Nate is a legend of the game. Snazy, in my opinion, still actually is, at the caliber of a top player. I think the big thing is, can Nate, someone who we've known to always historically be one of the best players in any lobby he's playing in, can he rise back up to that level? I really hope he can, because I think it'd be a shame not to see him there. But like Sundown said, they've not had the greatest season. Are they magically all of a sudden going to become the top duo we all thought they can be in these lobbies? It remains to be seen. I'm sure if you're Shayo and Reese, they might tell you, look, all it takes is for Nate to have a good day today and these guys qual. It will be very close. I think it'll be very close, but it is definitely possible.
And I think if they played toward the Victory Royale, right, maybe they could just go on through, right? They get themselves a Victory Royale in game number 1, and that's it. There is no more pressure. There's no more stress, right? They've made it. But again, this is kind of like something we're going to be talking about the whole day is now we're in this leg of the competition. Do you play for placement or do you play for the Victory Royale? And that's kind of what I want to frame a lot of these next topics over. So let's kind of go east on the side of the map, right? Let's go all the way over to Sanctuary. We've got 3 different duos landing there, okay? Combat, Blacha, Wolfie, Mr. J, Frey, and Kirio. And I mean, Sanctuary right now, I feel like as a POI, we haven't really seen much of it, like too much on the broadcast. But like, what can you guys tell me about this POI that the viewers at home may not know?
Yeah, I think for Sanctuary, it's not necessarily been a POI that I've associated with like the top teams within the season. You know, there's definitely some question marks about it, but I don't think it's inherently a bad spot. I think the fact that we have all these teams sort of at this POI, the loot's kind of spread out, right? And so there is that potential there for teams to sort of get their bearings before a fight breaks out or whatnot. But yeah, you know, Sanctuary's a weird one. I think all it will really take in the eyes of the community is one good team to land there, do really well, and people go, yeah, it's a good POI, right? But, you know, so far this season, I don't think it's, you know, bore the most fruitful of performances.
I mean, 3 teams definitely is a lot.
Yeah.
The big drawing point that you were asking for hidden tips that people don't know about. I feel like the big draw point is one everyone knows about because of how strong it is. It's that mythic MK7, right? If you're able to get that in the hands of one of these players who has this aim, it just rips everyone apart. It puts so much pressure on the lobby, and it almost gives you a pass on Storm Surge as long as you're able to remotely hit some of your shots. So that's kind of the key point. You really want to be coming out of that drop spot with that weapon, and if you don't, then you should be going somewhere else.
You know, you made the point of hitting your shots. For some of these teams, it ain't been too easy the past couple of days, isn't it? So that's not even a given for some of these guys, even with that MK. But, you know, we'll see, of course. We'll see.
We'll see, man. Today is a new day as we continue to echo, right? Anything can happen. We can be surprised. It just takes that Victory Royale or the top 6 to move on through. Next up, let's talk about Tilted Towers. 4 teams landing here. We've got 2 on that north side, Stentor and Firehunter, Mikeson and Roxy. And then on the south side, we have Skyzoo and Jox and Sanji and BOV. And I'm so sorry if I pronounced any of your names wrong. Truly sorry about that. But Tilted Towers, man, 2 separate duos fighting it out, going head to head on both kind of like quadrants of Tilted Towers, if you will. This doesn't feel like a good situation for anyone, right? If any of these duos do alpha up and claim this POI, there's already duos in the finals that are going to be landing here, right? So is this kind of the POI we want to, like, you know, stick our flag in and say, like, this is it, this is our home base, we're not going anywhere else, and we're going to fight any of you guys who have already qualified and are probably better than us here? I mean, what do you think, Levin?
I don't necessarily see it as a means for them to sort of, you know, go on to use Tilt if they were to. I think it's just more so a means to actually make it to the final in some capacity.
Yeah.
A load of teams around the lobby have switched up from the spots that they typically land at, and if they were to qualify, would land at. The weird thing with Tilt, though, is that I've referred to Tilt as being a spot where it's like 3 spots in one, right? North, south, and, you know, mid. You can have 3 teams land there and things not be too hectic. Of course, the one extra team in there is going to make things uncomfortable, but I'm sure the other teams who aren't the ones actually directly being contested on buildings will like that, right? If a fight's breaking out, if we can loot up early, get some free surge tags and be on our way, I'm sure they won't mind too much, but this definitely could be a spot to watch out for today.
I just think anytime you have more than 2 duos in a spot on this map, you're doing something wrong. There's so much room on this map. There's so many little scavenger routes. You don't need a ton to get in there. And players are able to draw out fights if they really want to in the early game with a lack of kind of those super hard-hitting shotguns, and you really have to kind of get on top of somebody, where when you get 4 duos in a spot, it's just going to be a clown fiesta, and I don't think anybody's necessarily set up for success there.
And I mean, Sundown is the king of these scavenger routes, right? He knows how to look at the map and say, like, This is that spot. This is a little tiny nook that you could go here, 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 and you can get everything you need. So duos, if you're considering leaving your spots, think about these scavenger routes. I'm telling you, in finals, it may come in clutch. Now, we got to hear from the players. We got to hear their insights about the map, but what about them and their like personal lives? What are some of their favorite things? Well, guys, check this out.
Like, if you're gonna get a takeaway, you're gonna get pizza.
Hamburgers, definitely.
Pizza.
Because like hamburgers, it's without cheese. Like it needs to be cheeseburgers, then cheeseburgers, but just hamburgers, we go with pizza.
My favorite food is actually pizza.
Yeah, no, I just prefer pizzas.
I would say low ground.
Games and tournaments are being won by height, so yeah, that's why I prefer playing high ground.
I prefer low ground because, I don't know, high ground is just way too risky, I feel like.
It's more like my playstyle. I always played low ground so far.
High ground.
Yeah, high ground. High ground's easier.
I prefer dogs, 100%.
Dogs, 100%. No more lines, that's it. Dogs.
I think I would go with cats because they're easier to treat.
Dogs, definitely.
Dogs. I mean, for me, really, it's that I like cats, but they don't like me.
Dogs.
I mean, Quad Crusher because you could use it in a bunch of zones, but like car, you can use it from everything.
Probably car.
I think rotation by Quad Crusher because it's more fun.
Cars is more safe.
I prefer the car.
But overall, like Quad Crusher, yeah.
If it's like a very good thing or very bad thing, because if it like helps you a lot, then arms. Then imagine what you can do with that.
Legs, I think.
Thing is, if you gave someone else bionic arms, like obviously they're super strong, but you're super fast.
Bionic arms because it would make me stronger.
Legs, I guess.
Yeah, I would prefer to have bionic legs, probably.
I think I would go with spike traps.
Ooh, I prefer spike traps because they're just way easier to use.
Poison dart, I think.
Spike traps.
Spike traps have always been there. Obviously, they're not there now, but like poison darts, they're just annoying.
I think my mom is gonna be watching, so home cooked food is very good, I think.
Home cooked food does definitely taste better.
I prefer home cooked food.
Mom's home cooked meal.
Home cooked, yeah.
My mum's not the greatest cook, so I will say takeaway.
I think I prefer snow.
Sands, like sands, summer, beach, it's just good vibes.
I'm born in summer, so I'm going with sand.
Oh, I mean, like outside snow, but I'd rather be like in a sand place.
Snow. Sand gets in your shoes.
Middle of zone.
Depends which zone, right? So I guess I'm just going with center.
I want to be in the middle. I don't have to do anything. I can just sit in the middle.
Edge.
It depends on the zone. Like some zones you can play edge and some zones you can play middle.
EU on top, of course.
I would rather play an A, but EU is better.
EU is just... I mean, NA is good, but come on, boys.
EU is way better than NA.
EU, obviously.
They're both great, so we're just a big community, you know?
There you go. EU on top. It's settled. It's confirmed. It's debated. That's it. We can never come back and make this debate. It's done. It's over. All right. Quickly shifting gears. Let's talk about predictions. Which duos we think could either get themselves that victory royale or end in that top 6 and move on. Remember, 12 duos moving into finals. And of course, you got to take a look. Me and Levin, we're in agreement. But also, check this out. Reese Hub is in agreement as well. That's right. I sit amongst kings. And we all believe that Floki and Clement, now I will say, I'd like to go ahead and openly state this so Reese Hub doesn't get mad later. He did say he was going with them at the end of the show yesterday. I foolishly forgot, and I was like, oh, I mean, first person, I think it's them. He reminded me, so Reese, you are correct. I'm kind of jumping on, you know, this bus as well, so we'll see how it all goes. But we only have 30 seconds to go, which means we got to keep the ball rolling, getting ready for the competition today. So let's kick it on over to Casters to take us into game number 1.
Yo, thank you so much, Zeke. 11 Sundown. Awesome analysis and lots of contested POIs that we're going to be looking at. Obviously, number 1. Reese, how's it feeling, man? Back on the casting desk. Floki, Clement, talk to me. Why them?
Look, I'm comfy here, firstly. Secondly, I hope Floki and Clement are going to be comfy as well. You know, they've switched up drop spots from something that's been super uncomfortable so far from Chonkers. Now going over to Camp Cuddle, where so many of the teams so far have qualified through. It just seems like every team that lands there is making it through. So, you know what? I believed in them yesterday. I believe in the change. I think it's time.
I believe in, you know, that one team that didn't make it in having a chance to do it again the next day. We saw Malusi, I believe, do that yesterday with Hydro. Ken and crew have that chance today, but it all comes down to game 1 and what actually happened. So without further ado, let's get it going. All right, the last day of the semifinals, the third iteration of this format with an extra game in towards the end of the day. So 6 games, Reese, 6 winners, and then also the top 6 rolling through as well. Skyzoo, Raxish, so many different teams in these spots, and it's going to be a huge clash because there's so many new teams coming in, people flipping up their drops from yesterday as well. It's just a hodgepodge of Fortnite all across the entire map.
Especially until the towers that we're looking at right now. 4 different teams all landing there. All the teams also a little bit less experienced here. You know, we saw Skyzoo's moved already from Sleepy Sounds yesterday. Firehunter's been landed here in a bit of the Cash Cups, and Sanji was here yesterday. But as a whole, none of these teams are top level tilted teams. You can see that they've already managed to get like a good kind of split early on. But after that, that's what I'm concerned about. Where are they going? Where are they pushing? What loot are they getting? Like, how much are they actually managing to split? Are we fighting? Like, this is clean so far, but I think it's going to turn into a bit of a mess soon.
That kind of reminds me that these players might have some form of amnesia rolling into these games and trying to remember exactly what do we do after this spot? What is the actual gameplay? Because we're here, we chose it, but we don't actually play it a lot of the time. You're absolutely right. And yeah, this is actually very surprising. I mean, guess not maybe for game 1, only 1 duo kind of down. I would assume with everyone coming in brand new, you know, not even knowing what building to take. Off the glide, at least, everyone's chosen a passive type of angle, and they're looking good so far.
Yeah, and on that map in the bottom right, you actually saw that first zone's pulling down to the south. We see Bofink was in that area, who may come round for a little third party there. If there's 4 teams, that's definitely something I think he's going to look over to as we move over to Snazy and Nate. The team that we saw was going to go landing for the Llama as well. There was a potential here for a little bit of contestation, a little bit of fight with SLQ and Slovey, but they don't seem to be anywhere near in the vicinity so far. So off the bat, Snazy and Nate already almost capped up on materials, got tons of heals, got everything to work with so far, outside of a little bit of a far zone, but they've got the majority of what they need so far already.
And off the bat, I'm doing breathing exercises, getting my straps ready on the bar. This is one of the heaviest games I've seen, Reese, in recent memory for the semifinals. 97 players alive. 1 duo's made a mistake somewhere on the map, but other than that, I think everyone's finally kind of locked in and they understand the gravita of the situation, right? This is the final day to get towards the prize money, to get towards the prestigious lobby of the 50 best duos in the region. And it is Rafaelilo and Crazy, who have been here since day number 1, I believe. Finally looking like they're winning off of spawn. Reese, this is brand new and it's looking good.
Indeed, it seems like they're actually up on the hill at the 7 outpost this time, whereas yesterday we saw, I mean, to be honest, they were everywhere, right? They were down below when it came all the way down to the water, where there's like a couple chests down there off that kind of northeast side there. A little bit of loot to work with, but when you had so many teams like Refs Guard and Scram yesterday that was fighting them off spawn repeatedly, they were just struggling left, right, and center. It was just, let's be real, it's pretty horrible off spawn overall. So this time seems to go better.
Yeah, you talk about the struggle as well. You talk about off spawn. I mean, talk to me about how a game like this looks. If there's these many more teams alive, we bring in Storm Surge into the equation. Is it worse, easier because there's more teams alive to maybe get picks on? How does it change?
I mean, it's a really interesting dynamic between teams who are contested and aren't. Remember, like, Victory Royale is all that matters so far, okay? So, well, not all that matters, but in game 1, let's be real, it matters significantly more than everything else. What do you think the Victory Royale is the all-qualification slot? So, for in games like this, right, those teams that we've just seen there contested, Crazy, for example, Rafilo, they've got a ton of their surge already. Now, unfortunately, it's a max distance zone for them, so they gotta go all the way from northwest to southeast, it seems like, which is a little bit rough. But for a lot of the other teams, they're gonna be panicking. They're gonna be struggling right now because what we've seen so far in Tilted with the 4 teams here, no tags, nothing at all, no damage, just basically just harvesting, getting whatever they can so far. So there's gonna be teams right now who are shaken, who are really nervous, whereas some of the other teams like Crazy hopefully are gonna be a little bit more confident with the damage that they've already managed to get off spawn.
Oh, very nice. But past that, once these teams starts moving, right, I'm picturing either getting in a candy shop. There's lots of options to choose from, right? That could be a potential for the whole lobby. Are we kind of looking at that, or maybe more of a, you know, last minute trying to get on the train, but the whole city is going to one concert, so the trains are kind of full. There's not that much room to move. Which side is it kind of more leaning towards?
So here's the thing, right? Think about this like a school assignment, you know?
Yeah.
Procrastination is the uttermost thing you want to avoid here. Think about it like me. If I'm doing a uni assignment back in the day, I'm up late night, last minute, and I'm not doing anything before that. Somehow I may still pass if I'm lucky. Somehow I may not. Right here, you're seeing teams who are doing studying. It's 2 weeks before the exam. They're studying, they're putting it in, they're getting their damage off early. Whereas there's other teams in the lobby who we've seen multiple times across the weekend, procrastinated, jumping straight in a box at the end when it matters, 50-50 and hoping for the best.
True. And to put it like that, then that makes a lot more sense. And don't procrastinate, kids. That's the kind of lesson Reese is, you know, preaching right here. Just get your damage tags, play correctly, find a hill somewhere, preferably not next to Mr. J.O. Wolfie that we're looking at right now, because these guys are, I don't know, procrastinating 2 weeks or like all inning at the start of the assignment. You know what I mean? Like, they're kind of crazy with it. They're not taking it easy 2 hours per day. They're looking to finish the project day one. Yeah, this is kind of nuts. And they're still just kind of bent on pushing this fight. This entire box is half wood as well. Krusty, Relvis, they don't want anything to do with this.
On. This is a slow game. This is probably one of, if not the slowest EU game I've ever seen. And I think one of the reasons we've got to put that down to is the fact that you've cut a lot of the tier 1-ist, the top of the top teams out of the lobby so far. And now the teams you're getting is the tier 2s, tier 3, some of the best players in the region, but still some of the players who aren't as comfortable in a game like this. They're not going to be ones who are going to be super aggressive like the Taysons and the Thomas HDs, because sometimes they're not as comfortable just taking those fights. As we see in the Elipid Pena, a guy who was extremely comfortable taking those fights in qualifier number 1, jumping straight into Chico's box there. And we'll see exactly what Swift Wolfie is doing.
Seems like Chico has had the complete unfortunate end of every stick from day number 1 over and over and over again. It's just, you know, someone diving into their box time after time after time after time. Now we look at Wolfie and Mr. J getting a little bit of an advantage, but still not all ending. I think everyone's kind of understanding that, you know, with these many more teams alive, there's an even higher chance of a third party. There's a hill you might not be used to having, you know, occupation on, just rolling in and then just, you know, getting an angle you wouldn't expect at all onto a fight. So we'll see exactly what's good. Krusty and Relvis are going to be looking at what to do from their box for the moment. Flying in and around the map, we have Kong as well. Chonker Speedway is looking busier than usual. Highway gates, or highway lanes, should I say, excuse me, are also kind of traffic jammy overall on this side. And this is one of the most aggressive POVs that we saw in recent memory as well when it comes to just fight straight off spawn. No one is hesitant whatsoever when it was controlled by Floki, Clement, Letshi, and Swilliam as well. But with one of those duos gone, the other may be looking to be a little bit less aggressive overall and not lose their entire progress over the 3 days. Might have a lot of differences at this POI.
This fight has been messy. A POI that's been consistently rotated into from every team around. We know the fight's going on over and over again between Clement's team, who's obviously dipped out right now. And we see this kind of repeating yet again. We've got the Kondo teams who are pulling on in. We've got the teams who dropped here to start with. It's just been a mess day after day, qualifier after qualifier. And, you know, honestly, for today and all the way up for the finals, it seems like this POI is just going to be a mess on this region forever from my side.
I feel like in the finals it might get a little bit better because then someone maybe has a little bit of control, but even then it just feel like we're watching better teams go at it. You know what I mean? Like it'll just be more back and forth.
Yeah, it'll be the same stuff as always. This is the team that we just talked about who left that rotation. So far seems to be working out well for them, given the fact that they ended up switching up to Camp Cuddle from that drop spot. And, you know, we often saw them not coming off spawn, but here we go. Here's that first map, fully down to the south. The second zone is pulled to a really awkward area of the map. You can see there's barely any teams in here to start with, just purely given the pure southness of how far that zone is going.
There's barely anything there in the zone at all. I don't see trees even spawned in naturally. I don't even see hills. It's like we're playing on a creative island entirely. I'm not sure who that even benefits, but with everyone having to move, Reese, that's less mats overall. With nothing being there in terms of big buildings, there's less to farm as well. There's less to do in general. If you make a little bit of a mistake, it might be even more visible to most teams. What I'm seeing right now, though, is strength from Clement and Floki on the screen. I haven't really seen these two in this much control, landing damage tag after damage tag in this fashion at all. It might be, you know, the amount of teams that are alive right now and their spot, and maybe the zone has kind of blessed them because everyone does have to move past them. It seems so easy, right? Just a few steps, you're right there, Greasy Grove, you're in the zone, but Floki and Clement, they'll have a toll for you on that bridge.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're set up to do, right? Notice the timing of this that's really nice. They set up early, the teams start to spray around them. They got a bunch of tags there. What was it, 100, 120, maybe 150 damage? Now they're on the rotate. We saw there was almost no teams in the second zone already. So what you're probably going to do is do the exact same thing. Hold people at the gates yet again, get a couple tags, stagger, and then move even further south again. Repeat until they're basically potentially on the dead side and above Storm Surge.
You want to be able to just be in those patterns. A lot of the times these vehicles help these teams with that pattern, accelerate their gameplay, to a certain standpoint, you know, from the in-between. I feel like that's where most of the mistakes happen when you're going from point A to point B. That's where you get kind of bogged down. So Andretta Flowis, I mean, they kind of struggled with even the vehicle gameplay yesterday. It feels like they were being picked apart over and over again.
I mean, yeah, their off spawn was rough. Then their mid games, if they got off spawn, weren't any better at all. Right now, it seems to be exactly what we're witnessing. That little late rotation, just all those other teams who managed to get up ahead of them. The teams who are rotating behind them, now getting the spray. And look at the materials drained at this point. Flowis was on 140, already down to 85. Andrea's probably used a ton as well. The HP started to dwindle away as well. And this is their rotary, I was going to say up the hill there, but also the Floki effect. The fact that they got in before everyone else, they can get those tags off, and they can be the ones damaging the rest of the lobby and then getting ahead. From Flowis' POV now, it's like, now they have to get a refresh before moving. That's just changed this so fundamentally for their game plan.
Yeah, and you can see a few wood builds coming out from Flowis as well, back and forth. Might not mean too much, but in the grand scheme of things, if the zone keeps pulling certain ways, if teams are looking for certain angles and you see a whole metal box with one wood wall, it's a big weakness, and sometimes you forget about it. It can be exploited.
We've seen a lot of weird stuff over the last 2 weeks, you know, of cars flying through wood walls. We've seen just people jumping straight through these wood walls with a double spray SMG. A lot of things that should not happen to you if you're a top level team. And if you're placing that single wood wall, you're letting people know that, hey, there's a potential weakness in this armor here.
Something I've noticed over the days too with the desert, rightfully so, you know, right in the lane of that biome and the theme, people seem to run out of stamina faster, Reese. I'm not sure if it is the sand, if it is the sun that's kind of glaring through their scopes in their eyes, but these guys start to run, they start to get a little bit more lethargic. Even watching Flowis and Andretta take a few more shots while trying to base up, it never happens anywhere else on the map.
Yeah, everyone gets a little dry, right? They use a ton of their materials earlier on. The problem is because a lot of the sight lines are really open. There's specific hills that you can sit on to jump in boxes exactly like this as well.
What am I watching?
Mr. J and Wolfie, I'm not entirely sure this is what we exactly talked about, but it's gone round to Wolfie and Mr. J, who've lost now to Boofink and Bevies as well. I thought that was 100% going to go down to the way of Mr. J, but, oh, seems not.
I think Mr. J had like a comedy special open on the other screen or something, started laughing and his aim went all wonky. That's the only explanation I can come up with, because there's no way Belby should have survived that long with like, what, 30 HP against two different players. Meanwhile, we'll look at some of those day one stories still rolling in. Vortexia Castery watched their entire graduating class basically move on to the next stage of life when it goes to the finals. They're still here, Reese. They've been aggressing so many different duos. They're still playing that type of role. And I think it's going to be even more dangerous now with so many players still alive in this lobby.
Yeah, game one, the assignment's been failed, and in all honesty, they're struggling at this point of the game in every single session so far. The Storm Surge has been an issue for them. They've been a team who's been taking fights every time, and that game was absolutely no different. This has been significantly more stacked than every other one, and look at the chaos in the lobby right now. Cheating and Glubshy going down in the bottom right. Andretta and Flo are still up in this now after taking that engagement, getting the refresh that we just talked about to put their materials all the way back up there. Like, that is that moment. The panic sets in almost once Storm Surge becomes active. The players start jumping in who have procrastinated.
Swallowed, you definitely don't want to be late, and even judging by the way teams are still just boxing up, not taking free tags on anyone else, I just see fear across the entire town of this lobby. It feels like I'm watching a big Gotham City, you know what I mean? This just looks like scared citizens left and right. They have no idea what happens during the night, and right now, it's just tough overall for everyone, just stuck at the right side of the zone completely, not even moving in whatsoever. I get it's very tough, and Andretta Flowis find a little bit of a pocket of just perfect timing. They get to move in, but 24/7, if there's a team I can pick out that ends up taking damage, making maybe one error with a build, it's this one. And so far, they are fixing up those mistakes. They're getting right in, using Rotary's vehicles as a distraction. It looks good. And Andretta finally in with Flowis, and they have a refarm as well, looking like they've kind of picked their game back up.
Yeah, you can see the kind of chain effect of the rotations earlier. The late rotate got them held earlier. Now they're finally into good position, but again, they're getting held from rotate and rotate. This is exactly what we just missed out on earlier from the other POV. Boofink and Bevies now going up. This was just basically the 50-50 spray fight. This is sometimes, honestly, what you're going to have to do when you're getting aggressed by a super talented literal team like Wolfies and Mr. J, where they're just going to run straight into your box. You are going to have to hit the shots. Just try and do what you can in the exact same case of Cheating and Glubshy there. Getting a team pushing them in. Storm Surge weren't able to hit the shots that they needed to.
Is it called like a wish stick? The one where like it's like two branches and you have like two people trying to pull it apart, and so it has a bigger branch. You know what I'm talking about?
Are you referring to once you've eaten a turkey?
No.
You get the
like
witch bone. Is that what you're trying to talk about?
I used to do it with sticks, man. I don't know why, but it feels like that's what I'm not eating trees or anything, but that's what's happening inside these games. It's just two teams getting into that sticky situation, literally, and then just pulling at it. There's not that much strats involved. We're not seeing crazy pinches. It's so last minute as well. It's just chaos.
We're talking about like a Christmas cracker, really. Trying to pull on each end, see who gets the party hat, and it's never me. And clearly it wasn't cheating in gloves either, unfortunately.
You put party hats inside the cracker? How does that work? Because I haven't done that either.
Never.
No. Do you get like a party hat as a prize, or is it inside the Christmas cracker?
Inside.
There's a hat inside. Is it?
There's a joke inside that are always atrocious.
Okay,
you never, okay, Christmas cracker, beautiful thing. I'm telling you.
I'll look it up.
Worst joke. You'll get like nail clippers as well. It's always like this most useless little gift in there.
Pretty useful if you have long nails, though, right? There's always a circumstance.
But if you have long nails, you won't get the nail clippers. You'll get like a notebook that's like 2 inches wide and 3 pages. It's just useless.
True. Take some notes about personal hygiene, pretty much, at that moment, right?
I should cut my nails.
Fastroki Kylie, okay, what is wrong with this team right now? Because when I think about this name, I'm saying, you know, maybe day 2, day 1, they qualify. If not through the pop-off, through the consistency. I always call Fastroki kind of like the invisible demon of EU. You never see how he gets all the way towards the finals, but he ends up there. I can visibly see this man shining every single qualifier now, but also shining in the wrong ways.
I agree with you on that, right? And I feel like a lot of this is just because as a team, they haven't really found a home. It's always on the south side of the map. They've been landing on like the impossible rock and some of the qualifiers, which is just obviously kind of to the north of Kondo. They landed in Kondo today. They've been a bit all over the place. And I feel like that not finding a home has just left them a little bit uncomfortable here. I'm still thinking now today, now that they're back in Kondo, they have the whole thing uncontested. Like this is where they started off their FNCS journey, that this could be them in a comfortable spot, right? And you'd think with the south zone, this should favor them. But looking ahead, they're 168 below.
Have to try to find some damage. 94 above now. They're looking fine. And yeah, 3 teams that we usually watch struggle with Surge. Looking really good so far. Fast working with the pad as well. This should really be a very good game for him. I see Nova going down, so might be a tough roll for Hardfine, but he finds the trade on his symmetry. It's looking all good for now. Another team to also talk about, Snazy, Nate. I feel like for those two specifically, they were just on screen moments ago. It all comes down to Nate, right? If he is playing very well on the day, that duo graduates. They get to go to the finals. Snazy solidified in there. But Nate's always that wild card that comes in and either makes that duo one of the best you've ever seen in the world, or sometimes just mediocre.
Yeah, we'll see which mood he's in today. Has he put in the work? Has he practiced? You know, Nate is a player who's typically, you know, not being a hard worker, but some people out there would suggest that he could be one of the best players in the world as a fragger, hands down, because his aim is absolutely unbelievable if he just sat down, put in the work for it. You know, he is the previous FNCS champion from Chapter 2 Season 2 in duos with Andalex, and I want to see it work out, right? I want to see him on top. Same, obviously, with Snazy being an incredible player.
For the format as well, we do have, like, what, 11-ish teams rolling in overall in terms of looking at, you know, the new in terms of how things look overall. It's like, I think it's like 7 total that are actually rocking through, but we'll do the math in a second.
No more
but it's me and you for some reason, man. It's like, we talk about school, we're also just absolutely atrocious at math. But there are a bunch of new teams coming in. Snazy and Nate are one of them. There are a bunch who this is kind of, you know, their first rodeo. You mentioned Rotary as well. Him with Control, it's looking good. They're rocking in too. For a lot of other teams, it's going to be the same old Storm Surge issues. It's going to be a combination of both old and new for Raxus right there. First day, and also one of the teams limited by that Surge problem. They'll have a little bit more experience rolling in. 6 games in total to play today.
They're one of those tilted teams we're seeing, and exactly that huge contestation of spawn clearly didn't pay off. They weren't able to capitalize on the fact that there were 3 other teams there. And maybe we're going to see in the next couple games these guys starting to get into a couple more fights. On the right-hand of your screen, you're seeing Cruel and Kane, a team who's been here, I mean, through it all with us all weekend. Yet again, also struggling with Surge, now going down into the engagement. They're leaving Kane alone as a solo. Still tons of materials left to his name, but not enough damage. The strategy's just not there today, not having as many teams contest him off spawn and cover.
Cruel had the launch pads as well. One of the win conditions for them to go straight through. That's 2 pads down to that team right below them. I believe that's Skyzoo. Actually, that's Crazy and Rafa that are bullying them right above. And if they find that body, it's going to be huge. I'm not sure if they have it just yet. They actually have no idea where Kane is either. They're just looking for the loots. Unidentified completely. They need this refresh too. For Crazy and Rafa specifically, we watched them a little bit awesome. We already talked about it. They're also one of those, I believe, day 1 teams, and they've been struggling. But this might be the game. 2 pads next to you somewhere. A chance to just bounce up and go the whole distance, but that side of the zone is also looking completely weak. You look at the left, look at Andretta, look at Vastroki, they're looking healthy. Every single inventory slot filled up and also way closer to the zone.
I want to see this be their time to shine. I'm not sure if they do have a launch pad off spawn though. This is the time you want to be using it. First move in zone, and they are set up in such a good position in terms of their verticality, their lair to open up as well. We do see the Pepper coming out onto Andrea here. A bunch of players on the left side hitting the launch pad. Now's the time to Pepper. Now's the time to see where things get moving. Storm Surge, no issue at all. So this has to be a good game from Andrea and Flois.
This is their redemption arc right now. They do hit that pad, not blocked. Looking for Andretta. Flow should be right behind him. Everyone already just immediately building up. The server's so clogged, 50 players rolling in. That's maximum capacity. And Jenna now down. I mean, he'll always take damage. I feel like that's his trademark. Every time right before the landing, and Flow will find him too. Vastroki Kali, one of the last to fly. Chulex up there too. They actually re-hit the pad. That will be huge. They're basically skipping an entire zone. Look at that timer, 20 seconds, and they're still in the sky. They haven't used a single material for this entire zone race.
That's lucky because they barely have any to work with. Only Wood now down left onto Vastroki. This means that the first move in zone is going to have to be a one where they get into some engagements. Look for those refreshes. Vastroki on the left trying to go for it. As we see on the right side, Kane goes down there too. Now also 47 below the Storm Surge. But there's so many players in the back of the zone, but the beam comes through. No, and he's going to go down. There's just going to be Kylie left with 27 builds to himself.
No chance for a bounce back either. This is a maximum pull. I'm not sure if that Pepper did come through. I do see the steam coming out of Kylie's ear, so here we go. Uses 3 chunk splashes, but staying in the same spot. I'm not sure exactly if you gain any HP at all, Kylie. It is what it is. I'll have the 50 pot back, but now Storm Surge is also striking. 30 players, so it turns off. Kylie sliding, dipping, dodging, ducking, getting through every possible build, but he has to be efficient because 272 mats. I mean, he's at the end of the line here, Reese. He needs to find something as Chulex and Chico, who's back in the game, are alive and at high ground.
We also saw Flois there going for the high ground. He was one of the players in that piece at the start of the show that said high ground's easy, but it doesn't seem so easy for him quite yet as we move back over to Kylie, who's getting the whole focus of the lobby right now. Sprayed onto his wood wall, down left 3 builds, and he's going to have to try and get out there. The shot's connecting to him from above, but he has no shotgun to work with.
This is going to be tough, even at the front side of the zone towards the bottom. Go-Go's and Gilius back and forth over and over again. No one has control of what actually low ground looks like. Chulex, though, and Chico finally finding a little bit of space. 3 different layers between them and Bevies down below. It's going to be really good for them to hold on to, but I know there's going to be some surprises. Gilius going down on the left. Relvis also trying to go for a few clutches. Chico is putting down the pressure down below, but here comes that retake potential. Roofing trying to go for it, trying to gain some control of the game, but no, Chico Chulex too strong. Look at the investment, though. Only 4 materials on Chico. They have all in. They need a refresh, and they're just on 1 wood tarp.
There's no ammo to spray from at all up above. They have nothing to work with. Some team is almost definitely going to try and take the high ground as we go back to the low. Clement down with no builds. 1 elimination just named. 44 HP down the shields, but can he hit anything? Can he work with? Can he get an angle? He's playing so slow. He's playing so sneaky. Slippery, but no, it's over for Clement.
He gets taken out. That's Kaizen coming in from the left side, and he's also trying to make his job work, but it's not going to be possible. He goes down too. Chulex and Chico have just stayed hidden. I get it. 0 eliminations. I mean, this is perfect for them still. The elims won't matter if they make this game the utmost, absolute, complete, efficient one by getting the victory royale. Chulex and Chico, all they have to do is land a few shots. Chulex has 7 materials with 4 total teams still alive. They need to find something. They have to get into this conversation fast because there'll be so much siphon down below. I still see some hard materials. There's only have 4 materials too. They get one of the trays on the left side. Looking for the confirmation on the solo towards the right. Bevy's down. See if they land the shot. Chulex is now getting close and personal too. They must be out of materials, and so is Nyzen. They have to get Boofink here. They're looking for a few shots. He does rattle him down, but he chooses to stay with his teammate. Work with that synergy. 2 guns for the price of 1. That's what I'm talking about. Boofink is now down. It's all up. The Chico and Chulex up above, but they've got no match. It's a final brawl. The showdown comes through. Chulex goes for the 1-for-1. Nyzen is towards the backside. Left side, right hand peek. It's not enough. The Salsa King Chico knows how to dance. That's what I'm talking about. He has the angles, and he has the VR.
That's the one, the 1v1 clutch up back of the zone. The shots mattered. Everyone had 0 builds, almost 0 ammo, but 100% aim connected right there. For Chico and Chulex, that is massive. Chulex obviously already being an FNCS champion a couple seasons back. And now Chico, this is the first time for him making it through. And these guys have had a great season so far. I mean, a fantastic season as a duo so far. So it's looking good.
It's looking stylish, my friend. That was a stealthy win. We don't get to see that too often. All they did is build up a little bit, shot a few shots, and then we watched Chico dance. That's what I like to see, and they're going straight to the finals.
yeah, we obviously know Truelex from when he won the FNCS as a high ground player. Interestingly enough, honestly, I've just seen this duo play a ton of low and still managed to pick up victory royales, so that it's a little bit of a change up from what we're normally used to seeing from them.
Yeah, but what changed? What stayed the same? A lot more for game 1 to break down with Zeke, Levin, and Sundown.
Thank you guys so much. Great game number 1. This comes down to 2 duos that have been here since session 1. This is what we talked about at the top of the show, Sundown. It's a brand new day, but could this experience from day 1 have helped kind of both of these teams make it in that top 2?
I think the experience definitely helps. One of the biggest things is actually being able to win those top 2s. And you see, they're a little bit different from all of the other seasons now that the zones are stretched out. We're just trying to go back and use any of the excess materials that were there. But maybe even a little bit of a misplay from Niacin not going immediately for that Siphon to get the drop mats from there. Let's take a look, though, at the Victory Royale, because it really just came out, Levin, because of their high ground control. Not a whole lot of eliminations till the very end.
Yeah, see, you're talking about experience, but, you know, like Reese said, you know, this is very different to what they've been doing in these past couple of sessions, right? And maybe that is where the experience comes in terms of the switch up. But look, Truelex, he must have called up Queasy, you know, his old teammate. He said, look, Queasy, look, I've been trying the low ground thing. It's not quite working out, bro. Give me the high ground. What I got to do to get back on the high ground? And it worked, right? 2 eliminations. Very rare. Like, I'd love to know when was the last time you saw like a 2 elimination victory royale where you literally the only eliminations you get are the ones to win the actual game. This is things we've not seen in a while. But look, congrats to them. Of course, they've been playing, they've been slumming it out in these past couple sessions, and I'm sure they'll be relieved to just get over and done with now.
I know. And then you look kind of the other side, right? Kaizen and Iaizen. They come down to this 1v1, and on the flip side, these guys have a ton of eliminations, right? I mean, it is kind of weird, Levin, going from 2 to then like looking at almost 7, which would for them would have been 9. It's not traditional, right? Like, we're so used to seeing these high ground teams win. Even like, I would say like the lowest we've seen is like probably 4, but to just get 2, I guess, Levin, you get the 2 that matter, right? You get the 2 that matter, you get yourself a trip to the finals.
Yeah, look, Kaizen and Niacin, they'll be all right, right? 52-point game, that's a massive game. You have to remember, although they didn't get the victory out, like, this is good in terms of being on that leaderboard, in terms of, you know, being consistent, trying to be here at the end of the last 6 games. I think, though, if they're able to set up a refreshes the way they did in this game and consistently do that in end games, sooner or later, they will get their victory royale.
Well, that's kind of how it works, right? If the team on high ground isn't pressuring, isn't picking up elims, there's just more for whoever ends up winning in that kind of low ground scrum. Yeah. And that went down to Niacin and his duo. Niacin in particular was the one who was finding a lot of those shots and giving his team an opportunity to win the game. And everyone's just kind of holding on, right? They want that victory round, but we got 6 games to play, Zeke. Well, 5 now.
5 now, right? And I think for them, right, they did come in second, and it's still like a confidence boost, right? They're like, yo, we're on it now. We're fired up. We almost got the victory out. We're close. We just have to keep pushing. Just run it back exactly the way we did, right? So once again, another big congratulations. Chico, Truelex, you guys have found yourselves a seat on the battle bus heading on to finals. But remember, victory royales will auto-qualify a team, but we're still looking at these standings. The top 6 will make it on through as well. Kaizen and Niacin, after that first performance, they're up there in that number 1 spot. Other teams, though, Krusty, Relvis, right? Senna, Raid, they're looking good. And I mean, how are we feeling about just the initial, I want to say like this first game, right? I don't like to use this as a test or a feeler, but thoughts on this maybe first initial game, Levin?
Well, for a long time, nobody wanted to actually go down, right? Everybody was trying to stay in this one. A couple teams here, you know, Stena, Raid, for example, maybe you would have thought they would have snuck in a bit early in some of the other sessions, maybe. But ultimately, Sundown, these standings will change a bunch, right? Like, in terms of who's in that top 6, right? It's going to get very chaotic over the next couple of games, especially after how that first game went. So I'm not going to read into anything just yet, right? Maybe after game 3, ask me again, Zeke, and I'll give you a bit more into, like, you know, spoiler alerts as to who will qualify. But for now, I'm keeping my cards close to my chest.
Well, one of the things I always look like when we're looking at that leaderboard is what do the points look like in 6th place? And currently in 6th place was a duo that I actually wanted to talk about a little bit yesterday, didn't get the opportunity to, was Till and Julian Common. Till's actually been having a really solid season, kind of sneakily. We've seen him in nearly every important EU lobby going through there, and they've put up results. Now, they did miss kind of that first duo pool there, but so far, 32 points in 6th place. The general pace for the regions that have been broadcasted has been right around kind of 25 or 26 points in those 5-game sessions, so they're just above that. But also, our first place is double that pace, so they're going to feel pretty good about it.
Look, Till won the first cash cup of the season, right? And I think from there, right, it was signs that he is, you know, sort of putting himself in a position where he is going to start getting a bit more respect, but you have to deliver now. If you don't make it to the FNCS finals, you know, what are we doing then at that point, right? So huge couple of games coming up for them.
That's right, boys. I mean, look, we still have 5, right? Again, game 1, it's just a feeler, it's a tester. You know, let's check everything. Let's check the routes, let's check the duos, let's check our settings. Now the competition begins, okay? Game 2 is going to be very different. We may still see a lot of duos remaining, but as far as action, we're going to turn it up a notch. So let's kick back over with our casters and priests. It's Shy Wager. This is game number 2.
Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Levin. Thank you, Sundown. Game number 1 is it. Great feeler out to figure out. We saw a lot of the top teams, a lot of the teams that we thought would go through, kind of go down a little bit early, struggle with the surge. That was probably one of the most stacked games that we've ever seen in EU history. And I'm wondering, do you think game 2 is going to be the same?
I think that theme definitely crosses over towards game 2, and even from the early to late game. It's a game of survival now, Reese, right? No one is dominating anyone else. There's some people just picking up the scraps left and right, rationing eliminations 24/7. I feel like it's a completely different Fortnite, and we won't see this in the finals either. It's a very special treat for the last day of semis.
Yes, because everyone's looking for the win at the same time. Like I mentioned in that first game, some of these players, you know, they're just trying to make their first FNCS files. The nerves are kicking in. I think that first game's maybe going to kick them into overdrive a little bit, where they're going to be a little bit more comfortable now. They know the lay of the land. They know where the teams are around them. They know who's contesting. They know where they can land to take advantage of that. So I think, you know what, 12 minutes before, like, we saw Wolfie and J-Mop go down, or J-Mac go down. That was like so deep into that game, and it was only team number 48. So it's like super stacked.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're talking about the lay of the land. I feel like it's also been the same from day 1 to day 3. Rocky reels, desert, 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 sun, sun, sand, sand. I want to see some mountainous snow. You know what I'm saying? I want to go all the way up to Logjam Lumberyard. I want to see exactly what the north is looking like. I think we have like 2 games there in total. But speaking of 2 games, game number 2 is live now. Let's jump right in and see where we land from that battle bus.
Go semifinals, day number 3 for the European region. We're into game number 2 of 6. Game 1, as we already set up, was an absolute blast. No pun intended production. We will see. And where we're starting off, we are looking up at Logjam up at the top right with Crazy, who ended up winning out that fight in game number 1.
Winning so hard that this team has disappeared.
Oh, wow.
Off the island. This is the first time I'm looking at the spot, like at least this early in the games. Completely uncontested.
I mean, this spot has literally been contested. Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Semis day 1, Semis day 2, and now this is the first time I've seen it uncon. So you're very, very correct in saying that.
It's wild, man. I'm used to watching a Crazy fight go into like a 2v1 that's not supposed to be close at all. And then it just happens again. But already 3 duos going down a very different game. Snazy and Nate, we talked about, yo, let's get these guys online. Okay, Silk, he's going to become a trapeze artist, it looks like. A little bit of circusry going on right there. I like it. Stylish, but he probably doesn't like it as much as Snazy does. A free elimination, that team will be basically having to get a card that's all the way up in the sky.
Ooh, this is important. No, this is not what we saw last game. We saw Mixon obviously going down to Surge, really struggling that because they didn't get into any of these engagements right now. But hold on, he's piecing up Skyzoo right now. You're trying to make him think second about getting that knock. I'm thinking this was a knock outside of Sky. That's potentially going to be the finish coming down. No, not yet. Jock's now trying to go in as well, trying to hit the shots that he can. Ooh, this is such an awkward fight to try and box up on the stairs. The big shots connect and it's over. So Skyzoo and Jock's now, it's going to be, I think both eliminations go in their favor as well. 2 straight off the bat, cleaned out their side of Tilted Towers already. Already such a different game from game number 1.
Absolutely. I'm seeing 1 less sniper shot in Skyzoo's inventory as well. So I'm wondering maybe that was, you know, the start to all this. Maybe a very well placed shot right before in the sky, maybe even, or when it was landing. Could be a highlight reel, but we'll tune into just a second. Still a pretty stacked game, because usually what, 86, 85 players, but at this point it's still 91. We saw that first echelon of, you know, 10 players, 6 players going down in the lobby, and this is with 1 less team playing overall as well, right? 1 team qualified, the lobby will be automatically smaller, but it's still looking just as large.
It's potentially the players just don't want to engage. You know, Kadu and Frey, we saw yesterday some terrible engagements down on the southwest side of the map. Just team after team. It was Vortexia's team that was coming in. They were fighting game after game, and they've decided to switch up to the Sanctuary now, and it seems to just being a little bit more passive for them. They've managed to calm things, despite the fact that there's 3 total teams here. Lotix and Sindri had a kind of similar feeling where they were just fighting Rest Guard and Scram yesterday, but it doesn't seem like their inventory has benefited from them not being in the lobby.
Yeah, I feel like their nerves are also kind of on high gear right now. That MK7 is very easy to be able to track and just, you know, rail down enemies, especially if they're not looking right back at you. Only getting about 40 damage off of an engagement like that. Lotix has to be just, you know, beating himself down currently right now.
Imagine if they gave that to you, the AR master. That's a 150 damage right there. That's 150 easy.
They might just give me the victory royale and just, you know, just to get me out of the lobby straight up off of that.
Straight to finals.
Shotgun though, I can't use those. That's you, right? You're the shotgun expert. No,
I can't hit a shot with any gun.
Expert. I feel like I'm the little bit of piecing. Yeah.
I'll piece everyone up, and then I'll be that guy who's in the box, and I'll just like do a 180 and miss the shot. I'll be looking the wrong direction. Like my eyes, you know, they're starting to deteriorate as time is going on. So once you get in the box, I'm blurred out. So the piece happens, it's all there in the muscle memory. Then the aim, you know.
That's where we need Levin, right? I play with this guy, and like I feel like he doesn't have shotguns in his hand. He has boxing gloves. You get in the box with him, you are not going to be able to see for the next few days. It gets crazy.
Bro, did a plug for Legends Landing if you're watching in game. Hello, firstly. Secondly, there's a nice little box fighting arena you can go into there, where Levin continually hit me with a shot, despite the fact I boxed him every time.
That's what I'm talking about. Slick segue too. It was fun, man. I went in yesterday. A few of my friends were there too.
Oh yeah,
just checking it out. Yeah. School times. Coming to Floki though. Oh no,
waving at yourself.
Was I waving at myself?
Yeah. Were you like, you know, with a little delay? Were you in there like, that's me?
Oh, I was like, you know, watching a side stream type beat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I was in there, but I wasn't in there. You know.
Yeah. In the business. Yeah.
You know when you have a story, you just have to make it like slightly more outrageous, just so it fits the narrative. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I did that.
Our entire jobs. Yeah.
True. Very true.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This game's slowed down a ton right now as well. We got to look at this. This is a lot of teams. Kovacs and Formax were the first team to go down in the previous match, going down 50th off spawn here in Shell or High Water to Sindri. This game, they seem to have disengaged a little bit, figured out exactly the tactics of the other team. But this is just one of those scrappy fights that we saw. It's kind of such a weird place to fight as well. Like we saw it basically day after day in the semis. We've seen it in the qualifiers as well. Teams are consistently fighting over this area. It is not worth it, boys. It is just not a split worth fighting for. You know, you might as well be one of the tilted teams. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, it just feels like a very awkward, anxious spot where like you expect movement and it's not happening. Kind of like when you have like a lot of groceries in a grocery aisle and the person's not pushing the conveyor belt to get your items. They're like, do I have to move them up? You know, do I have to do something as Lepshy right now, or will the other team actually move my items up to get scanned? That's the real question.
And that's why we go to self-service. You got to do it yourself sometimes. You just got to make sure it works out. If it's not working out for the team, you got to put that plan in action yourself.
Gotta input the numbers for the produce yourself, which is also super tough. End up just not buying vegetables then, you know what I mean? And that's not good. You gotta get your nutrients, so. Alright, Clubsy cheating, they're rocking right now. Worst example, by the way, in that scenario is when, like, you know, back in the day, obviously, when I was younger, I was with my mother, groceries. Now we go by ourselves as grown men, obviously, yes. Of course. But she's like, you know, gotta get that extra item. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like a 10-minute delay, and you're there, sitting as a young
racing. Where the Glubshies was in the middle of this fight right here as he's picked up that first elimination. On to Mr. J again, the team that went down 48th in the previous game. Now 46th in this game, so a little bit deeper in. Unfortunately, not deep enough to get the placement points.
Listen, if the format had like, what is it? Maybe 40 games today? Yeah, they could get first with this type of pace. Not gonna lie, you know?
They could
just
indeed.
Keep it up.
I mean, they've been an incredibly aggressive team, and what's interesting is, like, you know, consistency with 4 games left. Are they going to win a game? I think they could. Are they going to get that consistency of the top 6 with the 2 games, basically 0 points so far? I don't think so. You know, I think they won a game in qualifier 1, if I'm to be correct. Maybe it was qualifier 2. So they definitely have the potential. They're like a very aggressive high ground or nothing kind of team. And, you know, we've kind of seen that playstyle a lot of times just reflects in their playstyle in mid and end game as well.
Definitely does. It's confident is the one thing, right? But sometimes that overconfidence is how you end up making a few mistakes, getting taken out. And I feel like Crazy and Ralph are basically the complete embodiment of that too. Very confident and always all inning. They never make decisions that kind of leave them halfway between two spots. They either pick the right choice or we'll see them in the next game. So
yeah, and I'm actually really interested to see now because, you know, we kind of mentioned their off spawn difficulties they've had repeatedly up at the 7 outpost over to that northwest side of the hills here. This is the first game that we've seen them with no issues off spawn. We've had no contestation. The loot absolutely stacked. They've got the Spider-Man's web shooters. I want to see if these guys are a finals level team. Can they actually put the plan into action when it matters?
Yeah, it's kind of the first time they don't have a curfew, right? Like, usually they're only allowed to play a certain amount of the game, but if you have experience with that, Reese, it's like you honestly don't know what to do some of the times. You're like, okay, the sun's down, but I'm still out. Like, do I keep, you know, driving around? Am I still chill with my friends? How does life work? And for Cool and Kane, oh my goodness, what a shot from Cruel. And Kane also wraps it up. I feel like they're angry today. If I'm looking at emotions from teams, you know, 12th overall yesterday on the board, or 7th, whichever way you look at it, they were right there in qualifying, just a few points behind. I think Zeke pointed it out at the end of the show. If they got this one elimination inside their box, they would have had a chance to play the end game, where so many people just graduated and qualified. They didn't. And then today in game number 1 as well, off one of the strongest spots, having 2 launch pads, they weren't allowed to play. I mean, you got to be frustrated there.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, like, these guys are Cash Cup players so far. They've done really well this season in Cash Cups. They're in solos and duos, whatever it is, they're always there. And they are so confident, they're comfortable in that environment. Even in the set lobbies, this is relatively new for these players. But this FNCS is not a Cash Cup. Completely different set of games we've got lined up. And I think the first 2 qualifiers, the first 2 days of semis is kind of a tester out. Now today, they're just feeling confident.
Like game 1, though, or just, you know, this day in general is very, very different. We would assume it'd be a lot easier for a bunch of the teams that have been there since the first day to just adapt, get used to the way semis is being played, and be able to just replicate and improve their results overall for a day-to-day. But just this feels like a different portion of the competition. It's like a final semifinal, you know. Like if there was another stage in between, it's like a 3rd place match or something. I don't know what to call it, but this is a very different game. What Kane and Cruel were doing in that game 1, the positions they had, even Floki Clement, the positions that they had, it seemed perfect for them to just go ahead and win the game. But it's so stacked, Reese, and these Storm Surges don't have, you know, 2 or 3 teams down bad. It's 5, 6, 7, or 8. That changes the way, you know, every team has to play. You have to be even more defensive inside your box. Instead of having 100 damage being dealt, you might have to have 300 overall. Completely different game of Fortnite.
And I think the teams that are going to really thrive today are going to be those experienced teams that are going to play across those 6 games, not those newer teams. Potentially some of the Victory Royale teams, maybe, but the teams who've been around for a long time, played games like this level stack, can handle themselves in this environment where there's realistically like a lot of stress, right? This is the last chance for them to qualify through to the finals. If you've been there before, a lot of these players will be able to stay cool in that if they've just been here for a long time. That being said, you know, I said about Kane and Cruel, maybe they're just, you know, a who cares attitude after a while. They've said, this is the last chance. You know what? We're capable of being there. Maybe we just fight. Maybe we just win. Maybe we'll be okay.
You look at, you know, the teams that have kind of qualified from Covert Cavern, they have been a little bit confident in that aspect. They just go for some of these fights. 2 launch pads in your inventory, you're still going for these crazy beams. So maybe it's time to just, you know, go ahead and activate Cast Vortexia. I'm not sure how to solve that entire enigma. I mean, from day number 1, aggression hasn't worked. Passivity on day number 2 also didn't kind of work. They have a combination of both. We'll see if it's possible. I'll have Fast Roki and Kylie go for a fight. This is on Wolfie. We know that Mr. J was taken down previously before, maybe from an unreasonable spot. Kylie's in the box, but it's looking kind of messy. Fast Roki's there to clean it up.
Yeah, pretty easy fight. Once you've established where the solos are at, that is such a key skill to have in duos. You know, seeing the signs when a player is a solo, basically being boxed up in a single box, always a key sign. In particular, when it comes to like a 3rd, 4th, 5th zone position, you see a guy who's just sitting in one by one. You think there's no way there's 2 people in there. You can get straight into that engagement, as we see Kylie getting beat big time by Symmetry. And I feel like this is potentially a situation for Symmetry where they're one of the less confident teams in the lobby, a newer team, and they're just sitting at that edge. They're not willing to take this fight despite getting a, what was that, 150 beams straight off? A lot of other teams in this lobby would be hitting that.
Absolutely. Kylie even, it's on that aggressive angle. He went for a shot back instead of an immediate build, which caused a, you know, 40 tag to turn into that 150. He distracts the little Fast Roki moves. It's very nice. We watch Kaizen also taking a few shots inside the pond. Lands here and there. That 2nd place team from game 1. Imagine having 52 points off of game 1, and you know it's around 120 to qualify. You're basically halfway done your job.
It was 120 with 5 games, so we're probably at that 150, maybe a little less, given the amount of players. We'll see. Maybe a little more, given the fact that there'll be one more team out in that final game. So yeah, I mean, they're on, it's roughly about, what, 25 points a game? So them being on 52 now, they're definitely way up there in terms of the leaderboard. So I think you've got to be confident again. I mean, that's one of the real tests of strength for today.
I'm not sure if it's confidence or just misjudgment right now, but 100 damage with a Storm Sword is not going to be the best thing. Pre-edit's coming in though. Kaizen is aware of everything that's happening inside this box. On the front side, he finds a few damage shots and then turns immediately to the left, gets a few more, and that'll get them all the way above. That's 172 damage in like, what, 7 seconds? Kind of insane from this duo, but they're hot off the press of playing an insane game with 8 eliminations in game number 1. They're still going forward. It's Boofink that's going down to just 1 HP. Bevy's up top. They're split apart in ways that they can't even help each other. That's kind of very unfortunate. The Aizen gets a very good isolation, and after that, pressure's all the way up top. They're looking up now. Bevy's, it's so hard to be able to get a shot down and then be able to build after that. Your head is also a little bit more exposed, so you'll see those headshots coming in. 27 damage tag is huge for the Aizen. He's still putting the shots down. You see Kaizen just jumping like a groundhog looking for a few shots with that shotgun as well. This is such insane pressure to deal with. I don't think Bevy's can handle it. He's backing up. I'm not sure who has the pre-edits, but it looks like it is Kaizen with them. That's moving in. They're really utilizing all aspects of Fortnite now, just amazingly in terms of a fight, and it's almost wrapped up.
And you saw Niazen just spraying with the SMG, right? He doesn't have a shotgun in inventory. That fight could have been over. That could have been 2 eliminations there while he was sitting ADSing at the player up above if he had a shotgun and then switched over. But they, with that kind of double spray with the SMG, you know, it gives and sometimes it takes away at the same time. You miss out on that big 1 hit of damage at that exact first time, which probably would have picked them up there, that another elimination. Now they seem to be doing great on materials and everything else outside of now the ammo from that. So I'm not sure how Niazen's going to be able to fight when they get closer into another engagement. And here we have a kind of similar story from across the weeks. Lecce and Swilliam struggling a ton with Storm Surge again out of their drop spot, the full south side in Chonkers. They've had teams fighting them. Even when they've won those fights, they've still managed to struggle here.
Well, she's struggling with inputs even. I just saw 2 shotgun shots randomly put down, and even the builds are looking a little bit wonky on the backside. Might just be the pressure. This is really unfortunate. It looks like he's just toppling down. Spinning top kind of losing its acceleration completely and almost coming to a standstill. 10 above though, still not the best place to be. With only 1 person needing to go down, that number shouldn't really change, and he has the guzzle to be able to get all the way back up. The thing though, Reese, that's unfortunate, in this position, it's hard to really find an isolated fight. You also aren't going to realize that people are sneaking up on you. You do have Kong right there with Symmetry. They're looking for an angle.
At this point, you got to be a slippery pickle, man. You got to sit in the corner. You got to wait for people to come around. You got to go for this kind of spray down here. This could be the exact moment, but oh yes, the player does go into the box. That Symmetry picked up at this exact moment. It's now the 2v1 situation. Lecce can now push up into that solo player up above. And that was a huge refresh. Only 33 builds from that, so it's not going to get them fully up, but they did manage to get the majority metal, which is fantastic. See the solo player still up above, and this is definitely a fight worth taking, but you can hear the attraction from the rest of the lobby now coming in. They've got eyes set on this fight. They know something's gone down here, and despite the fact that these guys have to try and find a solo, they also have to figure out a rotate, so they have to figure out which path they really want to take here.
Kind of in no man's land as well. The majority of the lobby will be clashing in towards the left side and then the right side as well. Lecce's kind of just stuck in the middle. That entire complex of 3 duos will have to make a decision to go either way or risk going through the middle. Kali and Fastroki do find a few items based off of the team that was trying to bully them before. Looks like that fight ended very quickly. You don't mess with Kylie on the zone line, my friends. That's not a very good idea.
One of the most aggressive duos in the entire, I was gonna say the entire lobby, but realistically, like in the entire season. Like these guys are scary and almost too scary. You know, they do things that just aren't good for them because they want to fight. And there's a few teams in that. Andrea Flores is the team that I would say is the complete opposite of that. They're not a team who's just going to fight straight for the sake of it. However, yeah, again, we just see on that far right-hand side, Lecce now actually managed to find the solo. That is more builds. This team that he's managed to pick up the eliminations on had so much metal. It seemed like that was the only material they hadn't used, which is a huge resource to be able to get back up here. I'm not sure if there's going to be anywhere they're going to be able to get the brick back from because they don't seem to have any time to do so, but that could have just got them hugely back into the game. See the Stormster threshold comes up on the right-hand side. 195 seems to be where the threshold's at. Yep, and they've got 51 damage. Quick maths would make it think that they've done 250 damage so far total. And now into a good spot, right? They need to do a little bit more to get up above. And they've really recovered this pretty well.
Absolutely have. They're a little bit ahead of all the other teams behind them, though. This is going to be unfortunate to find an angle. Every team will be editing kind of left and right, looking at each other. Leshy and Swilliam are on the up and down angle. They will not be able to find any windows or boxes to be able to be a part of the conversation of bullets and beams. So I'm wondering how they adapt on that. Coming in Floki though, they've been keeping up with the damage. Gonna be in the same lanes as everyone else who are making edits, and that's a good thing and a bad thing because their match should be a little bit strained. But at the same time, they get to have engagements just like this. Hard find and Nova, and Nova's taking a big shot. That'll up them up to 133. We look at some of the other teams too. Syndra and Lotix, we saw Lotix miss a few. They're up against an armored wall. There's no chance, my friends, that anything's coming out of there. You don't need to look at it. So they switch things up a little bit. 2 above, Reese. This is tough.
2 above, 10 below. There's so many teams boxed up right next in this moment, it would seem. However, and it's Floss and Andrea. This could be huge. The pre-edit play of the ball comes out. Andrea gets straight in the box. He's going for the 50-50, but Floss is nowhere to be seen. It seems like he's being picked up at this moment, but no, Lotix goes down. Sindri down to 1 HP, 1 tick to Surge. He actually has managed to pick up that knock onto Andrea. He's got up above Surge as well, but it seems to be a trade 1-to-1. He hits the bump shot that matters, gets him way up above. Floss now left as a solo with almost nothing left to work with either. This has been absolutely devastating for both teams involved in this fight.
Flois made one of the most heroic decisions I've seen when it might be up for nothing if Andretta's body does get found last second. Sindri goes down. Flois blocks the shot that took out or would take out Andretta to maybe keep him alive for the revive, but it doesn't matter at all. That zone is starting to move. He took the damage for absolutely nothing. He's Spider-Man swinging all the way around. No one's looking at him. He goes straight towards one of those airdrops, and it's an all or nothing play. He's going to be using this launch pad to see what he can do, but I don't see it popping out of the package. This is unfortunate. He doesn't have that rotation.
Floss isn't really known as a solo player yet. He has had some great solo placements, 21st in Chapter 2 Season 3 solo FNCS, but he's not known as a player who's, yeah, I'm just gonna be that guy fragging out at the end. We're getting a ton of points, so I want to see it. Let's be real. I want to see the big clutch from him coming up. He's been a player who's been here since day 1 of the semi-finals. He said yesterday it was his time to qualify. He felt confident in it, and in all honesty, it definitely was not their time because they did not play up to the standard of the level of team that they're at. Today, I want to see it.
Seeing a few good things, but still one of the patterns from yesterday for Flowis's team was the fact that they were choosing some bad spots when the zone's starting to move, or, you know, base selections where they get isolated out and their backs are always to the storm. It happened there just again, and Nate will also be one of the solos we'll be watching. He has a pad though, so expect to see him a little bit towards that late game. Niaizen, who had 52 points, second place with Kaizen, doesn't have his teammate down as well, so we've kind of found all the god solos to look at, some of the best players at a potential for their clutch. I do see Kane and Cruel still alive, and they will have 2 pads center circle. The zone does move towards the top as well.
Look at this loot, nothing to work with. 57 builds, doesn't even have a lick of heals in his inventory to go with. Nate on that far bottom left. On the bottom right, we see Flois. Every single solo basically with the same amount of materials, everything to work with. But Flois on that bottom right does have the Spider-Man's web shooters to get himself to that front side of the zone. Everyone's just going for the rotate, but that low level that Flois has decided to land at may be unfortunate for him here. Up at the top, Niaizen hits the launch pad. This is looking rough for all the solos.
It really is. When Niaizen's making the most out of this one, he finds a pad, excavates it from the ground. This man, the archaeological beast himself, will find 2 ways to just keep up in the air. He goes for the recycled pad as well. Meanwhile, Nate will hit another one. 2. Flois still surviving. Looking at the bottom right side, 3 different solo stories, but which will fall first seems to be none due to Surge. They're all looking good so far. Nate and Flois have the best chances with that Spider-Man swing.
Absolutely, Nate's still got the most material still with 103 in the inventory. He's managing to pop one of those chugs, splash the backside of the zone, but pulling yet again another max distance zone. We said if Nate was on fire today that these guys could qualify, and it seems like he's definitely playing to some of his best capabilities. The bottom right, Flois now picking up an elimination in the backside of the zone, and it's on Niaizen as well. The 2 POVs we watched clash head to head, go back and forth, and now Flois is doing the exact same thing, going from the back of the zone up to the front.
And this man had a teammate. That's a height take right there. Definitely. I saw the momentum there too. He had to calm himself down. Lecce is still alive in this feed as well. He's finding a few back and forth. 18 different teams still up. The maximum you can really have at this moment. They're all going to be moving in towards that 7th zone, turning into 8th. It's a slow pull a little bit. A nice bounce back to get everyone to think about what to do next. Flois is right below Height next leader. And Irazumi, who've been here uncontested, I feel like since day 1 over and over again, looking to see if they can have a chance to win a game. Have to hold on all the way towards the very end. Nate mid to low ground. He's looking for his chances as well, but now he's really coming up against a lot of duos. There's a lot less space to work with as his zone shrinks and gets smaller. It's all up to him to see exactly what to do in a 2v1, but it's the leader actually getting challenged all the way at high ground. The Master not going to be there to sustain this type of play. He has to fall.
He has to do what he does. Down on low ground, cheating the glove. She's managed to hold it up that high, but no, the fall damage goes down almost down to 10 white HP. That was a single tick. The Charlie Chunk Splash coming on out. The battle for high ground has now started. The 50-50 mechanics have begun. And it seems like they're in good control so far, but this pressure is not absolutely stopped one bit.
A little bit of repeat for Glubsheet. Still, we know how much this costed leader and Irazumi down below. Glubsheet will have to hit this swing, and he does, and that's exactly what I want out of a weapon set. But now just 40 mats and another big chop down. This is trouble for Glubsheet overall. They're all in here on these builds. Have to find a refresh and a shot. It might just be a few more ramps. On the side of Cheatin, Nate, though, goes down inside the feed all the way towards the storm. Floko's there too. Zekat is trying a little bit to survive, but he's getting bullied by an entire duo. Floka gets invaded inside the box. Clement is going to have to just work as a solo now. That was an absolute big surprise. I didn't expect. It was Cruel that came just crashing in, and Irazumi now also keeps the dream alive. Up top, they find a little bit of a siphon. They have a chance to stay up. They have a voice, and Cruel is taken down too. Armored Wall to keep things up. Another elimination for Irazumi. 6, and that's on the meld. They have what it takes, Reese, to take this all the way home.
Yeah, the backside of the zone, getting a little bit of materials, whatever they can work with. It was just the Siphon Wood now. It seems to be down the 2v2v1. The solo, nowhere to be found. It's hiding in the box, and it's Alex caught. His clutch teammate Z Andy had his moment 2 seasons ago. Will he have his moment in this single match? But up on high ground, the materials have dwindled away to almost 0 on Irazumi. Older with 0 as well. The spray, hopefully going to be enough. The ammo, they found him. They've hit the shots. The launch pad comes out. We'll see if this can work. It's a 2v1 situation. It's a game of Kovacs, but he's in the tree at this moment. The chop will come down. The fall damage somehow still not over. The chop comes out, and it's Clinbury who goes down in second, but Irazumi is going to pick up the victory and qualify straight through to the finals in game number 2.
It's a day of height holders and winners. Time after time, they are denying any chance for anyone to retake them and hold on towards that finals run. They get a ticket straight there towards the next stage. What a fundamental game from leader Irazumi.
Absolutely. Seemed like a weird one in the end, right? It just kind of fizzled out so quickly there. We've had so much weirdness going on height. Fights back, left, right, and center. So many retakes just from the same people, right? Determination will get you there eventually. Oh, Leader alongside Irazumi were the persons who were on it to start with. They got it taken from them, and they said, you know what? We're going back up. We're taking it again, and we're taking home the victory royale.
Where did they get the mats from? I swear to God, I saw these guys run out like 4, 5 times. Are they spotting it in? What's going on? They just have wood to use and armored walls as well. That's a big tech. We also see a lot of the time, Reese, but that was just an amazing game.
Amazing game all around. We'll see what our height teams can do in game number 3, but first, let's break it down to the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast there on game number 2 of 6. My goodness. Irazumi, Ovalder, you guys have made it through. Super well fought. And yeah, just kind of going through and just finding those little windows, right? And be able to say, like, look, we know we don't have the materials, we don't have the resources. If I have to take a couple of ticks to storm to potentially guarantee we can get this victory out, it's worth it, Levin.
I'll be real, it was hilarious just hearing Reese describe that game. It's just a lot of weird, just weird, height takes, weird eliminations, weird mount counts. Like, it was weird. And I'm not gonna lie, it was weird. I think this is what you expect from these sort of reboot round type of games where it is just back and forth. You don't know who's on high. He was on high a second ago, but now he's eliminated, but now he's back to the lobby, but he's on high again. His teammate actually has Matt, his teammate didn't have. It is all over the place, but you know, they were able to come out on top there, and I don't expect anything less from these games in terms of that level of madness.
And I think one of the biggest things that this game in particular showed is how important it is to be up as a duo. While so many people are just clinging on for whatever placement points they can get, knowing other people go down, looking for an opportunity to solo clutch, if you are able to just stay hip to hip with your teammate, it makes that last fight just so much easier. And how many games now have we seen where there's just a plethora of solos at the end? And if you have an extra person, I'd say your chances are that much better.
Another team from session 1 picking up the victory royale. And I gotta just keep looking at the rest of the lobby, right? People like Floki and Clement. Once again, we see them up there making it a top 15, but they just can't piece it together. They had a pretty decent start, Sundown, but you know, once again, this is just chaos. It's just mass chaos. Everyone's trying to win. Everyone's trying to contest high ground. And in those moments, like, you just have to be able to know what you need to do next. And for them, it's just not clicking. I'm not sure what it is quite yet.
I mean, I'm fine with where they're at. Keeping an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. They were in 3rd place coming to this. They picked up a bunch more elims here. I think with that Victory Royale team being pulled out, they're pushed maybe into 1st or even 2nd at this point in time. So while, like, yeah, the early game, there's a little bit of question marks going on, they found a lot of success on that kind of backside of the zone scrum. And during those highlights, a big reason for that was their priority position on that half-in, half-out zone. They were just on the inside of it, but they had the clear route ahead of all the other teams who were on that western side, and they ended up picking up, I think it was like 7, maybe an 8th elimination there, so they should be fine.
Yeah, that was still a high point game for them, like a 42-point-ish kind of game, right? That's the kind of game that you know you'll be quite happy about if it was, let's say, the FNCS finals, right? So I wouldn't be too worried. Lack of awareness there in the backside of the zone while trying to get in a limb. I'm sure these guys will be all right moving into the next couple games. They're doing all right.
So do you guys then think they're playing for the Victory Royale, or you guys think they're playing for the placement?
I think they're playing for the Victory Royale. I just think in that moment there where we saw them go down, it was literally just like, you're in the backside of the zone. Any top Fortnite player knows you're in the backside of the zone. Things happen, right? There's going to be a solo lurking around or another team trying to drop down to get eliminations, especially if you're on low ground, right? That's where people go when they're completely out of everything and there's no hope left in their games, right? So if you're not aware in that moment, you can get taken out like that.
Yeah, and I would just say, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both, right? They're playing for the end game in this circumstance, right? They just want to be there. They're trying to stay hip to hip. In worst case scenario, they're able to get results.
I like it. Okay, that's good. That's why I was like poking and prodding, looking for this answer specifically. But once again, congratulations, Irazumi and Avolder. And again, I'm so sorry if I say any of your names wrong. You guys can just tweet at us, let us know how to say it correctly. We'd love to take a moment to do that. But we got to turn our attention to the standings. We already got a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of sneak peek. Floke and Clement coming into 2nd place as of right now. Now the bubble, look down to that top 6. Right, we've got 2 teams tied at 57 points, which is good for them right now because they're keeping the 54 out. But if they continue this tie, they could potentially get pushed out. Kane and Cruel, another duo we've seen performing very well, right underneath them. Flois and Andretta over at Sleepy Sound, right? They made their return back there. I mean, there's still so many duos that we have seen performing. And again, it's just about like that experience, right? I think that my big question mark is like, how well do we think they're performing against like these 2 separate player, right? From session 2 and now session 3. Do we think these guys are performing well? Like session 1 teams in like specifically?
I'll leave that for you to answer something. I want to hear your thoughts on this actually.
Oh, I mean, I would say the biggest thing is just looking at the number of teams who are actually in the lobby. There's only been 22 duos who have been pulled in. One of them was out yesterday, so there's 21, whereas there's 29 who are still there. So they still hold the majority of the pot. But there's something to be said for experience, right? You've been playing kind of in this slightly semifinal format. There is one more extra game there, but you've had a little bit of extra reps going in.
Yeah, I think ultimately it does come down to the fact that as much as there is that experience there, right, like we've talked about, there are so many changes that are happening. Even in this session, in terms of game to game, there are loads of changes. But from the first session to now, it's night and day almost in certain ways in terms of the way the dynamics around the map actually work. So again, you know, even these session 1 teams, they've had to make big adjustments. And some of them I think are struggling, but I do think some of them, you know, going into these next couple of games will finally start to feel that kind of sort of rhythm going in.
Love it. Perfect. Yes. And that's what it's all about. Adaptability, right? That is what makes a good duo, and it's a mark of it and a testament to these players' skill. But for now, the battle bus is all ready. It's all warmed up, so we're going back with our casters for the next game.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And yeah, Levin's kind of right. Adaptability is one of the things, and you know, depending on what day, it is going to be a little bit different overall with your experiences. But with this day being the last one, Reese, no matter what it is, you have to try to either win or be consistent enough to hit that top 6.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, a lot of the teams here aren't going to make it. And that's sad to hear, but there's got to be some of the big names clutch on up. We've obviously seen Floki and Clement across the weekend struggle. Today, they seem to be doing a lot better. They seem to be in their stride a little bit more. And at the same time, there's going to be a lot of those less known teams, the less experienced teams that will just have that pop off and keep their way up.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'm noticing too in terms of having a little bit less of that experience overall of a set lobby in the lobby, high ground teams just get to have it kind of for free if it's early enough. I mean, the denial retakes that I'm watching aren't that extensive. Will there be a new challenge is the question, because game number 3 is right underway.
Semifinals game number 3 underway. We've had 2 fantastic so far with them. Definitely challenging games in terms of stackness. End game, mid game, whatever it is. We've seen it all so far in the first 2. Starting things off with Snazy and Nate with some a little bit more ease at the start this time, not having SLQ and Slovey right next to them.
Yeah, but Pickle and Meld are right there. I don't see Kane and Cruel unless I might have missed them directly on that drop, so possibly a change happening right there. But Wolfie and Mr. J, they'll rock it down at Coney Crossroads. We thought it'd be a little bit free so far for everyone possibly landing here, but that was not the case at all today.
Yeah, I mean, this was Ira zooming over to the drop spot, right? 3 teams have moved here from what was an uncontested drop spot previously. Like, this has been Irazumi's home for qualifier after qualifier, season after season. We see Fire Hunters move from Tilted. Jox, who was originally on south side of Sleepy, has also moved here at the same time. And then I missed who that third team was right off the bat there, but they've also moved. So this has just become a mess. This is what happens when a team is removed from the lobby. Players think, you know what, I'm going to be the one who's going to go there. I'm going to get the uncontested drop. Clearly no one else is going to do that. Incorrect.
It's like musical chairs, but it's a very big chair. And like there also just can't be one winner, right? Everyone's kind of attracted to it, but man, the music has not just stopped yet. Still have a few more games to go, so maybe the adjustments come back in. These are kind of all misfit teams, though. You're kind of correct in terms of like, you know, they're coming from spots where things might not be working out as much. They're coming from places where they might not have a home, so trying to find one at a brand new drop you're not even comfortable with, and now there's more teams there too. You weren't even expecting this. It's worse off than your previous, you know, entire engagement.
Now, one of the things I'm actually thinking is Skyzoo's team was Sleepy Sound South normally, and then today they've moved to Tilted. So that's 2 teams from Tilted have moved here at the same time. So wow. We were probably looking at Sanjay and Vav, Raxi and Mixon should be chilling off spawn. As we look to a team who is not, which is Nova and Hardfine, a team who struggled a little bit. I know their Coach Harry, have been trying to prep for this off-spawn battle so far with the teams all around them. And sometimes there's only so much prep you can do. You just have to hit the shots. You just have to outfight and outclass the opponent, which is Malamo and Sirs, who's very, very, very understanding of this south side of the map. They've been landing here throughout the entire season so far.
Oh, things are getting crazy inside the crossroads, though. Lanes finally starting to clash. Wolfie, Mr. J, I feel like they're always going to be going either up and down together. Do have a little bit of clutch potential, but it's never one person making a mistake. They hold down the line towards the very end.
Look at that map in the bottom right as well. 2 more teams starting to rotate their way into third party. I'm guessing that's Volko and Pena on the right hand side, maybe Bofink and Bevies on that far left, trying to go on in. It is indeed. This is becoming just a complete mess of a POI. You know, we saw the first 2 games with so many players still left up in this. We've got 5 players down so far, and I expect that to drop even faster right now. Yeah, the map's popped up in the bottom right. Thank you very much, production. It is indeed Bofink and Bevies moving on in from the loot lake on the far left. And then Pena's team was also taking shots in there. There is not enough chests in this. There's not enough loot for 2 teams to split. Fights here are awkward with 2 teams, but with 3 and 2 on the outside, third partying in, nada.
I'm like watching literally a half and half zone. It feels like this isn't even the first zone. Why is everyone
it's
here?
Arena.
It's arena now, completely. So tough. Skies and Jocks. Oh, they're always gonna jump on a little bit of a mistake or, you know, an overpeak. And Symmetry, I think, kind of scared the last people these guys fought was Let You Swilliam. So they kind of have experienced maximum aggression inside this lobby, and they have been splintered apart before. So really trying to stick together. Meanwhile, yeah, Wolfie, Mr. J, as I said, Mr. J just getting taken apart as Wolfie nearly goes down. That's Symmetry just running inside that box, but unfortunately, they're knocked out between 2 different teams. It's a crossfire, and he can't get out. Kong already down, and it's straight into the face of one of his opponents. It's not going to be enough. That's Skyzoo just taking him apart.
Crossfire at the crossroads. We've got the 2 teams left remaining from this, which is the 2 teams who ended up pushing in here from a distance at the same time. Bofink and Bevies now probably pretty happy with what they've managed to get out of this. They've got their surge. They're currently 8th in the leaderboard. They're not looking to take any risks. They're in no way trying to fight Skyzoo out of that, which now just leaves Skyzoo's team in there as a duo, which, I mean, I don't know what's left. Hopefully there's enough materials. There's plenty of metal in that drop spot, but I don't know what in terms of a loot, what else they've got in here. And as we move back to Lotix and Sindri, have moved into the south side of Sleepy Sound rather than being on that shell or high water over to the west of this, but they are fighting against Force and Wings. Yesterday, Sundown's prediction, who've now disengaged.
Yeah, I feel like Wings and Force overall had some struggles really just getting past that mid game. Overall, they've maybe had incorrect decisions on where to position, because I feel like every time it's something that's going wrong in hindsight. One build not covered up properly, or maybe not being on a hill, instead being too low and not having enough of a sight line, over peeking for it and then going down. Here some moments from Symmetry and Kong. Rolling through, and everything looked good for the moment. They're taking apart everyone inside the POI. Confidence is there. I saw 8 points. I guess they all got it from this game, basically. There we go, yeah. And after that, it was just absolute doom and demise. Wow.
I mean, that...
Hey, invest in a bigger toaster, like, I don't know.
The same thing happened to both teammates as well. We saw Wolfie sitting behind the unfortunately sized toaster being picked up from a long distance, and then another, obviously there from Mr. J, just sitting chilling at the same time, getting sprayed in the back. So maybe a little bit of caution needs to be thrown into the wind there when you've got two different teams contesting you in such a small drop spot. You've got to be aware of those angles that are going to come around from the back, get those sprays in. Use a bit of wood. Come on, guys. Come on, one build.
If you only have like 8 builds, that's a, you know, heavy investment you're asking for. But
well, now they aren't in the lobby, so place the wood wall. It's worth it. Trust me.
Here comes Nate and Snazy. I'm still looking for the magic, man. I just feel like, you know, I was here to watch a magic show, some magicians do some tricks, and I've only been watching, you know, the cup and ball 24/7 for a few quals. I haven't seen the craziness, you know, cloning or some type of, you know, it was actually twins the whole time between 2 doors.
You've not seen the rabbit in the hat yet.
The rabbit in the hat, yeah, exactly.
I'm hoping that's not the only tricks they have up their sleeve, realistically, because, you know, 37 points so far. They're a bit in the money, 12th. They're on that leaderboard. They're in the discussion that we've had. But from this split, we've seen so much success throughout the FNCS so far. Pink and Anas, a qualifier number 2, won from this exact drop spot, doing the exact same strategy. I'm hoping that Snazy and Nate have learned from that, have VOD reviewed, have picked up the idea. But I already know that they haven't, because I understand this is not how you play that drop spot. This drop spot is about getting out of there way faster, getting set up on some of these hills that they've just driven past. And it seems like these guys don't have a great grasp of how to play that particular split.
That might just be a cost of adaptation, right? You don't have everything entirely in there. Andy, liking classic cartoons, wants to be, you know, the angel on the side of the foundation. I like it. Giving good advice, hopefully, on where the zone should go.
Which shoulder is on? Left side? Is that the good one or the bad one?
I think if it's Andy, either shoulder is good, you know?
Right,
okay. He can just fly around a little bit. Okay, I thought this was about to just fall completely. I've actually never seen POVs of people on the foundation. He's like, I disagree. I want to choose.
No. I am the bad one. Now I'm down. You know, see, Andy, I still think back to the Chapter 2 Season 7 semifinals clutch. See, Andy at the time, one of the greatest moments in Fortnite history created by this man right here. Do you think we're going to see that today? This is the final chance for them to qualify. They've been here all 3 days.
I've seen rays of light from this duo specifically, right? Over and over again, but I have not seen the sun shine. So you got Andy in a lobby that is a lot more difficult controlling height for multiple zones in the end game, but then going down to like a 4th retake, right? They're denying retakes from people that are just completely insane of the game. Tayson Thomas trying to go for it as well, and they're just like, you know, it's not happening, but they don't have what it takes to get to that 9th zone and secure the big clutch. And you're talking about Zandy with the clutch as well. I feel like in this format, especially in this day, it has to be a duo win that comes through. I don't think today will be a big day of solo clutches overall. I think it comes down to a 2v2 towards the end. I never see Zgot and Andy combining and surviving till that point. They're always kind of like a rocket ship. One part has to fall for the other one to keep boosting up. That might be so difficult to pull off today.
And that's exactly what we saw in the previous game. It was Alethcott still left in it. I think he was 3rd or 4th in that last game, so you're completely right. But this game could be the game. This is a far southeast zone. They're already at the home zone for these guys. They're comfortably set up so far already. A lot of these other teams are going to have to rotate over this. What is, quite frankly, a horrible zone. What a lot of the players think is the worst and most difficult zones to play in this current map because of just the huge bodies of water here. The rotations across these are so hard because the players who are set up early, like Zandy and Zigon on the right-hand side here, are set up in that high spot. They can hold anyone who is rotating past. So if you're a team in this particular zone, get down there early.
I just pressed my map bind on my keyboard by accident to try to get, you know, the whole zone's perspective. I'm like, that's not how this works.
He's muted me instead by accident.
We'll have to see in just a second. We get some different POVs of everyone that's kind of rotating in, and I'm just more so focusing on the mini map, at least on who's not zoomed in. There we go, Floki. Thank you. Yeah, it just seems like you just have to claim an island. I'm only really experienced with this type of circumstance, thinking about some of the instances in chapter 2 where you're forced to go towards that, you know, top left side, towards the islands overall. You either have to make an all-in claim and hope it works out. If not, you're up to, you know, big costs. The fact that launch pads aren't as prevalent anymore is going to be so much tougher to rotate. We saw Fast Roki and Kylie, I believe, yesterday, just in the water by themselves in a place they shouldn't have been allowed to be in. You end up with circumstances like that with no mats. It becomes very desperate.
They also came second that game from my recollection. They went deep into the end game. It was, I'm not sure if it was specifically second, but they managed to make it work. And that's what these teams are going to have to do right now. You know, we see majority of the POVs that we've gone to are either right on that edge line, as we can see in that bottom right map right now, that Floki and Clement. You know, in game 1, we saw them kind of stagger, get to that good point in the zone, get some tags, rotate on. Right now, they're not doing that.
You can actually blame the pros for this zone 100%.
Oh, yeah.
If I recall correctly, we just had something roll on the pre-show where we asked everyone, any of you, some of the top pros, what do you prefer, the snow or the sand? And I'm pretty sure sand won like 8-2 or something. So it's their fault. We gave you what you asked for, and now it's, you know, water and sunshine. Yes, no resort though. It's people looking for surge. That's the worst.
We have seen a lot of sand zones. You are, you might be onto something here.
Telling you, we asked. We literally asked.
This is definitely not the zone that they wanted when they had that in mind, though. Thinking we're in a full southeast water zone.
Oh man, Kane and Cruel still below overall. Floki Clement also finding some trouble. I like that instant armored wall from their opponents as well. That's really good to make sure you're not any type of big pressure. That's fast Floki. Kylie Kane actually diving a lot deeper than he can handle. He does not know how to swim in those depths. 22 HP now. And Cruel also trying to keep his head above high water, but there's so many different people acting as the opposite of lifeguards, punishing Kane and Cruel for diving in this pool. This is tough.
Lucky managed to keep the majority of the metal that they can use for later on if they can find somewhere to reharvest some of that brick and wood, but I don't think that's going to be possible. I'm thinking this is going to be an engagement they're going to continue to go on to, and it seems to be Fast Roki and Kylie. They've still got their eyes on. Yep, the walls replace the cones in the box. Oh, they're just trying to have to take another angle as they're getting sprayed by the entire lobby set up very early on here. Here we go, Fast Roki and Kylie. This could be a rough one for them.
And that's exactly what they were looking for. A little bit of attention, you know, attracted towards them. It goes straight to Fast Roki as well because they're in the front. Nice pump from Cruel. That is what I'm talking about. That is so nice to grab that attention, take the risk, and then actually use it against their opponent.
This is exactly what I talked about. The teams who are rotating late to these kind of zones will be punished. And that wasn't even their first elimination on Roki. That was because they were rotating at the same time, getting shot from the entire focus of every single player, boxed up early with eyes on the prize.
Ali and Barry, he'll also deal with inside the zone. It seems like every team that is below on Surge is right on that storm line. They've been edging in and out, and that's just because they've been delayed on their movement looking for shots. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out. Barry's very close to that line. Mixon might be playing the next game in a few seconds or getting ready for it because 300 damage below. You're going to have just a 4-second beam on someone's head to try to catch up. This is going to be tough. Raxish has nothing in his inventory. Mixon 75, multiply that by 5. That's the damage they kind of need overall from this standpoint to be comfortable for the whole game. He's gone. Climberry's now also above as well.
All kinds of berries in Fortnite. Flynn, Leon, Clom, doesn't matter. But all we know is that these guys are currently below the surge, but they're in the box. They're getting super aggressive here. Controller plays, comes out, and the knock is finished as well. So that's going to be a super easy elimination. The launch pad comes out from the opponent. I'm surprised to see these guys below Surge. Climberry is like a new and up-and-coming player in my eyes. I watched him last season do really well. I watched from his POV playing with Candy. He was such a smart IGL in my eyes. I was really impressed with his knowledge and understanding of the game at the time. So in duos, to see him doing well right now, big smile on my face, but also to see them, you know, struggle a little bit with Surge. Look, it's going to happen to every single level of player, let's be real.
Yeah, I feel like Surge normally, especially in this circumstance, is getting to the second zone when there's like room to actually move around and see people rotating in front of you. From the way you describe Climberry and Leon as well, they seem the type to kind of have those mid-range type of engagements to stay up above that number overall. When there's water involved, when it's this zone specifically, you don't get to do your typical type of surge route or, you know, try to condition the lobby in the same type of way. It's very different, and sometimes you just don't see people, especially being north side completely. Everyone just starts to run around the circles of the zone entirely, trying to stay on the land of the middle is filled with water. So if everyone's island gaming and you're the only one that's kind of swimming or trying to be that lifeguard, no one's jumping in the water, Reese. You're not going to find any of that surge. Maybe that's why Clint and Leon are struggling this game.
That was until the team that we just saw up in front of them just getting beamed back. There was a team who thought they were going to go for some swimming lessons. It was Bevy's team. As we move over to Floki and Clement, just to see what went down here. The pre-edit play comes out to the back, and unfortunately,
oh my god, twice.
They were not ready for that. The pre-edit plays are so powerful in this season in particular because of those high fire rate weapons. You can spray through the walls so quickly and just start getting damage and initiate that fight with such big beams early on.
Now, Krusty and Relvis, this specific duo, similar
menaces
to Andy, Z-God, Kane, Cruel. They've had a chance at greatness. They've been at height multiple times as well. Fallen, though, at those times, and they've been up against legends taking that fall. A lot of those legends not in this lobby anymore, and they don't have zone right now when it comes to Krusty and Relvis. Is there a chance for them to maybe take a high ground win? Because they look kind of finicky, wonky. As soon as there's a little bit of interruption, they just give it up completely.
I just want them to take it at the right time. You know, I hope they've learned the lesson. This is the kind of classic story of a reboot round style game where winning a game matters. It's always teams who take it really early on in some of the earlier days or earlier games, learn their lesson. We're thinking all the way back to last season's Grand Royale with Aqua, just taking height first move in every game, and then finally the final time he took height in that kind of third moving zone towards the final moving zone, won the game. It's a similar situation here where Krusty and Relvis through yesterday, man, they were just on height at like the wrong time every time. First move in, fifth zone, whatever it was. They were trying to claim that way too early when so many teams are going to try and go for it. And there's going to be so many turnovers that you have to be able to play low and mid, take it later on, pick up the Victory Royale like we've seen in basically every other Victory Royale so far across the weekend.
All about that timing, and it might be a turnaround for Andy and Zeke in terms of playstyle or strat in terms of what's going on right now. They focus so much on position and not on shooting that they're below surge, but you can see the pattern replicate across the entire lobby. Krusty, Relvis, it is not their time. It's not their position either. Krusty is down at 61 points, so close towards the top side of the board as well. This is your de facto third place team, also just falling before they have a chance at high ground as well. They are down by the dirt for the moment. This is just tough as Relvis has to watch Krusty go down.
The amount of plays from solos we've seen today in endgame is honestly incredible. Last game was just a match of solos up until the final 2v2 situation, basically. It's the exact same thing now with Leon losing Clint. It seems like they're gonna have to start trying to get in. He's wasting a ton of his hard materials trying to get in. The whole lobby focus comes across from every single player.
Yeah, it's just like a second or half a second of, you know, not building. Instant damage, 50 tag. You can see there's so many duels on this side of the map. It's impossible to move as a soloer now. You have to be perfect. You have to have someone covering for you as you keep moving because everyone's side by side. Yeah, Leon just offline for a half second, and once again, he gets taken out.
He had 2 HP. If he'd popped that big pot, you could have had at least a little bit more HP to try and fight with rather than going for the 10-second med kit. But unfortunately, those are the plays that you don't make in the exact moment.
Yeah, and look at the exact moment for every team in the lobby right now. No one has the next zone. It's Max, and everyone has to move in the Joneses. This is tough. There is airdrops active all around, but everyone's also down on surge. They have so many decisions to make.
Spider-Man web shooter players right here are going to be in their element. Trees, cover, everything to manage to fly on through. You can see a couple of them coming all the way through. Fearless already making his way in. The players starting to launch pad over. Payna alongside Vocal making their way in too. I am scared for the players at the backside of the zone, but a lot of the home zone players like Ziandi, Alex Scott already made it in. This is their drop spot, and they are already in their prime.
And a lot of these players moved at the exact same time, so no one's even taken that much damage. Everyone's just built brand new bases. There might be a few walls misplaced, maybe traps set up for multiple different players. Andy and Z-God are kind of natives to the side of the zone. They're not happy that the entire lobby just moved here immediately with no paperwork whatsoever, with no, you know, discourse or conversation. Hey, maybe you can be towards my right. Do you want to move in towards the left? No one cares, and now they're kind of angry. They have the position, though, Reese, to control high ground. Timing's everything, though. When should they go for it?
Not now. I'm going to tell you that right now. Second or third moving zones towards the end of that. Now, this zone's almost definitely not going to pull to the east based on the fact that it's right at the edge of the map. Maybe I will eat my words. No, I will not. It pulls to the far west-hand side. So any of these players who situate them far deeper to that side are not in a good spot. We see on the far left-hand side, like Q-Rox, Lecce, in the kind of southwest side are in the best spot. Dead side can easily start rotating through that first moving zone without too much worry.
This is a max pull for the majority of the lobby, so there's gonna be a lot of mats. That's M 3 times, and I'm hoping some of these teams, and turn that M upside down, get a W up inside this zone. They have to be a little bit efficient right now. They might be just a little bit all in for the moment. So Deox, yes, even as a solo, he's making that efficiency to the utmost maximum, moving in, recycling the launch pad by himself though. Take a look at some of these dual solo actives. Snazy, Nate on the low, we see their perspective. They're going for a sedan play. At this point of the game, kind of bold, but let's see if they have that navigation on point, going straight through the builds and jumping through mid-ground like a fire hoop. That's crazy. I'm watching a movie right now from Snazy, but he doesn't have the traction to stay on course. Finally getting off, but they saved so many mats and skipped a very dangerous part of the zone. He tarps in. It's going to be right beside him. It's up for Nate to get active now. We mentioned it at the start of the show, Reese. It's all up for Nate's damage potential. His prowess as a fragger to really put this team on the map and make them feel alive.
You put him at the back of the zone. He has some of the best aim in the game. He will pick up frags. He will pick up refreshes. He will get your team moving. I'm just slightly concerned about the material situation on both of them. Unfortunately, up on high ground, Lecce and Swilly have taken it too early. Yeah, again, look at the materials they already have. 44 builds to his name. Is he going to be able to get the refreshes from this point and keep themselves moving? Swilliam has enough, but we'll have to see.
It's a mini bounce back, so they can use the same mats a little bit, and they'll have less people trying to pressure them. Everyone right now is going to be focused on saving mats, maybe not going for a retake. That being said, though, for mid-ground, it becomes kind of crazy. People who are running out of mats might end up box to box. Some of the solos might start to invade certain cubes and boxes. We'll see if it's possible. Deox has to make that decision. He's very low on mats now, and he's going to be up inside Carmi's heart, going for a few shots. He's going to get denied and shut down from the backside. There's more solos even behind him. This end game has layers, and he's one of the first ones to go down.
Campaign go down in the feed at the same time. Cruel left as the solos. William and Lecce still up on the high ground at the same time. Z Andy, the clutch god himself, still flying to the front side of the zone, picking up elimination onto Till, who goes down too. So they're still in this up as a full duo at the same time. Lecce and Swilliam's materials starting to dwindle away. The materials in terms of their ammunition still looking actually pretty strong, so they have the potential to get some of these refreshes, and if anyone's going to hit some of the shots, it's going to be a guy like Lecce.
Lecce has a tail right now as well. He's just swinging from tree to tree. It's looking crazy. Cruel with a nice little bit of a clutch and a big pickup and a few mats that he can use to stay on the slow ground, but it's duels that he has to deal with now. Elevating up, this is smart, just getting away from all that pressure. Looking good by himself, Kane in his ear too. You have to realize 2 days, almost 10 games of pressure on his back. He wants to just find that relief. He wants that win, but with Lecce and Swilliam on high ground, I don't think any team can get as aggressive to try to shut them down now. Nate and Snazy, they're close. They're looking for it. It might be a 2v2 clash, but the whole entire server gets quiet. Nate finds Volumo, so there's a little bit of interruption on that layer. Cruel, though, on the backside, has to try. Swiftly realizes there's just something moving inside the storm. It's a bush play that Cruel will actually try to delay and get past. That's crazy, but now he's kind of all in. No mats on the top right side. He's trying to do whatever he can. Goes for the edit play. The first beam's there. He almost gets the second, but he is denied.
Yep, still high ground held by the same team's skin. The material's still dwindling down. The players down below, like Alex called, been picking up the refreshes left, right, and center, but they are picked up as well. Nate and Snazy still up in this as a duo. The low ground held by Nefrizi, losing Karma at the same time. Him also running down to low materials, trying to pop the heels, see what he can do at the same time. Getting pressured now from Snazy and Nate up above. It's a 2v1v1v2 at the situation at the same time on the low ground. He's dipped out of the box. He's away, but he's down as well.
Now we have Nate and Snazy. They're trying for it. Started up that mid, went up top, and now down. It's been a roller coaster of a game, and it's still going high speed. Look at the angles from Nate. They don't even exist. He's finding the shots. Lecce now low on HP, but there's a solo somewhere. They need to find him out because they can actually do so much damage to Snazy and Nate. It's Saka. He's focusing on height. He's gonna go for a few shots. Does he land anything? That's a question. He has high ground against 2 duos. How's that possible? Clashing with low. This man is jumping and not going down. How? And he finds a few shots on the Nate. That'll be a little bit even on both sides. Snazy and Nate now, 2v2 situation. Matt's running low, but he finds a few from that siphon. 5 HP for Nate. Oh no, that's a big shot. It's gonna be very good for Lecce though. This might be the qualification for either team. It could go each way. He can't go into the storm. Lecce with the smart angles, the big peaks, and the pinch from both players. Lecce and Swilliam are going to the finals.
All weekend, they battled it out off spawn. Chunkers, day 1, day 2, it doesn't matter because day 3, they qualified through. The day that Floki and Clement were not contesting them off of there. A huge game for them. You know what? I'll be wrong. I said they're going to take height too early. I said it didn't look like a victorial potential for them, but with some zone pullback, with some good shots hit, it's the Victory Royale.
It's Lecce, baby. He doesn't care. He'll just play the game. And that's what I'm talking about. It's all about the style, and that just looks so good. Once again, another 2v2 Reese. These solos having trouble going for the clutch.
Yeah, we're seeing like a big amount of pop-offs. We're seeing the points accumulated from a bunch of these, but not a single solo clutch winning it off. It's those teams who managed to stay in it as a duo till the end that are picking up the victory royales.
Yeah, now Zeke on one side, Levin and Sun on the other. Let's see them pinch down what happened in game number 3.
Thank you guys so much. Oh man, Shywager, what a guy. I cannot believe it. It's happened. Lecce, Swilliam, in case you don't know who Swilliam is, he competed in the Asia region, has come over to EU and said, look, I want to play here. I want to show everyone I'm good, that I can go region to region and still compete. And he did it. Levin, we've been talking about it for the last few days. What do you have to say about this, huh?
Props. They made it to the finals. We'll see what they can do there, but definitely not a team I expected to make it through. And like Reese said, the zones very much favored them here. They did well to get to endgame with what they had, right? You can see Lecce still had a couple charges in the web shooters. The zone pullback meant that they were able to keep their mats relatively high. The zone actually messed up everybody on the low ground, son, and I know you wanted to elaborate on that a bit, but look, they did well. They win the game, and this is now their chance to get to the finals. It took them a while, don't get me wrong, but they finally did it.
Yeah, the half and half out in particular, their ability to claim the fact that it pulled off of that natural high ground, it made everyone else burn so many materials. And then the casters did a great job of calling it out, with that solo in between was going to dictate it. And while he did end up going up and then dropping back down, the refresh went over to Lecce and Swilliam. They were the ones who were able to kind of find those mats and just completely wall out that bottom floor. So brilliant job by them, and really happy to see William getting a shot to compete in the FNCS finals here in Europe.
That's right, man. It's so double. We can't forget a duel coming in from session 3 today, specifically Nate and Snazy. They're just rolling around, man, making it into that top 5, being able to go shot for shot. It was absolutely clinical what they're doing. And look at this from the very beginning, earlier on in this game, right? Starting in 11, and now at this performance 11, they're looking at that top 6 saying, wait, we can do this. If we just keep the consistency up, if we just put our foot on the gas, we can hang and we can secure one of those spots.
Yeah, look, it was always going to be a possibility, right? When you look at the caliber of players that you expect them to be, you can see Snazy was really getting to work. And this is why I said at the start of the show, I still think Snazy is in top form. It was whether Nate would be up to his pace as well. And it seems like he was, but look at this. Snazy was really going in there with the damage, with that SMG. You know, he was feeling it. But look, Nate as well with a bunch of eliminations. I think the big thing with them is that the ending didn't quite go in their favor, right? You know, like someone said, if it had gone a bit differently, if the person, the solo, had actually been able to, you know, go out there and do some damage to the high ground team, they very much could have been the winners and they could be the ones in the finals. But regardless, this is a really nice game for them in the standings context, right? Because they get a bunch of eliminations, second place, what? That's like a 49, 50-point game-ish. Huge game for these guys.
Yeah, and the Vitality duo, they're going to be very happy with that, pushing through here and having the opportunity. They're going to be up on that leaderboard, but we're going to have to take a look at where the teams are contesting, because Zeke, we're halfway through the competition right now.
I know, man, and we still have plenty of time. All right, so what I want to do is not only, here we go, graphic, boom, Swilliam, Lecce, congratulations. All right, production, hit them with the standings. I'm not going to say anything. Levin and Sundown, they have insights. They've been in the back, like, want to talk about a bunch of stuff. So I'm just going to toss it your way, Levin. Hit us, let's go.
Well, I think the very interesting thing, of course, right away, you see Ziandi's duo sitting in first place and quite comfortably. They've got themselves a solid lead. I believe, if I remember correctly, Sundown, was this enough to qualify down, right, yesterday?
So it was yesterday, but you have to end up adding in the extra game we're playing today. So just kind of keeping a look at that 6th place line. We're just a little bit under the average of the 25 points per game so far coming through, but that always ends up squeezing up there. One thing to note, our only day 3 team who's currently in the top 6 is Snazy and Nate, the veterans coming through. And then we have one of our day 2 teams, the Loot Boy duo of Huddy and Swifty, who have also managed to push into the top 6. But keeping an eye on that line, there's only 2 points separating 6th and 7th right now, and still everyone else in the top 10 is well within touching distance of those qualifying spots. And only really Siege God and Ziandi has been able to separate themselves from the pack.
Yeah, and even if you're looking down, right, towards 7th, 8th, right, Floki coming, they had one of their worst games, right, in terms of they went down relatively early. I believe they went down in around 35th. So even with them, they're still sort of in that battle. They're still in that race. They're still on the right pace to be able to get in. And so this is going to be, you know, that game, you had an off game, cool, done, but now you got to start getting back involved in those end game battles, because really and truly, right, we're seeing you know, the duos who are able to stay a cohesive unit throughout these end games, even through all the shambles, all the madness, are the ones who are being able to get those victory royales. And even if you aren't getting a victory royale, in terms of your points, it is just so beneficial.
Right, man. And this is it. We're halfway through the competition. That last opportunity to try and secure one of the last 6 spots on the bus. It's all about cementing yourselves, right? Saying, okay, whatever happened is what has happened before. We just need to go all in right here, right now. We either need to start playing for just placement. If we're far down, we got to play for the victory royales. But I'm telling you, high ground is unlocking the victory royales for a lot of these duos. So we'll see if it continues to be a point of contention. But that's enough from us for now. We're going back with our casters. Reese, Shy Wager, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke and the boys. Those first 3 games have been, let's say, intense. We keep talking about high ground switching over, but again, we're going to notice there's another drop spot opening up here down in Chonkers. It's been a point of contention throughout the entire FNCS so far, and I'm thinking, are you thinking it's going to be a little bit different this game? See what's going to happen?
It might possibly. We'll see, exactly who gets to fight there, but I want to take a second real quick. Enjoy life. Because Nate's back, baby. You see that last game, Reese? I know they came second overall, but this man was hitting his shots. Is what we asked for. And if that's the case, these next 3 games are going to be insane.
Again, they're high on the leaderboard. You got to remember, right now, the top of the leaderboard's looking awfully close. It's kind of top heavy at the same time, but with the consistency factor of 3 more games going down, one bad game could throw you real far down that leaderboard.
No, absolutely. And we saw a few people still in the lead. You have to also remember, we're looking at 120 points, 11, and Sundown especially mentioned it on the desk. There's that extra game overall. Teams might be looking at, 140, 150 points. Zandy at 120, Reese. Can they even fall that far? They look so consistent today. I feel like they're basically qualified.
I think so. And hey, we're about to find out because game number 4 is just ready to start.
Game number 4. With this one ending, we'll be having 2 more after as well. But this game will also send 1 more duo straight to the finals. It was just Letchi and Swilliam. Now it'll be someone just following right in their coattails. The question is, where does that zone go? Who gets blessed? Who gets cursed off of spawn as well with that contestation? That's the real question. Hard finding Nova. I've been trying to break that curse game after game, but once again, it looks like there might be people beside them. No, there might be a late arrival here. Is this a switch up completely? Because usually I see them in trouble, but they look good right now.
You can hear the Butter Barn theme in the background banging right now. That song slaps.
Oh, it really does.
Back over to the Nate and Snazy, your boys that you're happy you're back. See,
yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
gonna happen.
Hopefully, like Cavern though is looking kind of crazy right now. I think we were counting what, 2 teams maybe that are contesting and 3 running around. I see like 4, almost 5 here. Right? I mean, I understand, people are getting desperate. They want to go for a win, free pads and whatnot, but this is kind of insane.
It's funny because like previously we've seen craziness in this drop spot, but in this drop spot, not around this drop spot. We're watching Nate and Snazy against Slove and SLQ. You can see the map at the bottom right that Slove's team has managed to get the lamb off spawn, forcing Nate and Snazy here to actually start to push in on that north side, get whatever loot they can. There is so much in Covert Canyon that you can work with. And if you can try to grab this north side, I think they'll have enough to get out of here, but I'm wondering, are they going to start getting to engagement? These guys are high on the leaderboards. If they go down right now, currently in 3rd place, it could be absolutely detrimental in a massive way to their qualification.
The momentum especially. Ouch. Ow, my head hurts. That was too much, man. Sometimes these guys gotta relax. Flodax taking out a little bit of the anger for 2 days of fighting over at the Bugle. Yeah, Aqua might not be here. Still has a lot to go through. Those are some tough shots.
Rough indeed for Flodax and Amplify. Again, they have been here all weekend. And I think they're just benefiting at this point from being almost kind of stubborn, where teams are just qualifying that are landing here already, or they're just leaving eventually because it's not working. And now there's like 2 or 3 teams left. The Aqua and the Noah Rayleigh isn't here anymore. They've kind of got some space to work with. They're still having to unfortunately fight off the other teams that are contesting them, but they have seen a little bit more, shall I say, leaderboard positive games today than they have the other 2.
Yeah, they've definitely had a chance to play Fortnite, so to speak, right? Like
an increased volume to other days. Oh, they switched up the drop spot actually this time, back to the At least they had a bit of a mess at yesterday. Clearly, Sanctuary wasn't working out. The 7 points so far, midway through the tournament. They seem to be contesting big ol' Liam down here.
Yeah, I mean, there's another Reese right there, my friend. You're playing and casting? That's kind of crazy.
You know, if I'm at the top of the leaderboards, I'll claim that as I'm playing.
Respectfully,
I don't think I am right now, 25th. I am not playing, I'm just casting.
Might be coming there. Oh, is that allowed? Is that okay? Frey, 20 HP, doing this and still landing a little bit of damage. Kidwell has to catch up here with the action too. Frey going down that siphon will give Liam a little bit of shield to work with. She'll let Kidwell take the 50 bot? I guess not. Very good denial there.
Oh,
and it's coming in, and he's gonna cost a lot of HP. Kidwell! What?
Liam, my boy, Resank, definitely not me. Sorry, I was getting a little bit distracted there and had to stop playing for a little second. That is unfortunate. Seemed like either the mouse disconnected.
I mean, that's an option, man. I think he just got him so confident and just went for the beam. I mean, kind of a psychopathic play because you're low on, you know, shields completely. And the heal bait rarely works that swiftly where it looks that good, but that's exactly what we just watched. Now, right now, Fast Rookie Kylie there, a little bit of trouble as well. Explosions down below that Kylie will have to deal with. Meanwhile, Fast Rookie up top is taking a little bit of damage from the opponents he's fighting. Med miss and a little bit of repositioning vertically will get him out of the way, but it's costed a lot, and he's been found that Pepper will make him a little bit faster to be able to run around, and this is still looking a little bit unfortunate. No Matt still left, 2 walls, now 1. You say if you have one, just put it down, Reese. It will be the difference maker in this fight.
Seen a lot of difficulty here. This team's been uncontested off spawn for the majority of it so far. And not managing to capitalize on that. The Kong switching up the drop spot to get involved with a strokey fight. Maybe they're feeling confident here, but both teams with basically 0 materials, not to work through, no idea where the opponents are either, just taking the shots into the bush, just hoping for the best. This is just a situation of who's just gonna hit the shots. The 50-50 comes out and it's not symmetry, unfortunately. Kong comes through, hits 1, hits 2, that's the knock. He's ready to go for the 3rd. The finish comes through as well. He's 200 HP. Siphon materials come through. This has to be a max damage from Kylie. He's running, the shot's missing again with the heavy. I have to go with the chase, and I think this fight's just gonna get more drawn out at this point.
This fight brought to you by Tilted Town, where we don't like to build and just shoot over and over again. Now the builds are finally coming in. These guys realize why Fortnite's so much fun to play, and Kylie is using this bush in just an expert fashion to be able to, you know, deny the sightlines. It feels like I'm watching a trailer for all the new items added into the game from like the last chapter. They're using absolutely everything. Cars, bushes, builds, shots. It's getting crazy.
We're going to see a wide and someone's just going to Spider-Man web sling through, and that's going to be it. This is actually how the trailers are filmed. How is this fight still going on? Kong has 200 HP, all these heals. I know you don't have mats, buddy. Oh my god, he's still in it!
Where's Kylie getting this HP? I swear to god, he's been hit for like 1,000 damage. Is this some surge thing? I don't know about. It's the guzzle juices coming in from his inventory. That's why
there it is.
He's sitting alive so fast while he moves around. Kong thinks it's a 20 HP opponent, but he's gonna be surprised when he has to deal a little bit more damage. The shot has to hit to all of his own builds.
There we go.
Okay. Nice clap down. Kylie Fastroki will not be in this game.
I lost, you know what? I just lost words at that point where I just thought, how was he still in this? How has this fight been drawn out?
I don't know where we are anymore.
Are we in game 15? I feel like we are. Which day of the semifinals are we in at this moment? That fight lasted a long time.
Eighth, okay, melt down. So they actually did commit to the cavern. They have the pads as well.
Oh, wow.
Definitely seems like it's a completely different game. They were down so bad. What did Fast Rookie Kylie do to us, man?
Aged us. We've grown up since this game started.
Had kids, graduated, eliminated, rest.
That's how long that fight went on for.
Yeah. Crazy.
Easy managed to capitalize on that. Like we said, we just saw the replay there of the single elimination, managed to get themselves the vault loot as well, which has, as we mentioned, gained the double pads. PR now. I'm wondering, I've seen a lot of teams so far not use a single shotgun in their inventory. I'm not sure if Snazy has one on himself or not, but Nate obviously opting not to use one in this particular situation. And there's been so many situations in the end game where having one player with a pump, with a striker pump, Definitely helps you out. Again, going over to Flois and Andrea, single SMG. That's the usual strategy set up with a single player using one striker shotgun, maybe even the heavy shotgun as well. And I feel like there's been a lot of teams who have benefited from that when they're at that mid-range with the double spray potential. But as soon as you're getting them fighting in that one tile distance, they lack that firepower a little bit.
I feel like you have a lot of opportunities to go buy builds and, you know, change your loadout for towards the end of the game when those shotguns do come into play. And a lot of the teams that are carrying this double spray, it's very cool you pointed it out. I also see have harpoons to be able to get into any of that loot to get the shotguns. Because one big thing, chug splashes, big shields, minis, med kits, they're always getting grabbed. Shotguns will stay there majority of the time. No one wants to swap out there, right? So the option's always open.
Bro, here's a look at the map. Relatively centered zone. Ref's Garden Scram crying right now. I take it back. It goes south. No surprise.
Reese, did you forget? The players love sand.
I know. Every game we're seeing potentially a bit of a south zone here. We also saw basically no one was in that south half of that next zone already. So we'll see. We've seen a bunch of the fights already going down. We saw the very, very long drawn out. You've got to expect that they've got their Storm Surge damage already. The teams down in Condo. Could expect that some of the teams on that south side can now play the dead side of the zone since they don't have to worry about trying to set up and hold players on rotation.
That would be the case for teams playing a normal game, but right now, Casper Vortexia, I'm not sure what horror movie we tuned into. Zone nowhere near them, and they're bunkering down for something that I can't see coming just yet, but something.
You know what? You don't have to understand every play.
That's true. Sometimes let's just watch a creative build fight in the middle of the zone where a lot of people can start a third party. You know, it just happens.
Well, this team is one of the tilted teams who has struggled with Surge every single game so far. They're the teams who's not taken a fight inside a tilt. This is the first time these guys are finally starting to take an engagement at this point of the zone. They have rotated a little bit to it. They have plenty of materials and they picked up an elimination. We saw Mixon do that earlier in the feed. And I think now they're just trying to get the solo at this point.
Exactly. They're just hunting down the solo, but this is one of the most inefficient hunts I've seen so far. And at the same time, the solo is really making them use double the mats to find them. Low HP overall. All they have to do is just not take too much damage. Raxish having a little bit of trouble getting there. Also one of the teams that is just rolling in on the third day. So we're talking about inexperience. I might not have that much experience at this point of the competition. They're still getting rattled down. And somehow, this man is upkeeping exactly where he is. We were asking what are Casper and Vortex getting ready for. Free elims and loot, it looks like. Nice upgrade everywhere. And they have the script. I don't in terms of how to set up a game plan.
At this point, well, they did. They did maybe this game. The first three, not necessarily so much. Unless that script is maybe needed translation.
Yeah.
But now, you're right. This is them set up. These guys need a win. They have the launch pad. They have great loot. They even have the Spider-Man's web shooters if they choose to do so. But again, the rotations are rough. This is a team who's early in mid-game, not that great. We've seen throughout the days similar stories going on. If they're fighting, it's long, it's clunky. They often have to rely on just jumping straight into the box, kind of similar to what you saw. But if you get them in an end-game position, they have the aim, they have the firepower to be able to pick up refreshes and maybe even pick up that Victory Royale. They're confident enough to go for height, absolutely.
I don't know, man, because yeah, they have all that confidence. They also have edited builds. They also have bodies that somehow attract SMGs into their boxes in the worst times. I feel like endgame, although it's so good for them, you're right, potentially, right? Especially with the way we're watching them play. It's a spot they're actually messing up in a lot. They, for some reason, they are the target of every single aggressive team's push.
Across the weekend? Yes. Today?
Yeah.
We haven't seen yet because they haven't managed to make it to that end game. You know, overnight, magic can happen.
Rabbit magic or like still card tricks, cup and ball?
I think we're still cup and ball at this point.
Cup and ball, unfortunate.
By game 6, though, maybe rabbit in the hat magic.
It's crazy, man. A whole animal in a hat that the guy was wearing the whole time. Magical. Magical.
Must be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Similar to this situation with Surge for all the players.
What's going on with Kane and Cruel, man? This is tough. They're looking so good. The cost of taking so many fights. I'm not sure where they moved out to because this does not seem like they were at Covert Cavern. No, they were around it actually when we first tuned in, but I forgot we have aged 15 years since this game started into one fight. So my memory is leaving me in this old age.
Yeah, it'll get you, don't worry, it gets worse.
Yeah,
believe me, I barely remember who you are at this point. The Melgard and Pickle team who we saw go down early on. Actually, that was the Snazy and Nate in one of the replays. Now managed to get the reboot off, but he's still super deep into zone yet again. And on our right side of the screen, Q-Roll and Rotary down in zone. Being tagged by Storm Surge, just let him go down, my friend. Just, I'm sorry. Don't heal him, thank you. If you're in this situation, when your teammate is knocked, Surge is down, if you try to res them up, you've got to understand that that's going to be another player that stays in the game for Surge. If you just let them go down and potentially reboot them later, then that is going to knock one more player count off and the Storm Surge will actually end earlier, giving you a larger chance to survive through the remainder of the game. I think Q-Roll noticed that about halfway through reviving, but there's still 2 more players to go down. So at the end of the day, sometimes it's just not enough.
I'm liking this new Cray strat, basically, from Q-Roll.
Cray.
It's crazy to me because I'm not sure how he's going to come back from this one. I'm impressed, Reese, if he gets, like, what, 20 points by the end of this game. That would actually be really cool. From this spot?
I was going to say 10.
Oh, no.
That's +1 from this perspective. You know? Trying to make it to the next threshold?
It kind of shows the pressure that a lot of those teams are under as well. If you take a look at Rotary and Q-Roll, they're coming in fresh today. These are just 3 games that they've played before. Now they're 4th rolling in, right? For a lot of these teams, this is what, if you do the mathematics, 14th game that they're playing. For some of them, this is like the 7th, 8th they're rocking in with. So that's kind of nuts. Clement and Floki have had the luxury of being one of the teams that have had a little bit more in terms of, you know, just being there since day 1, I believe, overall. Looking at Q-Roll now.
Yeah, we looked at that. I mean, you said 20 points. I said 10.
It be like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. You know, they're going with the strategy of landing off the boat off the side of the map, the 50-50 boat.
Yeah.
And there's just firstly not enough there for a duo, but you're also seeing that teams are third-partying them off spawn repeatedly because they're just landing near known splits. This is not a drop spot that I don't want to say doesn't work in duos, but I'm just going to say it doesn't work in duos.
We have made claims, based claims.
Based claims.
Yeah. We had a lot of those yesterday.
There was a lot of those yesterday.
Yeah.
About specific teams.
Now we are chilling. Rocky Reels, always in the business. I feel like I'm watching the same endgame over and over, but the players are changing, getting better. Snazy Nate, box to box, dealing the damage, making this team just look absolutely so scared. And yeah, I think.
With a pre-edit?
Look at that. Sorry, look at that quick pre-edit. They know exactly what's going down. It's just huge. Having to re-edit, though, that's the tough part.
That's why I don't ever do it myself. I am horribly useless, but players like Snazy and Nate are absolutely infinitely better than me. This is now a 2v1 situation. The second place team got up against Keyrox right now, but he's putting up a great fight, but no, the headshots start to come through. And the loot just completely yoinked all of that useful loot, basically all of the materials, all of the heals that were sitting down there, just taken away from Snazy and Nate by a single harpoon shot. The exact thing you mentioned earlier.
Might be like a pre-fire on that harpoon too, because the loot is only that together right when the person gets eliminated. It spreads apart really fast, so I'm not sure what that team was thinking, trying to grab the player, steal the elim completely too, and
it's the only reason.
Yeah, but that actually just might be huge for Snazy and Nate. They needed some of those mats back. You look at the hard mat situation right now, barely any metal, any brick from Snazy in his inventory, and by this point you would assume that both duos, both teammates here, would have split their loot overall, right?
Yeah, and you're gonna have to think at this moment as well, they're probably gonna have to launch pad. Look at the distance they rotate to 4th. Some players will just have to use it this early. And if I'm them, I'm thinking maybe even tank a little bit of zone so that players like Till and Julian that we're seeing right now start their rotate so they don't hold them out the sky.
Yeah, you talk about the sky rotates and pads. This position that I've seen that Till and Julian are in is the same that we saw Lecce and Swollium. It's the same that we saw a bunch of teams in the 4th zone that have won the game today. And they did use that proficient padding to get to a spot, but then build up again. I feel like I'm seeing some strength out of Till and Julian. Also one of the first times where they rotate and neither player takes any damage on that rotation in. Very clean builds too. I would prefer maybe a little bit of brick built up, but it's smart to go for metal if you're landing between so many teams. Armored Wall here too. They are not joking around. They're at a central position. It's looking really good for them. Absolutely great.
Exactly what I called off of this pad. Not waiting that time. The players beamed him out. Now the heals are going to have to be wasted. At least Nate has managed to keep up with some good HP. Managed to get Snazy straight back up into this as well. but the rotate has to be made. Notice the layering, really nice. Having to elevate on these, quite frankly, awful fourth zones. But ooh, yet again, the spray starts coming up from Sky2. But no, Nate is going to go down way too early. The armored walls were in the infantry, but just not used early enough. That's the finish. And Snazy is luckily going to be able to grab whatever remnants he can of that. The Chug Splash is left alone, but only 23 builds still left to his name. He's still going to have to go for a layer change. Now only left down to wood. This is a signal to the remainder of the lobby that he has nothing to work with, but he's trapped himself inside a corner. A corner of pain, I must add.
I'm wondering what the decision is to even make this elevation change. Look at the zone. There is a possibility of them tanking just a little bit, going around and staying on the ground. It was definitely there. I'm wondering why they wanted to go up high so fast. It's going to have such a huge cost. Meanwhile, Booping and Bevies, this is where a lot of the teams that are desperate on Surge will also start to dive in. It's not just position you're looking for, it's that damage. And over and over again, we see Boopy and Bevies over just their heads, it feels like, in position. They just get beamed from all sides. They never get to play their game properly. And once again, it's not lightning that's striking on them, it's bullets from every single angle.
And for the 10th place team, this could be absolutely horrible for the leaderboard placement right now. They're 100% possible as they're getting up into the top 6 into the qualification range. But if they go down here, this could drop them down to the 15th or something. And now the zone's starting to pull. They have no rotation on the far left. Jeff goes down on the right as well.
You guys are used to watching Stark season way back in the day. This zone has a little bit of that type of style going on. One very big cliff and hill where you see an entire Fortnite game going on. Very strategic, you know, people in suits looking at each other. What is your position? Sir, do you have a pad? You know, very eloquent high table stuff. Down below, it's just carnage. People box fighting. It's isolated. You can see it on the left side of the screen. Bevy's just got out of one. He's looking for another. Keandro, so many people above him. He's also in these underground city streets looking for a little bit of action, some damage, some chance to just come back into the game, but he's bullied down too. Bevy's finds eliminations. He's chilling. 2 different worlds of Fortnite active right now.
7 mats. Definitely not my definition of chilling, but everything else, 100%. The loot, looking fantastic. The rotations pulled back in their favor, so they may have some old builds, small amount. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about this car.
The issue is it's pulling back, I think, up a mountain, so I'm not sure exactly if they're gonna have room to get up. Yes, the zone says it's going that way, but Reese, you never know how the zone likes to go in the position that it's going towards, right? It could just pull up and then turn right a little bit. It could go in very different ways, and with 7 mats, I don't think there's a chance these guys can elevate themselves up. Not even, maybe they change something with the chonkers and they have spikes on them now. They can take the car up the cliff. Do they have the room to move?
I think they can go down that route. We also saw Ziandi, our first place, with Alex caught on the full dead side of the zone, managed to, I think, use that launch pad to keep themselves, so they're going to be in this game. Snazy's still left in this as a solo as the zone starts to go. He's got a single launch pad high up into the sky right now. We see Nyazin still in this too.
Snazy's qualification is kind of on the line here, I feel like, in this game. Yes, it's only game 4, but him going down here ruins the pace entirely of the whole tournament for him and Nate. He has no materials. Triple digits at least is what I'm looking for. Maybe 110, 120 after game number 4. He will all in with the whips, the swings. Those web shooters active, and he's going right inside of a box of a duo, trying to look for a little bit of a beam. Now all the way down to low ground, he's looking for anything. Snazy cannot find it. There is no map. There is no treasure on this side of the zone for him. He has to make it himself, but there's nothing, no shovel for him to dig through the dirt that he's trapped on.
Most of these players in this situation are trying to hide behind a corner, take some shots, peek up. Snazy does not care. He's swinging, he's angling, he's running. He's on his feet right now, moving and shaking every single direction that he can, and he's finally found that cubby hole to sit in, waiting for a player to come past. He can get any placement possible right now. This will be huge.
This is just an absolute paradox. Yes, he gets to survive the entire time, but he needs to find a player as well. He needs to be able to do both sides of this equation at the same time to find a solution, and it's not going to be able to happen. It seems almost impossible for him, but while he survives, we see Vortexia and Casper thrive on the high ground, Mixon right below him with Raxus, 2 teams that have been so struggling to find identity inside this endgame, find identity inside the semifinals. Are they on height, looking to control the rest of the lobby? It'll be a big task. Snazy finds a beam, but 20 damage, 2 less. Unfortunate for him, he goes down.
Great job by a solo, keeping himself up in the game as long as possible. Yet another solo to the name, Volko alongside Pena, 2 of the most aggressive players we have seen throughout the qualification system. Not managed to make it that deep into the majority of endgames, but we know these guys can hit shots. We know that these guys can do well, but Volko left as a solo. Oh no, he goes down.
The zone becomes a labyrinth, a maze that's unsolvable when it bounces back, and it's going to be a maze with hard mats left and right, brick and metal. You have to break through that you can't see through. You're not only blind, you have no information as to what's going on around you. Indreda in a very similar spot. He has nothing, no info on what's going down above and below. Nova with a big swing to get in the front side of the zone, and he has Hardfire next to him. That was so clean from them. Vortexia and Castery, once again, the fourth game, we see height undisturbed. They might just have a free ticket to the finals right here.
They're gonna have to get the refresh somewhere if they need to. They're gonna have to drop down, pick it up at some point, and if while they do that, Vortexia with no match stays up on high ground, that's an easy retake from there on out.
On low ground, the ground absolutely disappears and falls. We're going past the cliff, and Floki and Clement, we're looking so good for the moment. More players will start to drop. It's a clash in the storm, and they're the ones to come out reigning supreme. Floki and Clement with a huge siphon, and they control the underground.
3 teams left, remaining now down to 5 at this moment. Till still popping up in the feed. It's Jox who's picked up here the materials. Now refreshed mildly for Castery and Vortexia. They have 5 eliminations. Those mid-game engagements that they were getting into have clearly figured thing out. It's a 3-2v2v2.
3 different rounds, but now worlds will start to clash as everyone gets closer inside this 9th zone. 2 minutes in this arena, in the middle of the desert. And who will be free? Julian starts to move inside the zone using the med miss. Castery and Vortexia have found a few mats and are still staying all the way up. It's a clash down below. Till is down. Floki and Clement side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Strong as a boulder. It's getting crazy, but Vortexia and Castery, they drop on the house. The roof is on fire with shots. They find a little bit of a pick. Floki is down. Castery's done enough. And it looks like the 40-point Legends will have free height and look for the win. Just one more person to go. It's a pump on the Clement. Yes, there it is. Actually, a 1v1 situation for Castery, and he gets Julian. It was a 3-way 1v1, and he plays it in an expert fashion and takes the win.
It looked like for a second, a millisecond there, that Julian Colm was going to clutch that one up. I saw him pick up the elimination of the Vortexia in the feed at the same time, but no, Castery's on the high ground. He's got the crosshair placement of a demon, and he hits every single shot he needs to pump their way straight through to the finals.
I didn't even see Vortexia go down. That's how fast Julian did it up top in the box. Castery, though, was micromanaging this absolutely perfectly. He knew exactly when to take each shot. That final one being a right-hand peek as well. That was great, especially reached from a team that was so low on the boards.
I think they had 6 points before this match. So they were basically at the bottom at that particular moment. We saw them taking those mid-game engagements. We even asked ourselves, what are they doing right now? Hiding around corners in the 7 outposts, sneaking around a little bit. The refreshes paid off, kept them running, and took them up to high ground.
Absolutely. That's another day 1 team rolling in and now rolling out straight to the finals. Zeke, what do we think about that one? What else is left for us here on the final day of semis?
Man, I mean, there's still some teams that I want to see win, right? Floki, Clement, once again, another team, and my prediction and Recent Lemon's prediction that we could want to see win. But I mean, look, it's a big win for Castery and Vortexia specifically, right? They do come out on top, but again, 11, they just keep getting so close, right? 2nd place last game, a 3rd place this game. At least they're doing well in terms of leaderboard points, right? So at the end of the day, after the next few games, even if they don't find a Victory Royale, they're still making it through on consistency.
I felt really good when I saw them in this game, just because, right, even if you look back to the trio days, right, when they were playing with the Sipsos, they were always a team that was really good at being able to control low ground in zones where the elevation was incredibly drastic, like this one, right, when you have those drastic changes. And it's a shame because I really did have hope for them, and it all just sort of fell apart towards the end there. But I'm staying confident, right? You know, they had their game off last game, but you know, in this one, they come back out much, much stronger. And I think eventually, at some point, right, they're going to be okay to go for a win. But if not, right, they're going to be looking really good in terms of the consistency points as well.
Yeah, and I mean, now hitting into triple digits and well into triple digits with that high placement, they're picking up a number of eliminations to go with it. With only 2 matches left, they're starting to look pretty comfortable in there. So honestly, the rest of the lobby probably wants them to win a match so they can pull some of those points out there and maybe open up a space in that top 6 because they've looked pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, things could still go awry. Let's hope that doesn't happen right there. They've shown us that they have control over these matches. They have control over their destiny right now. So with 2 games left, they just got to close it out. Let's just land the plane. We're good to go. We have to talk about Vortexia, though, and Castery finding themselves in Victory Royale. Once again, you know, Levin, high ground is just closing out these games. It's interesting that we're allowed to kind of go this far. Yesterday in NA East, we saw different kinds of wins come out. A few low ground, and then even we've seen from NA East and West peel-offs happen. But here in EU, everyone's deciding, look, let's just go all out. Let's just butt heads here at the end and just see who wins.
Yeah, and I don't get to do this often, but, you know, insert casual 11 UK bias here. Come on, the boys, man. That's good to see these two making it through. I'll be real, right? I feel comfortable saying this because Vortex is my guy. I'm sure he won't take offense, but, you know, we always talk about how there's like a million Vortexes in EU, right? And it's like, in terms of the Vortex, you know, rankings right now, I wouldn't say Vortex has been the highest for a while. And so to see him actually be able to make it to an FNCS final is sick, right? Maybe now he will rise on the Vortex leaderboards because there is a load of them. But for real, really big congrats to them, and yeah, you know, really nice high ground win.
Yeah, and you know they have to be absolutely buzzing after that, having only 6 points going into that match. Very similar to what we saw on NA East yesterday, where Princess Wolf and his duo were able to go through when they were in 49th place. I mean, that win is going to mean absolutely everything to them. And also in that last final clip we just saw, have to give a special shout out to Castery, because you saw him go to place a build, but then run out of builds. The reaction time to immediately swap to that striker pump and hit the key shot in what was a 2v2v2 all down into a 1v1v1 where he picks up the last 2 elims was sick.
Absolutely sick, man. Massive props to these two. They're going to finals. We'll see them, but this is also like a double-edged sword in a lot of ways, Levin and Sundown, because this means that a team that wasn't in the top 6 was not pulled out, right? So this means the top 6 is still pretty tight. Let's take a look at our standings. Let's see how things are shaking out. Remember, we'll take a deep breath. Still have 2 games to go. Everything is still okay, at least for this moment in time. But look at this, 105, 104, 103. It's a little tight, Levin.
No, things are really shaking up here, right? You know, Sundown started to mention it. The likes of Snazy and Nate, of course. Snazy tried to do the little clutcherino, just didn't quite come off, right? But hopefully this time they can stay as a unit going into the next game. Julian, Common, Till as well, a team that will feel like they deserve to be in it. All these teams in the top 10, Sundown, realistically, they're going to be feeling like, hey, we've done just enough, right? Like, we deserve a place in the finals. So these last couple games are going to get real intense.
Yeah, and reminding the viewers, what matters on this leaderboard is the top 6. The prize for 1st through 6, all the same. It's a trip to the finals. And today, if you find yourself outside of this top 6 and not winning a match, you don't go. And I mean, basically everyone in between 3rd and 7th are right on top of each other. And even flipping over the next page with 2 matches left to go, if you're inside of that top 15, we can even stretch it to the top 16, say top 17, because then after that, there's a pretty significant 8-point drop-off. If you can put in a good game in this game number 5, you can still play for consistency in that game number 6. You can give yourself an additional option, another way to make it through the finals. And as you're going through your preparation checklist, that's all that should matter, is looking at the end goal of making it to the finals and how do you get there and figuring out what your duo has to do.
I love it, son. I mean, being able to identify this as a duo and take that even into finals, right, where it's just going to be that much more difficult, and you just have to set your eyes on a goal and just say, look, we just have to accomplish this. These are the steps we need to take. We just need to follow through. 2 games left to go, everybody. We're prepping for game number 5, so let's kick it back on over the casters. Take us in.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, 2 more games. I'm wishing we could add 3 or 5 more another day, Reese. I'm having too much fun with this one.
I mean, at the same time, you got to think that would relieve some of the stress of today. We got 2 games left. Top 6 will qualify. There's 2 more victory royales that are left. So, you know, there's some of these teams that are down there on the bottom of the leaderboards. Even the guys who are on that bubble are going to need to start catching up, doing something big in these next 2.
Absolutely, and Zeke actually put a very good point up when that entire, breakdown started with these guys. A team that wasn't in the top 6 got a win. A team that was very low, so those standings now are super close. We're used to seeing that effect kind of happen, but now, Reese, it seems like that waterfall effect that you were describing on Friday, every single player, every team is like 1 point beside each other.
Yeah, it's so close up there, which is great. So what we got to watch out for is those top teams. You know, you can see their placement in the bottom left now. Thank you. That's so good. We can see where they're at. If a single one of those outside that or inside of that top 10 drops out, this could be devastating for their run, and they might need that big victory royale in the final game.
Yeah, and what this also is from that game number 4, inspiration, a light in the sky. Anyone can still win and get to the finals. 2 more games. Here's game number 5.
Inspiration is what some of these teams will need. Perspiration is what I may need, because this is getting sweaty. 2 more games remaining. 2 more opportunities for teams to get the victory royale. And a top 6 will qualify through.
lots of landings that we're not going to be watching. I understand why things feel different, you know. Lechis William, Floki Clement. I have a system right now, Reese, with the semifinals. I need to see them shoot each other every game earlier on. We are getting the Snazy show. Okay. A drop in 2 shots with the 180. This man is a ballerina.
We've seen. Me and actually Sundown had this discussion yesterday. The hip fire potential of the heavy shotgun is so good, and it's so much better than a lot of people think. It does nowhere near as much bloom as people actually suspect. As long as you point the crosshair at their heads, it will hit.
It's Nate right now is just tagging along for the ride. He says, like, here's some shields, you know, big up, we gotta get going. Like, I'm online right now, I'm in the zone hitting these shots. And you're right, heavy shotgun or just any shotgun, when you're rolling in with it, you want to make sure you're just on target. It doesn't really matter what the difference is.
Yeah, you got to think that's an extra 6 points instantly off spawn. These two teams are going back and forward. Are we landed on each other? Are we not? Maybe change it up, surprise each other, probably based on wherever your drop's landing at this point. But basically, regardless of what it is, Snazy and Nate have been winning.
Yeah, let's talk about that 6-point little boost they got there. There's an island effect, and I'm not talking about the zone that all these players, in quotations, love, right? The island effect is kind of on this leaderboard. As soon as you get towards the top 6 or who can qual, there are islands of points that people start to operate off on, right? So right now we have that higher edge of the 3 digits, the 130s, the 120s. That's Skyzoo, that's Ziandi. They're all the way up there on their own island. But then we get those islands getting a little bit more, you know, bigger. The 100-point threshold. That's where we just saw Snazy and Nate at. That's where we see Huddy and Swifty. Kane and Cruel are operating near there too. That little boost puts them on that higher island. You want to be up there only fighting maybe 2 or 3 teams in stakes overall. You want to have that comfortable position, right? As soon as you get to some of these more populated islands worth of points, that's where it's not more so a vacation. It's too overcrowded. It's stressful. One little mistake, 1 point not got, that's 2 placements down.
Seems like Fire Hunter and Stepter now move back to Tilted, right? We obviously saw a little bit of difficulty of them moving to Coney Crossroads at one point. Now rocking all back. It seems to be working out a lot better since they're getting into some of these engagements. Picking up Sanji, who's not had a great day or a couple days landing in Tilted. You know, we saw them with Kinston Siptos across in day number 1. Not really had any of the limelight yet across the entire weekend.
I like Fire Hunter also chasing like a ghost or a shadow and another box in front of Sanji's teammate right there. This man is on piece control duty.
Back over now to the power towers. We've seen engagement after engagement here. Rotary and Q-Roll. A new team to this, and they were landed on the 50-50 boat, but Resac Liam, a team who's been landing here for the majority of it. We saw Frey in the mix here at some point too. He's potentially gone already back to the Sanctuary where he originally started at. This seems to be going on the way of Liam's team, being up on the high ground. But no, the big beams exchanged. Again, no one here is really winning in this match, it would seem so far, though.
I feel the advantage in these types of earlier fights goes to the team that's actually on low ground. You have to use a little bit less builds overall in terms of upkeeping where you are. You can also just use the enemy's builds on low ground. They're too far away to go for those edits. You end up having just a lot more efficiency in attrition.
What most people will usually end up doing, though, is having one pair up on high ground, then you get that other one swinging all the way around, getting that surprise shot, the pinch, almost exactly what we're seeing here through the window onto Q-Roll, getting big beam one time. The pinch is fully coming on out. Resac Liam now left as a solo, whereas Rotary and Q-Roll is a duo with almost no HP. The big shot comes through onto Liam, and he is going to be picked up at the exact same time. Rotary and Q-Roll finally going to get a little bit of a swing in momentum from this game, which we have not seen basically at all.
Q-Roll right there is definitely the gears, and then Rotary, the hands on the clock in terms of that play, really baiting everyone in by getting beam Q-Roll in that circumstance. The comms probably from the opposing team, you know, he's one shot, push, push, push. Then you see Rotary just swinging around the watch face, going for all the shots, clasping on what looks like a disastrous situation.
Yeah, that's what I say when I take a ton of damage. Like you're just meant to, I'm baiting, obviously. You're meant to pick up the elimination.
I want to make him look good, man.
Sometimes it works out like that, not always.
Sometimes. That was definitely just like, I would say slightly lucky, but I see the cerebral play if they want to claim that they made one. You know? It's not covering all the bases.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
I'm talking personally, myself.
Oh, personally, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like saying, yo, I'm not a fan of this player, but I'm not a hater, you know?
Yeah.
I personally would have done
wrong take. I take this not even possible.
Yeah. It's not it's a paradoxical take even.
Yeah, walking is crazy.
Yeah, just craziness. Trexter X-Ray. Yeah, the shield kick, I've seen a lot of uses out of it. It's very nice, but it's also, we talk about bait and switch. It seems like sometimes it does interrupt teams overall in terms of wanting to stay in the box they shouldn't be in, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times you want to create a lot of space. You want to be not either directly with your teammates, shadowing them, fighting together, or in that split, intentional pitching, as we mentioned earlier. And sometimes the shield keg just completely throws that momentum and tells the opponents exactly where you are and exactly where they should shoot at, aim at, angle at, everything. It keeps you so locked into this one particular spot that you can't really do anything outside of that. But it gives you all that HP, gives other shields. So it's like this really interesting balance of, is it worth it, is it not?
Most definitely. That balance we've seen used properly throughout most of the qualifiers today. Sometimes it does trip up. Crazy and Rafa, I want to see them succeed. I've seen too many cool cam reactions from Crazy, and they've all been somewhat negative. I want to see it off of a VR straight to the finals. That would be nuts.
There was a positive one in one of the qualifiers, and it was awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I am rooting for these guys because, let's be real, they're using the cam function. And you've got to support that, let's be real.
Definitely do. I like this. A little bit of dynamics coming in. Is that both players hitting the truck off of a swing and then driving?
That was clean.
Okay.
That's a movie. That's a trailer clip right there.
Yeah, more trailer clips.
This one's not as slow as the last one.
These guys are getting DM'd. Guys, we're using your gameplay for a trailer. Please use cool items. Go contest someone. Pasroki, don't build in this next fight for 30 minutes. And age your casters by 40 years.
Yeah, we retired after this week. There's a Malamo. Oh, there you go.
Oh no, I was about to say you're focused on that duo. What's happening to Hardfind and Nova? You look at these two names, you look at the drop they're at, and some of the big teams just siphoning out of it. How have they not found footing, especially in a format like this? Yo, you take height, you keep it, you win.
I think a lot of this
it's Hardfind. Like,
I think a lot of this, in all honesty, like I've mentioned multiple times, we know they have the brain, we know they've got the big coach Harry on them. They're also being gifted a ton of zones. Like every zone is south, it would seem like. Yet again, we're seeing another south zone pull up. I don't know if EU is just cursed with these kind of zones, but that will often lead you to struggle in a lot of that early and mid game because a lot of the teams will start rotating into these areas. We've seen so many times the Condo Canyon teams, the Chonker Speedway teams are all fighting in that kind of area, and you'd think that Hardfind and Nova could potentially use this and take advantage of this, but they're just getting into scrappy engagements too with guys like Malibu, who is the team from Chonker Speedway now, but they're not in that spot. They're all kind of spread out over the oasis as we see right now, and it's just kind of messing up everyone.
Definitely is. Went for that switch up, and now everyone's destinies kind of change. Big thing too is that, once again, I don't think it's a curse on the sand. I was going to mention it. The players asked for it.
They asked for it.
We gave them the option, and then I saw the interview. I went in the back end, typed up what the zone should be, and now we're here forever. 5 seconds. Where do you think this zone goes, Mr. Reese?
I mean, if I'm gonna just a wild guess, I would probably say south.
Possibly.
You never know. In the land of Fortnite, the zones don't always continue to pull that exact different way. As we see, Frey did move back to the Sanctuary here, now being picked up by Blasha and Combeck. No real good luck off spawn for them, or I shouldn't say luck, it's the execution of the off spawn for them not really done excellently. Floss and Andrea, another team who's, honestly, surprising me still to this day. Like, this should be a team who is qualifying for finals. Flois, such a hard worker. Andrea, one of the best tarpers in the game, but their mid and early game is just not able to put them in a good position. It's like, if this team doesn't get to 5th zone with like cap materials, it doesn't seem like they're able to reflex up, catch up. If they're given the opportunity to be put in great positions, yeah, they're getting 2nd, 3rd, 4th. But right now, we're just not seeing that from the, I don't want to say sloppy early and mid games, but potentially inefficient.
It might be the fact of Andretta just being forced to be that supportive type of playstyle throughout the trios here, right? Maybe that dynamic ask of, okay, you're not going to just be tarping in this zone, you have to do a little bit more. Might be slightly overwhelming, at the same time too different inside a duo's perspective, especially in this format.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in duos, in an end game, like, there's no longer a tarper. There's a guy who predominantly will tarp, but he has to aim, he has to shoot. In trios, you're not really as used to doing that. Your tarper, a good tarper, most of the time will not shoot. They will just tarp, put the team in good position, and trust the rest of the team.
Yeah, and the other thing is also, you know, you're just playing for consistency overall. I feel like there is a little bit of greed, a little bit of a shining light, like in a, you know, a mysterious suitcase you want to open up and really take a look at. The fact that you can just qual off the win, it might tempt these guys, a temptation to not stay on their game plan.
Yeah, sometimes you open the suitcase, it's money. Sometimes you open it and it's a big bag of coal. And sometimes if you're going up for high ground right now, in those earlier games, like we've seen already from Flores and Andrea, we've seen them go for a couple high ground retakes, fail miserably, unfortunately. And, you know, like I mentioned, this team is a low and mid ground team in the end game. They play that classic playstyle for consistency over and over. And going for high ground does not suit their playstyle one bit. So every time I see them going up, I'm just like, stop it. Go down.
They're learning though. They're learning, and today they kind of have to. Every team that has height just wins, and it's tough for these lower ground teams. And a note on that coal as well that you would get from the suitcase randomly, right? Not the worst gift ever. You could heat up your fireplace. You could sell the coal and have it worth more than the gold if you had, like, you know, a small amount of gold. But at the same time, if the price of coal isn't as high, then maybe it's bad to get coal. But it's all on the economic markets of coal, which I don't have an insight to. Maybe you do, but I'm just saying.
Right now, we're in a renewables market, and you know, that coal's not worth much.
True. Okay, lessons from is that high level finance? I don't even know what subject we're at right now. I think I'm still affected by that fight.
I also don't know if that's right.
From last
we're just,
game.
you know, just
baseless claims
in the dark at this point.
That's what I like to see. Okay, I think the focus should definitely be on any type of Bifrost team rolling in. Leon is one of them. We have Hardfight and Nova rolling too as well. Firehunter looks like he has a little bit of pizzazz in this game. You know what I mean? Before, it's like a very quiet individual rolling in POI to POI. Now, he's the one taking the first shot.
Well, he's back home. He's into the towers. Oh, no! He just goes into both the players camping at this moment, and Leon will also follow in and not be able to pick up the 1v2. The sneaky plays to sit, hold the edit open, hide, lure them in. You understand that the opponents are weak, need their surge. It's all over.
Yeah, at their house, their welcome mat just says, go away. Beware of shotgun. Like,
maybe not the second part, but go away
I was
part.
about to say, man.
Perfect. Yeah. That's a classic, right? For this type of moment in the game where the Storm Surge is active, when you know players need to be aggressive, you can pinpoint those players who are below Surge. You can sit deep back into your boxes, keep those hard builds, and allow those teams to run in, make mistakes, and you can pick up easy eliminations, get easy refreshes from those weaker teams, similar to what Ziandy's done here right now. You see that other player go down to Surge, and they were trying to capitalize on the solo that was left in this. Even though they didn't get the eliminations from it, but they did get the single one, they managed to get tons of loot.
Okay, putting hats on top of Trexler, that's what I'm talking about. But I like the fact that Ziandy actually stays back and doesn't follow him one level up when Trexler did build up. That attracts a lot of third parties. Ziandy wants to keep this quiet. He's learning, because I saw him do it on the first day, even the second day a little bit. Now he actually understands the cost of going for fights over and over again. It seems like this team in the lead, it just looks absolutely brand new on day number 3.
Yeah, Trexler is trying to get a little 1v2 action right now. I'm not really sure how that's going to play out for them, especially since the shield peg is popped. Ziandy's going to start running in on the right hand side. We see Kane alongside Cruel getting really beamed up, chunked up on a what will be a pure bad rotate for so many players who are stuck in tilted towers. This is obviously a southeast zone, and a lot of those are getting stuck in the congestion there of that main build. And for Kane and Cruel trying to rotate later on, that's going to be rough.
Definitely going to see that funnel effect coming in from everyone through Tilted, and you know everyone that is at Tilted is probably low on Surge. You were mentioning it at the very start of this stream, Reese, of the broadcast. Okay, Ziandy, that's what I'm talking about. That's what started everything up. Yeah, X-ray being seen throughout the map and tracked. That's kind of poetic in terms of having an aim. And Cruel just go all in and press the jump button on the sedan. Interesting, and they're really zooming. We're talking about making a rotation from a tough spot. Wow. I'm not sure who taught Kane how to drive, but maybe I need some lessons. Beamed by every team, though, and an explosion that drops the shields. Kane gets to survive, lobby focus. They have to start to move and make more boxes. Nice, they make a 3x3, a 2x3 almost, and that should get things quiet for their layers.
That rotation is only going to take you so far. Remember, you could easily sideline when there wasn't that many teams around them and there was trees to cover their angles, but as soon as they got out into the open of the mid-map, it was over. The truck flying through a bunch of the builds. We've seen some wild things with cars today, and unfortunately it was Crazy, who we saw rotate with that in the early game, using the Spider-Mans to jump into it in that montage trailer-esque moment, has now just driven straight into the box and out of the game.
Oh man, so every team desperately trying to get in. Kane and Cruel, I mean, if you're going for this angle with a sniper rifle, what is really going on with your game? This just screams desperation. There's so many other teams you can be focusing on if you just get up and look, and that's exactly what Cruel starts to do. You have to understand, I know why Kane's going for it. They don't have that many options in their inventory. Just one SMG on one side. I don't think that Cruel has that much on the other either. Skyzoo also in kind of a little bit of trouble. Backed up by the zone, big shot, but he's gonna go down no matter even if he got that knock because he was just taking that 2 damage tick over and over again.
That's our second place team now currently out of the running, which is gonna open up a lot of this for guys like Kane and Cruel. If they can capitalize and start moving up those leaderboard positions, they're definitely gonna secure things a lot more going into the final match that we're about to see. But like you mentioned, this inventory, this is not great.
Have the Memphis is looking better. What do Kane and Cruel need to do now, though, is the thing I wanted to mention. I would say 130, 140 points by the end of this game. That should be the comfort mark if they're not looking to win.
I think that's about it. Yeah, you know, and potentially up to the 150s. We'll exactly see what it's like once this game's over, because they're still on the bubble with the end game going. After this game, yeah, 130, 140, absolutely. But that's not going to secure it, I don't think, yet. We'll see after that final game. In terms of them, how do they get to there? They firstly have to get that refresh, probably at the 5th zone, because they have barely any materials to work. I think it was like 50 builds each. We saw obviously the, quite frankly, horrible inventory in terms of weapon loadout. No shotgun, no AR, no chances of doing big damage there. And they were close to that next rotate as well.
Talking about refresh, you're talking about being in positions to rotate. You can apply all of that as well on the Floki, because 118 points overall. They're in a very similar boat to Kane and Cruel. What they want out of this game, if they want to just keep on record, on track, is to get to that 130 mark. Put themselves in a position for game 6 to qualify. For Julian, it looks like now he needs to do the impossible. Already 10 points behind where the upper echelon in the top 6 already is. He's 7th place overall, as you can look at the bottom left right now, team number 7. And what he needs is a solo clutch of a generation. This man needs to churn out 25 points by himself from the 4th zone.
Currently in 7th place. He's going to need to do something massive. But hold on the right-hand side, a huge development here as we see Kane currently go down, our 5th place team, leaving Cruel as a solo. We thought they were in such a good position. Yeah, not the best materials to their name, but now not a teammate either. Cruel now beamed down to almost 50 HP. No hard mats to his name. The spray from the SMG starting to come through at the same time. The pressure unrelenting, and no, he's going to be picked up. So that's now opening the woodworks for guys like Julian. If he can clutch this up as a solo to get up into the top 6, potentially even the top 5, but only 11 builds to his name. Not looking good.
For all the teams in the bubble, everyone in the top 10, it feels like, you know, there's so much on their mind in terms of being able to stay in the game, stay ahead of Surge. The brains can't handle that much capacity, and as a result, some things do get missed out on. Kane and Cruel down on Surge and position. Julian Calm down a teammate, down on luck, down bad in the dirt as well. That is done for him. That's the 7th place team, and now the rest of the lobby is looking upwards, realizing exactly what's ahead of them. A chance at having a seat at the top 6. 2 of those chairs are almost kind of down. Floki and Clement in 3rd, realize that the floor is kind of falling beneath them. They need to stay up here in the leaderboard. They want to keep pushing forward, and they definitely can. Kaizen and Yaisen, their 2 actual opponents basically have just gone down, and now for them what they need to do is just survive this surge. 2 people have to go down here, keep their composure, and try to get any placement available in this game.
Another big pop. Not sure if that's going to give him any more HP getting away from the surge. 56 below, but no, that trade not benefiting them one bit. Now the whole lobby's going to be aware that they're below the surge. That audio cue will be coming into any of the players around that these guys are ticking, losing shield. And again, this is the moment where players can start to lure them into their base. You got Fornax, Kovacs up above, who could really always do with this refresh being further down on the leaderboards, but I'm not sure if they're going to try to make the aggressive play. They're going to try to rotate for Nyazin and Kaizen. No, they're going to hit the pad, but the nice little slide to get himself closer to the zone at that point, but still 20 behind. This is just desperation at this point.
I'm watching their game bleed away. The inventory stacked up with shields, a launch pad ready to go as well. All they just didn't have were the shots. And as a result now, instead of being in a base that's ready to go for a big fly into this half and half zone, instead of being ready to take control of this game, they look scared in a box they didn't want to even be in the side of the zone they weren't even planning on playing from. Meanwhile, everyone else absolutely silent as they wait for the next portion of the game.
Alex Cod and Ziandi are current leaders, still up in this as well, looking very healthy. We know there's a lot of disruption in the top 10 teams so far. Tons of them have managed to go down. Drehan Lois down in that 13th, still in this as well.
Not a single shot in sight. One SMG rattling somewhere in the zone.
Players are scared. They know.
Everyone is realizing that this is basically it. Second last game. This is kind of the only place where there will still be formalities. Still a few people playing for consistency. There's the first strike. It has to be apparently Andretta and Flois that start to get bullied. Of all players in the lobby, it's gonna be Lumbo trying to go for that forced push. 208 damage below. They have to look for something. Try to grab it, or it's gonna be a choke. A big launch pad. They'll start to be striked in the sky as they move. 38 seconds to that 7th zone. Everyone now is playing for that position. They're playing for that win. They just want to stay alive as long as possible.
Andretta and Refsguard double dipping on that launch pad, hitting it, bouncing straight back to the front side of the zone with the minimal materials. This should save them up a ton. In the healing feed, we see another big one coming through from Clement, so he's popping off at the same time. The heals coming through onto Flois. Now Andretta has to put his team in a good position. They can tarp on the edge of the zone. They can go on that dead side. They can put themselves in a winning position for this game, in particular on the leaderboards, because they are 12th right now.
8 seconds till we see how difficult the zone will really be. Andretta and Flois staying side by side. Big takeover on height though. Zaka almost landing over and going for a fight. He decides not to. We're not going to be going to the bridge, but we will be falling through a bunch of cliffs. No bungee rope available for a bunch of these teams. The mats are running low. Andretta now diving into a box, 271 damage above. He can just play his entire game. 244 wooden materials. Has to catch up with exactly where Flois is. I'm not sure where he's at all. I don't even see him on the screen. He's basically playing as a solo right now. Kaizen only going down. He's dropped into someone else's box. I'm not sure exactly where his teammate is. They've found each other now, and the beams are starting to fly. Boofing randomly, taken down. What a steal of mats. Just position, wealth, and they're still moving onwards, but the floor is falling. I mentioned the cliffs. They're just going everywhere. There's no chance for anyone to find any stability in this zone. Swifty as well as near the top is looking to see exactly what he can do.
Ooh, Alex Codden alongside Ziandi now going up for the high ground up against ABR and Ping at the same time. If they win this game, this could be massive because they'll be dropped out of the leaderboard. The current high ground team, no, it's going to be Ziandi who gets knocked by Ping up on the high ground. He's looking for the body, he's looking for the refresh. He needs the materials to get himself back up in this, but he's got 4 maps. The high ground is open, it's free. None of the teams are looking up. None of the teams are realizing the opportunity, but someone is at the front side of the zone. The Infinite Nanty, the Crank, the Spider-Man fling comes out. We've seen so many of these shots hit connected so far, and it's Zaka and Zara who managed to take the high ground, but yet again with minimal materials.
They saw it once, they said not today, and now they make the jump and the climb. Another team starts to come up with more mats. Who is it going to be? Is it revenge of the spiders from down below, or will they fall down the Sprout? 22 more damage from Zara on the right side. He's trying to do anything to stay up top and have a flow in this conversation. Down below, Esti and Andretta are getting squished. There's Clement forcing fights down in the underground. This is huge. Esti's still taking a lot of damage. Andretta somehow survived. How is it even possible to build down here? It's so suffocating for a bunch of these players, but Andretta is finding a way. Deox now finally going down. Zara finds Ping, so they have some type of thing on height, but no, it's Jeff and Kiandra who get it. Where did this team come from? 43 points. They might seal a ticket to the finals.
They might get their way through, but at this moment, they're going to have to do something more important than that, which is get some refreshes, get some HP, get some materials, get something going up in this game, because the single team looks up in the lobby. They're going to see the weakness. It's almost a high ground, but Jeff goes down, picked up, messing up completely. Not a single team understanding the holding, the understanding of up there, but it's Kylie. It's Kylie who goes up.
6 different teams alive, 7 players. Now it's just solos. Kylie looking to put his team on his back. Every single player now has lost his teammate. It's just them, their mats, their shots. A few ciphers on the ground. Kylie's all in with his mats. Force is now building up. It's a fight for height, and he actually denies them. Has the speed, has the peppers, and has the drop down, but misses the shot. Right side denied. A double ramp up top, blocked by a cone. Kylie still goes up. A dodge from Force. A shot from Force, but Kylie's too strong. The spider clip's not there in time, and it's Z-God with the win.
You said this would need to be done as a duo while talking about Alex Cod, while talking about Ziandi. They've proved you, they've proved me, they've proved everyone wrong that a solo in the end game can clutch it up. The clutch master, Ziandi, Alex Cod will pick up the victory royale and the qualification through. But don't worry, they are in first place currently, which means that the leaderboard's opened up big time.
Definitely shaking, but talk about a game that goes down to just a spider thread. If that shot from the web shooter hit, that would have been so different. So good though that Ziandi and Z-God roll in and have this win under their belt going into the finals.
That was An incredible finish, I'm not gonna lie. I am at the edge of my seat. I wasn't sure who was gonna be able to pick it up. I thought Kylie was gonna be able to clutch it up with the Spider-Man. We've seen so many of those good clutches throughout the weekend, but look, you've seen our reactions. Let's throw it back to the desk to see what their reactions are.
I'm stunned. I'm shocked. Wow. You know, this is the perfect situation, right, for Kylie. The 1v1s all around the table. And just the way he was building, too. You could just tell, like, watch the minimal build, 23. That's it. This is all he has to work with. And with every step, he's not building aggressively. He's building like straight up, right? Jumping backward 11 onto the ramp, saying, look, I'm trying to use his minimal builds right there. Boom, he jumps up back up again. Another ramp, right? He's not going on the offensive. Very mindful of what he has. And right there, he got the elimination, Levin, but he wasn't close enough to get the drops, which means he had no build.
It is such a shame to see him go down like that. I'm sure he's so frustrated because he honestly was so close there. But to see Alex Corden and Ziandi get the win, look, they've been really consistent. And I wasn't too sure about their chances of actually winning that, right? Ziandi went down a bit earlier, and I didn't even have the thought in my mind that Alex Corden could even solo clutch that. So to see him just sort of pop out there at the very end, I'm sure he was thinking, what's going on? I've just taken out Logan. Where's the height team? Oh, Victory Royale. Okay, I can go into the final. Like, it was really just sort of crazy in that moment. But, you know, you can see here, these guys, Sundown, they have been pretty consistent today when you look at their games.
Yeah, and just keep an eye on the top left. It pretty much all happens at once. Like in the same moment, we go from 4 down to 1 right there at the end. And I mean, it's just so unfortunate for Kylie, unable to channel, well, I guess since we're in Europe, their inner PDR parkour and hit that key mythic web slinger shot there that we've seen in so many of the other days, because that would have been the highlight play right there. But Force gave him just enough of a challenge, put just enough pressure, burned him out of like one more mat. You saw him go to throw the cone down, and that little input was the delay there that he didn't have, and then he wasn't able to swap over in time to get that possibly final saving sling, and instead it goes over to Ziandi and Alex Cod.
It happens, and just like that, it happens, man. But on the other end, you got to congratulate them, right? They did get the Victory Royale, but for Ziandi, he was in first place, right? They got themselves the Victory Royale, which means now this could be another duo that we pull out of the total pool of players, right? So there's a lot that is kind of unfolded here. And, you know, Levin, Sundown, we only have the one game left. So I want to call an audible here. I want to kind of throw up the graphic just to remind everyone, if you've just tuned in, you're like, but there's been a ton of games. Let's see who all of our victors are, and then we're gonna go right into standings. Okay, so once again, and I'm so sorry, is this, how do you guys say Ziandi's teammate's name? I'm so sorry.
Alex Cod.
Alex Cod, there you go. Okay, I was like, I know that's not like Z. I don't know what it was, but this is what happens. Players always change their name. Okay, let's hit the standings. Let's get serious. Okay, one game left to go. Let's take a look at the bubble. Don't forget, top 6 will make it on 3. So right now, Snazy Nate, they come in today, and they're looking to hold Levin, but can they? Because Kane and Cruel, they're also doing very well.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Snazy and Nate is they'll just be hoping that somebody above them gets a Victory Royale, if not them, right? In terms of just, guys, let's make it deeper into the game, but if one of you could get the Vic Roy, it would do us a solid, you know what I'm saying? So this last game is going to get real intense because, look how tight it is just points-wise. Even when you're going down to 10th, like, that's very easily jumpable in terms of getting in. Look at 11th as well, 101 points. It's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, let's be honest here. Everybody in the top 13 who's just outside kind of that triple-digit range right now is in touching distance of that top 6 right at the end. It's going to be close. It'll be more beneficial if somebody in that top 6 does end up taking away a Victory Royale, like you said, because it pulls out just that many more points. But with only one match left to go, there are 7 spots on the line in the finals for the EU FNCS. The question is, who's going to grab them?
It's so tough, right? Like, this could be anyone. And like, the perfect situation is a team in the top 6 gets a Victory Royale, right? Because then that means that the top end will be able to kind of move up. And then it's kind of like, where did we all end after that game? But alternatively, if someone outside the top 6 gets that Victory Royale, then that top 6, like, it's already too close right now. So as we're watching this game, for you fans at home, like, watch that bottom left. It tells you where, like, that number with the little like Celsius sign is telling you what place they're in, right? So you can actively, moment to moment, see how close these positions are flipping. It is absolutely crazy. I mean, how are we feeling going to this last game? I'm not sold, man. I feel like anything I could have thought, like predicted or whatever, I feel like every duo has stepped up in these moments, and they have said, this is it. We have to just kind of throw everything at the wall and then just hope that we can make it, you know, a win or a placement point. How are you feeling coming into this right now?
I think the big problem is if you're a fan of any of those teams, that's just right there, right? Just right there. It could easily be heartbreak, right? And so it's going to be entertaining for us. If you're watching from an outside perspective, you're just trying to have fun, enjoy the FNCS, this is perfect. This is everything you could ask for. But if you are one of those players or a fan of them, it is going to be really, really tight. You're going to be on the edge of the seat the whole game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just rooting for good games, and we got one more left here.
Oh, Sundown, I don't want to say goodbye just yet, but it is time. We've made it to the end of today, which means one game left to go. Who will fill these final 2 spots? It's time to find out. This is game number 6 of the FNCS.
Thank you very much. The desk. Shao, I'm going to want you to look into your crystal ball for a second. I want you to rub it. I want you to sit and think, who's winning this game?
Oh, okay. Hold up. Let me actually look at the crystal ball real quick. I'm like zoned in on what to say in terms of, you know, how things are going. I think if it's poetic, you know, in terms of how the quals have been going, it has to be Floki and Clement, you know, in terms of how their journey's been from day one till now, the way the day one players have been rolling in as well. Even though they are basically close to qualifying in this game, they have to roll in.
Absolutely not certain they're first on the leaderboard right now. Remember, we have about the top 10 teams who are all in that qualification range area, whatever you want to really call it at this point. Whoever is on this bubble goes down early, mid, even at the start of the moving zones. This could be massive for any of these other teams to give them that opportunity to catch up and overtake.
Yeah, and the big thing too is not just, you know, who's making it in, but where are they going to go? The finals, everyone is going to be watching to see which 7 teams roll in. It's the last game of the semifinals. Here we go. One more game, 7 more slots, and 1 winning team with a direct ticket in. It can be any team playing right now that can hit that final. They just have to win. That being said, a bunch of them are close to that top 6. We're looking at Snazy, we're looking at Cruel. That 110-point line is where you have to be that tall, basically, to be in that top 6.
So SLQ slowly decide not to 50-50 this time and both get 150 by a heavy shotgun from Snazy, so a little bit of a change up. We're kind of, I don't want to say gifted, that's not the right way to put it, but Snazy had a really easy time with Surge at the start of that previous game, purely based on that early contestation. We got to think right now, them being 5th on the bubble, this early game and how they play out Covert Canyon here means everything.
Every decision will be amplified, a butterfly effect towards the later portion of their game. 30 damage for Snazy in a place that could have been 60 or even 90. We'll see if that affects things in a few zones. Glubshy as well. His form of game will be aggression, already finding 1 elimination off spawn onto Chonkers. It's been the most active POI, I feel like, even past Tilted in terms of fights and shots. And so far, the way that he can get towards the finals will surely have to be a victory royale. 40 points at this point, Reese. Unless he's finding secret points we don't know about in the format, there's no way he qualifies off of consistency.
No. I mean, you know, there could be a lot of elims going on down. We see some nutty kind of stuff happening here, but it's interesting the change of pace that we've seen in Chonkers. It's been so chaotic, and it's almost poetic. Coming into the final game, it's just one team. They have the entire land to themselves and every opportunity to qualify.
Syndra and low ticks, this is where the pressure really starts to lock in, whether it is a POI like Chonkers where it's free, where it is, you know, maybe a place where they're worried and contested. What's on their mind is the fact that this will be a very different game for them overall. Symmetry gonna be right beside them to take a few shots. It's all about the win for them, and that's how you start a game right. Absolutely glorious prediction on movement, and Syndra has a free elimination to start this game off.
Beautiful. I've not seen a good snipe in a long time on the broadcast. Especially this season, since obviously they're a slight little bit weaker when it comes to Chapter 3, Season 1. You know, that not got that big one-shot potential from the maximum headshot. We got a quick stat in the top right. Projected points needed to advance through to consistency is 139. Now, this could all change up depending on if one of the teams in that top 6 will qualify through. Someone's above that. Say if Floki Clement wins the game, for example, that will change up a little bit. But 139 is the magic number.
40 is then the normal number, unmagical. What's the opposite of magic?
Definitely unmagical number.
Unmagical number.
I don't have the exact words, but it's not magical.
Might not be able to cast spells. You can still go to like a 9 to 5. You can still do what you want
All in
to do.
cup tricks, you know.
Yeah. But what Blanca and Combat can still do is something absolutely completely magical, which is winning the game. That will still also get you in. It's 6 teams from that consistency, the top 6, and then the winner as well. We can't stress that enough. And both the teams that are fighting right now, Kidwo and Frey, Combat and Blanca, I mean, for the moment right now, 33rd and 27th, consistency is nowhere near them. They'll have to force this fight. They'll have to force every fight possible. It seems like maybe take out as many teams towards the top, get the best loot possible, and just go for that win.
Yeah, you think you see a lot more teams play way more aggressive in this game than we've seen previously. And this is usually the case when it comes to that final game. Even though the off-spawn seems a little bit more calm because there's less teams in lobby, more uncontested players. At the same time, the teams are almost in that we just need to win. And sometimes to win a game, you have to make aggressive plays. If you're just sitting on the low ground, boxing up, tunneling an end game, doing nothing, you're getting no match, you're getting no refreshes. You have to be able to be aggressive and make the plays to win a game.
You might be thinking, then, if that's the case, Reese and Shio, why don't people just disengage off of spawn in the last game? You have a better chance of surviving. You also have half less to loot. You also have no damage and like barely any builds because you have to share everything. In this game, when you want to win, sharing is usually not the way it's done.
Sharing is usually caring in real life. I would highly recommend it. But not in Fortnite.
Not in game.
Not in Fortnite. Be
share with your teammates. Yeah. Yes. Otherwise, be selfish. Do you have an opinion on, knocked bodies? Who gets the loot? Is it the person that gets the knock?
Are you referring to in an FNCS situation like this, or if we're playing arena?
If we're playing arena, because I know in FNCS it is what it is,
Yeah, I just was wondering if there's a more analytical slant to that.
It's just far from analysis.
I mean, finders get keepers, really,
Wow. Okay.
But that's only if I am not the one that gets the elim. If I get the elim, it's mine. If you get the elim, it's potentially mine if I'm there.
Maximum honor there from Resub. You heard it here first, folks.
It depends, if there's like a pleasant back and forth. Oh, you go drop me this gold striker at one point. Then potentially I'll feel a little bit more open and relaxed about, maybe giving you maybe a little AR, maybe SMG here or there.
We'll see. All I know now is anytime I'm playing with you, I'm just taking the loot. Kid and Cruel, they want to I feel like it's itching in their souls to just take all the fights inside the cavern. I'm wondering exactly how games also started for a bunch of players all across the map. What are they trying to steal away from others? Look at that triple edit from Frizusha. This is what I like to see, and he sets up his teammate perfectly. Karmi comes in, picks up that Flodax Elam.
That means Flodax switched drop spot yet again, well, not yet again, sorry. I was actually saying in the last game, he was one of the players who's stuck to the Daily Bugle. Qualifiers, semis, doesn't matter. He's not moved one bit. And now in the final game, he's decided to move up, and it's just not worked out for him at all.
Yeah, he's not going to be moving to the finals.
That's also very relevant, true. Good stat, very important. If you see a team go out who is not in the top 6, their FNCS is over.
That's so scary. Wolfie is going to be in that spot with Mr. J, and this is a team, I know they're 5 points, but they've been so much fun to watch this entire weekend. They've had some of the craziest fights overall. They weren't the ones that were giving us the age fight, right? That was Rafa versus Kylie
no.
or something.
No.
They've had some cool breakdowns, if you're looking to study off-spawn engagements on what to do right, as well as sometimes what to do wrong, this is a very cool team to watch because they have been flipping some spots as well. Now, though, they have to play a certain part of the game where they haven't been to today at all. 5 points means they haven't really even made it past what, like top 30-ish even?
Well, no, remember, first game, 12 minutes they went down, and it was 48.
True. Okay.
So, I don't know in terms of their best placement off the top of my head right now, but it's not been good, no.
I have to go through uncharted waters. Meanwhile, this is kind of I feel like, officially scariest spot to sit in. Julian Comtil, it's not about just surviving in whatever place you are in the leaderboard. It's not even about overtaking others. It's about being absolutely efficient and living in both worlds as much as possible. 7th place. They're 1 placement away currently from just qualing.
Now, this is an interesting position, though. because this is a north zone. I know it's shocking, but this is a north zone. And they're sitting boxing up on the south side of a relatively north POI, which means that all those players are coming in below them. So they should have great sight lines to get a bunch of tags. All the players rotating there. But if it pulls north for a second, they have to go through everyone else who's in that POI.
That's a very good thing to bring up. Usually it's not that big of a thing to analyze. You know, you look at bus pads. Oh, who's going to drop down first? I feel like it's never really that, you know, relevant. But when it comes to a tournament where over a few days, everyone's been playing in the south over and over again, you get used to a very specific type of game style unconsciously, right? When you look at the game now, if it does pull north in the final moments, we've been working to fix things over and over again, how your end game looks. It's all been based off of rocky reels. It's all been based off of rotations in the middle of the map. Now we go towards the top left. We're talking about snow. The lumberyard is now in play. This game will be very different for all of Europe and in a match where it matters the most.
It's poetic. The final game, the game that decides who is qualifying through, is completely opposite to every other game we've watched this weekend by pulling north instead of south. And we see a lot of the teams who are up in that north side, you can already see a kind of complete shift, an almost paradigm shift in the way that the players are playing. When it comes to that south zones, no one's in the zone early. But when it comes to the north zones, suddenly everyone is in that center zone already. It's already stacked. So players like Karmi and Nefrizi, who are rotating in late, are going to have a tough time finding a power position on one of those hills where they need to be in.
Outside the FNCS as well, when you look at the lumberyard, when you look at the zone play in general, when it comes to cash cups and a bunch of the games that have just been played, 26% of the time we're in the top left hemisphere. It's one of the most common games overall for a bunch of the players. I believe that just also might be FNCS wide across the world in general.
Interesting.
All the games. So it might not be cash cups entirely, but if you look at that pattern just for the FNCS, you understand and realize a bunch of players should have good game plans overall in terms of, you know, how things look in this zone. Yeah, they're basically, you know, we talk about home zone a lot of the time. They'll be in comfort in the environment they're around it.
This is a team right here that I hope is comfortable. This is the South Sleepy Sounds team. Lois and Drea, a team that we've talked about all weekend, a team that I've hyped up at the start of the first day yesterday. You know, stinky performances off spawn, in all honesty. They continually went down. They continually lost in a drop spot they're not comfortable with, but now have switched back to their home spot, Sleepy Sounds, the south side. They've pulled a zone that's favorable to them as well.
That's the thing, right? Is it a little bit more tarpy on the top left side? Is it a little bit better for Andretta overall? There has to be a reason they're here for the semis as well, right? And obviously, we know a good team overall when it just comes to character. You're right, the performance has been a little bit sloppy. There can be no excuse for this zone is what I'm trying to say for Andretta and Flois.
100%. They have to put themselves in a good position. They're not as deep in the zone as I would like. Potentially, it has been their struggle so far, not getting that deep into zone, having difficult rotates later on, repeatedly, game after game. So I'm hoping they have a good game plan for rotating after this, once they've kind of got a bunch of tags on the player coming through. Kaizen and Nyazin right now, our fourth place team, they are struggling. 53 below, they're looking to take tags. They're unfortunately looking to trade as well.
They're going to continue to struggle because when it comes to this duo on the top portion of your screen right now, I feel like they're the late duo. We're talking about procrastinators at the very start of this broadcast. Let's bring it full circle. I always see them on zone line. I always see them low ground in these end games. And they do conserve materials that way. They get to abuse other people's locations. When it comes to these mountainous zones, it's a lot more difficult to play that low ground. It's a lot more difficult to survive in mid around all these teams switching layers. And already they're starting to struggle with Surge. It's only uphill from here for these boys.
Could be talking of uphill. Till and Julian Colm in the bottom right, trying to drive uphill and struggling, meeting a wall of players in their way. And then bottom left, you see Nate and Sneezy. Similarly, also all of our teams here on the bubble and all struggling with this surge, all in a clustered area.
Look at these names too. Julian Colm, Kaizen, Yaisen, Sneezy, Nate. Some of them might not be here in the finals. This is the last game. And that's just 3 teams we want to be there. Out of the other 3 that can go out through consistency and the one that'll be there through the win, we will see an upset of a team that's usually there inside the finals. A prestigious name not allowed to play in this first duels FNCS.
Every single team we're watching right now, 1 shot above or 1 shot below on the threshold. The zone now starting to tick All three of our teams who are on the bubble starting to struggle. Nate's teammate, Snazy, has been completely weakened down. The material's starting to dwindle on the top. We see Kaizen 14 above, just doing anything he can. Now 18 below the threshold again, starting to dwindle down on the chug splashes as well. Julian Com, 18 above from trading. This is one of the closest Storm Surges I've ever seen on the leaderboard of Surge. These guys must all be absolutely next to each other.
When Nate takes a shot, Julian Storm Surge goes down. When Kaizen lands something, they all start to switch. These are the only team, 6 out of the 7 players, that influence each other with every shot they take.
Rough to see Julian Combs managed to get up ahead. Nate actively getting tagged by at the same time. Kaizen just tiptoeing over the line of 15 above, over and over. This triple view beautifully demonstrating every single angle, but now going down into Nate to show you exactly who's in trouble.
Both other teams have gotten almost 100 above. Nate and Snazy stuck down in the depths, 23 below. They started just right here beside a mountain, but suddenly this box does not look like home. Force and Wings, one of the most aggressive duos I would sometimes akin to being an armadillo when it comes to trying to pressure. It's impossible to crack their shell. They're going to stop Snazy from going in and getting any damage, and now it's all up to Nate.
I think Nate ended up letting Snazy go down there because that ended the Storm Surge. He knows that as a solo, this is the only opportunity for him to qualify. He's in the top 5 right now. He has Wings and Force spraying at his walls as a duo. Just, again, I'm going to say it, dwindling the materials down. He uses the only launch pad that he has. He has no heals. He has absolutely nothing, and that team's just tracked him. That's followed him. The tree started to fall onto his build, but no avail underneath the cone right now. Center third zone. That's so rough for him.
I'm speechless right now. FNCS finals without Nate and Snazy in it is what it's looking like for the moment. Launch pad down. So many shields already used. Third place. Skyzoo. Jocks going in to the box. 0 HP. It is a replay of third place going down. And that was 121 points from what we saw earlier on. From analytics, it was 129 that was needed. So even them, depending on if a top 6 team wins or even a team ahead of them winning, they might not even make it to the finals.
That means they're going to be locked in time. Is
139, my apologies.
139.
29. 139?
So them being locked in time, low 120s, that has to have a huge shift in terms of who qualifies, right? If the teams above them win a game, that threshold could drop big time. We've seen a lot of players up there struggle, which could shift that threshold a ton. But guys like Flois and Andrea, who are on that congested side of the zone with a ton of other players, they have to capitalize on this final opportunity to make it to the finals.
Majority of teams getting the zone. It will be a squish, a crunch for a bunch around the outsides. I mentioned 129 before because I thought that everyone was close to qualifying currently for the moment. But it looks like there's a journey. 10 more even points on top of that to 139 for a majority of these teams. I thought Nate was just right there. Maybe the 6th, 7th zone is all he had to conquer. But he'll have to go towards the 8th and 9th with just these materials, with his medal already half out. This is just disaster for Nate.
He snuck back here. He was away by himself. He snuck over here back to the loot of the players that he was just fighting at before and his teammate Snazy. Remember, his inventory had no shield in it. He was down to white HP. He's now managed to get himself back up to almost 100 builds. Tons of heals left. And now with a shot at qualification.
Prize pool of $1.3 million. A chance to play for it overall. That'll be on the mind for all these teams currently as well. Frizz and Carmi looking at their position on the boards right now. 9th place, almost gonna need more than 30 points. I mean, the only team that's comfortable right now, Reese, have to be Clement and Floki, the Solary boys, rolling in. They started this game with 143. They've kind of already done the damage needed. If they win overall, that will change things for a bunch of teams below them. That'll basically add an extra slot to that top 6 in terms of who qualified.
But again, they're not game winners. They're 2nd, 3rd, 5th, consistent placement teams. They're not guys who are going to go for height and go for the win unless they're just feeling confident in the final game. So the teams that you're looking for right now on your screen are the ones who are more than likely going for the win.
Welcome to Storm Surge Part 2. Once again, we see teams above that line, below that line. That line specifically. Yeah, 185 for Nate. You thought it got worse with one teammate being down. You thought it got worse with the mats being gone and not around. This man needs to find basically 2 teammates worth of damage. You know, sometimes you get the 100, that person shields up, you have to go and get the 100 again. There's no way someone just lets you deal that 200 once, and I don't see a sniper in his inventory, so doesn't have a chance for that big shot. Even a headshot at this point would not be enough with 225 being the plate he's being served. Flois and Andretta also in trouble. That 4 number looking that much more scary if it's Frey on your box. Andretta will not go down, surprisingly staying up, and Flois will still go for a beam against 2 players entirely. They have the right side edit. They have a few chances for a shot. Flois gets blocked. He's gonna go for the 2v1 beam. He does not get the elimination on one side. He had an opening, but there's no damage, no chance. He's giving them too much time. He has to just edit in and do something. He elects for Andretta to go down, does not trade for the 2 eliminations. He does not go all in. It's all up to Flois now.
That is the issue with not having a shotgun in your inventory. That was a 1v2 clutch he could have easily put into play, but the choice of inventory just was not there. This is the meta he went to work for. Now he's left with no heals, but luckily he still has the launch pad in his inventory. As we switch over to Nefreezy, who's chilling on Surge, chilling on position, not so chilling on the rotate back over to Snake. However, on that far right hand side, he's got a duo trying to run straight inside of his box. He does have the shotgun. He's trying to hit the shots. He's below. He's now 38 above at the same time. He's getting straight out that box. He knows where the danger is. He knows he has to get out. He's the only player below Storm Surge at this point. 15 below, 1 shot. 1 AR tag will put him up above. This is the clutch for qualification, potentially, if he stays in this. And Cheatin goes down in the feed. So does Recycling and Pickle. The Surge is now over. Things have calmed. There's a moment to breathe for Nate. And yeah, he's still looking to shoot some players.
He knows that Storm Surge has a part 3. It's still not done with him just yet, and that number was 96. He had to climb. The people getting the eliminations on these people that are following in the feed as well. Reese, that should be paid attention to. Zara picking up a few of the eliminations. Kidwo as well got one of them, and we just saw Frey and Kidwo pick apart Andretta as well, so they have a huge refresh to work with. Zaka, who's Zara's teammate, gets a nice Elim fully confirmed as well. Look at Flois and where we left him. Very similar to Nate. These are 2 stories, 2 legendary paths. We might just see close here before the end game even starts.
No, Nate goes down in the zone at the backside. Potentially the shots were not correct play. Rose the awareness of everyone else to the lobby. Now it's down to Flois, losing Andrea, 8th place currently. No heals. 15 builds, 1 launch pad to his name to clutch up.
Low ground, all there is struggle for people who aren't even moving in the zone. It's tough to see Nate go down that way, but it kind of shows you how that low ground will play out for a majority of these teams, and they've been used to being in that spot. Zara actually going down. They have a pad and should be so good on builds, depending on all the action we just saw them take a part of, but it's Leon that snaps their story in half. Flois finally goes down to Rafa, so Andretta will not be there alongside Flois in the finals of this FNCS either. Zaka, though, will have to try to solo clutch this. Kaden and Cruel have been here since day 1 on the right side of your screen. They're in 7th place and have high ground for what it looks like. They must either play really well or go for the win, but Kane slips, slides, and falls. They're having trouble editing through these builds. The pressure amounting to too much. Their blood freezing inside these close, flowy mountains, and Kane is down, put on ice. Cruel now left by himself. No launch pad, has the builds, but is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Entire lobby with their focus, their eyes looking onto Cruel as the solo. 1 mere man trying to make his way through the entire lobby. He's 108 below the Surge at the same time. It's ticking, his heels going, the zone's catching up. He's just doing whatever he can to hit the damage, hit the shots onto some of the other players in the lobby at the same time. This is a potential qualification over, but hold on. He's moved up to 6th place on the leaderboard so far. So the 7th place team is currently down and underneath him, but there's still a lot of placement points left to go.
He's trying to keep things alive and survive. 24th place team all the way up on high ground. So if it's not going to be one of those top 6 teams winning, it might be tough for Cruel. He's dropping down, perfect drop and catch to make sure he doesn't take the fall damage, but he needs to upkeep with his shields. Player in his box, and that's Cruel's run done, but it's not over yet. Jeff going straight up for height. It's 2 teams that are desperate for a win. They're nowhere close to the consistency. Jeff with the edit course all the way on high ground, but does not find a shot or the Spider-Man grab. It's unfortunate. Left up top to Keandro by himself. Does he have the potential for a res? Is it even an option at this point? No, absolutely not. And now the win, it was just there in his grasp, right there in front of his eyes. It's gone, and he has to do things by himself.
I think he was going for the materials, hopefully getting the drop from from Jeff, but it just didn't happen yet at all. But up on high ground, Flawless. Kirox, the team who's been in the fights, in the engagements all day, now making a name for themselves up on high ground. They have the materials to hold it, but do they have the skill? Do they have the awareness of the entire lobby? We have not seen that so far, but yet this is the game that they could win and qualify. They have no shot at doing it through consistency.
You can hear the shots rumbling on low ground. Subwoofers of bass is going back and forth over and over again. It is not pretty down there on the ice. Krusty and Relvis, they start to skate down below as well. 118 points. They're right outside the top 6. Swifty, I assume, will just have to qualify after that elimination onto Floki. But there it is. It's Clement actually going down. They should be good too with the points they have in this game. We might be seeing them in the finals, but for Relvis and Krusty, this is desperation. Maximum overdrive. Flawless as well up top on height, 85 points. They need this win. Nothing short of that will cut it with 7 teams still left, but they're having trouble knocking on the door of every team down below. Jams it on this box, is going to get splintered to side splash as Relvis finally goes down. Krusty, 3 elims, 120 points. He needs about 19 more. Not going to have the chance to maybe even pick up his teammate. The zone is bouncing back. 9 zone revival, no chance, absolutely. 30 HP playing with that storm, no mats available. FNCS qualifier run on the line. He navigates with the shot, looking for the beam and finds it. The dream survives for a few more seconds, but he needs to stay active. 4 teams now down. Stepter finally gone. Krusty, he was the one getting the elimination. Jams it also denied a seat. 5th place, it's looking good. He's fine overall. This might just be enough for the qual. He does go down though in 5th place. How much higher do the points go? Clinberry, 11th overall. He might be looking for the win. Him and Leon have been so aggressive, but that maximum push on the gas might be too much. They're at a max. Leon now too is trying to find a way to swing up. That was his last spider shot. They've got nothing but the guns and no mats on their back, going for the drop shot down. It's over. Huddy and Cyro up top, a 92-point run right now. 14th place. They need this win here.
It's a 2v2 situation, high ground versus low ground. The materials, yet again, almost down to nothing. But can the shots connect? The HP so low on Hutty. Hutty has qualified. He's in 3rd place to win this, to qualify. Xerox and Flawless have to pick up the victory. They jump into the box, and they do it. They are going to qualify straight through to the FNCS finals with that victory royale.
Absolutely beautiful from many different teams. We saw a variety of perspectives of runs, especially one that was absolutely desperate. Never count out any team in the semifinals all the way till the last game. That's what we love to see.
Every single match electrifying, every moment of that final game on the edge of my seat. But it went down in the end to the team who took their time, who went up the height layer, Flawless Kirox.
That was just beautiful, and once again that pattern repeats all the way to game 6. No one really interrupting height at all. It's crazy. A day 2 team that's also rolling by and looking fly. I mean, Reese, that was an amazing form of games, and we saw a bunch of 5th, 6th, 4th places even end their runs in that game. They graduated.
Yeah, there was a lot of people overtaking the leaderboard. When it comes to actually finally see the full list of qualifications, we'll actually see how impactful that final game was.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching the semifinals so far. That was me and Reese on the cast. We'll toss it back over to Zeke, Levin, and Sundown to break down exactly who is going to the finals.
Thank you guys so much. You guys absolutely crushed it today. My goodness, 6 games of Fortnite, and for Cyrox and Flawless, they make it through the end. I love how the caster set it up right there in those final few moments. It does come down to this. They either win that game and they qualify, or they lose and they don't. So well fought from them. It comes down to this, right, Levin? In these final moments of these final games, a team always just finds a way to kind of come up and say, look, we can qualify. We're going to win whatever it is. We're just going to make sure that we can make it to the very next stage of the competition. And going from 14th, right? You got to think in this moment, they're thinking, what do we do? You know, it's this or nothing. It's this or we got to wait till the next FNCS. But they held it together. They isolated Huddy there, and they said, no, you're not going anywhere, but we are going to the finals.
Yeah, I love that from them, right? They didn't lose composure. When they lost high ground, we'll talk about it, because one team did make this mistake, but when they lost high ground, they didn't lose composure. They realized, hey, let's try to chop it down. They went for the chop down. Eventually, it played off for them, and they were able to win out the game. They deserve to be in the final. Good job. It's not easy, right, to hold your nerve in the last game when you know everything's on the line, when you're not quite sure if you have enough points to secure in the top 6, but they were able to pull through. So big congratulations. I'm not sure actually, is that their first FNCS for those guys? I think it might be for Flawless maybe, but you know, big congrats to them. Going to be great to see them in the finals next weekend.
Yeah, very much so deserved, showing the composure like you talked about, being able to stay hip to hip. And hey, when you have only one win condition, that's a lot of pressure going on to them, and they were able to close it out, staying as a duo and really working their way too. But also got to give a shout out to Huddy and Swift, a phenomenally consistent round of 6 matches going through. They'll definitely be on that leaderboard, but we don't know completely what that leaderboard is going to look like. As everyone said, just keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. You can see nearly every team who was in this endgame was right around kind of that single or double digits towards the end, and then they were dropping, but you can just see the work they were consistently putting down and the teamwork they had together. This was every game for them.
Looks so good. Absolutely ridiculous. So we're in the back, right? Let me just set the stage for you guys, you viewers at home. Sundown, Levin, and I, we're in the back every single time someone's eliminated. We're looking at the bottom left. What's going on? Is that what number were they in? Wait, does that mean that this team's still up? The whole time we watched the tail end, the bottom 6 of the top 6 change. And now the question becomes, who did make it through? Now they did hold on to that 3rd place, right? Huddy absolutely just holding on, because that's what a lot of these teams had to do, right? If you're in that top 6, you got to make sure you can squeeze just every single point you can out, right? Because if some other duo finds their way in, they're going to just knock you out. And we probably will more than likely see the team that was in 6th last time knocked out. So let's remind you guys of who won, who has already made it through on just the Victory Royale. Trulex, Chico, Irazumi, Ovalder, Swilliam, Lecce, Vortexia, Castery. Which one's this one? Alex Cod, Zandy, I remembered, Levin, I got it. And Flawless and Cyrox. Congratulations, but we got to flip on over. We got to see which duos do make it in that top 6 spot. Levin, it happened. It happened. We saw Caden Cruel. They got pushed out.
So much switch up. If you're looking at that top 6, if you're just remembering back to the leaderboard in the previous game, so many switch ups, and that's what we expected to happen with just how fine the margins were, Sundown. And look, big congratulations to the players in the top 6. A lot of them were incredibly consistent on the day. You know, 1st and 2nd, phenomenal performance. They both did incredible. But when you look down below as well, a lot of them did a great job of being able to sneak their way in just in that final game there.
Yeah, the final top 6 ended up being 129. We saw 2nd place going into that final game was 122. So the only people who ultimately ended up being safe and not having that last game kind of on their back was Floki and Complain. And even then, we saw them in that highlight package at the end. They were playing in the end games, doing what they do well and being very consistent. But we have to say, hey, that's it for Europe. We got our top 50 duos. Congratulations to everyone. We'll see you next weekend. But what a region for Fortnite this weekend.
So good. We got to take a look at the predictions, right? How did we do? Now, of course, we were right. We knew Floki and Clement would come in and do absolutely well. Kane and Cruel, unfortunately, do miss the bus. But it is okay. It is all good, right, Levin? In these moments, it's easy to kind of look down and say, you know, we lost, we didn't make it, whatever. But it's okay. Fortnite is about growing. It's about evolving. You can take the learnings you have here, go back to the drawing board, study up, VOD review, and then bring all of that into next season.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's the first event of the year. You want to get off to a good start, but if you can't, you have to remember there's we got a long year of Fortnite ahead of us. There's going to be plenty of duo competitions for the teams that just didn't quite make it. It happens, you know what I mean? It happens. At the end of the day, right, like you said, Zeke, you hit the drawing board, you come back even stronger. Look, as much as I will probably banter people as much as I can now over the next couple of weeks, you know, because I've got to keep it playful and whatnot. Don't be too hard on yourself, right? It happens. The best 50 duos were the ones that made it through. And if you weren't quite there, next season may be your season.
Yeah, there's always more competitive Fortnite.
Always, always, always. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for this entire weekend of Europe. It has been an incredible subset of games. Please make sure you give these two a follow. Give Reese and Shywager a follow. Without them, this just is impossible. We are back next weekend. Finals. Acts of Champions, prize money on the line, stakes that much higher. But we also have NA East and NA West not too far away, so if you want to watch more Fortnite, there will be more Fortnite for you today. Until next week, we love you, stay safe, and as always, we'll see you guys on the battle bus. Beep beep.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally had duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so like, now into trios, it's like, this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, it does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is at Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but
let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowskull's Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle, because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
I think Bugle is probably the best spot on the map right now.
There is like a lot of chests, a lot of ammo, a lot of everything.
Tilted Towers, there's just so much floor loot and ammo boxes and pepper boxes, so you just always come out really stacked. And then Sleepy Sound just has a lot of pepper boxes and a lot of floor loot, so you always come out with a lot of launch pads.
I really enjoyed Tilted coming back. It was very fun to land there again.
I actually land Tilted. That's my drop spot. Duos.
Tilted is like one of my favorite spots in the game, like forever.
It's going to be very good and competitive. A lot of players are going to have it uncontested.
And it's all modernized and changed into this current into the current way the game is played, and it's really cool.
That nostalgia, I'd say.
I cannot be more happy.
So I think people are making a mistake by not landing Sanctuary, because that Mythic AR there is definitely the best AR in the game.
If you can capitalize and get Sanctuary to yourself and maybe even get that Mythic AR in a Grand Finals, I just know how good it is.
Camp Cuddle is a really underrated spot.
I think Vigo's definitely the most slept on POI. I didn't even think of it in my top 3. Probably is honestly a top 3. It is a crazy POI.
Best method to rotate on the map is definitely using Spider-Man's.
I would definitely say Spider-Man's 100%.
It can get you across the map in probably a couple minutes. Nothing can do that right now.
The map awareness is definitely like really important, because like if you don't know where you are or where you're going or like where it could pull, like you're gonna just be in a pretty bad situation for like the next zone pull.
So you really got to be aware and understand the map.
A good map habit would be always to mark where the zone goes and what side you want to be on.
Oh, you need to always 100% be aware of where the zone is.
Marking it is a huge thing, and I think that like that alone has saved me so many times, because I can just see where the zones is and I'm not guessing.
Because if a zone pulls far and you're in a really bad spot, it could end your game.
Yeah, I would say the best tip to find a drop spot for your playstyle is really find where your strengths are in fighting.
Look for something that's not too heavily contested. It's kind of difficult in this current meta.
If you're really a team that needs to play for Surge and really passive, I think you go for a center map, so a center spot, so that you can loot quick, get some Surge, and then rotate and don't need to fight anybody.
And then if you want to like fight and you're really good at fighting, you want a crap ton of kills, then I'd probably just land like a 3C, Tilted, Chonkers, Daily.
I think Bugle is definitely the best spot for an aggressive player, and Sanctuary. Both of those drop spots are very, very good.
Don't be scared to land somewhere shambles. If you can master a spot that's really, really good, then do it.
Last time on FNCS North America East, we saw Princess Wolf and AMT take a victory royale and go on to qualify. The only duo to advance who haven't been in FNCS finals before. Av and NQs popped off with 8 eliminations but narrowly missed out on qualifying. They are the only duo to place lower than 11th place with that many eliminations. Will they pop off again and advance today? And we saw Fable, Taco, and Jackson J go 3 straight games where they finished top 10, but it wasn't enough to qualify. They will be competing for a spot in the finals again today. It's the last chance. It's all to play for right now on FNCS NAE Semifinals Day 3. In the beginning, there were qualifiers. Now we are right on the edge of something magnificent, confirming the final 12 duos who will be entering into the battle for supremacy next weekend. Players have clutched, dominated, truck played in this new semi-finals format. 38 teams have already assembled for the finals, primed for the ultimate test. So who will rise up to challenge them? Welcome in, you lot, because it's Fortnite time! My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host at the course of this FNCS NAE Semifinals Day number 3. And joining me here on the desk of destiny, the one and only Vivid and somebody's gun. Boys, this is going to be absolutely incredible. What a day we have ahead of us. First things first, Vivid, this is the last opportunity to qualify. What a ride it's been so far.
Yeah, what a ride it's been so far. You know, we've seen, your little coins right there, truck plays, right? These players are pulling out all the stops that they possibly can so that way they can secure themselves a spot in the finals. But now we're coming down to the wire, SBG, right? It is day 3 of the semifinals. 50 teams coming into the lobby, but we only have room for 12 more. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, and perfectly said. The truck play is at the stop. Well done. I like the little wordplay there, but ultimately it's gonna come down to who has it and who wants it most today, because everyone wants to win these games. But now instead of 5, we got 6 an extra game today. 1 more team will qualify through that victory royale. It's gonna be quite interesting because so many big players and big names are still on our list.
Indeed, and we've got a few new duos coming into the mix as well here, which will really shake things up as well. So we'll talk about those very shortly. But first things first, let's make this clear, okay? There is a way that you can watch FNCS semifinals in the best way possible right now. Legends Landing, baby. It's all new this season. We have been hyping this thing up because it is spectacular. A great opportunity to watch live. All the action. You can find this in the Buy Epic Discovery Row. You can watch FNCS finals from this location. It is such a fun place. As I mentioned before, tons of activities, activations, fun things for you guys to do and experience and see as well. And you can hear our voices in all its glory in Legends Landing. As I said, the Buy Epic Discovery Row. It's a fun place, and there's so much more fun to be had here on the broadcast as well. Let's actually take a look at the schedule, because I know you guys at home might not have seen this before, want to see it again, or just get a recap from us here on what is coming your way and how we got here as well. Qualifier 1 and 2 happened last weekend, February 18th and 20th. We see that we had 16 teams go through, 8 on both days, and now here we are, semifinals day 3. We've had the 25th and we've had the 26th. It is the 27th. This is the last chance, as we've mentioned here already. 12 teams left will qualify for finals next weekend, March 5th and 6th. It is unbelievable. And it's all happening. We're getting there, guys. We're almost at the final furlong, the real push for the top of the mountain. It's all coming your way. But of course, as well, we have the format. Vivid, walk us through how do we get to finals?
Yeah, so we're going to be finding ourselves in that middle column right there. Session 3 of the semifinals. We are in the last chance possible qualifiers, so that way these players can make it over into the finals. Let's not forget, though, a victory royale nets you a direct spot straight into the finals. So we will coin 6 teams from that format today, and then top 6 consistency also matters over those 6 games. So a lot to play for, and these teams will shake it up. Some will go for high ground, and some will just try to chill and play for those consistent points.
Now, let's take a look, see what exactly we're playing for today, and look at the point format. We have 1,000 points. That's basically just saying, all right, you guys move on. Obviously, if you win the game, you're going to finals. Congratulations. But everyone else that doesn't win the match, you're playing for this consistency, these points in the semifinals. So we have 28 points for second place, and you start getting placement at 35th. Now, the big key that we've seen is these elimination points. It's 3 points per elimination. A lot of the teams that have been qualifying without the Victory Royale, finishing in that top 6, have been slaying out and picking up tons of eliminations. So likely going to see something like that once again here today.
Yeah, you could be more right there. It's the balance, isn't it, of the two things? But, you know, 6 teams going through just purely from Victory Royales. That is exciting. The points, though, they must count for something. Those 6 places at the end of the day as well. Let's take a look at some of the teams that are competing in front of our very eyes today as well, Vivid. A few new teams we can see there as well, but those are some of the duos who are going head-to-head those last 12 positions today.
Yeah, let's not forget we have 11 new duos joining the battle today. Eden and Cody up at the top there, all the way through to Omri, 2K, and Fratrice there on that 3rd row. 11 new duos are going to be joining this competition, and it's going to shake up everything. All spawn fights, how the middle game plays. Some of the teams might be high ground oriented, shake up how that battle goes. And there are some namely players in here, SPG.
Oh, there definitely is. And like you said, even with the old players, we found some switch ups at these different POIs as different players decided to fill the void over at Greasy Grove when some players qualified. One team that fell, actually 2 teams, they're right next to each other. AV and Fabled Tacos just were so close yesterday. And I'm really hoping that they're able to push through today because they were on the verge. And unfortunately, in that final game, were unable to do enough.
Yeah, as is always the case here at NAE, we love to keep you guys at home guessing to the very end, and we like to keep ourselves guessing on the desk as well, because it is so tight in this region that it comes down to a few points. Day 1, it was down to 1 point in semifinals. Yesterday, 6 points. So as you can see, it is so close. We love getting to know the players. We've seen loads of these kind of real cool VTs, giving you guys a bit of insight into them and their lives and their worlds as well. Let's check in with Mega to find out a bit more about this amazing player and this duo coming into today's action.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I am in the lobby with Mega. Mega, thank you very much for being here. First question, let's start as simple. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
I am fantastic. Weird one to start things off here. Assuming the entire world changed to one region and you had 0 ping everywhere, who would you want to duo with?
Definitely Dubs, because we just have the most chemistry together.
Well, it's interesting, obviously, because you guys have been duos since... Is it even the first duos tournament, like all the way back?
Yeah, all the way back to Scallywag. We've been doing it for a long time.
What do you think it is about, like, you two that work so well?
I think just because we've been playing so long together, we're like on the same page for a lot of like rotates and just everything.
Since you've been together so long, like, how do you think your guys' chemistry is? Like, is it just you know what he's gonna do, he knows what you're gonna do?
There's a lot of times where I know when like Dubs is gonna go in on a kid. If he doesn't talk or something, like when he's fighting, you know he's got him like really low and he's just trying to concentrate. Playing with someone for so long can get you, you know? Like you just know what they're gonna do.
I like the fact that you figured out when he's not talking, you're like, oh, he needs some help, you know? Usually most people would be the opposite. They're screaming, they're shouting. You're like, I need to get in here with him, but here's the opposite. There's a lot of other teams out there. Is there anyone who you think right now is the best duo on your respective region in East?
I think Threats and Users are definitely on the come up and they're gonna play really good in FNCS scans.
What do you think it is that they're doing well?
I just like their play style and I think it's gonna bring them really far.
Do you do anything in terms of like your mental preparation? Is there any particular mindset you like to have? Is there anything you think about in particular?
You can always make a lot of money, but like even if you do like not good, then like you're just not losing anything. So
I like that. I like that. I've asked this question to quite a lot of people and I've never heard anyone say I'm not losing by not winning. Essentially,
yeah.
I think if I wrap it up and just that's quite a cool one. But if you want to be the greatest of all time, what would you say is like the most important things to be able to be one of the best, if not just the best?
Definitely mechanics, aim, and I think the most important one is your mental. If you're not having a good mental going into this, or like game 3, you have bad like first 2 games, you could still really make it like come back. But if you have a bad mental, then I think to begin with you're just not going to do good. So mental is a huge component for sure.
I have one other question here. Who's the best player you've ever previously teamed up with?
Oh, Dubs.
Oh, no way. Yeah, I thought that would be pretty obvious. Look, thank you very much for your time, Mega.
All right, peace, guys. Thank you.
I love to see the camaraderie between Mega and Dubs there, but as well, Vivid, we regularly say that your hair's got such volume, such beautiful bounce. Mega's taken to the level. What a fabulous Barnet. Fantastic. I love it. We obviously are going to see Mega and Dubs compete today. Shifty Shaft is looking like it could be the one. We've got a few teams in that contention there as well. But let's take a look at some of the duos specifically, because there are still so many who've not qualified and names that you kind of think should be there or thereabouts. Let's take a look at Casca and Smacked first, who I know are a duo that we've talked about loads before at FNCS. Still not qualified, but they are going to be competing today for us, Vivid. What makes these guys definitely worth a watch?
They are a well-vetted duo. They have the experience, and overall, they're just good, right? They just haven't found their rhythm yet. However, at the end of day 2 yesterday, we saw that they got a 4th place with 4 eliminations. And the previous 4 games, they didn't do too well. So that last game kind of sets them up for a strong opener today. If they can carry that momentum into day number 3, they can have a good day. And Southern Tilted Towers uncontested is huge for them as well.
Yeah, and we've seen teams qualify out of that space. Most namely is Benji Fishy and Mr. Savage over on EU, taking that same position. You're able to get all your mats, good loadout, so I expect them to do pretty well.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, we saw Mats yesterday with high ground takes as well. Was so pivotal. So it's great they can load up with the Mats and hopefully get to the end game. Let's talk about another one of our duos as well. Slacks and Clarity G. I chose these guys yesterday prediction-wise. Didn't quite go through. 14th now, both days back-to-back. Not quite making it, but very close to doing so. Why are they so special here, Vivid?
Yeah, you got to think 14th, right? With 11 teams going through, that's only 3 spots behind. Looking through their match history, they usually like to hover around that 12th place finish each game, right? So they are very close to just breaking into that top 10. If they can just clean it up today on day number 3, they are for sure going to make it through at least consistency. But I bet that these guys can for sure get a victory out because they have the experience.
And we saw them get close a couple of times. They were going for that high ground position yesterday, and that is exactly where you want to be based on what we've seen. But there was also a couple teams that played that low ground. That may be the switch of plans in order to succeed today.
Yes, absolutely. And one team I know that we're all excited to see as well in this competition. Income on day number 3, Cease and Elite. We've seen Cease talk loads on our pre-show, the videos and such as well. It's great to see him compete today as well with his teammate Vivid. It's great to see what these guys could bring to the table.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the double-edged sword of coming in on day 3, right? Like, you're not really used to playing in these lobbies yet, while some of these players who have been in it through both days are. But then these players don't know really how you play yet because you haven't shown any of your cards yet. So it could really work in their favor. And landing over at the Covert Canyon, you know that you get those guaranteed launch pads, which could be very favorable in just coming out and winning a Victory Royale.
Again, seen a number of teams coming out of this POI and qualifying to finals, so we'll see exactly if they're able to replicate that, because it's not a simple task, especially if they're going to be contested.
Yeah, it could actually be quite an advantage as well, couldn't it? Coming on day 3, having not had a chance to compete yet at all, you're kind of feeling good. You know you need to make an impact immediately, whereas other teams could be kind of flagging a little bit after 2 days of not competing. It'd be interesting to see how this one unfolds. But let's actually take a look at that POI specifically as well. We're looking at like kind of, off-spawn fights will be really interesting today. And Covert Cavern seems to be one where there's going to be a few teams going head-to-head. What makes it such a great POI to land in, Vivid? Why do we like seeing this one so much? What makes it such an interesting spot for our duos to begin their journey each game from?
Let's just say the obvious answer, right? The vault. There's just so much concentrated loot. You got the guaranteed launch pad, some slurp barrels in there, and there's chests that just give it so much loot. But then also, you have these launch pads that are actually based around the POI that are always there, so it makes kind of some easy rotations out of the POI alone. And that's why you see so many players stick at this POI when they don't have the key card. They just kind of sit there and they're waiting for the other duo to bring it back, because there are guaranteed rotations out of this area, and you get so much loot from the vault that you can just heal up even though you're tanking the storm. So it's like there's a lot of loot to gather, but all the teams know that, so they fight for it.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly how this plays out, who decides to claim and what winds up happening by that 6th match. One thing we haven't really seen is teams using that IO card to try and rotate out of there, because that's one of the best vehicles in the game to use for rotates. Like you said, Vivid, there's so much movement coming out of that POI, so these players have to capture that.
Yeah, and this could be one of the reasons that we've had, you mentioned it, SBG, some of our teams have qualified from that POI is because of those rotations that are so beneficial to them as well. So I can't wait to see it unfold. I mean, obviously, we've had 2 days of this already, and here's day number 3, and I'm just absolutely buzzing for the 3rd day of this because the format's so much fun as well. So let's take a look at another POI, actually. We mentioned Loot there. Let's look at Loot Lake. Why not? And Redbridge here. Vivid, another POI which seems relatively popular. We're looking at we're going to get an off-spawn fight there as well today. So what can you see happening?
Yeah, this is one of those drops where it's a little bit sketchy because it's what we coin as a split drop. You know, there's not a lot of loot. You kind of got to run around the whole entire area to gather up any of the floating chests that are there, but there's no real amount of concentrated loot. So you'll see a lot of these times these players will just land on each other at wherever the main bundle of the loot is, because if they know that if they lose that area of the loot, then they pretty much are going to lose that fight anyway. And you really got to just work on an elimination on the other team that's contesting you fast, because if they're off like stealing your route, you can't just work with whatever you land on because there's just not a lot there. You need the whole area.
And we've seen Smite and Larson take so many different early game fights. These guys have literally just been finding anybody in this early game and then taking that fight. It hasn't necessarily worked out for them. They're getting eliminations, but it's not continuing that momentum towards the end of the game. So Baby Moo and Wanted, they're going to be the ones that push them out. We'll see exactly how this winds up because Smite and Larson, they change it up quite often.
Yeah, well, you have to adapt in some ways as well, don't you? Any given situation, obviously every day we've seen new teams drop into your POI, maybe leave and open it up for you as well. So that the way that you can adapt is really key as well. So be telling for our duos whether or not they can make it work when they need to, particularly when things like Storm Surge are coming and you need to get the tags and to build. We're all going to see it unfold, okay? You can see me getting ahead of myself here. While I reset and dab my brow, I'm getting very excited. Let's take a look at some quick fire questions from some of our competitors coming at you from NAE.
I like pizza more because I have it a lot more.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Oh, pizza, 100%.
I prefer pizzas.
I'm just not a big fan of hamburgers, to be honest. I don't know, I've just always liked pizza more than hamburgers.
I like high ground a lot more.
Right now in the state of Fortnite, I'd probably say high ground.
I think low ground because it's 100% more safe than high ground.
I like low ground more because on high ground a lot more people will like have a chance of ruining your game.
Low ground.
Definitely low ground. I've always been more of a low ground type of player my whole career. I have 2 dogs, so it's a little biased, but I'm definitely a dog type of guy.
I like dogs more because my dad's actually allergic to cats, so I can't have any.
I've never been a dog person. I've always had like cats.
I would go with cats because I have 4 cats at home and I really never had a dog, and cats is just the cutest thing ever.
I have 2 dogs, so I prefer dogs.
Definitely dogs, 100%.
Car, definitely.
Probably car.
100% car because there's shield that can protect you from every bullet.
Definitely by car.
Car probably because you're more like sealed in it.
Car.
Bionic legs, because like probably runs so fast. You can definitely go super speed.
Definitely bionic legs.
Legs, to be honest, because like I feel like you use your arms more than your legs.
I think I would say leg. I think it would be pretty cool to just run like really fast or do anything with your leg.
Probably bionic arms.
Bionic legs, so that way I can sit forever.
Spike traps. They're a lot more effective.
I like spike traps a lot.
The spike trap, it's easy.
Spike traps.
Probably poison darts because they're not as OP as the spike trap.
Gotta go with the spike trap just because it was the OG move when I full boxed somebody. I would always get them killed if I placed 2 traps.
Oh, home cooked food because my mom cooked the best.
Definitely takeout.
My mom doesn't like when I order takeout and stuff. But I like it because it's like, you don't really get to do anything, you know?
Takeout, because I feel like you can just get so much better food.
I'm definitely more of a home cooked meal type of guy.
Probably most likely takeout right now.
Hate the snow. Hate it. It's snowing right now. I hate it.
I don't like snow at all.
Snow, definitely. I live in Canada, so I get a lot of snow.
Sand, to be honest, because I don't really like the cold weather.
Oh, definitely snow because I was born in November, so like there was really like a lot of snow.
Definitely snow. I like the snow a lot.
I'd say more edge than center.
I like playing around the edge because you could just rotate around the map.
Middle, definitely.
Edge of zone.
In the middle of zone. I was always a center zone type of IGL.
I would just say middle because it's way more safe than playing edge.
Definitely NA. EU is really bad.
EU. It's just a better region.
NA for sure.
I think I will go with EU because there are really good mechanics.
EU.
NA on top, bro. NA on top.
All right, let me ask you, Vivid, cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Dogs. SPG, Vivid or Adam?
Oh no, I'm not answering that one.
On the spot, man. Love it. Love to see him sweat. Honestly, it's great to know that get to know the guys as well. Obviously, bionic arms, bionic legs. Who would have thought that I wanted to know the answers to that as well? Let's actually take a look at predictions as well here, guys. Every single day we talk about, we get to know the players and who would you choose. Let's see who we've chosen as the teams that we think through today as well. Now, I'll go first. I'm sticking to my guns from yesterday, okay? Slacks and Clarity G, they came so close 2 days in a row. I think day one had 94 points, yesterday 107. I'm hoping today they'll break that threshold and get into that top 6 at least. Anyway, Vivid, who have you chosen and why?
I went ahead and chose Muzz and Avery. Whilst they haven't proven it yet, I really do think that these guys deserve to be in the finals. They're just well-vetted players. Avery's been to so many FNCS finals. Muzz has had a stellar performance in the NA East region. I think they are a really good duo, so I've went ahead and chose them. I don't think that they've shown me enough in sessions 1 and 2 to really back up my prediction, to be honest, but I know that they have done well in the past, so I am just predicting them based off of that. I love how MDF here also chose Glace and Chucky. They had such a strong performance in the session 1 of the semifinals, and I think that they repeat that in session 3 because hypothetically this could be an easier lobby. If they just do a repeat performance of that, then they should be really good position to go ahead and go to the finals.
So I'm gonna go with Edgy and Tahi here, and specifically because I believe in this duo. They started off really strong, and historically Edgy has only missed 2 FNCSs and only one that was a team FNCS. That was Grand Royale most recently, so it's a little different not going to have him in a finals. We gotta see Edgy once again, but Sundown, we gotta respect his pick, not changing it, locking it in, Patch and Pam style. Hey, man. Sundown sticks with his guns, and you gotta respect that.
I think Pam and Fatch are going to be Sundown's choice for the next 700 FNCS seasons until it happens, until it actually happens. I mean, can it happen today, guys, as well? Obviously, we've seen the last few days as well. We have seen some of the most unbelievable, clutch ups. I mean, Peterbot is one that we kind of talk about regularly. It was just an absolutely unbelievable thing to witness on day one here. We mentioned the truck plays, all kinds of fun things that happened yesterday. We saw some incredible solo work and teamwork as well. But, when you think about Palmerston and Fatch, why teams like that, why haven't they gone through? What is going wrong here, Vivid?
A lot of it comes down to they come in with a game plan, and if that game plan doesn't work, they have a hard time pivoting. But they've had 2 days now to kind of gather experience and come into this 3rd day with basically 2 days of solid experience, and they need to just VOD review both days because they are both valuable information. If they can come in with a game plan based around both of those days, then I think that they do have a really good chance because we know that they can perform, and Sundown for sure knows that they can perform, or else he wouldn't be predicting them so much. But also, I mentioned it yesterday, we've seen so many solo performances because the competition is just getting tighter as we filter out some of these players. So these duos aren't surviving as long in the end game, and they're just left as solos. So maybe some teams who are stronger off with their solo clutches against other solos will actually be in a better position than as a duo.
And it's ultimately going to come down to either incredible solo clutches or just beautiful team play that you love to see. 2 players acting like one, back to back, moving, wiggling through these end games, grabbing these eliminations, those refreshes. And ultimately, I think it's going to be a low ground dominated game just based on everyone. The nerves are high. People are going to go for that high ground position. And those teams just sneaking down low. You're going to see them have a good day today.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, this is an exciting time now, guys, because we're about to go into game 1. Don't forget as well, on socials, let us know who you think is going to go all the way. Who do you think is going to make the last 12 places available in the finals next weekend? Remember, 38 have qualified. There are 12 more places up for grabs. 6 teams will qualify automatically through Victory Royale today. The other 6 teams have to wait to the end of the day if they didn't get a Victory Royale and hope they're in the top 6 spots with points. And hopefully, we're going to see some of these teams, maybe Poundstone Thatch, maybe our choices as well, go through. Anything's possible. We saw yesterday one team who were in 49th go all the way through in Victory Royale form. It was incredible. So anything's possible. Let's live the dream together here, guys. Let's live the dream. Let's head over to Sundown and MDF. I know are living the dream as well. And Sundown can tell us what's going to happen with Poundstone Thatch today. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. What's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster Deface to call the 6-game action here in NA East, where the final 12 teams will end up going through. And I mean, y'all know what it is with my prediction. We don't have to cover it. Monster, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great here. I'm with you on this one. I do want to see Poundstone Thatch go all the way through. We've seen Kelly in the past take the same approach with Arkham and Epic Whale, where it's like, hey, if I just keep voting for them, eventually they'll make it through. She did the same thing with Scented as well. So we'll see what's up. We'll see if that consistency makes it work here.
Yeah, I mean, that's high praise immediately, even putting him in the same sentence as the 6X Arkham and Epic Whale over there on West. I think they got a little bit more to kind of do to live up to praise like that, but we'll see if they're able to do it again. We'll have one additional match compared to yesterday and Friday, but otherwise it's the exact same thing. 6 games, the victors will go through, and so will the most consistent duos, but it's time to get into the action.
All right, let's get into this game here. Now it's game number 1 of the FNCS, the last opportunity now for players.
Yep, and now you can see right here, we're looking at Cease dropping in on Covert Cavern, a duo who has been added in for the first time today. Now, so far we've seen that our other new duos haven't necessarily been able to go through. Not a single one of those Session 3 duos over in Europe was able to push through and get into the finals. So now we're going to be keeping an eye on what happens. However, Covert Cavern has been a very strong spot, as also we keep an eye on that top left. We see Muzz ended up picking up an Elan very early on here. It's going to end up being valuable for them, not only for Storm Surge, but for confidence. We talked about how they're in very much under pressure here, but speaking of under pressure, we switch right on over. Pamstu getting some shots there onto Scarebear, backing him down. Static, though, already sitting on an Elam, so Thatch looks like he's exited the lobby pretty quickly, and unfortunately, my caster curse seems like it's got some pretty good mojo behind it so far this weekend. First shot coming through, gonna land, back him up. Pamster doing a really good job of putting the pressure down, despite being back in front of numbers. Hits the first shot on a Scarebear, and he finds it. There we go. Get him up on the board. Currently in first place on the back of those 2 eliminations, but the 1v2 is gonna feel good there, and it's a good thing he got it quickly, as we've seen so many other duos love to be able to pop in. And let's see how he was able to get that, just closing the gap and being able to get the shots there.
Huge right there. Little 2 eliminations, you know, keeping themselves in the game here. Thatch now going to get picked up over at the Greasy Grove, and I mean, they're the kings of the drop, right? They have everything to themselves, Sundown.
Yeah, that's what they want, and I mean, particularly because they've been having the rough starts off the bat with Thatch going down. If Pamsto had ended up going down, that puts you in a real rough spot. Not where you want to be on day 3, but instead, nice little 1v2 clutch. The blood's probably pumping a little bit, but they'll be able to get past that first Storm Surge threshold relatively comfortably.
Yeah, and mind you, 6 points. Kicking off the tournament. 6 big points here, right? That's very nice. For Teed and Owl, I mean, they have had this drop contested for several days now. Finally, it seems like things are easing up a little bit. The team to the south now moving on in, changing up the drop. So this is the first we see for Teed and Owl. I'd say in at least 48 hours of them not having a team directly fight them for all the loot here.
Yeah, and it's tough, in particular, when you are getting contested immediately off of the drop, and you can see the aim credit actually coming through there, so potentially a knock. Maybe it looks like he was able to get the shots towards the team who was on the eastern side, and then got a little help from somebody who was landing a little bit from the south. We will actually get a replay of that knock here real quick, so some additional context being given in, and some great shots being found here from Teed. My lord.
Very interesting. So, okay, he gets the knock, he gets the elimination here, and they maybe just let him kind of filter out for a little bit there as things kind of catch up with us. Story to be told, but hey, an Elam's an Elam. 3 points are 3 points, and that's the way you really want to start things off today. Unlike Tieko, who in the feed was just knocked, we do get to jump right on over to that fight. There is no action missed here on the main broadcast. Gold WID has to clutch this one up here. There is not only a player in front of him, but a fresh 2-man team coming in hot, and there it is. Shark Girl gets taken out, Shield Crack comes through, and it's not looking too hot for Gold now.
Yeah, you can see the Riders coming over the hill and unfortunately not bringing relief here. He's the one storming the castle, and it looks like he's not long for this match here. Match number 1 with just 1 HP and not even a dream. He got woken up, shaken, rudely awake there. That's K-Burb and Sparebow. I'm not even going to acknowledge that name right there, please. Come on, man. Your branding's so important. You've got some great branding. You got some acknowledgement going out there. Make sure you keep that. We've seen what players are able to do with that in that regard. But for now, they're going to be happy with the pair of Elams, the Storm Surge tags, and a lot of excess white heals here. It'll be interesting to see if they opt to carry those or what they leave. So far, taking the med miss with them as we're going to swing on over to the Logjam Lumberyard and LG Slacks and Clarity G.
Man, they came so close. So close yesterday. One of those few teams that was just right there knocking on qualification door and, you know, just couldn't push on through. This is a vet squad as well. Luminosity Gaming Slacks here has been a part of our competitive scene for so long, as has everyone who's on the shot right now. So is C, so has Casker. These are all teams that really and realistically have a chance here to make themselves have another FNCS appearance. You know, it's kind of an interesting dynamic, right? You have all these players and duos that have prepared for this, you know, month in and month out. And, you know, we're going to see some upsets.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to note, too, is looking at the other duos who qualified as we actually swing on over to a fight here. Flo and Nawson under pressure for OK Nawson taking a ton of damage. They're actually being forced to burn an iron wall almost very early on to just create a little bit of space. You can hear the chug splashes going off on the side. But so far, it's been a battle of the veterans trying to come back. On the first day, it was a lot of the new blood being able to create some space as Flo ends up hitting the 70 tag there on the side. Some shots coming over the top. That's actually the duo we were just on board with, Sparebow and K-Burb, trying to throw some shots in. They can hear it over on the side. This is something that very frequently happens in the southern part of the map where you just get people running through because the sightlines are just so open.
Yeah, definitely open sight lines here. Gonna make this very interesting, and it's perfect for the heavy shotgun though as well, as it can do big damage down range here. Let's see how it's gonna play out. On the other side though, we got a nice little wide shot here to give us all the action, how it's unfolding. It's a 2v2 fight now, breaking out to the north, a 2v2 down here on the southern portion. Obviously this team down south doesn't really have all that information, so you can see the disengage coming out of Flo. This is just the right thing to do, but as Nawson, I guess, gets an understanding of the situation, he's maybe making a call like, there's a lot of traffic here. Let's just go ahead and get a move on out.
Yeah, they wanted to get right off of that highway and get onto the back road, saying, no. I think I found a faster way. But unfortunately, right now, not quite able to get over on the exit fast enough. It looks like they're getting blocked in and having to burn through a decent amount of utility. We talked about some of the excess supplies that they had there and will end up using that med miss both on themselves and on the teammate. There is a difference between right click and the left click, depending on how you want to use it. It is one of the most versatile new additions here in the chapter, but this is such an awkward fight, and why I really despise getting caught out on the southern part of the map, because you just can't move anywhere. You just can't break the line of sight, and it's so tough.
Yeah, very tough place to battle it out, but still looking pretty decent. Nawson and Flo buy themselves some space here. Oh, look at that. Shots coming from Casker. Might have found a tag or two for Elite and Cease. It looks like Elite also gets punished on his rotate now. Not looking too hot for them as they have to dig into some big heals. I'm curious. Nope, the only whites they have to actually work off of are going to be these chug splashes. So a little early to be utilizing this, but hey, you have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, use it or lose it, as right now Charlie might be losing his first attempt in this game, and he does. Him and Specu going down there as the Bugle fight does finally resolve, and honestly a little earlier than we've seen, as his Bugle fights have been the ones that have really drawn out so far in a lot of these circumstances.
Bugle, very popular location. This time it's going to house a full-on storm fight and new teams, right, Sundown? New teams hanging out at the Bugle right now. New teams trying to claim this drop that is freed up, if you will, for the tournament right now. You can see with how slow the zone's moving. They're actually super close to the storm line, so they shouldn't have too much of an issue here.
Yeah, they should have a little bit of a rotation because I believe not only Bucky and Cam, but also Macwood and Donnie were landing here. So just two of the duos who we've already seen noticeable would be in there pulling in. And as we get a relatively, it's slightly northwest, but a pretty central zone, some decent changes of verticality in there, and a decent hike here for Omri and Furtus, as they're gonna have to be going hop, skip, and a jump. It's over the river and through the woods. They're not heading to Grandma's house, but they're desperately trying to get back in the zone as Unriana and Bank are trying to get some tags down here. And Bank, he's not trying, he is. P-God gets ripped to shreds.
Yeah, big put down right there, and Bank and Unrealiana looking very good right now, leading with a couple eliminations. This is what we like to see here.
Just one so far, so hopefully trying to find the pair to that one. Maybe they were able to catch a solo out, trying to look around in the distance. They got plenty of excess utility. Just still have 9 charges in the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers we've seen have come up so critical in so many different situations. It's just going to smack that log on down. It looks like they're actually going to double back and make sure they hop into this truck for the rotation. The truck being the preferred method of rotation because it doesn't have the back windows. You have slightly more coverage on the front. So it's just a slight bit of min-maxing that I'm a fan of, as now we're going to swing on over to one of the other predictions, Elite Tahi, Energy's Edgy.
Energy Edgy. In a very, very prime position right now. This outer edge here looking for some strays, right? Trying to wander on in now as they have 30 seconds before teams going to have to start to rotate on into them. This is that dominant position you want to be in. Very clean spot here for Casker and Smack. Their vets down low. Spicy Chug Splashes in the inventory as well. That's a win condition. These win conditions are going to be very, very important now as the format, again, it's going to favor the big dub. These are players that have also been playing for days and days now, right? So being able to punch out nice and early would be the most optimal situation for these players. But Tahi and Edgy right now taking their time right here.
Yeah, and you start talking about win conditions, and if you're just a casual viewer turning in for the first time, haven't watched competitive Fortnite in a while, it's your first time for the new season. First of all, welcome wherever you're watching, watch.fortnite.com, YouTube, Twitch, whether you're in-game in Legends Landing, throw whatever you want at us, hit your favorite emote, let us know what's up, hope you're enjoying yourself. But what win conditions are you looking for? The biggest one immediately are those launch pads, because it is still a team game mode. Launch pads not taking up a utility slot, and the fact that both of you can use them is very valuable. Now, unlike other seasons, there's no bouncers, there's no shockwaves, nothing else you can combo with those launch pads. And also Monster, because some of the other weapons added, you almost exclusively want to utilize throwing a ramp or a cone above your pad as you take off on it, because high padding is very dangerous.
Yeah, high padding can definitely be, one of those plays that you make, and looking back on it in your post and your VOD view, you have to decide, was that one worth it, especially if you get punished on the way on in. These are the types of decisions our pros are going to have to worry about and make decisions on for Tragics and, those the Skittles here? Okay, Tragics and Skittles trying to get situated here. Big SMG shots coming down onto J-Man. There's already a knock inside that box. This is onto Quack. They have to make their move right now. Do they push in? They think they're a layer above, but little do they know they're just behind that single wall in front of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, the angle at which he's shooting is just not giving him a good vantage point, and now it looks like they might have found him out, but it's way too late. They'll hear those chug splashes going off, but chug splashes indicate that, hey, both of these guys are going to be at least have a semblance of health, and that was an absurdly quick shot from Tragics there. Barely even saw the striker pump come out, but was able to hit a nice 43 headshot. And keeping an eye on the right-hand side with Storm Surge triggering in 15 seconds, any amount of damage is going to be beneficial, as they're only 81 above.
It's a team that I've been looking forward to seeing play more of. Aiden and Blastro, one of our few rocking the SMG only tags, and that's been the way they have been playing all weekend long. Plenty of highlights on scene for them, but Sneaky trying to find his own little highlight here as he's up to a clutch position here. Put in a situation where he has to fend for himself and he gets taken out. Side shots fly in. Sparebow finds J-Man, so Sparebow also jumps into that fight there.
Yeah, and something particularly compared to yesterday immediately. The Storm Surge number when it triggered was like 20 players lower. So you can already tell players know there's a little bit of a faster pace going on, but immediately ignore what I'm saying. We're going to flip over to a duo who is underneath Storm Surge. One of the veterans, we talked to Mega early on here. They actually were just able to get above, but you see, Monster, how they're utilizing that shield keg to go take trades and then double back to it, knowing they're going to have the excess shields. And I mean, they're even prioritizing it in their inventory.
Actually love that, right? I love the way these players are using these new items, these new ways and strategies to go ahead and just, again, combat these same issues. Storm Surge. This is something that players have been trying to figure out how to beat for years now, quite literally, inside the Fortnite space. So as the meta changes, as the new items get introduced, they always come up with fun and you know, interesting strategies. Here's my pick, though. Glace, just nearby, sitting right outside the box, thinking about coming on in here. Dubs and Mega have to be careful. It's a vehicle. They're going to go ahead and get the rotate there. Mega's going to have to back up here. And you saw from the interview too, right? Mega and Dubs, like, was like, hey, listen, I know exactly what's going through Dubs' mind at all times. It's that level of synergy. I really do hope we see Mega and Dubs make it to finals today. This is one of the few teams that I'm definitely rooting for. And I mean, they have everything it takes to make it there.
Yeah, 6 games in the top 6 going through. Don't forget 12 spots up for grabs. That's what's on the line. Vertice Muzz, I think they're up to their second elim on Muzz. I think they got a knock early, but weren't able to end up converting. 7 points for them so far. We did just tick over to our top 35 duos. That's the first placement point going over. Because there's 70 players up, that means there's not a single solo up. So we've talked about the land of the solo clutches. Well, that happens later on in the match. You got to have a buddy at least for the first half, as not a single solo rider made it to the third zone. So we get a nice little split view of some of our duos. Cease in the bottom left with Elite. You have Muzz and Avery in the top. Tragics with his duo in the bottom right-hand side. Everyone just kind of posted up, looking for shots here, as there will be a little bit of a lull in the action until that fourth zone is revealed. This next 30 seconds is just going to be people kind of poking their head out, seeing if there's any late scragglers.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They're all, you know, positioned up relatively close to one another. This outer edge is going to be the haven that they've all sort of landed onto. And the thing is, they're in the same position here. All of these players, you can see they're making quick edits, looking out for peaks, trying to find any other additional tags here. That is the looming threat of the next surge. It's one of the biggest issues pro players have and lead up to that end game, is finding enough damage, and that damage can scale and it can jump way up if you don't maintain it and manage it very well. Slacks and Clarity G, another one of those few teams that don't have many eliminations, but you can see that so far the game's been going really good for them. High ammunition count, great, and I mean great resource management as well here. So it just either one, Zone has landed on top of them round after round, or they've been making exceptional use of this vehicle here.
As Epoxy was able to pick up a nice pair of elims there, and we can actually see Pamstyle and Fatch boxed up directly on top of another group, but they're right on the edge of the zone. And if you actually look in the bottom right-hand side, this zone is super interesting because the fourth zone itself doesn't have a ton of changes in verticality. But if you look where most of those triangles are, they're almost entirely to the south and to the west. And because there's mountains that pretty much border that entire side, there's 2 funnel points where teams are already boxed up. That means everyone on the south and west is going to have an utter nightmare rotating, and it doesn't matter when you time it. If you don't go due north and kind of find that little gap that's right there, you're not going to get into this zone.
Yeah, this is like you said, just a funnel. It's a valleyway that's going to open up, and they're going to see what happens when they break through that mountainside. It's going to open up to plenty of boxes housed up here. This wide shot giving us the exact angle of just that. This is that funnel that we're talking about here. They're going to have to come right on through this area, and here it is, your decisions. It's either left or right, or spend tons of material going up in vertical, which most aren't going to have to do here, but the Epoxy and Zypha, they have a vehicle, so 4 eliminations. Talk about getting active and maybe just getting a little lucky here, because it's only an SMG. It's not like they have long-range weapons. You know, it's either one, they're just sneaking in those eliminations, getting those final tags, or they've been box fighting it out, and it's going really well for them.
Yeah, that's bonkers. We saw him just pick up a double right before that, so might have been able to take advantage of somebody who's under the pressure for first surge. But you hear all the shots going off. There's all of the gatekeeping that's happening from the players who are already on the inside. We're going to swing on over to Tahi and Edgy, who are below surge, but keep an eye on the right-hand side. Now again, Storm Surge, 25 damage every 5 seconds to 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone, depending on how many players are up. So we'll see that happen here in 15 seconds. The 5th zone number is 50, and we currently have 67 players up, so a lot of duos At least 9 are going to be put under pressure. Mega and Dubs, they're one of them. They're 200 below, so tags aren't good enough for them. They're going to have to go, Monsters. They're going to have to get in and commit to a fight. Here it is, wall to wall right now. And that, on the other side of them, you have Chucky and Glace. They've been absolutely dominating in these type of wall-to-walls fight, and a very good disengage. Putting the pressure on him, and Mega gets ripped in the side. Storm Surge also going to come down, and there's no down but not out if you get hit by Storm Surge, so he immediately is forced to pop the Chug Splashes. 99 below. Dubs traded off some of the damage, but he ended up getting picked up on the other side. That's Muzz, whose box is trying to get on the backside, but not able to quite find the shot, as Chucky is able to end up getting the confirm over onto Dubs. Tahi ends up also getting picked up by Convicted in the feed there. Unriana ending up getting Zerk, as Mega is going to get a little bit of respite, but needs to be careful with Muzz on the other side as we swing over just in time to see Smacked and Casker get obliterated.
And Owl found Smite and Larson there too. So look at this, Mega still fighting in it, still in the game right now. And you notice he didn't waste a single moment there to continue the action and maintain control here before the opponents were able to actually retake the walls. And look, as he finds just enough tags, now he's trying to get out of there, looking for new opponents to pretty much target here at this point in time. He figured, hey, if I stay here, these guys have a little too much information on my situation right now. I gotta get rolling. Now, mind you, 2 teams go down, maybe just 1, and there's placing points to be earned.
But look where the 5th zone pulled. It pulled directly on top of that western mountain that I talked about. So all those teams who boxed up there, they're all set. Everyone else now is pushing into that. And as you see, pretty much every duo has already been able to find a little bit of room here. But there's still so many players up. Mega is one of 2 solos running around right now. And Zapoxy just picked up his 5th Elim. What is going on with this kid?
Yeah, and that's on to Nawson, right? We saw what Nawson was doing just a little bit ago as well, getting very active, winning fights. So he's catching players that are like literally on fire right now, earning points here. Zypha and Zapoxy, they're a new team entering into the fold today. So, you know, if you guys haven't noticed, this is the problem when you get these next and fresh duos hopping on in. They can bring that damage to the field.
Yeah, Mega went down there in the feed right before that, so we're going to swing on over. The OCE Transplant reigning Trios FNCS coming through. TNA, Muzz, C9, Avery trying to find a little bit of room here with the zone pulling due south. It's going to go over the top of the mountain, but they have the priority position in order to put shots down here. They're going to pop the pepper and use the bonus move speed to try and stay in the front. Might have been a little early in that regard. It does have a minute timer, which is the length of this rotation zone, but you can see them trying to catch up and get ahead. They have a great angle coming through on the side right now, trying to find a way to get in. And it seems like they're going to be fine.
This is a great rotate here. We haven't seen a nice wide dead side rotate like this in quite some time. Reminiscent of old Fortnite days, as normally it's hard pressure. No one's allowing anyone to move freely like this, but Muzz and Avery, the vets here, find a moment in space, find a moment in the chaos here, a little piece to go ahead and make this movement. For Zapoxy, though, he is in some big pressure. Launch pads coming out from the zone there. Floppers in hand, though, so that's a good measure to bounce back here. Alongside Zypha, they land right with one another. There goes a layer change on up. And all these pros, you can just tell, it is chaos on all layers. Muzz down low, making it look a little easy as he picks up Boxer here. It's a quick shred through the box there, and now he's gonna have to move on out. The edit's already predetermined here by Avery. Nicely done here, and they're moving like a unit. I love to see this team play in motion here. This is high caliber gameplay. This is FNCS, and someone's going to finals here. Who's gonna take this first win?
Yeah, if you want to look up an Epic Will and Arkham comparison, that's exactly how Avery and Muzz are tarping. The line they took there was fantastic. Keep an eye on the left-hand side, though. Edan and Cody up on the high ground, and nobody is even remotely looking up at him. Storm Surge is raining down on the duos who haven't done enough damage, so that will continue to trigger here. And actually, Muzz and Avery are one of them. 115 below. 3 more players need to go down. Chug Splashes are falling. And if you don't get space, that's the one thing. If you're not in front of the zone, you don't have time to both negate Storm Surge and continue rotating. The zone will end up adding up the damage. Players still are not falling. There's knocks, but no confirmations going through. 2 more still need to go down. They're still below. And finally, they can exhale. They're into the top 30, but the second that happens, Avery's box gets dove right on into, and Muzz says, see you later, I'm out. He will disengage as fast as he can. Zypha picking up yet another knock there. Zapoxy gonna be the one to get the confirmation. They are still just running. That's 6 eliminations for them. They're up on the high ground with the white heels as well. They're in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. The edit's coming through, and Zapoxy is just ripping them apart. Limited number of builds for Zapoxy, but even less for Muzz. In fact, he's on 0. That's the top right part of your screen. Can he find it? He gets the refresh.
Oh my gosh, this is the kind of game you don't see happen very often, but duos turning online here, and the competition is only just beginning, guys. On high ground, it's Rhythm 1K here by himself as a solo right now, maintaining positioning here, putting pressure on Eden and crew down low. He's gonna force them off here, but Zapoxy and Zypha, they are making statements here. There's only one word that can explain this gameplay here. It's exceptional. Okay, Zapoxy now on height. They managed to push the players off, find the Elans as well. One apiece here, and now that rounds them on up to 8. Cones himself out. Two-man team there. That's one. That's a beautiful knock, and another one coming outside the zone. It's a quick shred here. The zone's going to continue to add the pressure here. I mean, Sundown's Zapoxy and Zypha are looking like the team to walk away with it right now.
No builds on Zapoxy, and look where we're going, out over the water, and you don't want to be a fish out of water with no builds. You'll end up as a fish in the water, and that's what happens. Zypha down 72 or 7W 32 wanted, taking him out. Going to be able to find the conversion, but Zuck runs right through Zapoxy, and he says, Zapoxy who? It's my show. 7 elims for him. We have a 1v1v2 with Creo and Vert on the low ground being the only duo. They're hip to hip, but the star of the show of game 1 gets edited down, and his scene is cut early. The hook came in the form of the veteran. Creo and Teed pull him right down, and the question is, Monster, 2v1, pulling out over the water. Can they close it out here? Match 1 in NA East. All comes down to this.
They have the material. Oh my gosh, and more mythics are going to reveal themselves here. Zerx starting to really run out of fuel here, as you can tell. Exactly, he has no ammunition. He's only got an SMG to work with here in Spider-Man hands. This is not good, guys. No other win condition available to them. Now low ground starting to look up here. All they have to do is start firing out here, and it will be their game. Last white heals come out, so now they know as well. Clock's ticking for them too. They're going to have to go ahead and find the damage here. Otherwise, it could just go the distance, and it's going to come down to misplay if they can't find these extra damage, but they are finding it. Vert and Creo, they're just taking their time right now.
And keeping an eye on the slight pull, it is going to go uphill. If they keep burning through all of their builds, they could end up in an awkward situation where the grid space forces them out. They do have a couple of chug splashes still, so they will have an HP lead, but they keep burning them, which could make the heal off questionable. We still have 30 seconds before we go to it, but here's that slight level change we're talking about. But Zerk is running out of builds. One more build here, and we're just moving over. He gets edited down, and Vert and Creo, 6 elims for Vert, 2 for Creo. Some amazing individual efforts, but game 1 goes to them as well as a ticket to the final.
And hats off to everyone else who performed very, very well there. You saw Zuck and Freeze just going crazy for a moment, as was Zapoxy and Zypha. Big games for them, but of course, your stars of the round right now, Teed and Creo, or excuse me, Vert and Creo, who picked up a full 8 eliminations. This is also really good for the rest of the lobby, right? You want the teams that are picking up big points in general to move on so that the others down low can, you know, move on through with that consistency at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw so many individual elim numbers there that were up. I believe we saw an 8, a 7, another 6 there at the end. So plenty of points that were going over, but we couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off match number 1.
That was just the beginning, right? The pace has been set, guys. Another huge round in front of us. We're going to toss that over to the desk. Give us the standings. Let us know where we are right now.
Thank you, fellas. Creo and Vert take our first victory royale of the day and go right through to finals. Congratulations. Actually, a day 2 team that came in yesterday and came so close, coming second place to Princess Wolf's due, I think, game 4 yesterday. So today it's actually happened. It's gone through. Do you know what's amazing here as well, guys, is as Sundown mentioned there at the end, so many big teams there towards the end had a ton of eliminations, which makes the whole thing's going to be a lot more interesting now, the leaderboard, particularly as our winners there as well had 8 eliminations themselves, taking those points out of the pack, so other teams have to climb even higher now to try and reach those top 6 positions.
Yeah, we love to see those strong solo performances. Zuck putting up big elimination numbers, Zapoxy putting up big elimination numbers just on their own, really, but that game was crazy. We saw Avery and Muzz, my prediction, I was rooting for them, right? And they're getting struck by Storm Surge going into the 8th zone. And then all of a sudden, we're watching Creo and Vert versus Zerx on the higher ground. And it seems like it lasts for like a minute, 32 minutes. So like the action was crazy. And then all of a sudden it just came to a halt. But Creo and Vert stayed alive. They were the only duo remaining for a while there in that end game. And they cleaned it up, no problem. Going to the finals.
Yeah, that was a nice, clean, low ground play. They were able just to hold it, and we saw them just pulling people into their tarp. They're grabbing some elims. They're like, thank you, I'll take that refresh. I'll keep going. And beautiful low ground play. I think someone might have said that earlier.
Huh.
Yes. Yeah, who was that? I can't remember. Yes, it was you genius, SBG. We actually got, obviously, Muzz as well. You mentioned there. Your pick today, actually, your prediction here, Vivid. We saw a really strong work here from Muzz. Yesterday, eliminations didn't really happen until a bit later on in the day, but to get off the bat here with at least 3 or 4 as a duo as well, really strong start for these guys, and they could be up in the top half of the table at least.
Yeah, this is what you love to see coming into the session number 3, a strong performance in that game number 1, because you might be feeling a little bit shaky, right? You had an opportunity in session number 1, you had an opportunity in session number 2, and you're like, man, this is the last chance. Are we really going to do well? So those nerves could really be kicking in right now, but no, they come out game number 1 swinging. They're letting everybody know that they are here to play, and more importantly, they're letting themselves know, right? A little bit of a confidence boost for them.
Yeah, it's tough when you fall early in that first game. It really gets into your head, and then you can either, make adjustments and go better, or it just continues to pull you down. Interesting to see. I mean, Muzz solo clutching, we know he's one of the best solo players in the world, hands down. So it's awesome to see him do it once again.
Yeah, it really is. Plus, obviously, with Miro, Booga, Muzz last season coming in, winning FNCS last year, you kind of want to see them at least give them an opportunity to kind of reclaim the title in some capacity, right? With Avery, obviously, it's a chance here for them to do that. But let's have a look at the standings, exactly how things are on the leaderboard right now, and how they fare after the first game. Obviously, we can see there that Vert and Creo are our first confirmed finalists today, winning game 1 and going straight through to next weekend. And you can see here, we got Zuck and Freeze. They're looking very pretty here, 56 points. But those top 2 teams really ahead of the rest of the pack right now, Vivid.
Yeah, and that difference, look at the difference between second and third, 17 points. And you really got to credit this to the amazing solo performances of Zuck and Zapoxy there. They had so many eliminations, a total of 10 for Zuck's team and a total of 9 for Zapoxy's team, and a majority of them were gathered by them individually. So they're just going to be flying up the leaderboard. But nonetheless, we're going to see the likes of Pamsto and Fats there in 6, squeezing into that consistency threshold right there. So they're doing solid, and then Muzz and Avery 2 up there as well. So that is great for those teams.
Yeah, a solid performance by a lot of teams. Some big elim games we saw there by 3 separate duos. And KNG, Playboy Cardi, and K-Burbs, they're sneaking into that top 3 right there. We didn't really talk about or see them much in that end game, but 6 elims just barely getting into those moving zones, enough to put them in 3rd place. And they gotta keep it consistent. They've been close. They've shown flashes of Sparebow and K-Burbs, but ultimately it's either gotta be a victory royale or consistent throughout the day, boys.
That's right. We talked about mats as well, and the utilization of your mats at the beginning of that in the pre-show there, and how important it is, particularly at the end game there. And we saw Zerx there up top, who kind of had that high ground, was in a good position, but didn't have a shotgun, didn't have the materials to consistently be in the game there at the end. And with the circle closing in, there was only one way, and it was down, having to challenge and put it on the bottom 2 players. And with an SMG, just not going to do the same business or the same damage as well, Vivid, that shotgun could do in that situation.
Yeah, you really got to, manage your resources well. If you want to get those victory royales, obviously you have to spend resources to get to that end game. But if you don't have anything at the end, it is going to be hard for you to clutch up and get that victory royale. And that is why Creo and Vert came ahead, because there were 2 of them, right? They had 2 bodies of resources there available at the end.
Yeah, well played by them. Hey, Adam, I think we got another one coming here soon, right?
We certainly do, my friend. We are just about to head into game number 2. Who will get the victory royale? Who will score the points to get themselves into that contention? We can hear the bus right now beeping. It is ready. Game 2 is here. Let's head over into the game. MDF and Sundown are waiting for us. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. Match number 1 is down. Match number 2 to go. We already saw Vert and Creo get a pass directly through the finals now. Keeping an eye on the top right-hand side. We have Statics and Scarebear, bottom right-hand side. Fatch and Pamso, we can see the bus path cutting pretty much right down the middle on a diagonal cut, but This was the Greasy Grove contest we saw. Pamsat was able to clutch up and get a nice 1v2 right off the rip. Pamsat 25-53 and almost say goodbye. I said it looked like he finished him all the way through, but Scare Bear cleaned up near instantly. Pamsat, though, needs to about face and will get the builds from the Siphon. Huge, he was able to get the 15 mats down and cover himself, and that will give them a quick 1v2. The question is, can they close it out now? As they saw on the other side, they were able to 1v2 clutch, and it looks like Statix is actually just going to try and run.
Not only that, like, look at the points. The overall points now, 36. That's an extra 3. They could find the rest here. That'll round them out just nearing into that 40-point threshold, which honestly, in the overarching scheme of things, is not bad for game number 1. Definitely a better start than they've had so far. So if they can maintain this consistency, I mean, we'll see them up there right now, holding on to that 3rd place spot. That's all they have to do if they can't pull a victory out, of course.
Yeah, and don't forget, they were on that 6th place line right before it. So every single time, if that ends up coming through, as we're looking across each one of the regions, when it was the 5 matches, but even then just looking right around average, it's about 25 points a game will put you at least in contention or right around that 6th place mark. So we're going to swing back on over to the Daily Bugle. Omri and Furtus looking for a little bit of space here, just trying to farm on the lower level, potentially get some minis from the vending there. They have Spegu and 33 Charlie directly above them. You can see Clue over on the side with Danny as well. So 3 different duos just trying to posture up. Clue and Danny are on the outside, posting up on the hills, looking to just rain shots down on anybody who might poke up. But we have an engagement. This is just outside Chonkers. This Mamtating just gets completely abused. Their Keys now in a 1v2, looking to drop him down. But Bacon is the one who's doing the frying here, able to find the shots on the opposite side, trying to put some pressure. Keys looking for a little space. 1 build, 2 build, no builds. Finds the edit. Peanut Butter not quite going to be there. Won't find the jelly to go with it. We'll try and get around that right-hand side, but instead, Bacon takes him out.
It's a clever play, very clever play, but that build is a little too fresh. You're able to see through those builds when they're just put down. So because of that, he was tracked pretty easily through the wall. Not bad for Bacon. And Nerface here, those 6 points mean a lot this early inside the competition. That'll go ahead and bump them on up into that well within the top 10 spot. Here's a look at how it all went down, making it look easy on Mamting right there. Jumps on in. Here's those fresh walls like we talked about. You can see he's tracking them right on through. Oh, look at that. They were even his, so he definitely had all advantage in that battle there.
And a lot of people like to talk trash on the auto shotgun, but I'm a big fan, particularly in the early fights. If you're accurate with it, granted, I think the heavy just puts it to shame in a lot of circumstances because the fire rate's not that different. But in the early fights, if you're able to get on top of somebody and just kind of keep that rate of fire down, it provides a very similar role to the tack, but it hits just a little bit chunkier, right? There's a couple extra slices of meat in that sandwich than before, and it's really good at kind of hitting those surprise 2 shots. If you don't have full shields, those will put you down.
I think the problem is the name, right? Auto shotgun. It dates you back to the drum shotgun, which wasn't as good, right? And maybe it just leaves this preconceived notion like, maybe it's not that hot. But I agree with you. I think the damage is definitely there. It falls more so with the feel in line of one of those more upgraded tactical shotguns from back in the day. Take a look at Freeze and Zuck, though, man. What they did last game was insane, and now they're off to that same pace here. Freeze and Zuck already cleaning up the Condo Canyon. We're talking about how this was an uncontested drop spot between here and Chonkers, but it seems like a team has moved on in, and they've made quick work of them. This has kind of been their story, though. A lot of fighting on the drop. Condo Canyon has not been a very pleasant place to land for the most part over this weekend. It's been contested every single day.
Yeah, not like Pleasant Park, which you could get to yourself there. But one thing to note, too, Zuck was one of those players who we talked about them going off and finding eliminations, finding another one there. And then also just got to get a quick correction because we were calling it out last time. It is not Zapoxy who is Zypha's duo. It's Spexy. That's how it's pronounced, so we apologize going through there. I have no idea how you get that from ZPXY, but hey, we'll go with it. Spexy, congratulations. That's a phenomenal first game coming through there. Hopefully you guys are able to keep repeating it so we can give you the correct call as you need. We're going to swing on over to 2 names I can definitely pronounce, Zenki and Ducky. Currently just holding out, doing a prime example of gatekeeping, but right as I say that, and I'm about to explain what gatekeeping is, they're just going to turn around and rotate in because there's actually somebody sitting on the next mountain, so the gatekeepers are about to be gate kept, as somebody who is closer to the zone is just going to rain shots, knowing that the storm will eventually pressure them in, and now they're in an awkward spot. They're between 2 teams who have great lines of sight on them.
Yeah, definitely a good spot to be in. And just while we're on Spexy's feed here, yes, we encourage you guys, if we are making a mistake with your name, let us know, right?
Let
We're
us
here
know.
to work together. We want to help you guys out. I was going to make the joke of, yeah, you said you read Ducky's name right, and the next thing you know, the D is silent, and it was actually Lucky or something weird like that.
Tony, don't get me started with it.
It just happens, dude.
You can see here, all is quiet right now. We can chill. You can keep an eye. Definitely a little bit of a slower paced game in the first game. As the top left-hand corner, we've only had 5 players go down. There is one solo dolo running around here. I believe that's still Statics. And as we get another bit of a fight here over on the side of Greasy, Pamso and Fat saying, no. This is our taco stand. Go find your own. As Jackson and Fable Taco say, all right. Enough, I get it. They're going to actually go out over the zone and try and catch a new angle, but they need to be careful because, I mean, the perspectives we showed just before are rotating from that exact same angle. Swing on over to Slacks and Clarity, who are just on the inside of where all of those duos will be heading towards.
Yeah, this Tilted Towers location here, playing the nice, cheeky little bush here, hoping no one sees him inside this location, tries to find the surprise tags on opponents. This would be honestly one of the most ideal positions to hold a Ranger rifle in, right? Where it's nice and clean, no one sees you, have all the time in the world to use that first shot accuracy, and then just double back through Tilted and pick up your good weapons. But either way, strategy is strategy. On the bottom side, we have Cease, just outside the Covert Canyon, or Curving Cavern here. Seems like, you know, some actions unfolded there, much more contested than we've seen as opposed to yesterday, where Scented and company were landing there consistently. This time around, we haven't seen any fight go down there, so I'm not sure if you know, things have kind of eased up a little bit. But for Fatch and Pamsu, man, impressive game so far. The early eliminations, they didn't quite get the full team elim though, but they're fending off this drop. They're not allowing anyone to rotate in for free, and they're even going as far as baiting that drop. Notice they haven't looted it, Sundown. They're just letting it be there, so teams have a reason to maybe come check it out.
Yeah, and the only lonely solo dolo, Statics, he's just, you know, checking out the beach, hanging out on the western side, hoping nobody comes anywhere near him. He keeps hearing the shots from Greasy. You should know that teams are going to rotate through and towards the side and make his life a wee bit difficult. However, for Pamso and Fatch just raiding the shots around the side, they've kind of been able to pass the checklist. And I've talked about this a lot when it comes to Europe and how you evaluate the game plans. When these duos come into a competitive Fortnite match, you're basically looking like, hey, can we win our drop spot or at least make it out of our drop spot? And if the answer is yes, it's like, okay, do we now have Storm Surge tags? If the answer is still yes, it's like, okay, can we safely rotate to the zone? And you kind of keep going through and asking those next questions. If at any point the answer is no, you should be going back and VOD reviewing and seeing what's going on there. And I'm seeing a little bit of that from Pamso and Fatch in this circumstance because they were able to pick up the elim onto Scarebear. That's why we see Statics just kind of running around aimlessly on the western side. But then they posted up on the edge of the zone and they've just been raining shots towards their opponents. Now, the reason that's important is because as we've seen over the past 2 days and even back to qualifier 1 and 2, they haven't struggled in first Storm Surge monster. It's been second Storm Surge where they've been under pressure. It's because they're not finding the mid-game tags. It looks like they're trying to fix it now. As Season Elite say, we don't want to fix it. We're just pushing straight in, and this is very aggro for what?
For a second there, Season Elite looked like they were ready to go in full for the fight with that vehicle. You know, physics decided otherwise, kind of stopped them dead in their tracks there, the momentum being cut down. Off they go, though. They make it on over to this next little mountain area. And I just wanted to say, I hope Pamsu and Fatch actually picked up the airdrop because other teams started rotating into their blind spot, if you will, from the more condensed side, maybe the side they didn't expect the team to rotate in from. So we'll end up finding out if they have a launch pad or not. Maybe some big heals will give us the full story there for Spexy and Zyphon out. You can see they are just lurking around, playing this edge of the storm line here, hoping it goes behind players lurking. There goes a couple more shots. We don't see any tags come through. Those are the ones that you'll be beating yourself up about a little later if you do end up falling behind.
We're back at 92 players, by the way. So I'm not sure if Static was able to double back there because as far as I know, he was the only solo and Greasy was there. But that's a pretty late reboot going through there, and you can see, yep, nice little update. Pamso and Fatch securing a supply drop as well, so putting themselves in a good spot. You can see Wanted actually getting a full confirm onto Dubs in that top left-hand corner, so that's going to end up being very interesting. Something else here, a nice little min-max Spexy finding the vending machine and making sure to buy up a bunch of light bullets. When that SMG, the Stinger SMG, is so strong, making sure you get that opportunity and putting a bunch of light bullets into your inventory is huge, because what other use does gold have, really?
That's probably one of the most consistent strategies we've seen kind of come into play when it comes down to, you know, players building out routes and whatnot. That is like one of the key determining factors of any good route right now, I think, is knowing where the vending machines are and honestly picking up as much light ammunition as you can afford at that given time. And it's happened multiple times over the course of the weekend, and I think other players are starting to pick it up, right? The one thing this broadcast is really good on is highlighting strategy. Most teams, most players, and coaches alike will hide all the strats, right, as long as possible, but on the FNCS stage, once the reviews and the replays are available, all strats come to light, people start figuring stuff out, and the game really develops quickly during these couple of weeks of FNCS.
And I also love that Spexy is prioritizing carrying floppers. It's something that we've seen in so many other seasons where it's like, oh, you're a flopper player and all this type of stuff, and it gives you a massive opportunity to find some room. But I'm going to stop talking about the floppers and start talking about the right-hand side. There are 126 damage below Storm Surge. They are way out in the top right-hand corner of the map. I mean, forget about the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. These guys are just completely gone. It's just like everywhere. They're nowhere close. They're all the way through. It just, no one is near them.
Not to mention they're running 3 weapons in the loadout here. This is about time maybe you want to start considering dropping an AR or SMG, depending on your preference here. Go with those extra heals. They're probably going to need it, as now 30 seconds until the zone really starts to close in here, guys. And once it touches down, once it hits that white line and the next zone is revealed, essentially, what's going to happen is they're going to be getting struck by lightning here. The Storm Surge will become completely active. Other teams on screen are facing the same issue, but they're not having a problem finding a fight. They're inside the mix right now. AV and NQs right now also in a battle here. Only 87 damage below, now 100. That's a good shotgun shots away. They have a team right on top of them, so could just be a moment of time before they find a tag that they need or get punished big time for making this aggressive fight.
And you can see it's Edgy and Tahi, no strangers to that box-to-box fight. He's also keeping an eye on the right-hand side. Zypha and Spexy still well below Storm Surge, and not even well below, 64 below, but out in the zone. Do have a decent amount of floppers and some shields, keeping an eye both on the right and left-hand side. Av and Enka's going to opt to use a bunch of the chunk splashes, get up the full, and then dive right on in. Here they go. The fight is on. Tons of tags coming through for Av. Is he going to be able to clean up both, as Enka's will end up ultimately finding some of it there above, but boom, there it is. Will get the cleanup. Like I said, it looks like he's about to get it. Tahi holding on for as long as he could there, but ultimately grass slipped and he will go down. As we see Zypha and Spexy, I mean, Storm Surge plus the Storm itself is a tough time, and for a duo who had so many elims last game on, so see them struggle that horribly with Storm Surge. It's very interesting.
That's what happens. You have such a great pop-off game. You want to slow down, play a little more consistent, instead it comes around, stings you with the venom right there. The most impressive thing I'd say about this NQ's fight here is the fact that he actually saved AV before the full finish. That's a rare occurrence in a 2v2 kind of fight like that, especially when your teammate is down inside the enemy's box and behind those walls. So huge save there, guys. Don't overlook the fact that this might just keep them in the game and turn this into a huge round for them now.
This is something I love seeing as well. Utilizing the Fireflies, because why not? Generally, you won't hold them this long, but if you look at where the zone is, there's so much stuff that is flammable, right? Like, all of this can be lit on fire, and that it will be a nuisance, and it will clear sightlines for you. So now you can see, Cease can see pretty much everything around him, and if he wants to shoot at it, he has that sniper rifle, which a number of times we don't see it often now, but people will hold open edits a little longer than they should.
Yep, and that's where the punishment comes in, and very rarely I feel like we've seen Sniper in play as well, and see it's just
almost
old school. It's like he kind of showing off his old school stripes here, holding on to a sniper shot. It's just like, feels like he's from a different time of Fortnite. You almost forget it even exists inside competitive at this point with how infrequently you see it at the highest levels. Look at Pamstu and Fat just load up. We want to talk about this. Peppers in hand, 5 armored walls. How do you get that many armored walls here?
Well, they won't end up coming through on the supply drops. That's where they got the launch pads on that side, but just being able to filter down. And one thing to note too, despite the fact that they land in Greasy, they were able to force everyone out so early that they got that entire POI, and then they got what Shia loves to call the home zone. And that's when the zone drops directly on top of your drop spot. They haven't had to move this entire time, and in 5 seconds, I would argue one of the most important zones in the game, the 4th zone, we'll see if it drops yet again right out. They're right on the edge of it, Monster.
GG's. Works out very nicely for them. They don't have to move. Looks like everything is coming to them this game here. Not only was it the airdrop, this is about the location where the airdrop landed the original time, but now the zone as well, just kind of sharing this location. This is perfect for Slacks and Clarity. Just a masterful rotation right now. And not only that, finds himself some splashes on the way. So this is really, really good.
Yeah, and this is more about timing. You're thinking, wow, how are these guys just walking through? And it's recognizing which teams can shoot at you. And if there's a cone edit peeked out on the other side, you can just do this. They just walked right on up to Smack, and they were just like, hey, thanks for the priority position on the zone. You can keep that high ground over there. They don't really have an angle to shoot down on them, and they had to use, what, 10 builds total, and they're all right up against this side. So now they're going to be able to about face, and as you see on the right-hand side, there's still tons of triangles that have to move in towards that.
Yep, lots of more movement to be had here inside the lobby. Great angles here, and they have the full vision of the lobby here. Big sight lines available to them, and this is why you saw players like Cease trying to burn those trees down to really open up the field, give them all visual. It's those little pieces right there that's going to make the difference here. It's going to force players to burn way more material, because if there's a sight line blocking you, you're going to try to steal away as much as possible, as optimal as possible. And look, even now, Cease is still breaking trees here, quite literally, with the AR and SMG as well. So big plays for Cease, opening up the field. Of anything, I think he's supporting the rest of the lobby in helping find opponents to target.
Yeah, you know, good guy Cease, just creating a little bit of room here, and those MK7s really are the benefits of those open sight lines, that red dot sight. These players are so absurdly accurate when aiming down sights and being able to find the advantage, but Cease now just trying to find some more pressure. We're going to swing on over. Avery and Muzz 188 above, so no reason to really overly peek. They're just trying to survey the land. But Monster, they've invested a lot of hard mass for the position they're in. On our bottom right-hand side, we have one of the duos who is underneath the pressure, trying to fight here for Surge on the low ground, and they're going to be forced to go. It is going to turn on in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. The only team above that we see on scene right now is Muzz and Avery. Not only above the Surge, they're above the high ground as well here. They have big visual on the entirety of the lobby. It's their high ground of command right now. Their story to be told. On the low, though, Shicey has a player down into the box. He goes to 2v1, gets face checked by a couple SMGs, realizing now it's a big mistake. But hey, he's found the tags here, and at least that's going to keep him alive right now. Explosions coming through. Has to be careful, though. Doesn't switch over to those heavy materials. Aiden on the other side, taken out as well, alongside Blast there. That's an explosive exit for them too. And now, who do we have left here? Sparebow, Solo, Pose just above them as well, trying to make do with the situation here.
Right,
we have Chubbs here on screen.
At 3 eliminations for him and his duo, we can see just the one player who's below, Tragics and Skittles, trying to just out-heal it. Does have the med miss, which is a significant amount of time. It's 5 Storm Surge tanks you're able to do, but no one else is taking any action. There's no reason for them to move. But as 5th zone is revealed, Pamsel and Fash got a max pull. Their luck ran out. The 4 leaves on their Clover, unfortunately, weren't watered enough, and we'll see if they're able to do it. As Tragics, though, he'll thank the lucky stars there as we finally have Spareboat go down, and Storm Surge will gracefully turn off.
I'm not gonna lie, having that med miss right there really made it feel like it lasts a long time. Like he had a lot of time to work with. I think grossly underrated, honestly. I never truly looked at the med miss as something that could, you know,
I love that thing.
Buy you so much time under that kind of pressure of Surge.
Yeah, I mean, Surge, last zone, whether you're someone like me who can't win a fight for the life of them the early in the mid game, so you need to storm camp the entire time. The fact that it is 15 seconds in the zone, or it's 25 seconds negating Surge for a single slot, just ends up being so valuable. And speak of so valuable, Tragic saying, Launchpad boxed up on a bunch of pre-built full hard mats. I'll take this.
I mean, normally I'm a bit skeptical. I'm like, dude, you want to replace all that? Or he's like, no, we'll be okay. And wait for the next zone to reveal itself. I'm just going to tuck myself far and away inside these builds here. Pamso and Fatch, the zone's going to pull far, far north now. They have the equal longest rotate to make here. Down an armored wall since the last time we checked in. Tells the story of a little pressure, maybe some fighting going down, but otherwise still looking A-okay and healthy this game here. 44 points right now, still holding on to their third place spot overall when it comes down to how much points they've earned coming out of game 1 and now rounding into the end of game 2 here. But this is it. This is where real Fortnite begins. This is where men are made on the Fortnite field. Avery and Muzz have managed to maintain high ground this entire time, and they still have the damage. They still have the lead here to make a good play. They're going for it.
Yeah, it's the bottom left-hand side of your screen, making sure they find that recycled launch pad and being able to go through. Don't forget, Pamso and Batch did find a supply drop. They had 2 launch pads, used one earlier. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you have Slacks and Clarity. They're on the low ground towards the priority position on the zone. Currently, my eyes are towards that bottom left. Yep, let's go there. Avery and Muzz, that's their own launch pad. I believe that's their last investment. They're going up towards the high ground. They're going to land directly on top of it. Shots come in. Avery's going to be able to find his. Muzz also looks like he's being able to contest towards the high ground. Box to box, hip to hip, not quite able to find it. Avery pushing this other player out, has the 2 spray weapons, but completely out of medium ammo, so going to be reliant on the reload. Will get the siphon, still has the med miss as well, so even though there is the white HP ticking, it's not too much of a threat as able to catch back up, and Muzz has that high ground as players are dropping like flies in the elim feed on your top left.
Big elims coming through here. Players getting bent left and right. Now though, Muzz and Avery, looks like they have a little bit of a fight going on here. Little do they know, it's Tieko coming from the backside there. And for a second now, they have to give up the high ground. All that, they look in the wrong direction for just a moment. And you have this fresh duo. Tieko comes up. And all of a sudden, look at this. They are so situated up here. Now, though, for the low ground, big beams come through. And that's a punishment and a half. And oh no, where are these shotgun shots coming from? I can't even see it. I don't think Gold even knows where they're coming from. He's just getting clapped left and right here. It's Chubbs. Oh my gosh, the range shot there from the strikers just gonna come through, and the angles here from this elite duo is looking like they're setting themselves up for the win. Not only that, they actually picked up the material too, so everything's starting to connect here on the low ground. Pamso and Fatch looking for a 2v2 situation. It's Casker. They add them to the list. Down goes Smacked as well, and these are huge. Pick up 6 eliminations now, Sundown.
Now trying to make eventually right now match number 2 here in NA East. They will get the refresh over that body right there. Need to find an angle on the zone, taking a little bit too much damage. Will go up a layer. Good change of level there from Pamstow, and you can see he's got it ticking. He's feeling confident. The builds are there. 55, and he also looks up towards the high ground. He says, hey, how far away is it? Can we go up? They see it's just Chubbs up there, but as I say, that Scented Fan ends up going with them. Slacks cuts off just above him. Keep an eye on the left-hand side as well as the bottom right. Muzz and Avery in a box trying to dive, making the stingers sing, but the Ratatat is not finding enough as Avery gets rebuffed. Back now, you can see just a slight change in the elevation on the left-hand side. Teams are stuck at the bottom. Elite and C's trying to find a way around, but Ring Around the Rosie isn't paying off. Will they all end up falling down as still Chubbs and Scented Fan raining shots down from the high ground? Pamstow and Fatch, they're chilling.
Yeah, all the while, they just have their eyes on the Victory Royale here, waiting for that big splash banner to come through and the win to announce their names. They're not looking to take any risk here. They're sitting back, allowing the action to go down at the bottom. And that's a two-handed, two-pointed sword right there, right? On one side, you can try to earn points to play consistent. On the other side, you have the win condition waiting for you. Players like Avery now have to go way inside. This is a big clutch for him. Those are points earned. Players are dropping left and right here, but there's still a battle between them and the win here. And Scented Fan and Chubbs are saying, out with the old guard, in with the new. They're trying to get this dub right now, and they are still coasting. Pamso and Fatch, however, are fighting every team on every layer, and they're winning left and right here. Look at Pam go. He is not stopping.
And now it's a 2v2, but Monster, 11 eliminations, and even if they don't get the Victory Royale, they're nearly double the pace of the points right now that they need. And you can see Chubbs and Scented Fan, Pamstow and Fatch, a spot spot in the finals in NA East. Two teams who most assuredly feel they should be there and have played their best in this match, but we're pulling out over the grass, and like we said, it is on fire. The 2v2 is about to pop off. Chubbs and Scented Fan are out of mass. They're gonna have to go down. Pamso pokes his head up, but he gets whacked down like an unruly whack-a-mole. Match goes for the finish, and he loses the fight. Chubbs rebuffs him, and despite the 11 eliminations, the 2v2 at the end does not go their way. And Scented Fan and Chubbs, congratulations, you earn a ticket straight to the finals.
So close. Chubbs gets away with a single HP difference maker there. You saw at the end, the Siphon buffs him up, and it was just that close. A line was drawn in the sand, and Chubbs said, I'm standing my ground here. Wins the battle. Look at it. You thought I was joking. 16 HP. Almost a single shot difference there, Sundown.
I mean, just being able to get that, but don't forget, he had to also end up getting the conversion as well. And when you're relying on that Stinger SMG, that takes time. You have to wait for the down but not out animation to play, and then you have to finish him off. So unfortunately, just the missed time by Pamso to kind of peek his head up and immediately get whacked back down is going to end up being the deciding factor there.
Hey, well, you know what? I think they've done enough. A couple more consistent games, and we'll be seeing them in the finals. They earned so many points just in the first two games, and if our average points are any indicator of where they'll be, they're going to be okay today. But we're going to send it on over to the desk. Adam, round us on out.
Oh, so close. So close. I'm down. Oh, but you know what? Still, we all said it. 11 eliminations in game 2 gives them a huge catapult towards the top spots there on the leaderboard. So whatever happens, be it victory out otherwise, it puts them in great contention for the rest of the competition, Pamster and Fatch there. But we have a new victory royale winner there. We have Chubbs and we have Semifinal. I think it's Twix going head-to-head there and going all the way through into finals. I mean, what a great display there, Vivid. We have 2 new finalists, and to see them go through is exciting because, again, another game where a lot of teams at the top, they're getting tons of eliminations. So again, the leaderboard is going to change up completely.
Yeah, and basically for Twix and Chubbs here, it was just all about when they took the high ground. We saw that Muzz and Avery were actually playing for it for quite some time there. They had it when the half and half zone appeared, but because they decided to take a couple launchpad rotates, that allowed time for Chubbs and Twix to actually create a play on the high ground. And ever since they made that play, they just rode it out. And listen, you can look at the situation here. They have 0 build, so they used everything for this position right here. And it really just comes down to this one shot. Pamstu sticks his face out for just a second, and Twix over there takes full advantage of it. And yeah, that's just how it rounds out right there. Chubbs off on the side there onto Fatch, picks up the elimination too. So they both kind of win their 1v1s, and that's why they're going to the finals.
Hey, you gotta win your ones if you're gonna be at this stage, but that's kind of a win-win for Pamster and Fatch though, because a team that was gonna be way up there on the leaderboards is now removed. They're not going to be a part of it, and we saw they just slayed out on that low ground, absolutely dominating. That was such a beautiful performance, but nonetheless, hey, we gotta see them go again.
Absolutely. Let's take a look exactly where they are in the table in a second. Firstly, the winners from games 1 and 2 here. You can see that Vert and Creo from game 1 are qualified already into finals thanks to the Victory Royale. And now we have ourselves Senifan, who is Twix, and Chubbs doing exactly the same. Game 2, our winners directly through to finals. And this is how it stands. There they are. Sundown will be happy. We're all happy for Pamster and Fatch there. After 3 days, they are there at the top spot right now. Can they maintain it? 94 points, though, looking strong, Vivid.
35-point lead on the board for Pamstu and Fatch. That's incredible. If you take into account they just got 11 eliminations, that's 33 points alone. So we can credit that large lead to the absolute stomping performance in the elimination category. But Yuz and Okish creeping up here into the second place position, 69, only 1 point ahead. And if you look at 2, 3, and 4 positions, 1 point separates each of them. So this is still anybody's game.
Definitely is, and I'm looking right at that 6, 7, 8, 9 spot where all those teams are so close. We're only a couple games in. We got 6 to play today, that extra game compared to Friday and Saturday, but we see these teams just have one really strong match across the entire top 10. There's a lot of elims up there, and these guys are just racking them up, getting all those points like you mentioned. Now looking at the second page here, Season Elite, a new team today. On the opposite side of that, I just said a ton of elims, but these guys are playing heavy placement, putting themselves in 11th place with only 2 elims. That is rare. I mean, if we just look at the rest of that leaderboard, very few teams have that few elims, and now we get to see them play a different style. Hey, going slow and steady also wins some races.
That is very true. But I'm talking of different styles as well quickly. You know, we saw rotates in the last game. We saw, I think, Tragic's rotating very late, sliding into zone. Launchpad just finds it out of nowhere, then finds another one on the back of that coming very late. Then we saw Muzz's angle as well, who was going very early and being aggressive with the rotate. So I guess in this situation here, Vivid, we're going to see a lot of ups and downs, and depending on the situation presented to our players, they'll have to adapt. We talk about adaptation is everything in these finals.
Yeah, Tragic's doing the best with what he has. You know, we were watching, you know, backstage, and we were just like, oh man, listen, it is just so over for him. He's got nothing going for him. Everybody else is in zone, and he's just like walking along this hill, and all of a sudden there's a launch pad there, and it's just like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, whoa. And then he takes a launch pad and he lands on another one. He just boxes it up, and then he's just chilling for the rest of the game, basically, as long as he plays well. And he did that. He clutched up some solo points there in the end game, and that's huge for his duo.
Yeah, gifts come aplenty when, you know, you're just playing the game, and that's why you have to play out as long as you can. Sometimes pads will be placed right in front of you, just like you want.
A gift from the gaming gods right there. Love it. Let's throw over to MDF and Sundown waiting in the wings here. Game 3 is afoot. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 matches down, 4 more to go. We're closing in on the halfway point, and so far, honestly, I feel like NA East has really delivered. We've seen those final moments, Monster, and it really comes down to if you have your duo partner up and how well you execute that last fight.
I mean, absolutely. But don't forget the last 2 days have had some exceptional solo performances, and that's the beauty of duos kind of competition, right? Solos can absolutely clutch up. It's never free in the end game, and those deadly exchanges, my gosh, you never really know which way they're going to go. But right now, it sounds like the battle bus is ringing, and the driver's ready to go. Let's get on to the world.
Two matches down, 4 to go. Halfway point coming through. As we will see, we will have 10 final duos joining us. And I was about to say, where better to kick it off right over at Greasy, but you see Pamcell kind of looking around, and it looks like the 2-0 is good enough for Statics & Co., as they don't want no mo of the smoke.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you couldn't have said it more eloquently. But honestly, fans to his match are doing an exceptional job. And this is the thing, right? Now they're at the point to where they almost have nothing to lose, everything to gain here, right? They have such a point lead, you know, with 4 additional opportunities to make another end game. I mean, they're consistent enough, right? So you don't want to challenge a team like this. And last game, they put on a masterclass of how to play Greasy Grove when zone's on top of you, down to the trickery and of course, to the gunplay. They were hitting their shots when it mattered.
Yeah, they were able to do that, but I am going to question whether or not the Storm Shage game plan will be there without the 2 early elims. But speaking of an early contest over here, we do have one of the outposts being fought over. Bacon, Nerface trying to get a little bit of pressure here on the Mamtating. We saw Mamtating before just get popped, and that's going to happen again. Keys, unfortunately, going to get dropped, and they're going straight down the drain, but that's why you can't commit to going into the basement. Nerface says, surprise, what's happening there? But immediately tries to about face and return shots. Bacon, though, gets tossed around a little bit, and he looks like he's going to be the one who ends up in the sandwich. But right after I say that, he's actually able to get a knock on the other side, not able to get the confirmation, but we'll get a little bit of respite as Shao is going to opt for the revive, and it looks like Bacon is too.
I wonder if they're going to go ahead and back off now. This is a pretty fair exchange here, but no, instead, Ishao says, all right, I want to take this fight in full, and cancels the pickup. No, never mind. Bacon actually sticks it through. Nerves a steal there. He sits on the ramp ready to get the pickup, and I think Ishao recognizes now, he's got him up. What? He jumps in. Oh, come on. You had to expect him to take the peek, and he does. Ishao now has everything going for him here. Bacon trapped inside the wall. I hope you like a little bit crispy because he is getting fried right now. Let's see if he gets chased on through. Exits out the top side. Ishao and Chaotic Love looking pretty solid here as Bacon manages to hop away.
Yeah, and Hop Away literally burned the launch pad there and is going to just try and get out of dodge. And luckily for him, I think he broke line of sight fast enough, and Cataclysm and Ishu were a little bit too slow living up to his aim and sitting back there, but they weren't able to find where he exited. So only the one Elim, but still plenty of damage going on. And now Vamos, Alicia, and P-God, we're going to hop on over there as they're going to pick up Unreal Ana. That's going to be the first one. Bank on the other side will now try and fight off a 1v2.
Big Elim right here. Brings them on up to 29. Not bad by any means, but there's still an opponent nearby. Bank hanging out inside the building. And look at that. Those 3 points alone took them from the back of the 20s on up to the top 16. Don't let these points fool you guys. Oh, Elige has to come through and clutch things up. P-God gets chin checked for a second there by Bank with the striker shock in at close quarter, but ends up working out. Look at that. Legendary SMG as well for their troubles. It's going to be nice.
Yeah, the legendary Stinger SMG just rips. It is so incredibly powerful. The one thing, it does burn through those light ammo very quickly, so you want to make sure you have an excess of that. But Enquaz gets stuck trying to hop in the whip. The door was locked. Child lock was on it and was unable to get through in time. He says, "Mom, open the door, please. There's scary people outside," but no. Golden Tieko going to be able to pick that one up. We'll take a look here of what that fight looked like. Tieko actually some really good pressure there with the pistol and hitting a huge clutch heavy shot there with that aim down sights again. Completely, that was brilliant from Tieko.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you deserve to smile right there. 141, right? The best damage you can get at that type of angle and peak. That's just how you want to be doing it, and that's why heavy shock is one of the more exciting weapons to see in motion. Owl and Tito cracked here, playing super sneaky. Man, big HD. They think they have a nice little 2v2 going down. Little do they know they're being ghosted right behind here. They're just thinking, you know, when's the right time?
Well, that half wall is super awkward because building around it is very difficult. So they're waiting for somebody to rotate the corner and then try and throw a wall in their face, because you can't. You have to ramp instantly. And most players' first reaction is to either cone or throw a wall in those circumstances. And you can see patience is paying off. I mean, the Owl is a hunter. He's known to just try and pick up the scraps and see what else is there, and he's looking for the opportune moment to end up popping in. The ambush is set. You can see on the right-hand side, that's the fight that they're watching. They want to be able to go, but if they don't time it right, all of this time is wasted for naught. And again, you can see they don't want to overcommit. They want to find somebody on this side of the wall, because once they pop in, they're stuck in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. They're either one of two things, looking for the full box or the point-blank shotgun striker opener. Now, though, hearing one of those elims come through, hearing the shots being exchanged, it might just be time to strike. They can just get him when he's a little bit weak. There it is, the full box. Pounced in on, and they catch two. And just like that, all of a sudden now, you have to assume Cracked and company are thinking, wait, what just happened?
We must VOD review this. We must VOD review this, and then they're going to feel a little silly when they go back to knowing that the team was there for a hot minute or two, but now you can see we got reinforcements rolling over the hill, and unfortunately, even though the ambush was well set, the 6 points were given, and you pushed yourselves up into 8th, you weren't able to then disengage, and don't forget, the mission's not successful until you have gotten out and gotten hydrated. The heist isn't clear until you're out with the goods, and right now, Owl and Cracked are trying to avoid getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Well, not only that, there's a first team coming in as well, playing a little security, checking out the perimeter now. They're the big eyes in the skies. They're the big problem now to deal with.
Another one too.
And Serb, fresh team here arriving. What kind of intel did they pick up? They see a team up top. They know there's a fight going down. They're thinking they have the biggest advantage as well now.
Yeah, but keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner. We got 2 minutes, and we're relatively close to the zone because the zone's not pulling that fast, but that purple is still creeping in, and despite the fact that everyone wants to run towards these bullets and pick up some tags and catch people who might be weak rotating out, both of these duos are okay in terms of HP and their ability to rotate away. They're not fantastic, but they're definitely not bad.
Yeah, not by any means. Back on over to Cracked and Owl, who have been playing this very slow the entire time. They're back to doing just that here. Sitting back. GM's playing in the meantime.
Right, I was just about to say, like, this nice little epic backtrack to this and seeing and waiting for this fight to resolve, but honestly, it looks like everyone really just doesn't want anything to do with this fight.
Yep, there it is. Take out the NPCs here. Get some spoils for the fight. Get the music to calm things down for a little bit. Back on over to Sparebow, though.
Sparebow is trying to get back up on his feet. K-Burb sticking the revive right now. Does have that legendary SMG. Needs to be careful. Will try and go for the wall replace. Will open an edit, but the opponent not there and finding the shot. Good option to use the Chug Splash on his down teammate, knowing he has enough excess shield to still get him back up and to extend the timer there. It will still end up going through, but still trying to fight defensively, trying to back that player off there, wanting no part of Wanted's aggression. But you can see every couple of seconds, Wanted's going to keep poking back, and he doesn't want to end up in a 1v2 as he knows it makes that fight that much more difficult.
And look at this. Opening up that defensive line there. Extra measures. Tries to go for the pre-fire shot. If that would have connected with the shield crack, could have been the difference maker from to close this fight. Another Chug Splash comes down. That's 2 already. He's committed to keeping Sparebow up. More shots coming in from behind. Another cheeky shot through there, but doesn't connect. Maybe it's time to just change this box here. Move out just a little bit. Would be the difference maker. There it is. K-Burb's thinking the same exact thing. Like, all right, we've been here for quite some time. If we put a little more distance, that should be okay. But another team now starts to fire in.
Needs to change the situation, needs to change the angle, or else he's going to end up going down, and all of those Chug Splashes were for naught. Sparebow ends up getting taken down anyway. The shots raining in from the side, keeping an eye on that bottom right-hand corner to try and see. There's the 2 duos who are just raining shots over. That Wanted was the player who was trying to pin him there, but instead has now moved a little bit around the side. It seems like Wanted may have actually lost where K-Burbs was, and instead is now opting to try and just disengage.
Yeah, looking to get on out of here, trying to keep a low profile now, hoping that this duo that comes on in thinks that, hey, it's just one player, let's hunt him down and get on out of here. This is, meanwhile, way outside the storm line now, right? And that's a little rotate to the rift there. Definitely the best move that he could have made for the situation he was granted and put himself in. I want to say he got Sparebow's card as well because they were just all inside those layers. So he should be A-okay right now. I'm looking to look back here. Very important that he finds some tags here. Surge is going to be much more difficult to maintain and work with now that he is by himself here, but he knows this is Wanted here.
Yeah, and he knows this should be a 1v1 based on the fact that there was only the one player who followed him. You could hear the rift noise when you go through it. It confirms how many players goes in, and it is loud. We're not talking reboot van loud, but definitely loud. Like Wanted shots loud on there, but K-Burbs, no, he can back up because he deployed the shield. He's going to be able to get it, but it's healing Wanted too. It's AoE, and it is not team dependent, but K-Burbs going to be able to take advantage of it. Dives in, and now honestly, if I'm him, I am leaving as fast as I can because you know other people are going to be coming over to that. They know there wasn't a knock, so it should just have been a solo in that circumstance, and you could already see the triangles going over to where he just was on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And honestly, brilliant job from K-Burbs. If you're looking how to disengage in a 1v1 situation in the mid-game, go watch it, go rewatch that, because that was textbook.
Yeah, that was very smart of him. Just map awareness, 10 out of 10 right there, gets to where he needs to go. And then, of course, reevaluates the fight and decides, hey, I have this now. It's a clean 1v1. One less factor to worry about, too, which is trying to keep his team up. So on over to Avery and Muzz here, currently housed up in 4th place, just outside the Tilted Towers, playing this mountain as well. So this is a good little spot to be in. Nice little terrain, nice bit of high ground here, overlooking Tilted and, of course, the Loot Lake.
Well, the one thing they need to be a little bit careful of based on the position, because they are so far to the northeast, is rotating in late, and you can actually see that they're going to opt to hop into that Chonkers out Whiplash. And I would say just try and keep going and driving in a straight line, but looks like Avery might have failed this permit test a couple times, hit that rock, and now they're going to actually rain a couple shots here. But as long as you're not driving straight at somebody, it's actually really difficult to chain connected shots onto one of these Chonkers out Whiplash.
Yeah, I agree. Very small windows, limited areas to get shots to pierce through. Edgy and Tahi. Oh, definitely fast. Little test of the tracking there as well. What are we thinking about Edgy and Tahi so far right now? Surge has been a pretty big problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say everything's been a pretty big problem for them based on the fact that they have a single point, which means they've made it into the top 35 and nowhere else, no other elims. And that's something you wouldn't necessarily expect out of a duo of their caliber. But right now you can see that surge with only 1 or 2 duos who are going to be threatened by it. The fact that they're even remotely close to that line, yeah, 2 duos who will be threatened by it, it makes it pretty difficult.
Yeah, they're going to have to continue to get active here. It looks like Fortnite and Omri right now trying to find their extra tags here as they are just below, not only with the SMG, now pulling out the MK7. Nice little headshot right there. Okay, that's a big one, but gonna need a little bit more if they want to be safe. As the points start to add up, looks like the damage was just enough here. 6 damage above. That's gonna apply pressure to players like Tahi and Sprite, who might have been toting above, could have been pushed down now because of that little change there. Here's Spexy and Zypha, dead center of the zone here, way below the surge.
And this is the second game in a row that they've struggled with surge, and that was after Spexy had that absurd performance in game number 1, but we were praising him for just being ridiculous with the amount of elims. But since then, it feels like they've barely shot their guns.
Yeah, they have to do a lot more right now, and they've made it further this game than the previous one. But come on, enough's enough. Find your tags, push some boxes, do something, or this game's gonna start to slip away now. 51 points out of game 1 is just so great. But not earning anything in game 2 really offsets you, kind of puts you right back where you began. 2 steps forward, 1 step back is the situation we found themselves in. And if they can't earn points this round, I'm afraid they're gonna need another huge game to jump back in.
Well, it's like they're running a 5K and then ate a bunch of fettuccine Alfredo, got a huge lead at the start, and then their stomach cramped up all of a sudden. They just can't end up going anywhere right now. They're trying to push through it, trying to find a little bit of respite, but it's almost too little too late. They used that shield keg, and it gave them a false sense of security, but now they're the only duo being pressured. They're going wild, and look who it is who actually picks up a piece of that pie. Pamso and Thatcher over on the side will get yet another elim credited over to him for getting the knock onto Zypha in that circumstance, while not able to pick up Spexy as well. They got tons there, and now they're going to crack triple digits here if they can just get 2 more rounds of placement point. That's outlasting 10 more duos, and so far, Monster, they're looking fantastic.
Nom 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 for Pamson and Fast. They start gobbling up more and more points here coming into game 3. It's perfect for them. 1 step closer to finals now. Casker and Smacked on the other side in the replay package here. Finds the Bacon. We're talking about how Bacon managed to escape the elim opportunity before as he was hunted down. Here's K-Burb on the other side clutching up. That'll keep Spareboat and crew in the game.
Man, I love looking at players' reactions after they pull off ridiculous plays and just seeing how absolutely thrilled they are. And yes, that was sarcasm in that instance. K-Burbs looked like he barely even reacted. There's a slight glint of a smile there. Sometimes, I think the polarity in some of the reactions is sometimes if I pulled that off in a tournament, like in this circumstance, I would be screaming, like Mouse would be on the desk and be like, let's go. But then barely even blinked. It's like, yeah, no, we got it. Yep, no problem. It's like, I said, textbook disengaged, but I would be sweating profusely. I'm already sweating profusely, and I'm just talking about the game.
Yeah, it's just another day in the office. You know, a lot of these guys put that cool guy personality here. You know, they got it. They got it like that.
Well, and as we talked about those cool guys, unfortunately, they did just end up going down. So, I mean, they'll be the cool guys sitting on the back of the bus waiting for the next one to end up taking off there.
About 10 more minutes left before they get to queue up again. We'll see them in a bit. See how their job spot ends up turning out for them. Season Crew, I like the spot that they're in right now, but they're not in the safe zone, not just yet. I think Pamso and Thatcher are actually just about there, but there's a marker down on the map, so maybe they have to make a rotate as well.
Just keeping an eye, seeing who's spraying shots towards. Don't forget, this 4th zone is the last one that will be completely inside of the safe zone. When the 5th zone is revealed, that's the half in, half out, and the players want to be that to pull directly on top of them. You don't want a long rotation, and this is really going to kind of set up the pace for the end game here. Who's in what position, what lines you're able to take, what utility you have to use. Now you can see Cease, Elite there on the top of your screen, Slacks and Clarity. Then the bottom left-hand side going for a nice little stroll into the zone. Then we got Fatch and Pam Stew. Bottom right-hand side, still plenty of Chili Chug splashes to loot, still plenty of mats. And now we're going to Storm Surge warning, and let's take a look. Out of our 3 duos on the screen, they're all pretty comfortably above.
Yeah, they're all also well within some decent points so far.
Ooh.
So these are teams that are playing well, getting tags, finding action, everything. Slacks and Clarity make it to the new safe zone here, and they had a little rotate to make. Just tough on the marker as well. They went from mountaintop on down, slid right on into this new drop. We see Dubs and Mega off in the distance there. Currently in 27th place, not too hot of a start for them. And mind you all, this is the last opportunity now to make it to finals here. To play for the big cash, big prizing. Just next week. Everyone now, it's defense time. Big players below here. Glace, they jump inside the box. They end up finding one. Nicely done there, but counterfire comes on in. Let's see, once the Surge ends up updating. Yes, 30 above there. That's Larson and Smite. They end up dropping. Cracked an Owl on the other side, also in a battle too. Cracked is by himself here. There goes the Siphon for the finish. Loses his teammate in the process though.
Yeah, Crack setting on 4 eliminations by himself, but unfortunately, the stepping stone to advance will end up being Owl. We see Edgy actually getting himself up onto the board as well. That's their first elimination, period, across all of the games. In the bottom right-hand side, we see Yuz currently just being hammered away on by Storm Surge. The Purple Lightning God not so happy. He says, more damage, sir. That's 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents. And Yuz right now, rather than looking to try and go spray and put some damage down, knowing that nobody really has to move for a while, he's instead just trying to find whatever utility and resources he can. He's gonna have to jump in, but I mean, it's too little, too late. Nothing's going on for him, and he is going to get ticked over. 5 seconds, 3, 2, and he goes down.
Not before delivering all of his loot here to a Legion P-God, who definitely could have used it. So big find for them. Yes, it was P-God who gets the full elimination there. I was gonna say early bird, you know, normally gets the worm here on the rotate, but when you're early and you're on the Storm Surge, I mean, it's just a different story. It doesn't really work out that way.
The early bird gets the worm, but in this circumstance, the early bird is apparently the first in line for skeet shooting right there. And fortunately, nobody was looking at him on that rotate. Instead, just got slapped down by the Purple Lightning God that comes. So you can see Pamstow and Fats. They're the ones covered in purple currently, our leaders on the leaderboard. But again, the ultimate prize is the win. We'll bother about consistency after the end of the 6 matches, but all of these duos are focused on trying to take that #1 spot in just one of these games. Currently, just on that border, Slacks and Clarity on the left-hand side, as we'll swing back on board. And talked about them needing 2 placement points. They've gotten it to break into the top 100, and now we're gonna get a rotation into our first moving zones, as it's pulled pretty much right on top of them.
That was what we were talking about, just breaking their way to that next placement threshold was going to get them into that triple-digit mark. Batch and Pam Stew playing out of their minds right now. An absurd performance so far, and this is going to be what looks to be another big endgame for them. They have all the material that they need, and look at that. How often do you see a team actually be able to pick and choose what kind of loadout they want to move with? That's how dominant they are right now, and they have loot to play with as well. Cracked on the other side, solo right now, but you're seeing how the Mythic hands can really play into the benefit here inside the endgame. 49 damage below though, so yes, he can rotate fast, but you gotta rotate fast and find angles. Great angles here as he gets a bunch of tags there onto an opponent. That's gonna be for Whites. And now though, he's trying to get clean rotate, gets caught up there.
And keeping an eye, Pamstow and Fast on the left-hand side, they're the ones ping-ponging right on that threshold as well, but so many players are going to need to go down. They find some more damage, and Crack is also going to be completely cleaned up. He's trying to get the solo clutch in there, but rotating and doing damage is so incredibly hard. As Cease finds out the hard way, he gets ripped to shreds there. Elite, though, actually going to have a chance to at least box him up and pick up the loot as Cease drops that over. He says, go on without me, but here, it's dangerous out there alone. Take this, as Nevify now in Ritual. Raining shots down from above. They have 92 builds still, Monster. What?
This is big. This is enough to definitely just ride out this high ground right now. We've seen many teams do before, but we've also seen teams contest for this. Neverfy, I am not enjoying the way you're building this base up. Yes, there it is. Fortified up a little bit. It was a little too shaky, my friend. Only on 2 builds there. And now, being so vertical, yes, to come on down, get a little bit closer to the opponents here. It's Tieko in gold once again fighting for high ground. They are absolutely playing for a win condition. We love to see it.
Trying to get involved now on the low ground. Pamstu, Fatch, you can see that. The bottom right-hand side, Elite still trying to run through. He finds a nice little Elim on the backside of the zone there. That's the second one, but doesn't get any of the mats with it. Going to continue working forward. Storm Surge is completely turned off. We'll have our 8th zone tick over here in a second as we're into our top 15 duos. 24 players remaining. We have 4 solo riders running through. Everyone else still has a buddy. Our current leaders are in your top right, and honestly, a great solo effort right now is in your bottom right. Everyone else is in the wide on your left. Keeping an eye on the top right-hand corner. Fatch looking to try and piece that player on the right. He knows he's there. He knows he's in the box. He's just going to let him pass, continuing the trend of playing for the end game as Elite in the bottom right-hand corner in the zone, gets the box off on the player, finds the first shot, but not enough damage. Will he find the second? A huge 108 tag, but no follow-up on that side. He'll cover his 6. He'll see the player down there, but Monster ticking low on builds. Just 2 left. Just 1 left and just 2 storm ticks as we zoom in on him.
Yeah, definitely. Major problem on the horizon, and there it is. He gets chin checked by Serbsky and Shiesty. That's a refresher. Avery's down there trying to scoop up some loot. Little greedy for him. I'm seeing a Liege and P-God still alive as well. Don't count them out because high ground from max builds no longer now. It's a Liege and P-God territory, but they don't have anything to work with either. Very low material counts. It's the Spider-Man hands that allowed them to get up this high. Another Elim for them, and they are racking up points. Now at 10 eliminations, the most we've seen so far. Edgy, where do you think you're going? It's P-God who's here. The tracking looks good. Tahi's there to back him up though, and Edgy is down. Elige now, the only player left, as it looks like P-God might have got to trade it there too. So 7 eliminations for Tahi. High ground's beautiful here. Great harpoon grab for some resources. So it's going to buy him a little bit more time now.
Yeah, but Pamstow and Fatch still going off from the only duos up, trying to end up running through. Right now, you can see 2v1v1. The only duo, Pamstow and Fatch. I said eventually, when will it be enough? Second place in 11 elims in the last game. Ali's trying to do everything he can to find a little bit of room. They're on 12 elims by themselves. He's trying to take P-God with him straight to the finals, but the solos, they go up against each other, and he gets blown up in Tahi with a shred of HP trying to clutch it out. But eventually, when will it come through? And the answer is, thank you boys so much. Game 3, session 3 of the NA East FNCS semifinals. Your winner with a ticket to the finals, Pamstow in 33, Fatchy Fatch.
Nicely done there, nicely done there. Let's take it back. Let's run it back one more time. Pamstow and Fatch. Things just worked out for them today, having it. Exceptional play. They would have went through either way off the placement points. So this is a little bit of a sigh of relief for the rest of the lobby, as now Pamstow and Fatch mark their way to the finals next week. Look at that, coming in here at game number 3, and this is honestly going to open things up for the standings, for the leaderboards, right? This is what everyone else is hoping for. Give Pamstow and Fatch the win, honestly. Make it easier for us.
Yeah, they just pulled so many points out of the pool. I mean, we saw what they did last game. It felt like eventually they were going to have a day, and that was my argument. I mean, they've played too well this season. We're going to see them in the finals, and eventually my prediction would be right. I just had to sack the first couple of days, but to throw it on over to break it down as we're halfway through the competition. Adam, Vivid, SVG, show us what you got.
Thank you, son. 5th time lucky down. I appreciate it, dude. It happened. It actually happened, but congratulations to Pamstow and Fatch. But what was incredible about that as well, as we saw, and they were going into that last game in top position, had a great game 2, a great game 3 as well, with so many eliminations as well, and now they completely catapult their way into the finals, opening up that top spot, Vivid. So things are going to completely change here, and we saw Tahi there and Edgy right at the end. Obviously Edgy gone down, but Tahi there, they were on 0 points before that game. Suddenly they come in 2nd place, ton of eliminations, they're right back up there.
Yeah, we love to see that for Pamstow and Fatch. Finally, they find their rhythm, and honestly, it wasn't even just in this game. They found it throughout the entire day, and it was mainly on the low ground. Surprisingly enough, we have not seen a lot of success from teams that love to favor that low ground, but Pamstow and Fatch just absolutely mopped the lobby with the low ground, especially in the game where they got 11 eliminations. That was all on the low ground. This game right here, a victory royale from the low ground. We haven't seen a lot of that. It's been a lot of high ground victory royale dominance, but Pamsto and Fatch putting a staple into this competition. And listen, as Sundown likes to say, eventually a broken clock is right, and it's finals o'clock.
Beautiful, beautiful. And, you know, congrats to them. Obviously, something changed today that has worked, and I think it's what you just explained, playing that low ground, just dominating it. They were just locking it in and making sure no one was playing on their position. But we also saw a huge game there by a Liege popping off for 12 eliminations. That is the largest number of elims we've had of any team on NA East. Him and P-God getting those 12 elims. Thank you, Adam. I forgot who they were, but just slaying out.
Oh, mate, I got your back always, man. I think that's the thing is P-God and Liege as well coming in today into the competition as well. You know, there are some teams here like Pamsto and Fatch who have been here since day one. We can see Cease on screen here as well with Elite who have also come in today on day 3. And already we assume this might be the case, just going straight in. There's no kind of holding back here, regardless of the format change-ups, Vivid. They've just taken it by the scruff of the neck and rolled with this, and suddenly they've catapulted themselves. I've used the word catapult a lot because that is what this format does. You go from being a 0 to hero immediately, and they'll be right up there now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of switch-ups in this game number 3. A lot of teams come to life, actually. We saw Tahi and Edgy. They came into this game with 1 point, which is just unbelievable. They should not have a 1 point, right? But we saw them in the end game there, so we'll see when we check out the leaderboards how many points they end up grabbing. But Cease and Elite also coming in big names, day 3 teams actually, and we can see right there a little bit of life. They were on the higher ground, which is good for them, but then also Elite showing his solo prowess there, clutching up a couple of points as Cease went down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well, let me take this over and just have a quick look at the winners here, because I think we should talk about that first, then break down the leaderboard, because that is where the party's really at right now. These are the current winners who have gone through courtesy of a Victory Royale. We've got Vert and Creo there in the very first game, followed by Centufan, which is Twix, and Chubbs in game 2. Now Pamsto and Fatch have done it. They've gone through game 3. But of course, SBG, this is where the shift is going to happen on the leaderboard now, because now they're out of the equation. Who's at the top here? Muzz and Avery. The first team to break 3 digits today, 114 points, my friend.
Look at you, Vivid. Another one for you. Seeming to do so well right off the bat. But also,
he's the prediction king, man. He's the prediction king.
Between you and him, you guys have been absolutely crushing these predictions.
Yeah, and listen, Muzz and Avery here, big performance, actually. I didn't actually see them in the end game right there. They must have slipped under the radar, but they just absolutely flew up the leaderboard here, so that is great to see. And then P got an Elise right there with that 12 elimination game, also throwing themselves all the way up into that 2nd place position. And we'd love to see here also Zuck actually still holding on to that top position there. But another team that we've seen actually fall off of this leaderboard is Spexy, right? We saw that they had a huge first game, but we no longer see them up there. So that just speaks to how consistent you really have to be.
And one more point, we saw that play. We were watching Owl and Cracked sit and hold behind that wall. We're like, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. Eventually, they wound up getting elims, and they're right in it. They have a good shot. But checking out this second page, there is Tahi and Edgy. So 53 points. After really not doing much in those first 2 games, they're within striking distance after 3 matches. And we see a couple of teams that started off hot and now are cooling down as we continue on the back half.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of interesting thing about this leaderboard we're seeing as well here now, is that is what happens in this particular semi-final format, which you've talked about, is the fact that teams can go from that lower position straight up into the upper echelon, which is where it's really exciting for us, because we know NAE, the shifts all the time, right, guys? We know this happens, but when it's on this level as well, and it can happen in the blink of an eye, that's what makes it so exhilarating. Speaking of which, we have a game 4 coming your way. It's going to be a free-for-all out there, and who's got your back? Who's going to guide you through? Of course, MDF and Sundown. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, SBG, and Vivid. 3 matches down, 3 to go, and then we will round out. 9 more duos will have the opportunity to join our 41 others in the finals, Monster.
I like the way Adam said it. It's sort of a free-for-all. It feels like every game is a bit of a reset, except it's kind of not, too, right? At the end, you do have that consistency to fight for. So, free-for-all, about there. I'm trying to see if we can find another game to kind of summarize what this format is really doing for us, but it's by far my favorite right now.
I mean, by definition, it's a battle royale. It's a free-for-all. It's every duo. I was about to say every man, every person, every duo for themselves trying to make it through, but you got a little bit to fall back on. You can kind of plan your win conditions out, or you can go for that Hail Mary through whatever other sports terms, the full court shot. I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of hockey equivalent we could toss in there, but we saw it yesterday with Princess Wolf being able to take a game in 49th place. So now with another top duo out, 3 games to go, I think we'll probably see just another surprise, something we aren't ready for.
Hey, listen, I mean, so far the most consistent and notable teams have been the ones to walk through, right? Avery up there now at the top with the points. So, you know, for them, they have a nice little strong lead, but it sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's get into game number 4, guys. No more time to waste.
No time to waste. Your FNCS season could be over in just 3 matches if you don't find yourself holding a victory crown or finishing in that top 6. Right now, the line is pretty tight, and we can see we're going to get a little bit the contestation going down here at Chonkers. At a little bit of a tough drop here for Owl. He tried to get towards one of these outer camps and potentially end up grabbing early MK7 to rain shots in from the outside, but landing a little short. He's not going to have any opportunity, and now him and Cracked are super separated.
Yeah, this is a pretty awkward position to find yourself in, right? Very spread out here. If one or the other decides to jump onto you, I mean, it could be really bad for you, but looks like teams are going to be pretty comfortable with looting their locations, and maybe that's just how the pacing's been going so far. They get comfortable, then battle it out. For AV and NQ's on the other side, looks like they've been pushed down into this spot as well, but having the better drop here, they forced this other duo to rotate a bit earlier, give up the hold over the top of this building here. You can see those are definitely enemy builds. Sniper in hand. Static off in the distance. Is he going to be able to see one of these guys that hit a shot? I'd love to see a sniper shot come through. Little blind check there through the bushes to see what's up. What you got, AV? Let's see it.
I was about to say, was he going to fire him off? It looks like he had 2 opportunities to throw him out there. And I mean, you're not really going to use heavy bullets for anything else. So unless you're trying to get the surprise factor and hope that somebody kind of posts up and takes a knee and tries to find some of those FSA shots with the MK7, I mean, might as well. But speaking of might as well, sitting on 1 point so far, Ducky and Zenki, they got to put a little bit of pedal to the metal. They got to go a little bit faster here because consistency points likely aren't going to do it in 3 games.
Yeah, they got to make it all the way through to the end now. Hopefully pull a big victory out, as do HD and teammate here. On the other side, you have someone sitting behind the palm tree here. And you know, I was going to say, this is the second time now HD and his teammate have had a fresh team basically watching them idly in the distance, waiting to jump on them. I don't know if it's unlucky or just bad positioning on where they decide to fight, but it literally is happening time and time again now. Little bob and weave here, swerve out. Oof, a lot of damage done.
Yeah, trying to get over to this 50-50 scavenger boat, and depending on where that lands, it can be a problem. And I also love how you said the big HD and his duo, because I was going to dare you to try and pronounce that duo's name, but I'm not even sure I could remotely go through it. It's like Tabuki Debeppo, maybe, something like that. I know there's a...
I see HBD. We can just call him Happy Birthday, you know?
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. No, we'll do our best, and I think we'll probably stick with the big HD and his duo there as Unreal on it. And Keys, or let us know how you pronounce that, and we'll absolutely do our best, because we want to give you all the credit in the world. But an awkward little boat rotation over to the side. Looked like me trying to just hide away from the bigger sharks in the water right now. But speaking of hiding away from the bigger sharks in the water, Mamtating and Keys, they've had a rough go of it so far. Is pretty much every time we've tuned in, it's just been them getting abused off of spawn here.
Yeah, it's been rough, and now they come on over to this drop spot, right? Pamsu and Fatch basically punch their ticket out of the game here and on into the finals. And now, once again, just like yesterday, we see teams landing inside Greasy Grove, hoping to find a little opportunity here. And I'd say the most successful team after all of this has happened has always been Jackson and Fable Taco, because they have a drop spot that's just outside of it. So, if anything, they rotate in and try to get a piece of the chaos, piece of the craziness. And this time they don't find any elims, but hey, they find a few fights. They get to get a couple tags off, and for them, that's good enough to at least maintain this early game.
Yeah, it looks like Bank was the one who was able to pick up that first elim there. You can hear the rift going off in the distance. Like we said last game, it's loud. So they're going to immediately try and see if there's any shots going on. There's some shots immediately being thrown off. And Mamtating just hoping everyone kind of forgets about him. Hang out over on the side. So we're going to hang on out with the duo we were so absurdly impressed with in game number 1, Sentinel Zypha and then Spexy. But since then, they have just gotten... Their gameplay's been completely overturned by Storm Surge. We've seen them go down to it the past 2 games with very little recourse.
Yeah. Listen, big rooting for Zypha and Spexy right now. I like that they're actually taking this early game fight there. They're not trying to have the same, double Storm Surge issue happen like they had last round here. This time they're going for the full fight. Seems like they're in a bit of control here, but Spexy based out by himself. Zypha playing a bit of a low ground position. Seems like that's not going to work out here, as they have to give it up now at the disadvantage. So no longer
one build.
2v1 situation, goes for the face check on double SMG. I mean, that is definitely going to be a bad play. You know it. We know it. And now we get to see what happens when that happens. Zypha has to do this by himself here.
Such a weird fight. So many excess builds burnt, and then when he opts to take it, he takes the fight with 1 build, so he can't even separate the players. Zypha was nowhere near to be able to help out when he's the one who has the heavy shotgun, which in this circumstance, we already talked about how strong this weapon can be early on. But now our duo, who looked amazing after game 1, has really just got their tires stuck in the mud. They're going nowhere.
Yeah, stuck in the mud here. Need a couple people to push them on out, but fortunately it's only 1 and 1 to work with here. Zypha doubles back when thinking about making an exit. I guess he realizes, hey, it's either swim across the water with no builds or take the fight and take my chances. Fortunately, the chances were not on his side here. No favor, no luck for him.
So we're going to take a look at some of the other off-spawn fights that we might have missed around the island into the back half here. You can see Enka's trying to get some shots down with that MK7. Does have that auto shotgun, but then just gets run down. Av doing his best to try and close the gap, but again, we talked about that strength of the auto shotgun off the rip. Here was the other side, that Mamtating and Keys fight, when Keys just gets pieced out and put away the cone immediately on top of his box. Mamtating doing a good job just trying to back off his opponents in this circumstance, but with everyone around, you could see how he was able to disengage and just get around the side and get out of dodge.
Not bad at all. Things are going down around the world here for Slacks and Clarity G, holding on, just consistent enough now. Edge their way up another positioning here. Currently in 8th. Let's take a look at the map right now. Zone number 1, minute 20. Teams are having to make their rotates here. This is where decision comes in. Where are you going to decide to house yourself up for the first zone here? The more experienced teams are going to be looking for elevated points of action here. Bushes in play like Skittles and Tragics here, like this as well. Yeah.
Currently, right, you can see just nice little gap in the action during this moment. Teams not really pressured yet. You'll anticipate that we'll see a little bit more poking and prodding once this first zone closes, because then we'll get second zone reveal. Teams will be forced to move relatively central, so not a ton of movement has really happened now anyway. But we'll get the Storm Surge warning, so people will know whether or not they have to go or whether they can sit and chill.
That is exactly how it'll play out. That's the pacing here. In the lead right now, Avery and Muzz. Just good enough, right? Just good enough. Flowing, I'd say, at the top of the pack here.
Just good enough? They're in first place. What do you mean? Just good enough would be 6 right now, right?
I say that because, remember, when teams win, their points are extracted out, right? So, like, they're up there. 3 teams move out. They get pushed even higher. They get to represent first for a little bit. All in all, yeah, just good enough, man. They're doing all right. Another good game, and we'll see them in finals.
Like I said, I'll take being in first place right now as we see that second zone reveal. We don't keep going over the east. We'll stay just central towards kind of that northeastern part. But one thing to note, we got a big mountain range towards the southern side that a duo has already posted up on. And then the entirety of that daily bugle POI is in play. And we've talked about how that POI provides a lot of really interesting dynamics when fighting around, whether it's in the early game or in the late game, just because of how those mountains tend to move But right now, we're going to swing back on board with our just good enough first place duo, Cloud9 Avery, Team New Age, Muzz with the 3X in his name, and the only player to win an FNCS in multiple regions.
Only player who can rep that 3X proudly right now. Muzz trying to see what he can find. Any pixel, any tag here would be huge. Playing a base split as well. Haven't seen that in quite some time. Teams just housing up different areas to get more sightline, more control.
Well, then I know for a fact you don't watch West in that regard then, because Epic Whale and Arkham were doing that. They've been doing that 24/7 the entire time, man. That's their special. Every Cash Cup, every FNCS game, they're still a big fan. Two Scarecrows next to each other.
That's the play. Definitely the play. These players need to pick up these strats, throw it into the playbook. If you ask me, P-God and Elige, man, what a game for them last round. Now up in second here. Managing to clutch up, tons of eliminations. The biggest round we've seen, 12 elims in total.
Yeah, but even looking at that gap, we talked about them being in second. We just saw Muzz and Avery on the page, and if I remember correctly, Muzz and Avery are at 114, which that's a huge lead going into first place. We talked about how 25 points on average per game has been about the pace going through. Well, that would put us at 75, which means they're 50 over. So about have 2 more games to spare in terms of points, but right now, Tragics and Skittles, take a look on the right-hand side as that Storm Surge warning, does end up coming through 48 above, not necessarily the most comfortable. We'll take a look at some of our other notable teams and where they sit right now. 53 above for Avery and Muzz in the bottom left. 293 above for Slacks and Clarity, who are currently sitting in 8th place. That's in the bottom right-hand corner.
Look at this, Muzz and Avery, though. They're not happy with this 49 above here. They have a duo right next door, and they're trying to take this fight all the way through. Can they find a little bit more? Yes, they can. Muzz with a great angle, brilliantly done there, peeking straight up. Now they have opponent underneath here. It's Static on the other side. I like how they're playing this. I like where they're positioned now, and they're comfortable. Not getting too greedy either. 144, they say, okay, we're good here. Let's slow down now.
Very disciplined approach in this circumstance, which is something you expect from a champion. But one thing we've noted about Muzz in particular is it's a very emotional player. Like, he's very strong when he gets going, when they can get a little bit of a base, as we've seen here today. But if they're not able to kind of get that stuff rolling, that's where they've struggled, and it's part of the reason why they're even playing in the matches here today. But we'll swing on over. Currently sitting in second place, Elige and P-God spraying some shots over right now, but they're 43 below. And as I say that, P-God finds 2 tags, which generally would be enough to put you right above, but keep an eye on that left-hand side. Don't forget, the threshold isn't something static. It's always constantly moving as other duos are doing damage. And right now, we'll have 7 duos who will be affected in just 15 seconds or so. So there's going to be a lot of people who are looking for shots and want that number to go higher.
Yeah, it's going up and down right now as things are continuing to develop here. Danny Bat Bloom and Shicey as well. Big below, and they're in a full 2v2. This is all in. All cards on the table. Dealer reveal what comes next. We'll find out here. Danny Bad Bloom stepping on in with the pickaxe. P-God sniper in hand. I'm keeping eyes on both sides right now. I would love to see the sniper shot, but we're going to go ahead and hop onto Danny here. See what's going to go down. Okay, they full HP up. They're tanking it. Juggernauts ready to take the battle now. It's all about tracking at this point. One false move and it can be it. Rhythm, great shot on defense there. Another heal for the teammate there, trying to offset the Storm Surge now, Sundown.
Then when fighting defensively against a team who's taking Storm Surge, all you want to do is just tag them and then back up, force them to waste resources because you know they're taking damage the entire time. Well, you don't have to worry about it. As we can see, Clue is still ticking over. Danny also still ticking over. Luckily, he has that med miss, which will help upset a lot of it, but right there, Clue, he hears the shots, he hears the med miss. He knows that he's going to be able to have an opportunity, and he finds it, but somebody who needs an opportunity, they need a chance, and they won't get it. Our second place duo, who's looking to rally behind the momentum of their 12 eliminations last game, falls before any placement points or any eliminations can come through.
Yeah, Mega actually found P-God on the rotate there, so little cheeky snipe up for him. Surge must have been active. He must have got beamed as they were pushing into Zerx and Evasion there. Zerx and Evasion end up getting to secure Elige's loot. They had a lot to work with as well. They were pretty much big chilling in that base before having to give it up. Rhythm and Shiesty now walk away with those 2 elims. The first this game now. 71 players. Okay, so Surge is still active. There's a poor solo out there. Or a duo. Or duo. Trying to stay alive right now.
Yeah, it's a duo, and it's Nexi and Wrigley, and I'm actually shocked by this because Nexi has had a very good individual performance. We've seen him pick up, I would say, eliminations that are disproportionate to how his team has been playing. But with that being said, we'll actually have a fresh wave of eliminations go off as the rotation ends up coming through, likely happening on that eastern side of the map, where it's just so congested and the players are being forced to rotate past. But Nexi and Wrigley will be spared a little bit with 2 chug splashes left in their inventory. Keep an eye on that top left, seeing if any of the players who are relevant towards the leaderboards do end up dropping. But this was a little bit of a sketch rotation. However, they're going to find a nice little bit of space and get their full builds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, very bold of them to drive this vehicle straight down the main road.
Oh, yeah.
We've actually seen this zone give a lot of problems, believe it or not. These river locations can be very, very interesting, depending on how you end up crossing through. That current will surely take you if you make any kind of mistake there. Cracked an owl. Once again, cracked by himself. Second time now we've seen him in a very similar position where he's coming deep from the zone here. This time, not the focus of the lobby as he layers himself up. Manages to keep just a low enough profile right now. And the feed Skittles goes down. Nevify goes down. Couple exchanges here.
Some space given for Cracked. Looking for a little bit of room, a little bit of respite. But we talked about that eastern side of the zone being very weird. You can see we got 3 or 4 different clusters of triangles who are directly on top of each other. Also, keep an eye on the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, Cracked is currently in 6th place, but being able to find that Elim is so huge. Being able to find the shots here and get a line that's going to give him more storm surge. But more importantly, again, we talked about you just need to be top 6 when all is said and done. And that line is so incredibly close. The etiquette's opened up, but it's too slow from the big HD and his duo. As now we'll swing on over. There's SMG duo, Aiden and Blasto, and Aiden just finding one over in the zone, reminiscent of a different Aiden back in the Winter Royale days, finding an Elim like that. As here's P-God and Elige going down to the Great Purple Thunder God. He will claim his toll. You weren't active enough in the early game, so unfortunately, that's it.
Skittles as well here.
Oh.
Just melted by Slacks and Clarity G. Just trying to farm his metal up. Spider-Manning across the map there, web slinging his way about. Blaster and Aiden just on the outskirts there. Muzz and Avery, sight lines right on them. They can see they don't have a cone up, so this is why Avery's marking them out.
Look at Slacks and Clarity's damage above Surge with only 2 eliminations, nearly 700 above. That's bonkers as we take a look at some of our other duos. Tahi and Edgy above Surge for the first time in a while. Muzz and Avery are actually one of the duos who are close to underneath. 5 are going to be pressured here.
Long range shots not connecting at all right now. Don't let it fool you. There's some kick on these weapons. Maybe hard to tell, but getting those long range tags are pretty difficult here. As I glance on over, it looks like Blaster was taken out. What kind of bad peek did he take on someone for him to get demolished here? Could have been Dubs and Mega, who are now getting focused by Muzz and Avery. It's Slacks and Clarity G, of course, very active here, targeting those floorboards here right from underneath. They needed some damage to kind of get in there, and they just continue to pad up.
Yeah, right now they're walking in the kitchen, they're sniffing, and they smell something's cooking, and it smells like opportunity. They're in 8th place. They've already seen some other duos end up going down, but swinging over to somebody who really could use an opportunity in this game. 32 points, not horribly off the pace, but with Storm Surge and just an awful peek from Rivinacha, trying to take a left-handed peek with the MK, one of the most inefficient things you can do. However, it would push him just above Surge, potentially long enough to end up getting this revive, but they have to be careful as duos are dropping across the map, and boom, there it goes. It flicks over to 10 below. He's going to instantly have to use the Chug Splash on his partner, who's also using the Med Mist. That's on the left-hand side. On our right-hand side, we have Tieko and Gold, who we saw are just on the outside looking in on that first page, barely able to get back above it. But Rivinacha and Tyler, they need some more tags, and they need them now.
I just noticed Avery, look at that. Avery finds Chucky there with the full elimination in the feed. Muzz gets the knock. Nicely done. Rivnacha has to get active here. Only 10 damage below. That's a single tag with any of these weapons right now. And now just barely above. They double back here. What's the play? They're trying to get with one another. If not, sure, no. Should have just kept slinging his way about with the hands. And now Tyler has to come in here. Dubs and Mega on the other side finally getting their footing here. 6 points and in the box. Dubs goes straight in for it. SNG only. Aiden gets a piece of his own medicine there, completely deleted by Dubs.
Zerk's going to find the other one there on the blast, so going to be able to cover their 6, and he's trying to get that legendary striker pump, but opting instead to then drop down and get hip to hip with his duo. We've seen how important that can be, but immediately not covering his back, it takes a big chunk of his shield, and with no big pot, he's not going to be able to top that back off.
Dubs and Mega playing for the win right now. Spegu and Charlie finally getting active here. We saw him get a knock before, didn't actually jump in to go ahead and complete it. But again, another one traded there. Zone's going to reveal itself. Front side of the rotate's going to play into Mega and Dubs, so they definitely have the advantage. So do Clarity and Slacks. This is perfect for a team like Clarity and Slacks right now, who have expended tons of materials to get this far. From what we've seen, the last we checked in, they were completely capped out. Now, about half that, if that. Muzz and Avery, same position. Tahi and Edgy even worse, though, down to a third of their mats here. And for the ground rotate, and this is what happens when you don't have material. You take the risk, you jump in a car, and now you have to connect. And yes, it is worth it. Look at how much they saved. That's about as far as they could have gotten there. What a risky play, an exciting play, and it works out for them.
Yeah, exciting there, because we saw, I think it was Tahi there. He hopped in the back. He was like, yeehaw, let's go, get in the cab. And Edge is like, what are you doing? Get in here, please. Get in the car. We need to go. And they are able to get that line we talked about on the front side of the zone, where you're able to just kind of attack at a 45-degree angle. You take a perfect diagonal tarp. You're able to minimize the number of mats. But Edgy says, hey, wait, there's people behind us. They're on the struggle bus. Unlike us, we got there early. We'll turn around. And he's able to find that, get right back up to his duo. But now they're on the backside of the zone. As we're going to look on the left-hand side, we got J-Man and Quack raining shots down from above the duck, looking for revenge, but Dubs and Mega are just below them. As now we'll zoom in on the right-hand side. Edgy is down, and Tahi looking for a run, currently sitting in 10th place, but with no white heels in the zone on his back, he will be taken down in 18th place.
J-Man and Quack on high ground, though, right now, as they're trying to set things up for the win right here. New players entering on in, looking to make their way to finals right now. 46 points on the day. Not too bad, so this is still a great game for them to keep them in the run. Can they close this out, though, is the real question, as Mega and Dubs are eyeing up the high ground. They get themselves a couple layers on up, and there's trouble in paradise right now. I'm looking at a lot of Mythic Spider-Man hands in play here, so there's tons of players that can actually play for high ground. Zuck and Freeze have been popping off all day long. This is at least the third end game we've seen them make it in out of the 4 rounds of Fortnite so far, and it is looking awesome. It's looking like they might be punching up a big ticket game right here. Slacks on high ground again. Slacks fighting for height. Sundown, we were watching them go for it round after round.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Clarity is going to end up dropping there. That was the cost they paid, and if they had been able to take it together, 50 mats might have been enough in the 7th zone. But instead now, Slacks forced down, and he's just going to be playing for as many points as possible because he is sitting in 5th place. He knows, hey, the victory here, while great, isn't necessarily what we need. However, on the other side, Quack and J-Man sitting in 17th and 18th with only 2 games to play after this. They feel this might be their best opportunity to get a chance to play in the NAE's finals. They want it here. We'll take a look on the wide. We'll see where everyone is, and then we'll swing back on over. I actually think Dubs just went down. I think I saw that real quick there in the Elam feed there. Mega should just be the only one up on that side of Slacks. Continues to solo run 6 builds, 5 builds, 4 builds, and it's down. Looks to try and find the duo on his side. 3 builds left. Sees Accept and Boyle over there. Will he be able to pressure? He gets cut off. 2 builds left.
And it's just
right at the backside.
It is just Mega. Mega's by himself. He's right above him. Into the layer he goes. Slacks finds Mega there on the side there. Catches the 2. Cease and Mega. It's a double point pickup for him. A nice little 2-piece. That's going to keep him in the round. Not only that, the double siphon means he's got plenty of material to work with here too. J-Man goes on up. Someone tries to take high ground from him. And it's a battle for height. It's not looking good for J-Man. He is running for his life there. And down he goes. It's actually Rhythm. Where did he come from? I don't know. But he is up top right now as a solo here. Like, what do you do? What do you do in this position?
Wait it out. Hope that zone pulls back over. Go through the long builds as long as you can. You know there's a couple other duos there. You just want them to fight each other. The real question will come when he's forced to go out over the open space. But right now, Slack's looking for a little bit of room to operate, but here comes the pull. There's the open space we were talking about, and the builds are forced out on the high ground. That was the last of his builds. He's going to be forced to come down. When will the chop come in? What's going on the low ground? Is there another duo is fighting? The two duos are on the low ground. That's Accept and Voil trying to put the shots in, but everyone else is getting pressured out. And right now you can say Accept and Voil are down. Now you got a whole bunch of solos running around, and then the duo, Jackson and Fable Taco, trying to find a little bit of space, and Jackson says, what other duo, Sundown? Never fly. 124 to the face, and the immediate cleanup. They're the last duo up, Monster. This is their game to win.
This is what makes a duo so exciting, the amount of solos that can end up in the final moments, but these duos are operating in machine fashion here, efficient and clean. Let's see it though. Rhythm's up top, still putting down shots out of material. He has to be at this point. Where is Slack lurking just around? That's one down. It's all solos now. Every man for themselves, and one sitting deep inside the storm line. You could tell right there he's trying to play the heel off. What is going on here? Is he gonna be having enough? Jackson actually aware, not too comfortable, blocks that side out, opens it, finds him. Ritual has mats. Here comes the fake out. Can he pull a Nick 830? I don't think so. Jackson's out of there. The storm does the rest. Nicely done. It's still a 1v1 Jackson versus Rhythm here.
He's got the space, he's got the mats, but Rhythm has no mats. He has the HP lead. If Jackson overbuilds here, he might actually just end up giving the victory royale over accidentally, but instead, Rhythm, he says he feels it, he feels the rhyme, and he feels a trip to the finals. Game 4 goes over to him in what was a really weird one, Monster.
Man, Rhythm getting jiggy with it there at the end, making sure he brings it on home, dancing to the tune of his own victory royale right now. Take a look at it. Nice and clean. I can't believe Jackson actually opened up this edit here. And it was a little too soon. I get it. You want to catch him off guard, but it was predictable. And that was the problem right there. Shicey and Rhythm. Big win right there. Nicely done. They're going to the finals. What a game, though, for Jackson and Fable Taco. They pick up a lot of points. That's our windmill team, right? They've been giving problems to Greasy Grove all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, just a brilliant effort there from Milks and Rhythm to win over match number 4. But now we're 2/3 of the way through the competition. 2 more teams and 2 more chances at victory royales, and then 6 consistent teams to round us out. We're going to kick it back on over the desk. So Adam, SVG Vivid, break it down.
That is correct. We have a new duo who's joining the rest of our qualified players today, going through via the Victory Royale. It was amazing. Milks and Rhythm there did a fantastic job there to hold out there. We saw Jackson was really pushing them to the limit there, and Vivid suddenly they've won through. They've completely made their way over to finals without any problems whatsoever. In the end game, they've just held out and done it. It's fantastic.
Another one of those situations where we've seen it's actually just a solo up on the high ground, right? None of these high ground teams are really getting settled in to a point where they're comfortable and holding it throughout the entirety of the game. They don't have any mats left. They don't even usually have a duo left, and it was looking really, really good for Jackson and Fable down on the low ground here, but Ritual was off in the distance in the storm, playing the med miss, and comes in from the side and actually picks up a quick knock on the Fable, so Jackson was left to do it and kind of getting the MVP there, Ritual for Rhythm. And then Rhythm just, again, coasting on the higher ground. No duo, just himself. And he ends up finding that final elimination victory royale for him.
Yeah, the little assist there on the player in Storm to help out Rhythm get that. You know, it's unfortunate, but hey, sometimes it happens. That was all part of that Peterbot clutch. We saw the cold assist come through when that happened, and Rhythm hitting his shots. He didn't do it alone. No one gifted him that. He still had to take down that last elim, and hey, the fable of Taco and Jackson J has to come in another day.
It does, it does. And, you know, again, we talk about the leaderboard shifting. 9 eliminations there from our winners. They now go straight forward into the finals. They're taken out of the equation, but there's 9 eliminations worth of points there that have been sucked out of the rest of the table. So that's really going to change things up here. A couple of teams, obviously, to look at as well. Obviously, Clarity and Slacks. I've gone for today, and they've had a bit of an up and down journey the last few days. But Slacks again today here, Vivid, has managed to just grab his teammate by the scruff of the neck and dragged him over towards that finish line, getting, I think, a 4th overall, even though kind of soloing for a while there, but even dropping down, taking out duos solo as well, and getting those points, and that is so pivotal to getting into that top 6 spots.
Yeah, big game for them right there. They came into this game, they were in the 13th position, so they weren't doing too well, but they were around that bubble. And after this game, I think they're going to be around that top 5 position, potentially even top 2. So they have definitely found their rhythm throughout the day, but still 2 more games of the play, so they have to stay consistent throughout.
And we saw that battle for the high ground, but I want to see the battle on the leaderboards here, Adam.
Yes, well, I mean, this is it. I mean, we're looking at the winners right now, actually. The stand, how they currently look, having gone through the first 4 games. These are the confirmed, qualified players who've made it through to finals. We have ourselves Vert and Creo from Game 1. In Game 2 was Semifinal, who's Twix and Chubbs. Game 3 was Pamsto and Fatch. They did it! Sundown's prediction there. And we will have Milks and Rhythm there joining in Game 4. With 2 games to go now, fellas. Let's look at leaderboard. Vivid, walk us through. They're still there. Your prediction remains on the top spot. Let's go.
Yeah, crazy that they still actually have that 29-point lead. Even after right there, we saw them in the end game, but they went down a little bit early. I think it was at the start of the second moving zone. So they didn't completely capitalize on that game, but they did actually scrape together some points, and that's why we still see them up there at the top. And then, as you mentioned, Adam, a good game there from Slacks and Clarity puts them in the 2nd place position.
And we really only see one team distinguishing themselves from the pack here. Once again, in NA East, with 2 games remaining, it's going to come down to this entire field from, let's call it 3rd all the way down to 15th. That's going to have to figure out where they want to finalize themselves on the leaderboard, because ultimately, everyone's done enough to give themselves a chance, one little opportunity to get through in these last 2 matches, and ultimately it's going to be decided in these games we got coming up.
Yes, it will. 2 more to go. This is the penultimate game now. There's only 2 more opportunities to get a victory out to go through to finals directly. It's over to MDF and a Sundown to walk us through what is going to be an amazing Game 5. Over to you, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. The penultimate match coming through, and everyone's hoping to avoid a peril of falling early. You need a victory royale or to finish in the top 6. And right now, Monster, with the exception of that top spot, that top 6 is they're pretty packed together.
Yeah, definitely. 6 points separate from 4th place down to about 9th there. So listen, that's 2 eliminations in this current format. That is how tight the race has been. And all of those teams are Elim heavy except for Cease. Cease's duo is the only team up there that has 71 placement points, up there with Avery and actually Muzz. So just about as consistent as far as how much endgame they've made, but they only have 6 Elims. So if Cease and crew could just pick up a couple more Elims, man, they'd be so far ahead of the pack.
Yeah, but there goes the bus. So let's not delay. Match 5 is on the way.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. This is it. We're at the back end of the half now, and it's time to get after it for Pose and crew. For everyone else here, it's not a touchdown. Hopefully find your good weapons and win these early game engagements. Owl and Cracked have had quite the fight here at this drop spot round after round, and it's going to mean a lot here for Owl and Cracked, who have managed to find themselves all the way up into the top 10 here. So a very important battle is before them right now. Luckily for him, he is going to touch down, get himself a nice little AR and some shields to work with, and already a legendary Vulture just nearby, so that just beats a nice little power upgrade for him in this early game.
Yeah, but the question is, does he want to separate over from Crack to go get it? Because we've seen them being separated off of the start tends to be their biggest issue. And we've talked about how Mamtating and Keys have struggled, but finding that massive heavy shotgun shot right off of the Rift, that's the power of that weapon. You're not full shields, the headshot comes through, and you're just gone.
Not only that, first points here on the day from Mamtating here, who honestly, you know, maybe that's the difference, right? Get a little confidence rolling for you, make yourself a nice little end game there and pull home a victory royale, and they can definitely see their way to finals. That's the beauty of the format here. Tons of juice to work with here now. Let's see though, back on over to Cracked, who have managed to get on top of the opponents here. Okay, so they are pressing for the fight right now.
Wanting to fight, looking for a little bit of room. Again, no strangers to these early fights. They've gone pretty well for them, and Owl is somebody who puts in the time and the effort when it comes to these fights. He knows how they go down and immediately Crack right in his face, and some real questionable decision making there from Coop, not getting the builds out in the right circumstance, placing the ramp over his head and being boxed in. You can see there's a little bit of confidence now coming out from Cracked as he gets right in Poe's face with that auto shotgun, and he'll drop it as soon as afterward, but you can see the power early on of just having that high rate of fire shotgun.
I'm just more impressed in how much map awareness he had there to know there was a pillar there to play off of and just duck, bop, and weave right through those fired shots. It's just beautifully done here. Mabtating and Keys getting active right now. Okay, they're feeling it. Pick up Bank now. It's a full team wipe here, and Greasy seems to have been aired out. Don't forget, though, Fable Taco is just nearby with Jackson. Southwest here. Should be expecting a little rotate coming on in shortly. This is about the fastest, honestly. I think Greasy's been cleaned up, though. Last game, Jackson and Fable Taco got to take all advantage of the fight here. For Freeze and Zuck, we haven't seen them fight in the early game in quite some time. This is over at the, what's this, the Condo Canyon right now, seems?
Yeah, over on the side, some fights going on. We did see Zuck in that first game put up an absurd number of eliminations. I believe he was up at either that 6 or 7 number, but now trying to back down. Currently sitting in 3rd place. Used the shield keg to just try and stall and delay, but got caught out in the open. And right now, the Big HD and Debucci de Beppo trying to end up putting the pressure on. And Zuck is really forced back here. He has some great weaponry, but not necessarily the HP. Trying to get back to his teammate. They do have the chug splashes and going to use that to top off his white HP. Will pop the 1 mini shield, trying to find the edit, slams down the iron wall. He says, no, you're not coming through that. Will walk out, but a horrible peek to walk out on. Couldn't even see his opponent from the left-hand vantage, and because of that there, will slam down a second iron wall, jumps up to take the 50-50, and he whiffs. Worse than me playing wiffle ball right there, but instead not going to be able to find the second one, trying to get the follow-up, but with only the uncommon striker pump and then the SMG and 35 HP is not going to win a battle of attrition despite having the stronger shot there. He gets taken down.
Honestly, you know, I've seen an interview with Clicks once, and he talked about what pros, like really good pros would do. They'll play aggressive even against all odds with the low HP. It makes me question it the way you see Zuck just jump on in so aggressively instead of taking a step back. But, you know, you win some, you lose some, and this is going to be the first time now where they do not best HD and his teammate in the early game there, and they pay for it big time. Elige, on the other hand, they are going to win their fight in the early game this time around. That's going to be 3 more points for them, bringing them on up to 91. That's great. They're inside a competitive standing, a competitive reach of the top positions. For Statics and Sneaky, they roll up onto HD here at the Condo Canyon because the fight just ended, and so are 4 more players outside the zone as well. This is just a hot zone.
Yeah, keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner. You can see the triangles heading over. The yellow triangles towards the way north want nothing to do with that. But the other ones are peeking around. It looks like Flood and his duo are trying to potentially set up a trap, set up an ambush, try and catch somebody rotating through here. And if everyone just decides to leave, I actually want to recall back just a second ago because there's something I'm very confused about when it comes to the Leash and the P-God fight. They're fighting Statics, who was over at Greasy before, right? He got downed, and then he got finished. Where was his duo? His duo wasn't on the map, it wasn't in the same grid space, wasn't anywhere even remotely close. I was trying to put that together in my head because P-God and Leash, I was about to say, oh, they need to push the duo and like get as many points as possible because they've kind of stalled here, and that would have been huge for them. And then I started looking, and he wasn't anywhere on the map.
Asking all the right questions to all the wrong people right now.
Right? I know. I just...
Yeah. No, seriously, though. It is a good question. Where is your duo? You have to stand and land with one another. You just cannot be that far spread, especially when we can't pinpoint you on the map. That's when you know you're a little too far, regardless of whatever the split drop you're trying to pull off is.
Yeah, throwback to the 72 hours at Secret Skirmish drop where he just looked at his duo and he said, hey, there's nobody in these 2 spots. We'll just drop separately early game and we'll meet up in the mid game. It actually worked in one of those games, but it's not something that is generally ever seen in competitive Fortnite because of how dangerous it is to be caught out alone. But looks like Condo Canyon, everyone just kind of grabbed a timeshare in that instance, spending a couple minutes there, then rotating through. No violence going on, no kind of poor or malignant tenants going through, and now we'll swing back on over. Like I said, P-God and Elige back into 6th place, right on that line with just a single Elim and a llama to their name.
Ooh, nice find right here. It's a big come up for them. honestly, they didn't really have much mats to work with. You could tell they were just building with a little bit of wood, some stone that they picked up along the way. Here's Quack and J-Man hitting a chest. We can hear it. But Mama Ting and Keys, they've been here for quite some time, right? They caught a couple elims. They got the siphon. They don't really need this material. They don't need all the loot here in the POI. If anything, they're probably looking to go set themselves up for some key central positioning for the next couple zones. So J-Man and Quack, love the idea. Unfortunately, wrong POI for the team that landed here at the current moment.
Do you know how disappointed I am in myself that it took me this long to realize that mamtating is dictating? Yeah, right? Nope. Dude, I've been, again, consistent branding going through, like, would have had a bunch more relevant facts about you, but please name yourself something where we can at least put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, dictating's a good player. See, I'm here.
Yeah, right?
Like, man, mamtating this guy, you know, he's trying. Who is he?
Dang, I wasn't going to go that far, but I mean, you're not wrong in that circumstance. As the results speak for themselves, actions speak louder than words, and points end up mattering at the end of the day. But let's take a look at some of the fights. We ended up missing off a spawn because it is a little bit of a faster paced game than we're used to. We see Pose and Cooperoni over here at Chonkus. We saw the end tail of this from the other perspective, but Pose end up, unfortunately, just getting put into the blender.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the other perspective from HD's team here. Onto Freeze and Zug. This is probably the biggest upset we've seen so far as high-ranking teams taken out early. Our third-place team dropped right there. If you are just tuning in, just to get you all fully caught up. And then, of course, that fight with Status, we were wondering, where in the world is Scare Bear? Like, where is he? Because somehow P got an Elise, you're up here by himself, and before he can get the finish, he gets finished off right there.
Yeah, and I actually need to correct myself. It seems like mamtating, it wasn't dictating as I assumed. I should have done more research. That's my fault. Never make assumptions. You know what they say about that. On that regard, it's actually Mammy FN. So if you want to get up and check him out in that regard, feel free. But maybe a little homage there, as we saw with Fatchy Fishy, the Benji Fishy, and all that. As you said, dictating, very good players. So, I mean, I could see why. But in this circumstance now, Surfsky Flood trying to find a little bit of room, currently sitting in 24th, so a victory royale is really what they're looking for, kind of on the outside looking in and gonna get that rotation in. And I feel like we've seen this, we've seen a lot of these zones, not necessarily today here in NA East, but down pretty much right on top of that southwestern quadrant with a lot of water and those windmills in play. So we're gonna swing on over to Cody and Edan, who are fighting right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, we've had 2 zones kind of be in this general area, but more eastern. This one's like a western portion, so it's favoring somewhat center, but really southern, to be fair. Cody and Eden, this is their general drop location, more up so towards the Joneses. They rotate down wide here, trying to play a dead side rotate. Little do they know, the timeshares over at Chonkers have been all used up and everyone's now gone. Probably expecting a little bit more of a vacant position as they need the material count to bounce back here. 30 seconds should be ample time with no one here to bother them to get their mats back up and back in the running here.
Though the one thing I will say, if you're trying to very quickly farm mats through this area, you need to be more efficient about that. Hitting those brick half walls is probably the most inefficient piece of material you can hit in that area. Yeah, it's not awful, but I mean, there's so many other ones that you can rotate past and so many other rock supplies that teams in that area hit max stone near instantly. So I would try and say be a little bit more efficient, be a little bit more conscious of that. However, as you noted, they got plenty of time, so as long as they don't get stuck on the outside of the zone, they'll be okay. As we take a peek, and our second ranked team, 163 above Surge. It's on the right hand side of your screen, so they'll be avoiding that 25 damage every 5 seconds. Only 3 duos potentially to be under pressure, so we got a little bit of a faster pace here. Match number 5.
And there's a team eyeing up Slacks and Clarity. Saw them on the map there just for a brief moment. Looking on in, eyes in this general direction. A lot of shots coming out from here. J-Man on the other side with Quack, though. They end up inside the box fight. This is what Slacks and crew are looking in at. That's onto Tragics. That's a huge knock right there. Tragics and Skittles both completely finished now. That's it. X'd out of the competition, sent back to the lobby. We'll be seeing them for Game 6Q here. One less chance for them now.
One less chance and one last chance in next game. So everyone else still fighting for position. We said Ducky here. had a little bit of a rough day, not necessarily finding the nutrients he needs in this pond full of big fish. Everyone else has just been kind of pulling those points there, but he is kind of aware of a little bit of a refresh on that side. Say, hey, here's some extra stuff. I'd love that big pot instead of the sniper rifle. What else is over there? But could he be opening up into a little bit of a bait? You see J-Man and Quack on the other side, and it's really dangerous to kind of challenge this alone. Zanky, they're going to come over and make sure he holds the ramp for him. They're going to swap out weapons, make sure they get everything they need, and they'll be happy about that. But currently, they're the only team below that storm surge damage. You see that on the right-hand side, right above the map. So they need to get some damage out, and they need to do it stat.
This is interesting. This is how much you can see a player like Ducky is going to favor the SMG here. He barely has any ammo, but he's like, nope, I'd rather have 30 in the magazine here and play with that for this next box dive for the storm surge than opt in to play with the AR in this instance.
Maybe holding the sniper, trying to find somebody opening up with that MK7, but nobody has to open up. They're the only ones who are under pressure. If anything now, they should be looking to just hopefully wait out one more player going down. They did have chug splashes in a combined effort, as we see on the right-hand side here. We have P-God and Elish. We touched on them in the early game, but as that storm surge keeps ticking, keep an eye on that top left-hand corner on the left screen. 71 players, only one player has to fall, and at some point you might make a decision to sacrifice to do it to get storm surge to turn off, because you just keep burning extra utility, and that's what's ultimately going to end up happening whether they want it or not, as Zanky goes down, and we'll swing on over to P-God and Elish.
P-God and Elish looking very nice right now, and Zone kind of favors them. Ends up coming west, went over to this side. This is where the majority of the players are as well. This Greasy Grove drop has been super hot today. Even more so right now. J-Man and Quack, though, making their way around the outskirts. I was going to say trailblazing their way through the builds there, but no one was behind the wall. It was a blind guess to see if someone was going to reveal themselves. They've been sitting in this home, by the way, for quite some time. Remember, they were still baiting that same chest out just a little bit ago. Now seeing enemy builds in here, so I'm assuming some ambush took place as they have 2 eliminations now.
I mean, who can resist the sound of a chest? Hear it glowing, you're like, oh, there's a chest in here, I gotta go find it. But I mean, if somebody is standing just completely still, waiting for you to come around the corner, maybe you're holding your interact key, it takes you an extra half second to throw a build in their face, they're able to get a cone down. I mean, ambush is one of the things I talk about. It's kind of that old school battle royale tactic, right? Where you hide around a corner and somebody's not waiting for you. Like, Fortnite players have gotten so used to being able to triple edit, box somebody up, and throw a wall up in your face that when somebody's hiding right around the corner of a wall, like, you're not used to that kind of jump scare, that kind of surprise, and it takes a second.
I mean, how many times back in Steamy Stacks, that coastal chest, and you sit behind the door, we've seen the player jump out and catch an elimination, always in those same kind of locations. It's always those oddball chests. There's a couple real easy ones to prime up, find some ambushes going. But look at this, Jackson and Fable Taco. This is their general home. This is their general terrain. They play very regularly out of here. Now having 2 games, 2 zones, pretty much favor their overall spot. This could be the little bit of luck they needed.
Oh, such a great pull. Whoa. Look at that. Look at the materials coming in for them. They already had double gauntlets. They get a launch pad. They pull whatever shotgun they want. That's a shotgun upgrade. That's ammo upgrade. That's just shows how strong those mythic web shooters are.
Yeah, they can just do them all. Rotate and, most importantly, pull in the loot. However, can't use them very well offensively to get inside the box like a harpoon can, or as a weapon item. So there are benefits to both sides, just in terms of play style and things you can do with them. Oddly enough, the zone comes once again much more centralized. There's barely anyone in the zone right now. A lot of players are going to have to make a move here.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about this zone, I don't think we've seen this so far today, there is no natural high ground. I mean, literally none. There's about 3 or 4 spots on the map where this can happen just because there's so much variability in terrain on the Chapter 3 map. And this is one of them, which makes it very interesting because normally in that circumstance, teams are able to get a high ground position without a ton of material investment simply because they were there earlier. That's no longer the case, regardless of how early you showed up, unless you boxed up on top of one of the rock deposits that were here originally. There's only like 3 or 4 over this entire nice little grassy field. You have to invest hard mats pretty much now if you want any form of a strong position.
I feel like this is where who's got the zone war skills, who knows how to play off of flat ground and really make it work. It's about as creative as it's gonna get for a Fortnite lobby right here. You called it. Tahi and Edgy on the low ground right now. No height to them. They gotta be careful. These grid spaces will start to get weird on these types of areas where things aren't necessarily completely even. You can also see grass being set ablaze off in the distance as well. I do wonder if that's Cease kind of player who'll just create that little bit of chaos.
You know, some men just want to watch the world burn, and Cease is one of them, chucking those fireflies all over the place. But Storm Surge warning comes in on the right-hand side. We started at 68 players, and that's what kicked off this flurry of action. You can see one of our teams, yet again, they don't struggle with first surge, but they struggle with second surge. And this has perennially, I don't want to say perennially, but typically during this FNCS, been a problem for Elysian Peacock. They're on the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, K-Burbs, again, trying to just drag Sparebow with him, do everything he can to get every individual point. He's sitting at 67. He's not necessarily too far on the outside. I think that was an elim for him there, actually, though. You see the +3 points coming through. No, not going to be. It was just the placement point coming over, but he was able to get himself just barely above Surge. But now on the left-hand side, 2 below, 38 below, 27 below, and that time is ticking. Here comes the damage, but instead, here comes Elise straight into the box, and he gets a great opportunity to end up segmenting off J-Man, but he doesn't get the elim, and now 11 above to 6 below. The damage is going to come through. They're going to burn all of their valuable chili chug splashes, and they're going to have to find shots quickly.
That's when you know it's bad. They have to get with the program here and find this tag. It's only 6 damage, and it's cost them so much already. All they have to do is really just cone them off and hopefully find everything. But no, J-Man's gonna answer back. Big tag there, just enough for the Surge to do the rest. That's a siphon that's gonna go to J-Man as well. He's got all advantage here, and our 6th place team is now down and out. No more points to be earned for them here. It's gonna come down to the last game for Elysian P-God, and that is just the type of pressure they're gonna have to operate with, by the way, the world watching, because you know their fan bases are there, glued to the screen like we are. For K-Burb and Sparebow, though, they also have a fighter's chance here. Up in 14th now. Avery and Muzz leading the pack here, 30 points ahead of the competition, sliding, coasting, and cruising their way in. This is definitely enough. We'll be seeing them in the finals, but hey, they're here to take away opportunity from everyone else. They're not going to make it easy.
Well, if anything, for the teams in the top 6, you're hoping, or even in the top 15, you're hoping Avery and Muzz win the game. Yep. And they just pull their points out of the pool because it makes it that much easier. If you're a team who's outside that range, you're hoping they don't. You don't want to see that victory round go over to them. You want to pick it up yourself because you know they're already going to go through anyway. So it's an interesting dynamic. You can see the left-hand side, which one of our duos are directly on top of each other. As we've noted, nobody wanted to spend that early investment of their hard mats. And Monster, everyone, and I mean every single duo, is 1, 2, or 3 grid spaces on the map. Nobody has even gone 4 grid spaces up yet.
Yeah, no. This is the way the map's just making it work out right here. This zone favoring these flat areas. No one's looking to over-invest. These pros are just not needing to commit that much too early. Cracked is going to find a couple shots here. These are great tags, by the way, and a steal on the elimination there as he gets the final shot off. Perfectly done for him. That's going to give him another little point swing here. Clarity and Slacks, however, are under some big pressure. Down goes Slacks there. It's up to Clarity. No, he gets wiped out in 23rd, only earning 2 placement points, and that is to Spexy, who has finally now made themselves another endgame appearance after that game 1. They were a little bit cold, but is this the place where they finally come back and answer? Cease, however,
heat up.
No elims for Cease and Duo still. Remember, they play for placements all the way.
No elims, but they're nearly 500 Storm Surge damage above, so they can just chill and keep playing in that regard. While everyone else is going to be threatened. A third of the lobby right now is going to be threatened by that Storm Surge when it comes down. But bigger, the rotations are dropping people like flies. Right now you can see Fable Taco ended up being costed on that play. We talked about what a great position they were in, but all of a sudden now it's Jackson as a solo just continuing his run. Nexy with a still great individual effort picking up a pair of elims, but you also see Tahi got a pair on the right side of the screen. Edgy and Tahi trying to make a run at it here in the later zone. As we're into our top 20 trios, the placement points continue to keep taking over, and right as I call a name out, Tahi unfortunately ends up being taken out. Jackson now under a little bit of pressure. That's the left side of your screen. On the right side of your screen, Edgy on the back side of the zone, but gets a little bit of a bounce back, gets a little bit of a line, and he'll find a great rotation the front side of the zone.
Cease found J-Man too, so the first elim on the board here for Cease. Nicely done. That's going to bring him on gone up to 7 overall in the tournament, the least of our players inside the top 6. But hey, you do what you need to do to earn your placement points. Cracked, however, is on the other side looking for Elims here. That's going to be a huge tag there. It's going to go for the finish. A little bit of greed sets in there, and no, instead he backs off. On height though, Elite and Cease managed to come on over, and it only took them 1 Elim to do it. 1 well-timed, executed Elim here, and all of a sudden now the world is in their grips here. What can they do? Veterans in play here though. Jackson and Fable Taco. No, Fable Taco down officially here. Jackson slides on into second place, but it's so close. If they go down now, they're gonna slip down a little bit, and they do.
He went down, but I believe one of the players went down before him, so he finishes in 13th rather than 14th. Just 1 extra point going through as we're going to swing it back on over. Larson and Smite trying to challenge towards that top 6, currently sitting 98 points. They're looking for triple digits. Bottom right-hand side, Cracked continuing his run. He's on 6 eliminations by himself. A couple more will trickle through. They're on 8 as a pair. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Elite and C still holding that high ground. They're currently sitting in 3rd place. Anybody who's in that top 6 will be happy to see them end up going through, but Cracked gets his shield cracked himself. It's all going to be on Owl with no builds on the backside of the zone, just spraying away with that SMG, trying to find a little bit of space to pop that small pot, and he'll do it. Larson on the top right-hand part of your screen has the pepper popped, and he's looking to pop some of the shields on the backside of the zone. Finds a huge shot there onto Flood, who will just get drained away, and then he follows up immediately. The Stinger swap hits some of his shots, but not all. The Iron Walls end up going down in his face. The Peace Control and his duo will end up cleaning it up, but Voil also ends up getting a pair on the other side.
And there's a big battle on low ground here between Larson and Smite. Smite's still going to stand up now. 7 eliminations. Look at high ground. High ground's actually no longer safe. Cease and crew have also been fighting for it, defending off players that are trying to go on up. There are still Spider-Man hands and Mythics in play here. Voil and Except hunting down this low ground all the way. Look at this. Cease and crew just barely holding on. Moo is sneaking up from behind though. It's not completely over. Smite finds 1. That's on to Voil. Nicely done here. That's 8 eliminations in total. Little Siphon to stay up. No more math for him. And now Wanted and Moo are on high ground. Cease goes down. No victory for them just yet. And an exchange from Smite. Smite is going crazy. This heavy shotgun from range. I want to see that from the other side. That was insane. But Moo, what can you do here as you have to clutch this one up? You are basically in a solo now. His teammate is down. There's only one other duo alive, and it's Spegu and Charlie.
Yeah, and then second place, Owl just trying to get as many points as he can going into the last match. Really wants to cement himself into the top 6. And the 1v2, no builds, MIH, Mulabuka, Spegu, and 33 Charlie. Will Spegu and Charlie be able to do it? They're in 13, so still plenty of chance for the top 6 for them, but they want to cement it right here. Mulabuka trying to get the pressure down. He has plenty of bullets, plenty of shields, but Monster, no builds, no white HP. That's going to make a 1v2 in his win conditions very limited.
I almost want him to just fake the launch pad. I don't know, throw some mind games around right here. This is going to be a very tough fight to win here. Charlie and Spegu, they've been in these end games before. They know what to do. They work together. They jump up and they close out the game. Nicely done there. Hats off to, of course, Moo, one of the newer players, big competitors here, and Fable Taco and Jackson Pool on another accurate one. But it's going to be Spegu and Charlie, the vets themselves, the young grinders too. They go all the way to finals.
Yeah, Spegu and Charlie, but they're fantastic. You could almost tell there was a 3, 2, 1, oh, we're going. And they immediately went forward knowing that, hey, one of them were going to be able to pick it out. And honestly, props to them for winning just what was an absurd, and I mean an absolutely absurd exchange of attrition on the low ground. Just so many different duos dropping in and trying to stake their claim on the game. And they were the ones who came out on top, and they'll receive that prize of a ticket straight to the finals.
All the teams we've seen win so far are teams that have taken victory royales in a big stage before, so no surprise watching these teams that know how to execute on these win conditions. And you know what made that end game probably one of the better ones was the actual terrain. It wasn't about all these crazy high grounds. It was very low and centered to the ground, gravity holding everyone down. Made for a very exciting exchange there.
Yeah, made for some different decision making, but to break it down and break down the stakes heading into our final game for NAEs, we got to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, show us what you got.
Thank you, guys. Spegu and Charlie going through then all the way to finals. A team that we've talked about loads before in previous FNCS kind of showdowns and kind of championships and whatnot. And there we can finally see a team, the veterans themselves, have gone all the way now. They were in 30th position, I think, prior to this, and they hadn't broken into the top 15 in the last 4 games. Somehow come through and win out Vivid, and they are in finals next weekend.
Yeah, that's what we love about this format so much. They may not be doing well in these other games, but as soon as it happens consistently throughout one of these games and they get all the way to the end game in a good position, they find themselves as a duo amongst a bunch of other solos. And it's actually another Victory Royale from the low ground. We haven't seen like hardly any success from the high ground in terms of Victory Royales. Obviously, it's been very, very good to get some placement points, to get some eliminations, but these Victory Royales are really low ground based right now.
Yeah, we have seen some really good high ground plays. I mean, we were talking about Elite and Cease just playing so well and having so many placement points because they've just been so consistent. It's one of the things that have stood out, and the elims, they haven't necessarily come to them just yet. Elite sees pop off a little bit on this end game, able to grab high ground here, but spent way too much on this high ground take and not able to sustain like you would want to see. And unfortunately, they may be in one of our top 6 spots, but they're not moving on just yet.
Not just yet. We were talking about this kind of like, but while the game was playing out there, like on the desk behind the scenes here, saying they've clearly come in today, day 3, their only opportunity in these semifinals to make a real stand and claim one of those spots going through. And clearly, Vivid, there's a tactic here, which is all about getting those placement points over eliminations, because they've managed to just hold on in there for a long period of time today. They're getting their Storm Surge tags that they need to at the beginning of the games, and they're kind of relying on their placement to at the end game there to work their way up that leaderboard. Now they're looking mighty pretty, I think.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most interesting things, right? We don't see a lot of eliminations actually coming from this duo, which means that a lot of their Storm Surge must be straight up coming from just tags and those AR shots. So that is impressive in its own right. But even more impressive is a Victory Royale coming out of Charlie and Spigo. Again, that low round domination and that 1, 2, 3 countdown at the end. So that way they both collapse on that solo player at the same exact time. It was just done to perfection.
Yeah, there you have a list there of 5 teams already qualified Victory Royales. There is 1 spot left for one more team in Game 6, but this is the leaderboard how it stands with 1 game to go. SBG, wow, it is tight in the bottom half of that first 10.
This is all you can ask for. All these teams in triple digits here, and the difference between 4th and 10th is only 12 points. That's 4 eliminations. We've seen teams dropping. I mean, look at Owl and Cracked have 23. So 4 is nothing in this. So going into this last game, we're going to see these teams battle it out. It is by no means solidified by anyone. Only Muzz and Avery are the ones that could comfortably sit back. And even looking on page 2 here, Vivid, there's a lot of teams still in contention.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like you highlighted right there, that 12-point difference from 4th till 10th, and then these guys not too far behind either. But again, we see a bunch of donuts in that Victory Royale spot. That's because that nets you an instant spot in the final. So it's really possible for anybody on the leaderboard right now. So everybody's got to keep their heads up. They got to keep playing to their strengths, and they got to find themselves wherever they need to be, right? Maybe you think that you're comfortable with getting 30 points, so you play for 30 points. Maybe you have like 2 points right now and you want the Victory Royale. You got to play to whatever you need and whatever your strengths are.
Yeah, you're spot on there. I think that's what's going to be really apparent in this last game, because let's just set this in. We've been working the last kind of couple of weeks, qualifiers, semifinals, to find the top 50 duos to go into finals next weekend. This game you're about to witness live right now is the last opportunity to either get the Victory Royale or the points necessary to qualify in that top 6 at the end of the day on the leaderboard to go through and join the teams that are waiting. So this is going to be, guys, we're all ready to rock and roll here. You can see how tight it is on NAE. That's why this region is a beauty. It's so fun to watch, and it's all coming your way in this final game. Let's head over to Monster to Sundown, the last game of semifinals here on NAE to bring it home. Boys, over to you. Let's do this thing, baby.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And one last time onto the island here for NA East in the semifinals, and then we will round out our top 50 duos here for the first FNCS of Chapter 3. And Monster, there's been some great Fortnite so far this weekend.
Absolutely. We're lucky enough to have that front row seat to all the action here. And again, we will watch teams battle it out. Who's going to take home that victory royale? Will it be a team with big points up at the top to alleviate a new opportunity for someone down low? Or will we see a big comeback, a big strike up for a win here, and someone who's been having a rough day secure themselves the finals?
Yeah, you are never out of it until you're eliminated in this match. There's always a chance, the victory royale being an automatic ticket to the finals, but there's also those 6 consistency spots up for grabs, and we'll be keeping an eye on who drops. We'll keep you updated on the storylines all the way along the way, because this is it. This decides who those 50 duos who are going to be competing, not only for all the money, all the clout, but that Axe of Champions, and enough is enough. One more match, game number 6. Let's go.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to fight fire with fire. Game number 6 is here. Dig deep and bring it on home is what the players are thinking, as we're now starting to touch down. Our game leaders, our current point leaders, Avery and Muzz, have had Coney Crossroads to themselves the entirety of the day, and they have made such exceptional work with what they've been handed here. All the loot, taking it to endgame, finding their elims. It's just been a master play from Avery and Muzz, and others alike. Some teams have been out there really shining. Man, I got to give it to Elite and Cease. That duo right there has been truly impressive. Just a couple of elims shy of running away with the train.
Yeah, and Cease is somebody who I would like to talk about, because when we talk about veterans and going all the way through as we get this fight going down yet again at Greasy, everybody just loves the tacos here, as Key's going to be able to find, again, putting in work with that auto shotgun. Seems to be one of the stronger weapons when it comes to these early game fights, as we do have Mamtating, aka Mammy FN, sorry, dictating, my bad, I apologize, trying to clean up on the other side here and push out Unrealana and Bank yet again to kind of rescue a little bit here potentially in the final game, as they did have a rough start coming through. But going back to Cease, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. He's been around since the early skirmish days, back when you were still playing Monster, all the fall skirmish type stuff, and being able to compete against him. What people don't realize is back then everyone talked about like how good some of the players were. Cease far and away had the most eliminations in those matches, and it wasn't even close. It wasn't the Dubses of the world. It wasn't, as we see Keys end up cleaning up the fight there, it wasn't all of those players who were known back then. It wasn't the Mitro who was dominating through, or the Benji Fishy, or the Mongrel, the Stompy. No, it was Cease. And he's kind of shifted his playstyle from being someone who looks for all of those eliminations and kind of taking advantage to his opponent, and really developed and matured in his game plan, where he kind of sits here and says, okay, this is what we knew and need to do in order to be successful. And we saw that a little bit in the content piece, where he talked about how he kind of really focused on what he could do to improve not only his own game plan, but the people who he played with and teamed with.
Yeah, definitely. Way back when Elevate was still competing, back when Gangstars had Cease on their roster, and then 100 Thieves sniped them both up and had themselves a nice little championship run there at WSOE, one of the earlier lands. There's so much history in Fortnite, and more being written here today as we're starting to lean into our most recent FNCS, the first of its kind on this brand new chapter here. But this is what it's all about, celebrating even new players and old alike, as Cody and Edan are looking to fight their way on up in 14th place right now, picking up their first elimination. Owl, though, forever lurking nearby with Cracked here, trying to see if they can get their claws in on a fight. Ooh, beautiful tags here by Cody to fend them off for a little bit there. Now they buy themselves a little bit more time here to get their loot going.
Yep, and I love this decision, dropping down and breaking the sideline on the southern part. If you've already scouted kind of this southern rage and you know nobody's hanging alongside of it, this southern part of the map has an absurd amount of loot available to you. If one of them is carrying a harpoon, you can nearly guarantee yourself pretty much anything you could want from that part. But with that being said, it looks like they're just opting to take the long rotation, as they're going to swing on over. Currently our number 4 team had some tough games going through, but Smite and Larson down on HP, but Smite currently the one who's dictating the pace case of this trade, but it looks like we have a couple other triangles potentially closing in on this fight. And you'll see that Smite's aware of that situation. He's like, uh-oh, get me out of here. We'll drop it down. Luckily, didn't take fall damage there. Might have clipped something on the side because it seemed like he was more than 3 tiles above, but going to opt to use one of those valuable chili chug splashes. I would anticipate now that they just get out, right? There's no, if you're going to invest a chili chug splash in this circumstance, you do not stay, period.
Yeah, they're thinking the same exact thing here. Too much riding on the line right now. They are not safe by any means here. Look at this. There is a supply drop right in the general direction of where they're rotating through now. Vehicle in sight here. But first, little pit stop here. Let's get some minis for the way. Projected points to advance through are going to be around 134, a little bit more than what we've seen the last couple of days, but right around that general area, guys.
Yeah, well, don't forget, one extra game today, right? So it's going to end up adding up. But I love this disengage even more now from Smite and Larson, because we kind of heard that whistle sound and the supply drop coming through. And yes, the disengage was smart anyway, but now you've guaranteed yourselves a launch pad. You're able to kind of get out of dodge, and we'll swing on over here to the Daily Bugle. Convicted trying to open up a very interesting edit. I feel like a peanut butter edit there would have ended up covering himself, but instead just goes for the single floor, and then he gets blasted. Blastro going to be the one who follows up on that after Aiden's first huge shot. He will get full confirmed, and now Aiden and Blastro sitting on 4 elims already. I mean, that's plus 12 points for them. They've got a little bit rolling here.
Yeah, definitely got some stuff rolling here. Taking a bunch of these players to the cleaners, hanging them up and drying them up. Just left and right now as players are... That's it. If you get taken out now, guys, your tournament run is over. Your FNCS opportunity and chance has been cut. So these are very significant battles, and victories are winning over here.
And again, even just making this far is so incredibly impressive. Don't forget, this is the best of the best duos in NA East getting their shot here, minus the ones who have already qualified through. And Boxer just trying to get a little bit of space that uses a quick little grapple to try and change the angle, going through doors constantly, which I really like because it makes the opponent think about going through. And then unfortunately, he drops on an iron wall, but he hops right up. And a great job from Glace to be tracking him. But you can see him and Chucky are ring around the rosy trying to get the pincer in there. But there's another duo who's hopped in line. Cue the Benny Hill music. Everyone is just running around trying to find something to do.
Yeah, definitely. I would hum it, but you know, copyright. Here it is. Glaze and crew roll on up. Chucky and Glaze find themselves a nice little elimination there. That's going to slide them on up to the 18th position. Just ridiculous tracking there, but man, way to stay nimble for Aiden to actually slip on out. Big chase going down there. Here's a Legion P. Oh my gosh, we're seeing some super serious battles go down. These are intense fights, guys. A Legion P God. This is again a tournament run fight on the line here. Same for Tahi and Edgy.
Yeah, for both of them. I was literally just about to say, literally both of these guys. Like, we saw just a gross performance from these guys. I believe it was match number 2, but since then, they've really stalled out. On the other side, that Tahi and Edgy, slow start, but have since been going well. And this is it. Whoever wins here will continue their FNCS dream. The other one will have it ended. The first one goes down, and will they be able to turn around? Edgy's been taking out Tahi, needs to clutch it up, and P-God says, adios, no mas para ti, senor. Buena suerte next season, because P-God and Elise and Tahi and Edgy packing. One of the predictions going down there, but they will continue pressing forward and trying to make a stand, jumping from 11th into 10th on the back of those 6 points.
That is so huge because they need these points, and now what separates them are 3 eliminations up to the top 4, guys. That's how close that the standings were. So picking up all of these early elims is mega important here for Season Elite. Look, only up at 120. That's just a few points away here, guys. This is how tight the standings are. Season Elite still need about 10 points or so they cannot fall early. If they do, I mean, listen, question marks in the air for everyone here at this point, because you never really know. You just do not know. Moo down low with Wanted. We saw how close they came, that 2nd place in the last game. Saw the little reaction from him. He was definitely disappointed, was hoping he could clutch out and pull that win, but we saw what happened there. He had that duo that was just a little too healthy there in the final game of Spegu and Charlie. So came up a bit short, but good fight for him. Now we're hopping on over, though, to the other side. A little bit more north we go to slack some clarity. It looks like zones in this general area, too. A little map shot here.
Yeah, and we'll take a look. This next zone looks like it's going to drop probably a little bit north of Covert Cavern. Yep, boom, there it is. Actually pretty north of Covert Cavern, but there are so many mountains in play. We're getting pretty much the complete opposite side of the spectrum from last game. We talked about last game, oh, it's so flat, there's no natural high grounds. Well, I mean, if we're out in the Midwest Prairie, this time we're going all the way over to the Appalachian. Since we're on the East Coast, I mean, there's mountains all over the place. Well, NA East, we're on the west coast of the map. You know what I meant, as now we're going to swing on over to MIH Mulabuka. 7W32 wanted here, trying to find a little bit of space. They want to post up on kind of the southeastern side of the zone. This is a great spot to be in if you're looking to rain shots in and potentially set yourself up for the second Storm Surge, because, hey, Monster, first one's not going to be a problem. Check that number in the top left.
Yeah, definitely. The lobby's starting to cut down, but this is like peak Fortnite Trail. They snapped their fingers and provided balance to the world. We had a flat zone, and now we're going to get a whole lot of mountains in play here.
Yeah, everything equally balanced as all things are considered, but right now, everybody wants to avoid turning to dust and being the ones who stand at the end of the day, because do math real quick, only 7 spots remain, the 6th consistency and the victory royale. If you're towards the bottom part of the table, you're hoping that none of those top teams picks up the VR because you want it yourself. If you're in the top part of the table, you're hoping one of those top team wins if you can't get it yourself, so you have an extra shot, because, I mean, as the boys on the desk broke down, that top 6 is pretty packed. There's a lot of teams who are right on top of themselves, and right now the number in the bottom left only matters to show kind of roughly where you are. That's because that's all gonna change as we get into the end game.
That was just a breath-holding rotate right there. Vehicle almost exploded onto Moo and crew. Would have been some big damage there. On over to Fable, Taco, and Jackson, who managed to find themselves this mountain too. Textbook play coming out. I love seeing that these top-ranked teams are playing for the mountains, really doing this right, correctly, playing these zones. There's a lot of players that don't really know how to play these, or otherwise don't know the significance of having these types of positions. Mind you, Surge, when it does become active, because it inevitably will in FNCS, these tags being active right now is equally as important. Oh. For a second.
Just barely clipping the corner of his own ramp, and it's unfortunate because it looked like he was going to line up the headshot instead, just adding an 18 tag. And one thing to note too with this type of game, because we don't see Storm Surge in that 3rd zone, teams don't get that nice little barometer, right? No reboot is going to come through. We have 35 duos, 35 times 2 is 70, so everybody's got a buddy with them. They'll be going into the end game like that, as we've generally seen. But you don't get kind of that check. You don't know, like, hey, how close are we? So people are going to have to be doing a little bit of mental maths to make sure they keep track. It's like, okay, how many tags did you have there? Roughly, you want to be, when it comes to the 5th zone in a general game, you want to be right around kind of 300, 450 damage to at least be comfortable and not be under. Sometimes that can creep up a little bit, but it's generally not going to be under that. And if you have 0 eliminations, it's really hard to keep track of that. Was that 2 tags or was that 3 tags? So some interesting decisions are going to be forced here in the 5th zone, as largely between now and then, I expect everyone to just chill.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The Storm Surge not being a true factor right now will put some ease on the lobby, when it should do the opposite. People should be a little bit paranoid that they can't be, find tags right now. They don't really have a sense of safety just yet, and it's only going to get more and more difficult because the fights aren't going down. Players are staying stacked on material and resource count. It's going to make it tougher to actually push any set of duo. As Moo, it seems like we were talking about that, breath-holding rotate. They got punished at some point or another. Not sure if the flames that were set ablaze from the vehicle actually chunked into their HP, but it's possible.
And there is no white HP in either of their inventory, and given where they're playing, unless they have an opportunity to maybe like scoop a quick fishing rod or something,
campfire,
which I mean, you're not gonna, maybe a campfire down. I think there's a campfire actually right at that little shack that's right over there, but we're actually gonna get a nice little replay here in a second to see how he lost his HP, as Enkos actually picks up Zuck there in a second, and it looks like he's throwing shots out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. Well, get down, Mr. President. Mulabuka's taking that one for you, and luckily he caught it with his forehead, had the helmet on, but still going to really cut in there, and that's the type of thing we're talking about. He doesn't know he has to poke out for those shots, right? He has an idea, he doesn't know whether or not they're safe, and hey, that's exactly what you want to see, but boxing up directly on top of it, need to be a little bit careful. Luckily, also has a nice thick boulder there to be able to kind of top off what he just used.
Talk about the risk. Willing to go toe-to-toe with the trade before getting the material, before getting the HP. Now, though, it's a little bit of help for that. Not bad at all. I thought that was...
So I didn't realize it was a combo berry. Yeah. The combo berry going through there. I thought it was a med mist too. I'm like, oh, that's so fortunate. Who would just leave a med mist there?
Now,
but
now we
makes
know.
sense now.
Now we know why he wasn't so in a rush to get to it.
Right, I was like, put the HP on. What are you doing? But you know, it's better. Like having the extra 10 HP is better than not. But now gonna try a little bit of a central rotation as we're gonna swing on over.
P-God down.
P-God, he is down. It's all going to be on the back of Elise. They're currently sitting in 10th. We talked about it. They were the ones who knocked out Tahi and Edgy, and right now just completely on the back foot. It's all going to be down to Elise, but again, we've talked about it. Despite players having a penchant for carrying the Stinger SMG, no matter how strong it is, it's near impossible to clutch when you're using an attrition weapon. And as I say that, Elise says, well, hold this, hold my chug splash. I'm going in. He trades fantastically there, but he has to back up and use some of his excess shields. Doesn't cover his back, doesn't reset the wall, and the third party says, hey, what you doing over there? Do you mind if I get involved? Sprays some shots over Liege, just trying to back down, and P-God just keeps ticking.
Meanwhile, yeah, I was going to say, P-God is still up. Just a low ground rotate here. He's going to go and work his way around the outskirts. Careful, though. These are some enemy builds, and these wood walls are easy to get into. They don't spot him, but maybe that wall right there is a dead giveaway. Did someone else just show up? No, never mind. That's still the duo shooting from the distance here. Toe-to-toe with two SMGs. It's not looking too hot. He's starting to run out of mats. Coned up, and Elysian P-God gets shut down. They're going to have to take a rating check to the finals this season, unfortunately, as they lose their opportunity. But man, oh man, what a run it was. It became very close in the end.
Yeah, it's tough to go down in that situation, especially when you have the rift right there. You don't want to end up getting caught in that type of fight, but now we'll swing on over. We talked about the projected points being at 134. Well, currently our fourth place team is sitting at 114. Again, that leaderboard in the bottom left-hand side doesn't account for ties, so could be a couple of jumbles there, but it just goes to show you how close kind of the top of that leaderboard is. That 20 points, even for our fourth place team, that's not an insignificant game. You still got to get in there and make the end game. As we have our fourth zone reveal monster, if you check the bottom right-hand side, we're pulling away from most of the major mountains, but on the western part of the zone, there's one real kind of high beam there.
Yeah, definitely. One big position to play off of. That's going to be the prime spot. That's right about where we saw teams rotating in from as well. Smite and Larson, though, I like this spot too. I mean, they're on a solid foundation and piece of land. They definitely have some elevation off the rest of the opponent, so is equally as a powerful drop here. However, Yuz and Okiss down at the bottom, bit of a sleeper team. They've been kind of lurking about there, kind of dipping their toes into top 6, falling in and out of it. They're now on the cusp here, on the bubble of doing something for this game right here. There goes Lyson and Smart. They just have to move a little bit here. Smite and Larson do make it on in, okay.
Yeah, but look at Tieko on the right-hand side. Gold is down. I believe Tieko is currently sitting in our 6th place spot. He's, oh no, 8th place spot. They're actually on the outside.
Slipped out.
Yo, it's nuts. That 4th is at 114, right? Maybe 115 now with the placement point coming through. And we have 8th at 109. So you know how close the battle for that top 6 is. And now Tieko, all the pressure's on him. He's on the outside looking in. Even if somebody in the top 6 ends up winning, he would still be looking out. So he needs points.
And look at this. He's got Smacked and Casker down at the bottom trying to fight for this loot here. They know this is where they took out Gold here, and that's why they're trying to fight for this. Big challenge here. Very, very bold challenge by Tieko. He doesn't even throw a wall down either. He's just leaving that floorboard open for the edit, open for the sight lines for Casker. Very risky. 32 below now. It all makes sense as he's been keeping track of how active he needs to get. He needs another tag here. So does Moo. Uh-oh. Moo is also below. Yes, he found some white, so he does manage to cap off, but they are below. 10 seconds left here. 12 players have to go down. Top seeded teams right now have to get active. A 7th and 8th place, and they're looking for it.
Here's a knock on the right-hand side. They're going to pull it back, and they're going to be able to min-max the Storm Surge damage. One of them needs to just hold the walls while the other one finishes off the Elim. They need that Elim. They can't let somebody else confirm it. They need to get the maximum damage there. They will be able to get it, and they'll get the resources. They go from 17 below to 63 above. That's huge with 4 duos who need to go down. Tieko, though, on the left-hand side, it needs to end up going. And no, actually, as I say that, they're back below. We'll zoom back in on them as wanted. And Mulabuka are trying, Monster. They're trying, but it's not enough right now.
And it's not enough heals either. Look at this, only bandages. Bandage is one of the most inefficient ways to make it through the surge because it's so slow and doesn't give enough HP to survive the ticks. Zen Tyler, however, also trying to survive the surge. They find someone in equal desperate position, and they actually take him out. Nicely done. It's just a knock, though. They need the finish. I don't even think they got the finish. They're just happy with the little bits of tags there. They're gonna back up here, start to pop their minis here. 170 damage below. There it is. Can they get the full finish? No, that would have been the second siphon. That would have been 6 more points. That could have been everything for the game here. However, Tieko still alive right now as well. Down to his last couple splashes here. Up above him is Muzz and Avery. That's a team that's not peaking, even with all the advantage that they've managed to put themselves up with here. Here's a team rotating. This could be the one golden shot for them. See some fresh metal. Can they get the tag here? Nothing pierces through. This is not looking good for Tieko. It might just all be over.
Yeah, but only 2 more players need to go down. However, he's out of utility. He's throwing the shots he can, but the zone is closing. Everyone's rotating in. It's a race against time. It's out of his control. There's nothing he's going to be able to do. He desperately needs tags, or he needs someone else to do it for him, but no one's even going down in the feed. There's no more knocks. There's a confirm, but that's from the surge, and it turns. He finds splashes. He finds some minis. But Monster, nobody's shooting. Listen, it's so quiet.
Shout out to the communication from Gold. Probably just let him know there's a little bit more heals left here. Armored wall comes down. Don't throw down too many of those. Be careful. You can't edit those. Here it is. One more Storm Surge, and then it's the final opportunity now. Just a single player has to go down, and everyone knows there's one desperate man out there, and that's why they are not making edits. They are not fighting. They understand it's not us, it's you. And everyone nearby is probably a risk, and no one was willing to take the risk there. That's what just happened.
Right now, we got 4 solos running through.
Now the shots turn back on. It's over.
Everyone opens up, but Mulabuka, somebody who needs Elim, as he finds it on Despexy. Unfortunately, Zypha is out, so despite the amazing effort in match number 1, their car stalled out, the engine failed, and they're left on the side of the road waiting for the bus next season. So we have Nevify in the bottom left, Mulabuka in the bottom right, Larson on the top. 115, 114, and 112 now. Only separated by barely an Elim each way through. It'll be able to go through just keeping an eye. Does anybody go down as they all have their duos up? But right now, the big difference, wanted with no shields. Otherwise, everyone else is mostly 100-100 as we get into the 6 moving zone.
Dude, Moo just literally Mythic Spider-Man his way across, hit a floor, and almost, I swear, looked like he was gonna take fall damage, but he managed to survive. Now he's split up from his teammate. They managed to find one another. It's getting very, very intense down here, but also for Larson and Smite, they're just holding on. 119 finally. Look at how close it is in the standings. 115 means that, oh no, Wanted falls. They're at 116, 2 points from 4th place. One single elimination will jump them up to 4th place. No one is safe right now. Not even Smite, not even Larson. Cease is going to fall in the feed there. Have they done enough? They did. However, we're leading just by a little bit here. I don't think they had enough Elims. They've been slow on the pressure there on high ground. Sparebow and Burbs, where in the world have they come from? They're now trying to run up this end game here. So is Mega. Mega's still alive here. Sparebow versus Cracked 1v1. Burbs is going to fall there. So now it's all up to him here. What can he do now? No longer in control of the high ground here. Another team's going to go on and control that. Fable Taco's going to fall there too. Oh no, another contender is down. Moo's in 6. He's barely got HP though. Keep him counting here.
Yeah, and Smite and Jackson 4 and 5 directly on top of each other. Right now, 6th place. Mulabuka, no more shields, but he's swimming and finding a space. Shield cake put down, and honestly, oh no, it slid away from him. He didn't notice. It's just sliding casually away from him. He's taking the damage. And you talked about the streams, Monster. You have to be aware of where the current is flowing, and instead, he was washed away. Same with his chances as the FNCS finals. They go down the drain. Quack up on the high ground, trying to spread his wings and fly, but he might need to dive down and get his feathers wet in the water as he only has 4 builds left. Still 14 duos up on their feet. Clue on the high ground with Danny, who also is sitting on 3 floppers, has the win condition in terms of the heal off, but we haven't seen matches go that long yet. You can see Sparebow picking up an Elim there right after he ends up going down, as Mega still up trying to find the challenge. Jackson in 4th place, low ground. No builds, no mats, 1v2. He opens up, but that's the wrong door. Haven't you ever heard of closing it? He says no, as Clue finds Owl on the backside. That's their 5th Elim monster, but the Elims don't matter. They need the dub.
They need to win this game. They don't have enough points. Otherwise, it's all about the victory royale here, and they're fighting. They're actually fighting, trying to defend this height as Chu tries to come on through, but it is enough for them to go ahead and secure it. Dubs and Mega also need this victory royale. They're somehow holding on. 2 mythics in play here. They can make a couple plays here if they look up for high ground, and they're thinking about it, and they're evaluating the situation right now. Yes, he also has him. Here it is. Swings on out, playing for the front side of zone. They're trying to play for these Elims, playing for the end game. It's a low ground position. Beautiful lineup right here, but the high ground is open. Gotta be careful, Dubs. He knows a little bit better than that. Mega, few layers above here, so a lot of information in play. Dubs now, sandwich, crush down below. No suffocation in place though. Dubs goes all the way up. Beautiful shot. Big clutch comes through. Nice shot there. Zone's doing the rest. This guy does not have any health. Dubs might actually clutch this up. He now has control. The mountain is actually perfect for his positioning here.
But he has no more mats, he has no more mythic gauntlets. He's relying on the old builds. He's looking back in the zone. He needs the siphon.
Oh my gosh.
You talk about shooting fish in a barrel, but Dubs, the Spider-Man, he comes right up through. It's Coop looking to rip it away. Dubs trying to push it back down, but Coop does it himself. He falls down, but it's pulling away. There's only one mat, catches himself, denies the fall damage. It's Dubs on the other side. The winner will go through. It's all about the W. Dubs trying to mine the brick, gives himself a little bit of room. High ground taken away, trying to find the shot. Serbsky, will he be able to get it? Conan, it comes through. Dubs misses the first, misses the second, and Dubs and Mega, the veterans, do not make it through. The FaZe boys fall in the final moment, and Serbsky rips the run away to claim the final victory royale spot in NA East. We'll have 6 more duos.
What a game. Serbsky flying on through at the end there, keeping it extremely exciting, and that is the power of the mythics in play. Flood and Serbsky out of nowhere come through. Power of the Shiesty tag, I think, is just the name right now. A few players just literally clutching up when it matters most. Take a look at the winning shot right there. Both players just masterfully executing movement right there. What a game for them too.
I mean, the movement from Serbsky there, you saw the little dip, making sure he still had the right-hand advantage going through. I mean, it was so close using the utility, but what an amazing set of 6 matches, Monster.
I thought Dubs had it there for a second, though, the way he threw the cone up, but he made the edit and made it too easy as it broke on there at the very end. That was an exciting games right there. And hey, listen, we got all our finalists now, Sundown.
We have all 50 of them, but that's it for the NAE semifinals. Thank you so much from myself and Monster D-Face. We're going to kick it back on over the desk to wrap everything up and show us who the last 6 duos are. So Adam, Vivid, SBG, close us on out.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Sundown, a monster, for that incredible display of casting prowess there on that last game. That was awesome. I mean, the fact that we've had so many teams drop out there as well. Big shout out, big GGs to our winners there going through to finals. But we lost Dubs and Mega. They're so close, Vivid, to getting through to finals. The veterans.
A flood of emotion goes 2 different ways there. Serbsky, he is absolutely on top of the world right now. Like, loving everything. Feels great about how he played. Dubs, though, he's got to be feeling just down in the trenches. He was in it all the way until the last moment. He played so well here. Even Mega going down a little bit before right here, as you can see, and he just Spider-Man's up and he goes for the play, does some great damage, and here on out he has the high ground control. But it's been the story throughout these semis as they've progressed. The high ground just doesn't have any resources over time and time again, and he can't finish it out. But he played it so well, and honestly it just came down to a missed shot or 2.
Oh man, you're gonna be reliving that one, and that's unfortunate on both sides, but also awesome for Serb and Flood to be able to make it. I mean, those guys able to push through and make themselves an FNCS finals. You gotta be hype if that's them. Honestly, doing more than enough, and we're playing some flops. We have the Chili Chug, so he could have dove into Storm and tried to play the heals, but he's like, no, I'm taking this in my own hand. I'm grabbing this one. This is our final spot.
Love that final finish there as well. The final elimination to go through, absolutely extraordinary stuff. But I mean, we talked about this throughout the entirety of that as well. We lost so many big names. We saw Tahi and Edgy go down. We lost, I think, Slacks has gone, Clarity G. This is crazy. This is what happens at FNCS. There are so many unbelievable duos now in this region that inevitably some of them cannot make it through the finals. But as the boys just mentioned on the casters there, Monster and Sundown, we have our 50 finalists, and we're going to see very shortly who the top 6 were on the leaderboard. First things first, the Victory Royale winners early today who went straight through the finals. You can see here in game 1, way back when we had Ver and Creo. In game 2, we had Senti, which is Twix, Senti Fan, and Chubbs. We had Pamstone and Fatch in game 3. Game 4 was Milks and Rhythm. We had Charlie and Spegu in game 5, and we just saw Serbsy and Flood join those 5. The famous 6 going through there to the finals next weekend. Let's look at the final leaderboard, the top 6, Vivid. Who are we looking at, baby? They've done it.
Wow, look at this. 27 eliminations for Al here. 160 total points. They're going to be putting themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, we also see Muzz and Avery. They make it through. That is my prediction. I am so excited to see that. And another really good name here, Cease and Elite with 104 placement points, SPG.
Yeah, just a completely different play style and points for them versus Owl and Cracked. For the two of them to even be contrasting there. But yo, shout out to Fable Taco, Jackson J, and also Smite and Larson. We see these guys battle through all 3 sessions, both of them. And hey, Wanted, Mubuka, they had a shot in one point during the semifinals to win a match and fell down to fall damage. Now Redemption is so sweet, claiming that 6th spot.
Oh, you know what? I mean, looking at that top 6 as well. So we featured them so much. Smite and Larson as well have an unbelievable last couple of days. Haven't quite made it through. Here we are. Suddenly they're in 5th position here, joint points with Wanted and Mulabuka as well. But we talked about Cease and Elite as well in that 4th position there. They had a game plan. It was all about sticking to the placement, sticking to getting as many points as possible every single game, not focusing on eliminations, just sticking it out to the end, and it's paid off, Vivid. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, we're looking at the leaderboard there. Al and them, they had 27 eliminations in the 1st place division. C's and Elite in the 4th place division, they had 9. Everybody else in the top 10 had double digits. They just simply had 9 eliminations. They knew what they were playing for, and they did it so well.
Yeah, just racking them all up, and you love to see that differential play style. We saw the high ground, the low ground, the high elims, the low elims. We saw a little bit of everything this weekend, Adam.
We saw it all. We absolutely. I mean, that keg that kind of floated away there at the end as well was just. Oh, it was a thing of beauty, wasn't it? I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It was great. Entertainment all the way. That's what happens here at FNCS. Let's actually look back at our predictions from earlier on today and see if any of those kind of tales of fortune came through here. Slacks and Clarity, do you know what? 3 days now in a row here. So unlucky. They came, I think, in 8th position today, so missing out by 2 spots again. 9th the last 2 days by 3 spots. So close, and would be gutted to not see them in the finals. But Vivid, 5 for 5, baby. You are the official prediction king. You're royalty now.
I'm doing pretty good on the prediction. I'm happy for Muzz and Avery. Listen, I said it at the beginning. They really didn't show me anything throughout sessions 1 and 2 that I was just like, oh, they're 100% going to make it. They weren't honestly playing too well, but I knew the caliber, the type of players that they are, and I just couldn't go without having them in the final. So I went ahead and predicted them, and they went ahead and clutched it up.
Yeah, well done. And on the opposite side, I picked Tahi and Edgy. Unfortunately, not going through. We saw some flashes throughout the 2 days they were able to play, but not being able to put together one big game or one big tournament. On the other hand, Monster, right along with me, Glace and Chucky, not going through. But hey, we all know Sundown, Patch and Pam Stew finally getting through. You know, the fan favorite at this point, and probably the caster favorite.
Yeah, we were so behind Sundown the whole way. 5th time lucky, it came through, it happened, they went through as well. There we have it, we have our teams confirmed for FNCS Finals next weekend on Saturday and Sunday. We have 2 days, both days, 6 games apiece, 12 in total. At the end of that, the team on top after 12 games will be your new FNCS champions. You do not want to miss it one bit. Semis has been nothing short of superb. We've loved every single second. Do make sure to follow Vivid and SBG on socials, as well as Monster and Sundown. These guys are crushing it. Love them to pieces. And we're back next week on NAE to bring you those finals. Obviously, next up as well, you have NA West to look forward to. The final day at NA West with Kelly and the squad as well. That is a last chance for the players in that region as well, to get through to finals. It's all going to happen. It's coming your way very, very shortly. Thank you so much for watching. Big shout out to all you guys for watching. We'll see you next week for FNCS Finals. Do not miss it. Have a good one. NA West is coming your way very soon. Till then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's Life with Panda here, back again with another player joining us. Defiable hanging out, returning to the lobby. What's going on, Defiable?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to the season, man. Now, obviously, 2022 is here, and we have a brand new competitive game mode in duos. What is your personal favorite game mode in Fortnite?
My personal favorite is duos, followed behind by solos. Obviously, the season's duos and their solo cash cups.
What is your favorite part about this current meta?
I'd say the Spider-Man. I like how the mechanics work. I like how they function, and I land at the Daily Bugle where the Spider-Man is most common there. I really like the meta right now.
So tell us a little bit about you. What does your day-to-day look like, and including Fortnite into that schedule?
Obviously, I have school from for like 7 hours, so I get home at around 3:30ish. Do my homework until 5 or until I'm done with it. And then I hop on. If there's any tourneys, I play them. If there's not, then I usually just play creative or play scrims. And then on weekends, it's tourney days, so I just warm up for the tourneys, and that's basically it.
How did you get into Fortnite?
My friends in season 3, all the hype started building up at my school, and then they were like, hey, you should download Fortnite. And I've been playing ever since.
What are some expectations for you and Fortnite in 2022?
I hope to place top 5 in FNCS in one of them, especially this one, because I mean, I have really high expectations for myself. I want to place in a lot of the cash cups, and I just want to get my name out there, basically.
How do you stay motivated when playing Fortnite?
When I'm not motivated, I usually just take a day or two off, or if I'm like if I'm not playing really good, and I'm like playing, or if I'm playing really bad, then I'll take like a 1 or 2 day break, so I can just fully reset my mentality and everything.
So you mentioned that you like to take some time to rest to avoid that burnout when playing a game too much. What are some things that you do when you are away from Fortnite?
I like to play football, and then I also like to play other games, or I just like sitting in a call with my friends and just talking to them.
Thank you so much, Defiable, for hanging out with us and answering some questions. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Twitter.com/Defiable1_. You can find me on YouTube, just search up Defiable, and those are like the main 2 I use.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself, or where I think the zone's going to be going, towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is gonna be a weird one, and I'm gonna have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be it.
I think that zone will pull to the Daily Bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh, I'm barely in. Was close.
How
How did you become a pro, and what advice would you give to those trying to become a pro player themselves?
Hopping into a scrim Discord and being able to see your improvement and going against some of the best, it will help you improve.
The two most important things you got to remember are just confidence and experience.
You have to see what you're doing wrong and be honest to yourself about it.
Don't work on everything. Like, don't be a jack of all trades, basically. Just work on what your strength is.
You're having a good practice routine, making sure that it's effective, you are improving, you're seeing improvement in your placements.
The best advice I can give you is to learn from the already established pro players. So if you watch their videos, you can learn a lot.
I'm absolutely cracked and creative, but I can't seem to replicate it in real games. I know some of the part has to do with my nerves, but any recommendations on how to get over this hump? Hop in creative and then make sure that you do also play in arena before tournaments so you can get the even balance of the two.
A lot of times when I'm playing creative, I'll switch my server to East, which puts me on like 60 to 80 ping. That way when I go into game and I'm on my normal like 25 ping, it'll feel a lot better.
Experience is probably your #1 factor in not getting nervous.
Honestly, same. Like, a lot of creative stuff I use, I don't use like 90% of them in game.
I think you probably need to slow down. I'm assuming like a lot of creative players are really fast. They have really like fast mechanics, but in real games, I don't think you need that. I think you just need to know when to bring in those skills.
The best way to get rid of these nerves is just get a lot of practice. Oh wow, I did not expect that.
I got 5 out of 5 last time we did this.
Don't think I'm gonna do very well.
Where is that? All right, so my guess for the spot's gonna be Sleepy Sound.
I think that's by Log Jam.
The Sanctuary? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fields at Sanctuary.
I'm trying to remember where the cornfields are. My guess is the Sanctuary.
I don't know the name of it, but it's a landmark near the Bugle, to the west of the Bugle, I believe.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
All right, so this spot's gonna be the Log Jam.
That is Log Jam.
That would be at Log Jam.
I think that's Log Jam Lumberyard.
Lumberyard? I think that's what it's called.
Hey, this one's familiar to me. This is Log Jam.
Oh, perfect.
This one I have no idea.
I think this is the Clock Tower in Tilted Towers.
The Clock Tower at Tilted.
I would say Tilted.
Oh, that's Tilted Towers. That's the clock tower at Tilted.
I think that this is the Tilted Towers clock tower building.
Oh geez, this could really be anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Camp Cuddle.
Sweet.
Oh wow, I did not expect that.
I peeked through that window before. I think this location is Sleepy Sound.
That's the top of Bugle. The Daily Bugle.
I think that one's at Pony. Maybe.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I don't know. Condo Canyon?
I think this is Greasy Grove. I just see like a lot of plants, and I feel like I might recognize that building.
This is the roof of Bugle, of the main building at Bugle.
Oh, it's Coney. No way. Oh, I knew it.
Bugle has like a similar roof over there.
Not even close.
I think that's Condo Canyon.
Actually, I'll go with Camp Cuddle. That looks like, yeah, Camp Cuddle.
Maybe Condo Canyon? I don't know.
I know it's on the desert somewhere. I think that's Condo Canyon.
I'm trying to think of the racetrack name, but I completely forgot about it. So I'm gonna go with Condo Canyon.
Sandy Shores has a lot of beach, so I'm gonna go with Sandy Shores.
That's Camp Cuddle? Oh, that was Camp Cuddle. No way.
Nice.
Camp Cuddle? Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed on a million years.
Oh, Camp Cuddle.
Last time on FNCS North America West, we saw experienced duo Doritos and Kytrex join us for Session 2 and progress straight through to the finals after securing a victory royale in their third game. Assault Gosh and Sharp 2K proved that they're a duo to watch by jumping from 15th place on day 1 to 8th place on day 2. They also placed top 10 in 3 of the 5 matches, making them strong contenders for a spot in the finals. Shades and Clux showed us that they're very talented at playing the late game, so if they can power through the early game, they stand a good chance of advancing to the finals through consistency. Lastly, Wavy, Jacob, and Chris hop on the battle bus for the first time this semifinals. But is it too late? All this and more will be answered. The last NA West semifinal starts now.
Welcome back, Fortnite fans, to Day 3 of the FNCS NA West semifinals. The final day and final chance for these 50 teams to claim their spot in next week's finals. 38 teams have already punched their ticket, and today we will find the remaining 12. Which team will it be? Well, that's what we're here to find out. I'm your host, Kelly Link, and of course, I have 2 incredible analysts that are going to be joining me today, breaking down the nitty-gritty of each game that we're going to be watching, and that is going to be Panda and Clay. Love to have these 2 guys on the show with me every time. And Panda, this is it. This is the last shot for so many of these teams.
Well, you're right, Kelly. This is it. This is the final moment to make it to the finals for any of these teams on NA West. We've seen it complete in EU. We've seen it complete in NA East. Now it's time for these NA West players to step up to the plate and see if they have what it takes to make it through. Like we mentioned in that content piece just moments ago, there's some players that are only making their debut today, so less chances for them to make it through.
But Clay, this has been a long, arduous journey, having to go through the qualifiers to even be able to think of making it into the semifinals, but they're here now, and so are you. So how are you feeling? How excited are you for this day of competition?
Ooh, I cannot contain my excitement. That last game in NA East was so close for so many players, and I can't wait to see what West comes out with, because we know that they can be aggressive when they want to be. So I'm expecting full aggression today, which is just going to make that end game that much more monumental.
And you know what's going to be even more monumental is if you're watching it in Legends Landing. You guys have to check out this new viewing experience. It's you can find it in the Buy Epic Discovery tab. But Panda, tell me about your favorite part of Legends Landing.
Well, I mean, there's so many parts that are kind of like super enjoyable to dive in here to Legends Landing and take place. You got box fights, you got aim duels, you got the Hall of Champions. This is personally probably my favorite part, right? Getting the opportunity to run down and honor the players that have made it to the finals and come out on top their different seasons. So the whole experience is really cool. But listen, if you're watching us from Legends Landing, what's going on, guys? I see you all. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you guys indeed for tuning in on the final day of the semifinals. And of course, this leads all to the finals, which will be next week. But maybe you guys want to know a bit more of the details of our schedule. So we're going to pop that up right now, because 3 days of semifinals, we had 2 separate qualifiers as well. Well, none of that is going to matter anymore after this, because it's the semifinals 3rd day right here. You can see it. And of course, March 5th and 6th will be the 2 days for the finals. But we need to break down the format right now, Panda, because there's probably some new people watching, maybe watching in Legends Landing.
Absolutely. So again, we've made it through qualifier 1 and 2. We're in the semifinals, and we're in the final day of the semifinals, right? So obviously, day number 1 semifinals was 5 matches and 6 consistent teams making it through. Those 5 VRs and 6. Same thing for day number 2. Now that we're in day number 3, it's a little bit different here, because day 3 is 6 matches. You guessed it. You see it right there on the screen. It is 6 matches and 6 consistent teams advancing. That means there's 12 total opportunities on the day to continue going forward to the finals. But Clay, how are they going to be able to get some points here other than just those VRs?
Yeah, obviously it matters getting those placement points overall. Look at 28 points for second place. You see 1,000, and that's just so we can differentiate between who gets that victory royale overall. But second place with a lot of eliminations, because they're worth 3 points each, mean that even if you're secure in quote-unquote qualification going to the last game, if you go down early, you could lose your spot, because look at how drastic the point spread is. When you get into that top 10 situation, it starts to get higher and higher and higher in points.
But we've also seen it several times where players won't do that well in the first 3, 4, 5 games. But with this one new game being added, the 6th game of the day, you could literally be in 45th place and grab that VR, which we've seen, and make your way into the finals. These are the teams that we're going to be watching today, everyone. The qualified players that are going to be competing for those 12 spots, Panda.
Absolutely. You got the likes of Cool and Kaboo, Slick and Day, who we've seen for days going into this, going up now against people like Wavy Jacob, like Chris. Again, more veterans in the space, but they're just showing up here in the final day. So will it make a difference for these teams that have gotten that experience over the first 2 days? Or will the veteran experience of players like Chris and like Jacob just be able to carry them through, despite them not having the same experience as some of these other players, Clay?
Hey, talk about experience. Aguilar and Klomp there have a chance. They've been playing since day number 1. Really want to see them perform well. Maybe switch it out of Chonkers, Speedway, go to a different drop spot, try to change it up. And Fruit and Tiny as well, also been playing since day number 1. So they've had a lot of different chances to come through and to qualify. And this is their last 6. So I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, there are just so many incredible teams and players that are going to be competing today. And for the fact that we have all these players here with us, of course, we had to pick their brain a little bit and bring them on for a few interviews. So with that being said, everyone, let's see what some of our players have to say about the FN effect.
I started playing Fortnite in the very first season of Chapter 1.
I heard it from my school friends, and I've never played a Battle Royale before.
I started playing in the first season, Chapter 1, Season 1.
I think I remember watching Ninja the first day Fortnite came out, and I was like, wow, this game looks pretty cool, and I've just been in love ever since.
At first, it was a bit like I thought it was really hard just because of that whole new building mechanic. Everyone else was like used to it compared to me.
I loved the building mechanic. I remember the first day I played, nobody really was building at all, and I was using, I believe, just walls, and it was so easy playing back then because I was the only person placing walls.
No, it was just different from any other game you'd play, like building, editing, all that stuff was just completely new.
The building mechanic is by far like one of the best things I've ever seen in a video game.
I loved how they constantly are changing the game up, so you sort of have to relearn the game.
The thing that drives me the most when it comes to Fortnite has to be seeing improvement when it comes to my social numbers and also my performances in game.
I think it was just like the drive to get better than my friends. I always want to get better than them, so I'd always like keep playing and playing and playing.
I just like the competitiveness. I'm a very competitive person.
The drive to want to be the best and want to place at the top.
What I would tell someone that was coming into Fortnite for the first time ever, I would say that the meta is always changing, so you can always be ahead of your opponents as long as you put the time into learning those new things.
It has a large range of really cool guns and just so many utility items that are really unique.
You can't really max out your skill level. It's fun and addicting every day you play.
So if I get them on the first time, they'll probably get hooked to it.
I've made so many memories on this game that I'll probably never forget.
Well, one thing about the game that I definitely messed up on not doing was putting my socials in my username.
If I understood like how zones worked at the beginning, it would have been way easier to rotate and stuff.
I just wish I knew how to aim better when I first started.
Maybe how important connections are. Just like getting yourself out there and meeting lots of people is really important in the competitive scene.
Always appreciate the players' insight so much. So again, to all those players right there and to all the players that gave us interviews throughout the regions, thank you so much. I'm sure there's a lot of new players watching right now wondering what they can do to be like a lot of these pros. Speaking of pros, we have to take a quick look at some of the pros and their drop spots that we're going to be expecting today. And I do want to focus first on some of the teams we saw compete yesterday. First of which, Tavern and Cause. Obviously, Turtle Tavern has been such a pivotal pro for so long, Panda. But yesterday's performance, I think they got 40th place, so not the best.
Yeah, it's definitely not the performance I was expecting from them. However, a new day, new opportunity. This is their last opportunity, though, so they need to make sure that they win over the game plan. They ironed out any kind of issues they had with day 2. They've thrown it out the window, not worried about it, going into day 3 confident, and they need to be smart, right? Again, we saw a lot of rotations there where they weren't necessarily covering their back, and they were end up taking a lot more damage than they needed to in the mid game, and it just caused more issues than it did good for them. So they have to be a little bit more vigilant when rotating. Otherwise, they're going to have a similar day 3.
When I say Turtle Tavern, Clay, what is the first word that pops into your mind?
I said yesterday, volatile. He can either have really good games or really unfortunate games where they don't play as well. But when he is playing great, his good games are phenomenal. So it's kind of a flip of a coin. Which Turtle Tavern are we going to get today? Are we going to get that one that is patient, that is waiting for the end game, that knows when to take high ground? Or are we going to get the one that's going to W key a little bit too much?
Well, I feel like today, with it being the last chance for these teams to make it through, I'm wondering how many of them are even going to be trying for those points for the placements and eliminations and instead not going for the VR. But right now, let's focus again on another duo. And again, a duo that we saw compete yesterday. I think they got 39th. So again, not the best performance. It's going to be Jeevan and Quaxy here. But Panda, just as Clay was saying, that, you know, or just as you were saying, there's a lot of opportunity for things to change up over 6 games.
Yeah, and here's where it needs to change, right? Daily Bugle was extremely contested yesterday. It's been extremely contested throughout all of FNCS this season. So if they're going to continue to take this spot, they need to be more vigilant in where these other players are landing and stay to their loop path. I cannot stress that enough. Sometimes you find yourself going on your loop path. You start off strong, and then you veer away thinking that you have an opportunity on another player, but that means they have more time to continue to loop before that engagement takes place. You have to be smart. Focus on your loop path and either try to get away from the engagement or take the fight quickly, because you cannot afford to spend too much time off spawn in an engagement like that.
Oh, without a doubt. One last duo to focus on real quick, and a duo that we all probably know, although I don't know how much they've actually played together before the trios competition of the last chapter, but Wavy and Chris. Clay, I mean, these two names right here are synonymous with NA West.
They are. Wavy Jacob is a phenomenal player. It's been around for a long time, but I'm interested to see how he differs up his play, because obviously during the qualifiers, he wasn't able to make it into those round 3s, wasn't able to perform the way that they wanted to. So how are they going to change their performance there to now? I'm very intrigued to see. Are they going to still play a little bit over aggressive and still play for that victory royale? Because again, the format didn't really reward that in the qualifiers. You really need to play for those placements along with the victory royale, rather the eliminations along with the victory royale. So I'm excited to see how they change it up, because Wavy Jacob, again, like Turtle Tavern, loves to go aggressive but has to keep it measured.
Well, Panda, with that being said, then Wavy Jacob being the aggressor, maybe the other side of the yin yang is Chris there, who is a bit more passive as a player.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Chris play with the likes of Falconer and Ree. We've seen him do big things within the scene, and he has a great Fortnite brain. That's what I like to call it. It's that IGL standpoint within the team, and Chris has it. However, that doesn't always work well in duos. We've seen teams like actually Day and Clicks, who neither player is really an IGL, but that still works in duos. So it's not necessarily as convenient and as serious as it is in trios, but here in duos, anything goes.
Oh, anything goes, and anything is definitely going to be going on these off-spawn fights. A lot of times we'll see a team that seems to be the team that's going to be able to make it through, but they have a contested drop spot. But then once their contested drop spot is gone, they seem to just have such an easy ride. So the first off-spawn fight, chat, I'm sure you're already aware what I'm going to be saying. Daily Bugle, everyone seems to be landing there, Panda. Why is that?
Well, like we've talked about before, it is one of the hot drops because of the way that it's set up. It's set up very similar to a Tilted Towers in the way that the buildings are structured, but a little bit smaller. Obviously not necessarily as impactful as Tilted. There's still so many opportunities to take advantage of here from top to bottom in the buildings, but the big point that you want to focus on, if you are landing here, like I said before, is loot paths and then trying to get a height advantage on any other teams that are around you. Any of those early game tags that you can get are impactful not only for Surge, but for your confidence level. The more damage that you put on the other players that are landing on you, the more likely you are to scare them off.
So do you think it's an opportunity, a successful opportunity there at the Daily Bugle for all three of these teams to actually be able to walk away and find some potential success in the endgame, Clay?
Daily Bugle, not as much, right? If you're dropping Tilted, Sleepy, yes, that's one you can split with 3 teams, but Daily Bugle, I would have to say no. At least one of these teams is going to struggle coming out of it today.
Well, another off-spawn fight we need to look to is Rocky Reels, which I'm actually excited. We haven't talked about this one yet in the top of the show. Clay, first thoughts on this POI and the teams that we're going to be watching here?
It's honestly like my solo drop spot when I do play Arena, just because it's a great solo area, but it doesn't have enough loot for 2 teams to really be contesting it. I'm intrigued how to see, I was gonna say how they're gonna split it. We have Prism going on the other side. And of course, trying to control that billboard area will be so valuable for these sites because it's such an instant high ground that cannot be chopped down. You can't get rid of it. So naturally, it's just going to be one of those points of contentions, but doesn't have the loot for 2 teams, so they're going to constantly butt heads.
Panda, at this moment in the show, I want to talk about some POIs that we don't really focus on too much. So do you think that there is kind of an underrated POI that maybe some teams that are facing too much contestation could look towards as a second option?
Well, it's tough to say with NA West because there is a pretty good spread on the map, but a POI that I personally think is kind of underrated here this season is Shifty Shafts, and then the caverns that are just kind of like connected to Shifty Shafts, right? That mountain just north of it. There's so much loot to spread across that area. We actually saw Tabney and NAEs do extremely well from that POI, ended up qualifying to the finals from there. And so I think teams need to look at more POIs like that may be a little bit more open than obviously a Daily Bugle and the Tilted Towers, but still offers quite a bit of loot to work with.
Now, Clay, it seems that anytime I ask this question, it's met with volatility, but I'm a bit surprised about how many pros, especially top pros, don't seem to prioritize having more than 1, maybe 2 drop spots. Why is that?
I think it's just they're scared of change, right? Everyone's scared of change, and especially in Fortnite, if you have to change where you're dropping, that's a really big thing. And these players will play against each other in cash cups and scrims, and they can learn and prioritize where they want to go in their drop spot. And so any sort of change into that is very hard for some people to adapt to. So changing your drop spot entirely is a whole nother couple months of planning out where you want to go, because right, that's what they've had months of planning. Hey, we're landing here, this is how we're rotating out. So it's not something that you can really do right away, but it is great to have sort of a backup, because like you said, if you're getting landed on and you're not doing well in a format like this, you need to switch it up.
Panda, what's your secondary drop spot, your secondary POI?
Oh, well, of course. Listen, I've played Fortnite since the beginning, since those chapter 1 days, so I'm going to have to say Greasy Grove. It's another drop that I used to love. Like, Shifty Shafts was actually my number 1 drop back in chapter 1, and now here in chapter 3 I get to say the same thing, which is exciting. And if you don't know, Shifty Shafts is actually relatively close to where Greasy Grove was in chapter 1. It's not necessarily now the case, but Greasy Grove, one of those POIs. We saw Snacky and Fabs utilize this in day number 1, ended up walking away with a VR from this spot, so lots of potential there for sure.
It's actually yeah, it's actually opposite for me. Greasy was my favorite drop spot chapter 1, and I actually did not like going to Shifty because everyone would rotate through there from Tilted, and then if you tried to rotate from Greasy, you were just fighting people that had better loot than you. So it was opposite for me. So it's interesting to see that dynamic.
Yeah, that is interesting to see. And here we have it right now. Clay, tell me a little bit about this spot.
Oh, Greasy Grove. It's just the layout of it overall that's so conducive to being able to fight if someone does, in fact, contest you, right? You've got that big middle building that you can kind of cut people off of. If you can land there and your teammate can land at the taco shop and just kind of come together, you get a majority of that loot, and the others are kind of just left to a couple different houses. So if you know how to play Greasy, you can control it while being contested and not have to worry.
Well, thank you guys so much for pretty much breaking down the entire map there. And chat, I know that you guys are so excited to get into game number 1. But before we do that, we have to look at our predictions. Every day, we like to predict which team we think is going to be coming out on top. So for me, I had to pick Wavy and Chris. How could you pick anyone else? I mean, Chris has been in the top 3 for the trios competition so many times. And yes, this isn't trios, it's duos, but when your duo is Wavy, I just feel very confident with his team right here. And Clay, it seems like you chose the same team as well.
I did. I mean, it's NA West. It's Wavy Jacob. Of course he's going to make it to the finals. It's NA West. He has to. It would be such an interesting finals without him. So I'm excited to see how they play. I do think that Chris can kind of keep Wavy Jacob from going a little bit too hyper aggressive and can rein it in. Like Panda said when he played with Ree and Falconer, that's kind of his role. And I'm intrigued to see if it'll work out in duos.
Yeah, well, give me a moment here to break something down for you. I see the 33s in their name. You talk about how they're normally a top 3 team. Well, guess what? They only made it to day 3 of the semifinals, meaning that's just why I don't have the confidence in them to continue on as a duo. Despite them being incredible players, that's why I didn't pick them as my number 1 choice. Now, Fade and Zaire, they're consistent, right? They know how to win games. They know how to bring something to the table. Despite this new meta, new format, new season, new chapter, they were still able to do things now. So that's why I'm confident they're going to be able to walk away with a VR today.
Definitely have to agree with Jacob PR's pick right here, Gosh and Sharp. I think they got 13th place, so they were just 2 away yesterday. So obviously proving that they can be able to grab a lot of points through placements and eliminations. And then we have Takata going with Slick and Day, another great team. But in just a moment, everyone, we are going to be jumping into game number 1. And in case you're joining us for the first time here, this is it. This is the final day of the semifinal for NA West. We've already had more than 50 teams go through each day, with 11 teams making it through each of those days. So now 11 new teams have joined us. The only thing that's different, instead of 5 games, it's going to be 6. So 6 VR winners automatically make through, and then after all 6 games are done, we're going to have the top point earners also make it through to join the 38 teams that have made it through between qualifiers 1 and 2, and then of course days 1 and 2 of the semifinal. But Panda, we still have a few minutes to talk, and I want to talk about some teams that we're going to be watching today as well. Actually, let's talk a little bit more about Fade and Zaire. They had a pretty good performance yesterday. They got 15th place, but the highest that they ever placed was 11th. So looks like this is probably not going to be a VR focused victory path for them.
You know, see, this is what I'm thinking, right? They were just outside of consistency yesterday. I think the one mistake that they were making is they weren't focusing getting into the top 10 enough. And I think in due, what will happen is they're going to start focusing on that, trying to make sure they make it just a little bit further, a few more placement points. And in turn, they're actually going to find themselves in a position to walk away with a victory royale, which is going to turn into a final spot for them anyway.
But Clay, how can you do that? How can you prepare for something when there's so many variables that go into even making it to the end game, let alone being successful in it?
You just got to rely on the months that you put in practice. You got to hope that the game that you want to play is good enough to make it to the finals. And reminder, Monkey and them did in fact win a game in one of the round 3s. They, I think, took home the very first game that we saw in qualifier number 1. So they can do it. They have the ability to. It's a great pick on Panda's side, but there's a lot more pressure this time around than in qualifier number 1, right? This is the last opportunity. If they mess up here, they're going home.
Now, Panda, let's say that you have your dream loadout. It's the perfect in-game situation for you. What is that looking like?
Oh, man, you know, that's a tough question this season. I think ideally, I'm taking 3 slots for heals this season. I think the variety of heals in Chapter 3 Season 1 has been so unique that you have to kind of open up 3 slots. Then those other 2 slots, it's going to that Striker SMG and that MK7. Both have so much utility, that close range with the Striker and then that long range with that MK7. It's just a blend of both worlds that you absolutely need. And it only takes 2 slots. That's why I get that extra heal slot throughout that.
Clay, anything that you would change with that?
I drop a heal and take that harpoon. Gotta have it. Gotta have it.
I don't know why I was surprised there. I shouldn't have been surprised with the Clay Classic. But everyone, thank you for joining us here on the desk. Of course, we're going to toss it real quick to our casters to see what they think and want to say about their predictions. So Jacob and Takata, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Fantastic breakdown from the desk. But I mean, Jacob, we're on day 3. This is the last chance for these players to make it from the semifinals to the finals. 6 matches. You can qualify from placing top 6 through consistency on the leaderboard or getting a victory royale in one of those 6 matches. But the question is, Jacob, who's it going to be?
Yeah, that's going to be a real question to be answered today because, like you said, it's the final chance for these teams to punch their ticket into the finals. And I think that's why I went with Gosh and Sharp. Throughout these semifinals, they've been progressively getting better. And even though they missed out yesterday, this is the day. All you need is that opportunity. I said it in the qualifier number 1, 40R Storm and Cade Knox coming in 48th place, finished in 2nd. These guys can definitely do the same, and we're not going to wait long to find out. The battle bus is ready. All the competitors are buckled in. Game number 1 is right here.
The engine has started. The players are getting ready, dropping in to the first match of the day, day 3 of semifinals, and we're getting straight into the action in Rocky Reels.
Yep, no bomb Prism, Foltzy going over on this side of the map. You got to think who else is here. Pollo and his duo also here with Caesar. So it's going to be a contested. You heard our analyst talk at Rocky Reels. Very good if you can get it uncontested, but when it means splitting it with another team, that's when you're going to have to make the decision. Do you take what loot you can and try to back out and find even more on your loot path, or do you contest this team? Do you battle it out and try to take it all?
There's pros and cons of being contested, right? The pros are if you're able to come out on top, you get those Storm Surge tags early, and you can focus strictly on getting your rotates in, farming up your mats, getting to zone before your opponents. However, on the contrary, if you end up getting eliminated in the early game, that's very negatively going to impact your score, your consistency for that possibility of qualifying in the top 6 spot.
Yeah, just so many decisions forced to be made here. And with the pressure on, there's 29 teams that were here from day 1. And that's where mindset is really going to be a thing. It's easy to kind of get down on yourself. You missed out on 2 days worth of opportunities. And with this one being that final chance, you begin to have a little bit of doubts, but for some of the competitors, the superstars we know they can be, that's when the pressure is on, and some people feed off of that pressure as Clux and Smucks, another team that was living on the bubble, barely missing out, going against Creep and Dom. That was one of our teams to watch yesterday.
Ooh, that was one of the teams to watch yesterday and most likely to watch today as well, as we have Clutch and Smuck here with the higher elevation position. They have the high ground. You could say Clutch is actually going for an interesting play to drop the tree. Is this going to work, Jacob? Almost knocking down Dom. I mean, I respect it. That was an incredible play from Clutches, but they're doing the Spider-Man web shooters split here. You can see they want that mobility, but it seems like they have another duo close by, so they're kind of deciding, you know, should we take this engagement? We don't have shields. We do have the positional advantage, but we don't have a lot of ammunition. I mean, it's a hard choice.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's funny you're talking about. We were talking about Rocky Reels not having a ton of loot for 2 duos. Now imagine a split drop on the top left portion of the map to where it's even going to be hard to find surge tags here, which is why they're going to take them while they can. Aguilar and Kompolov this time around, it's going to be near uncontested. I say near because they're not forced against that same duo that we saw yesterday to where it was back and forth. Neither one of them really having the best day.
Day 2 of the semifinals, just like you said, we had Poppy Blast and Show contesting Aguilar and his duo partner here in Chonkers Speedway, but it looks like they've kind of adapted, learned from day 2. It didn't go great for either duo, so now they've split it up. Aguilar's team has Chonkers, and I'm curious to see also where Poppy Blast and Show is going to be dropping, where we can take a look at our predictions from yesterday. Jacob, we've got Tavern and Chris here dropping in, well, I actually believe they dropped in Sleepy Sound, but it seems they're in Logjam now, so they've made a rotate. You can see they have good materials already, good shields, and I mean, it's just about getting to the zone now.
Yep, Fizzy and his duo seeing some shots on Foltzy. That's the rotation you see and where it's leading them. just going for those surge tags with that high ground advantage. They're not going all in. You can see he's kind of by himself, separated. So great decision for him, playing that long game that we see a lot of duos, especially in game number 1, where a lot of action with so much on the line will tend to slow down early on. But I say slow down for now, and I say it very, very loosely, because if you have that opportunity to take out a duo, if you created that separation like we've seen throughout the first 2 days, that's almost all you need. But Covert, Canyon, Evo, and Buzzo have been living over here, unable to come out in top 6 or Victory Royale, but they've been doing so good as individuals.
Now that they also have the vault to loot, I mean, you can see Evol with his 6 splashes, 6 minis, epic stinger, SMG, a blue striker pump shotgun. I mean, they've got enough loot to play it out to the end game, but be careful. We've got an opponent trying to steal some of their mini shields there. Buzel said, come back. Where are you going? You think you could take my loot? There's a punishment for doing that.
Yeah, it's a cost. You got to pay the price, but fortunately for them, he gets out scot-free. And this is kind of that loadout that Panda was alluding to. You take the 3 heals, you have your minis and your shields. Those are kind of standard. You're going to use those first, but the chug splashes, those are kind of flexible. You know as well as I do. If you get caught in the storm, take too much HP damage, you're going to go ahead and pop those. But if you're under siege in a box fight with teams trying to spray into your box, you might use those over the minis and the shields, as well as they go back right in to go ahead and refresh themselves, get back the mats and stuff that they might have lost. But Smuck and Clutches here, talked about them already today on the bubble, missing out on opportunities. So many teams that were on that bubble that missed opportunities, looking to get aggressive.
Taking a look here against my prediction, Slick and Day. Looks like they want to get into an engagement here. Smuck and Clutches do have the Spider-Man web shooters. We saw them just a moment ago going for a little play with a tree, but it seems like they're still in that engagement, as Dom is the player which is under them. Now, with the third party from Slick and Day, this has gotten into a much riskier situation, especially seeing they're more on the outskirts of the map. So if the zone ends up closing towards the center, they're going to have to do a far rotate, and it's gonna be difficult if they're in an engagement.
I will say one thing though, for Dom, this might be a little bit of a blessing for Slick and Day to kind of rotate over. It does look like, judging off the mini map and where he's positioned, he lost his teammate early on, and we saw the exchange. It was because of the high ground, but now that the other duo rotated in, they're just gonna try to back off. They got the tags that you need. You already see the elimination onto Smuck. So Dom, I know this wasn't on purpose, but you've just been blessed, my man.
I mean, yeah, that was a very fortunate situation for Dom, and also a very good decision from Clutches and Smuck, because they know they already have enough damage. They're good on Storm Surge for this first zone. They can just focus on that rotation, on farming up materials, because if you look at the current mats of Smuck, I mean, 300 brick, now close to 200 wood, but 0 metal, and metal takes the longest to farm. It's the most difficult to find on the map, so they're gonna have to get those materials up before it's too late. But now, taking a look here at Static, closer to the Daily Bugle. So far, looking like they have a good amount of loot.
Yeah, this is one of those teams that switched up their drop. Not too much yesterday, but they did switch it up. They realized they were so far down. They try to contest those 2 teams over towards Daily Bugle. They actually did win the majority of the loot over on that side of the map, but they were so far in a hole late into the day, they were just unable to pull themselves out of it. And you can obviously see they're switching it up just a little bit, going more northeastern of that Daily Bugle. And that's something I kind of like, not too much, because you know as well as I do, if you don't practice the drop, it could hurt you a lot. But if for a team like this and you have multiple options, it could be something that saves your game.
I mean, it's key to know your loot path, know your drop path, right? Where you're gonna loot, how you're gonna loot, and depending on what goes on, if you decide to disengage from the early engagement and have to go loot the outskirts, you gotta know where you're gonna loot or where you're gonna go so you don't waste time. But take a look here at Tavern. Looks like he's getting himself into an engagement here, trying to get a drop. Remember, the drops can give you launch pads, so that's very good for mobility in these games, but you don't want to risk it all as Cause gets cracked. Tavern's gonna have to back him up. An opponent getting into his box, but looks like he's able to escape. This is looking dangerous.
Yeah, I think Clay said it as well. Tavern and Cause are going to have to figure out a way to perform better today, whether it's because you land on that north side of Sleepy Sound. It might be a little slow. This time around, it's not. So the tags, everybody trying to get that drop and take it away. Cause found a moment, thanks to Turtle, to heal back up, and they got some shots off, maybe even a third party. So they're going to try to finish these eliminations quick to get the damage they need for Surge so they can have an easier end game.
Looking at Cause here, using the Med Mist to get back up to 100 total of 200 effective HP here. But it looks like now that they've got their damage done, I believe they even secured the drop. I think they did. It looks like they're happy, right? They've got their damage, they got their loot. I don't think they're gonna keep looking for that engagement. But I mean, who knows? Maybe they want to secure a bit of eliminations. It is 3 points per elimination. That can be a huge, I mean, factor on it, whether you qualify or not. But no, they're taking the safer route. Gonna get out of there, already have what they need. Now it's all about positioning.
Yeah, I love this right here. Exactly what you said. They got what they need. Now it's about positioning because they landed on the north sound of Sleepy Sound, and they kind of struggle on Surge when it's not over on this side of the map. They're used to rotating over, but now it's a little bit chaotic. So they know the tag opportunities are going to be there. So positioning is going to be the first thing on their mind as we jump on board superstars of the West region, Wavy, Jacob, and Chris. And this is something our analysts hit on again, and this is why we have some of the best analysts in Fortnite to kind of call and lay down the foundation. Wavy Jacob, known for being aggressive. There's multiple opportunities here all around him on the map for him to do so, but it's probably Chris letting him know, hey, we just play our game. We have all the experience in the world. The opportunities will come to us as long as we survive.
I just want to note as well, a player was just rebooted, and now we have 92 players alive, 46 duos in this match in the second zone. 30 seconds left until zone starts closing. Storm Surge is going to hit, and it's going to hit very, very hard this match.
Yeah, it just makes me wonder who is prepared, who is not. If you're under Surge, how much heals do you have? Because we see such a mixture of gameplay, and I'll say it again, I love Fortnite because it allows you to change things up. It allows you to kind of be creative to where teams, when they're down Surge, they know they have to get aggressive. They know that either where the players are at, how many are left alive, as every single player in the lobby is still alive, they're going to have to either get the tags or find a way to out-heal that Surge. Since there's so many players alive, Takata, out-healing it does not seem like an option.
Out-healing it seems way too difficult. You can see it. Second zone Surge popping. We already have our first duo, which is below, but I'm sure there's many more alongside them. So right now, it's a quick stress ball all over the map, seeing how are we going to get these tags, or do we push a team? Do we go for shots from afar? What's the play? What's the strategy to get the damage, Jacob?
Yeah, and I kind of feel for these teams that don't have the necessary heals to out-heal it. You're 53 below. That's just 2 good tags. Maybe even less, depending on what you hit them with. But Hurtin right now is just waiting for that opportunity. He knows players are around, trying to minimize the audio in which he's giving out. And this is where you see almost everybody on screen right now is below that Storm Surge threshold. So there's going to be a lot of action to go down as Static is going to start us off. The elimination feed, he gets 2.
Oh, taking a look too, you can see Fallen here. This is our duo, which actually, if I'm not mistaken, disengaged from Rocky Reels in the early game. Now, with the Spider-Man web shooters, with a good amount of loot. So it looks like it worked out for them, but what didn't work out for them from not taking that engagement is the damage. 130 below Storm Surge. Zone is already coming to a close. 35 seconds left until it's fully closed here. Still 88 players alive. They have to make a play happen. Either it be a box fight or some shots from afar, but they've got to do something.
Oh, now we're already getting aggressed on to piece by piece. Their options are slowly closing, but they have to answer back, and they're going to go ahead and try to take the pieces back. And you see the Stinger Hammer onto Folty, but they're still 174 below the Surge. Prism takes a big tag. He's going to be knocked. Folty by himself. He's receiving a massive amount of damage. Forced to back up, trying to build up, and he gets taken down. Out of the lobby you go. Waiting for next game is underway.
And that's it. Bo Cross and his duo are going to secure those 2 eliminations. That's 6 points, but also that's a lot of kind of a safety net for the Storm Surge there. But take a look here at Hurt, who's 178 below now that his duo partner Smoke has been knocked out of the game here. He does have a good loadout, but not a lot of shields, and that's what you need for surviving this zone here at 200 below. Jacob, I mean, Hurt's got to do something.
Yeah, he's looking as hard as he can to try to find the players that are around him to get the tags. But they know the Storm Surge is there. They know they just got to back up. He's trying to take the pieces. He's chasing them. The enemy team knows they just need to back up. It's only a matter of time before Hurtin goes down. Now he's looking in the distance, and he gets taken down. That's exactly why you see teams in the later portions of the game start to get aggressive. They don't want to let their entire tournament rely on Storm Surge.
Taking a look here at the zone, we have two duos that are not even inside of the circle yet, still getting picked by Surge. We have Batterista and Physics, two players on a different input, playing from console. So this is our actual only duo, I believe, which is in semis here, playing from console in the NEA West region. So very impressive just to make it here. I'd love to see what they can do here in the last day. But looking at Pollo, who's 19 below Surge, that's just one shot with that MK7 assault rifle, and they'd be above.
Yep, and this is one of those teams. They're only 19 below because they had that contested Rocky Rails where they're able to put a couple shots down, and he connects with even more, but still only a sliver above the threshold, so he knows his job is not done yet, as it looks like Confi and Yale on the side, they're below the threshold as well. They're taking damage, and they can't out-heal it. They have no heals to do so, so they have no choice but to look to get aggressive. There goes an 18 tag, but being down 38, it's not going to be enough.
19 below now, just looking to see if they can connect one more shot, and they do, but just as they connect it, they go even further below. Yael's teammate goes down. Confi, you heard the loot hit the ground, you heard the materials hit against the wood, and now Yael is just trying to do everything he can to come out on top in this situation, but with one more tick to go, that is going to be the end of this duo.
And unfortunately for them, they didn't have enough to out-heal it. There weren't enough players exposing themselves for the tags, but a team that was able to survive because of early game action, Tavern and Kaz. They didn't have a good day yesterday, but that's why they worked so hard to get the series points to advance on Saturday to give themselves not one, but 2 different days of opportunities.
1 point currently, but a lot more to come here for Tavern and Kaz. They have 2 big shields, 2 minis, so you can tell that Storm Surge did affect them. They had to use a few of their shields to come out on top and tank it, but now with 4th zone appearing soon, they're gonna have to see whether they'll have to do a rotate or not.
Look at that replay. This is finally their chance. They got that opportunity they were waiting for to get aggressive. It doesn't look like they actually got the elimination, though. They're probably just going for the refreshed mats, and Javier, CZR, not having the best day. You see they're back to the lobby. But you see where everybody in game number 1, it's just placement. It's a little bit slower than a lot of that action we had to start the day yesterday, because this is that final chance, Takata. We kept talking about it, and I'm going to keep talking about it all day long because there's so much pressure on the line.
I mean, just like you're saying it, there's some duos here that have been here since day 1 of the semifinals. In day 1, they said, okay, you know what? If we don't make it today, we got tomorrow. And if we don't make it tomorrow, we got the next day. But now we're on the next day. We're at day 3, the last chance to make it to the finals. And you can tell that the pressure is at an all-time high, as I think we've had the strongest Storm Surge I've seen in semis.
Every player alive, I mean, I've never even seen anything like that. All players alive. Storm Surge bouncing off. Dom was down very, very early on, but not before they can get both of those eliminations and set creep up to where he doesn't necessarily have to worry about Surge early on. There may come a time later on the game, but if you look at his resources, his mats, he's probably trying to put himself in a position for a refresh, but doesn't want to force anything either, as Pollo and Glow have emerged for now as one of our first place teams.
Cool, first place teams, and they're looking good. Almost 500 above the Storm Surge threshold. 6 mini shields still. Even has a med mist, but be careful with what I say as Pollo gets cracked down to 56 HP. Gonna recuperate that with the med mist. Look at his teammate Glow with 10 splashes, Jacob.
10 splashes. Probably found a lot of coolers, getting ready for the beach, whatever it may be. He's going to have a great arsenal of heals, just like you said, to get his team back up to that tip-top shape. And I like the way he's effectively used them as well. Even though there's a sliver of shield missing off of Pollo and himself, he's not wasting it. He knows how important those are going to be later in the game. As you see Epic Psy-Razor towards the bottom, you see Nico. That was one of my players to qualify onto day number 1. Unfortunately, after 2 days of chances, they're here on day number 3, just like everybody else, feeling that pressure.
We got Matt here, 35 below, feeling some of that pressure you were talking about. Meanwhile, Tavern, what's going on here? They're out of the zone. They're in an engagement here, dropping down the hill, looking to get inside a box. Actually knocks down one of the opponents. It's cool, but be careful. The pressure is coming in from afar. You have different duos from the surrounding areas applying that pressure with their assault rifles, and Kaz and Tavern, they're going to go down in game 1.
Yeah, they got put into a blender there. When you're the chosen one in the lobby, Only Neo is able to survive that one. As you see, Matt Knobs, day by day, taking it step by step, trying to survive, just like BQtify on our right side of the screen, trying to survive that damage threshold. Luckily for him, he puts himself 52 above. So he's going to be able to outmaneuver it from now and get the loot of what looked like it could have been his fallen comrade. But Matt and Knobs have some uphill to kind of overcome, and it's not going to be too hard, because if they have themselves in zone, no, it does look like they're actually going to have to go to the mountain. I was going to say, they can keep themselves below there and stay out of the line of sight of everybody, but that's not going to be an option, as they have to go to the top of the mountain just like everybody else.
Would have been a nice option, but unfortunately not gonna be one now. Trying to see if they can get that rotate through. You said it's gonna be difficult, and it's showing that right now. 3 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. Looks like they might have barely edged themselves in, but great find from Matt there, doing a good amount of damage to put themselves above the threshold.
Ooh, I think I just saw somebody get taken down by Storm Surge there towards the bottom. Matt probably seen that was an opportunity, and the thing is scary is when teams see you taking that surge damage, that's also a green light. Everybody in the lobby is going to make you a target, whether they get the elimination or not. It's the refresh, it's getting another player out of the lobby, that everyone has that same goal. As Matt Knobs splitting those builds, making sure you have equal amount each, but BQtify is still going through it, stuck into the storm. He knows he's down and out, not gonna waste the energy.
He said, this is it. There's a multiple amount of duos looking at me, applying pressure from afar. I don't got any shield to work with. I'll let them have it. Now in the 6th zone, 12 seconds left till we start getting into those moving zones. And look at that, Matt finds an incredible angle, which is almost gonna take down Chris Wavy Jacobs duo, but does not get the knock.
Yeah, and you see Matt and Nav, they know in this position, endgame, about to be moving zone. They're in a good spot right now. They cannot chase after those eliminations, because even though it would be great to get a little bit of that refresh, you would put yourself in such a bad spot, especially everybody in the lobby notices as Aguilar and Complant for now are going to be 25 below the threshold, looking like they might be setting up a short pad to try to get ahead of zone and set themselves in a spot where they can look back and get the damage they need.
Trying to pick out the perfect position to land here, as we have Chris on the right side of the screen here alongside Wavy Jacob, trying to recuperate a bit of his HP, but be careful. 2 below the Storm Surge. They have to focus on 2 factors now, rotating and also damage. Aguilar, though, he's made it to the zone, but he's close to other opponents. Actually going to get straight to the engagement there. Knocks down his teammate, but now it's all up to Aguilar playing it out as a solo.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication, not on the same page, different speed as well for Aguilar and Complant. That has been one of their main issues throughout the qualification process of the semifinals here. They're one of the teams we talked about from day number 1, but Aguilar will not quit. He will not stop. Gets a knock on a Batterista. Can he get the siphon? It's going to be needed. Living on a prayer. 1 HP. He takes fall damage and goes back to the lobby.
Take a look at the high ground, though. The contrary of Aguilar, the duo that was contesting them yesterday. We have Show, we have Poppy Blast, 4 eliminations, legendary loadout 500 above the Storm Surge, and they have the high ground.
Yep, you can see what not contesting can gotta do to you, because these guys have been battling all day long yesterday. Neither one of them able to get a footing because of that initial battle, put themselves in such a bad spot, but they're holding on to the high ground for now. But it looks like there is gonna be a battle, but the separation is in. A player drops low. Saltlover has no choice but to drop low as well, so the high ground will remain in control as Jacob and Chris here on a layer towards the middle, trying to play slow and steady, but they need the refresh and the match. So Chris is going to drop down low, but he doesn't get a ton, so he still has more work to do.
Poppy Blast and Show still on the high ground. They've secured it, but right as I say that, they get knocked down. Looks like there's some duos that want to contest it. Who's going to be able to come out on top, keep that high ground? Looks like Blast has been boxed up, but Show seems pretty relaxed right now. I feel like he can keep it. Can he help him? Can he get the knock? There it is. Smuck going down. Poppy Blast is still alive, but no clutches coming in from the zone, knocking him down. Now it's a 1 versus 1 for that high ground. Clutches versus Show.
Yep. Clutch just lost his teammate as well, but he gets a sacrifice. For them, it's points. It's damage needed, but Hound and Prism find their way on the high ground. Yesterday, they were taking it a little too early, and teams were overthrowing them through that position. Now they change up their game. A zone later, how will it work out for them?
We have Hound here looking for angles, looking to see if they can secure some eliminations. Great one there from Hound, but be careful, you're dropping down low. This could be a chance for another duo to take that high ground, to come out on top. Also, Buzo and Evo, they're sitting on the low ground. That's a full duo. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, no mats on to Hound, so he's going to have to drop down low sooner or later, but he's waiting for that perfect moment. The opportunity presents itself as it looks like it's 3 duos alive. Hound and Prism take that mid layer and get the elimination and take out that duo. Evo and Buzzle, 2 duos that have been battling for the high ground for 2 straight days. They get dropped down low, fighting out of the storm. Evo's getting the damage. The knock is in on the Hound. Refresh is going to be picked up, but no mats, or at least not too many. They're trying to force the player out of the zone, and they do it. Evo and Buzzle pick up game number 1 and punch their ticket to the finals.
That's a win from the low ground. Evo and Buzzo played it perfectly, waiting while the high ground teams battled it out, while they used all their shield, all the materials, and took it at the last moment, securing those 2 eliminations, winning the 2 versus 2, and getting that victory royale and that golden ticket straight to the finals.
From day 1, struggling as 2 separate solos to bring it together. Day 2, coming closer and closer, inching themselves up that leaderboard to day number 3, starting off hot and taking game number 1. That opens up a spot on the map, though, to kind of somebody to take and try to win a game just like they just did.
Great point. A reminder, after getting that victory royale, that duo's qualified. They're in the finals, so it opens up a spot, chains up rotations. I mean, I'm curious to see what the desk has, to think about this, because there's a lot to break down.
I love to see this kind of start, because I was so afraid that it was all just going to be the height takes. That's what the victor's going to be, which becomes very predictable. But honestly, everyone is now trying to take height because they think that's the one path to success. And then Panda, these low ground teams are kind of just picking off players and playing patiently, and that ends up getting them the VR.
Well, I mean, we've talked about it before, right? It's these teams that try to go for high ground too early, or they don't have the sufficient material to actually hold high ground. So 2 very big problems here going into this for these teams, right? A good example here is Poppy Blast and Tano. Both went up for high ground, right? They got a good layer. It looks solid for them, right? But now they're getting contested. So now they have to use extra material to try and deal with this contestation. On top of that, they didn't really have too much mass to work with. That's why you see Show and Poppy down to, what, 1 build here? And I'm sure Poppy, I believe, only had a few more builds outside of that. Does get a refresh, but it's still not too much to work with.
Yeah, and really it comes back to, Kelly, the fact that a lot of these players didn't play in the previous metas where they had a lot of mobility, right? The shockwaves, the impulses that we used to have, right? It's same sort of scenario back in the day. People would wait, they'd play second height, and then in 7th, 8th zone, they'd all start to try to take it because, oh, hey, we take high ground and we win the game. But it's not how it works, because if so many people are going up, low ground is just gonna run around uncontested, getting all the extra little siphon mats and be fine.
Which is exactly what we saw from Evil and Buzzo there. But I do want to talk about another player that was going for that height, and it was Hound with Prism, of course. But just like the other team, they kind of ran out of mats, ran out of resources there, Play.
They did. And again, it comes back to they're taking it a little too early. They tried to go for this, but again, they don't get any of the mats because it fell behind, and so they dropped all the way down. They were able to get the mats this time, but look, siphon mats weren't really there for them. They didn't grab all of them. Wasn't a prioritization about that, more about getting into zone. And then the targeting there from Hound, he swapped his target mid-fight there, so unfortunately he didn't put the same amount of damage down. He would have if he had just focused on one. Maybe could have gotten one of them down and then swapped over, but a great play nonetheless.
I mean, it was a great play to start, right? From the height, instead of going all the way down, they just went down to the second height, were able to take out that team right there. And then they had to do it again. But after kind of taking that fight, Evil and Buzzo are just going to chill on the low ground. But I said their name. I'm going to say it again because we need to take a quick look at our winners page, everyone. Typically, you would see 5 teams here. But of course, today there is an extra game. So it's going to be 6. And the first one, it's Buzzo and Evil. They're going to be moving forward to the finals, which starts next Saturday, everyone. So congratulations to this team. Can't wait to see the 11 teams that are going to be joining them. And it might be some of these teams that we see right here, Panda.
Absolutely. Looking at this leaderboard, it's a start, right? Obviously, this is only game number 1. There's still 5 more games to play. But remember, it's not just about the VR. It's about being consistent and climbing up this leaderboard as well. Because again, those top 6 teams still have the opportunity to qualify through consistency. You don't necessarily need that VR, but it's going to be really interesting to see how it works out for these players. But a good start for people like Prism and Hound. 43 points on the board in 1 game is a good start.
Indeed, and with it being so close overall there, it's anyone's game. And I just want to point out yet again, another day 1 team qualifying for the finals. It just shows that, hey, these extra games that they end up getting to play will end up helping them out in the long run.
But I mean, you saw how close that was. I think it was 1 point separating first, second, third, and fourth. And this is still just game number 1. So many things can change over the next 5 games, everyone. And with what we saw there in that last game, Panda, it's really hard to prepare. Like, these top teams are able to play smart. They're able to take height when it seems appropriate. And they're still not able to convert that into a victory royale. So before we hop into game number 2, what is a key to success for holding height?
For holding height, not taking it too early, and having a way to refresh material. Because again, this is duos, not trios. We kind of talked about it yesterday, but we'll talk about it again today. Because in trios, you have a lot more material to work with. 3 players, one's holding that additional 1,500 material. That makes a difference for high ground, right? However, this season, you have the Spider-Man web shooters, you have the harpoon. These are things that you can use to get refreshes from the low ground if you're doing it effectively. So if you're a team that is trying to take high ground, make sure you have sufficient material before taking it. And then when you have it, you need a harpoon or you need those Spider-Man web shooters in hand to get some material from down low, any kind of elimination that you get to take advantage of it.
Now, I asked Panda about the high ground, but Clay, we just saw low ground win, and we've seen that between every region, and we saw it over the last 2 days. So what is the key to success when you're on the low ground?
Being hyper aware of everything around you, right? Like high ground, same kind of vibe, keep being hyper aware. But with low ground in particular, everyone's going up. So eventually they're going to have to come down to you. You need to be aware of that. You need to be looking at these players. How many players are going up? How many people do you see above you? Do you hear above you? And making sure you tarp out everywhere. Cover that entire low ground area. That way people do have to drop down. You'll hear them breaking through your mats and you have the advantage.
And that's exactly what we saw from Evil and Buzzo. But I'm sure Hound and Prism are going to learn from that last engagement. They did so well. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing them in the end game during game number 2, everyone. It's going to be starting in just a moment. So I'm going to be tossing it to our casters, Jacob and Takata. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly. 1 game down, 5 to go. And Jacob, I mean, what have we witnessed already in game 1? 92 player Storm Surge in the second zone. That's one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah, even one of those players, because we saw it drop down to 91 at one point, getting that reboot back up. But one thing I wanted to take note of is Evo and Buzzle did a great job at winning that game number 1. One less team over towards Covert Canyon. That is a ton of loot for whatever 2 duos are going to stay on that side of the map. So it's going to get really interesting here in a moment.
We saw them looting up the vault, but now they're qualified. That vault might be open for just another duo, but be careful, because if multiple duos try taking that spot, then it's going to be a very congested area. We also have the Daily Bugle, which has some duos that like battling it out. We saw people in Rocky. I mean, there's a lot of action on this map.
Yeah, and one of those duos you're talking about, Daily Bugle, sitting towards the top of the leaderboard this time around. So great switch up of strategy, and not going to have to wait long to see who else is going to try to switch things up, because the battle bus is ready and game number 2 is on our hands.
One game down, 5 to go. We've seen already so much action, so many clutch moments, and we're getting right into the action here in the wintry, snowy part of the map. We have Creep and his duo Dom going for more of a split drop path here. They have Spider-Man web shooters close by, but they're most likely already going to be contested. So the decision is, how are they going to get their tags? What's their loot path? Where are they going to go to secure the medal? Their materials, Jacob. There's so much to think about to prepare for getting into this game.
Yep. So many different things here, especially as each and every game develops. It gets a little bit more shakier. Decisions end up a little bit harder and tougher as your opportunities to get the points and the victory royales go out the window. But I talked about one of those teams landing towards Daily Bugle. Coxie and Static is one of those squads, and they're always trying to switch things up. You saw yesterday, they were battling it out for Daily Bugle. 4 players even landing on one chest. Last game, they went ahead and left Daily Bugle early. They wanted to set themselves up and get the damage from the Storm Surge tags and got everything that they needed. But Yellow Glow and Pollo, at one point or another, they too had a share of first place. They didn't have to worry about Storm Surge early because of this off-spawn exchange.
In the last match, Fallen and his duo here, both the Fallen duos decided to take a disengagement from Rocky Reels, but it looks like they weren't happy with that, how that turned out. So they're gonna go for a battle here now against their opponents, Pollo and his duo. But the question is, who's gonna come out on top? We have Glow in 4th place right now, Prism and his duo in, I believe, more in the 20th in the leaderboard, 29th, I think, exactly. So, I mean, they're pretty split up. It's all about what their game plan is. Do they want to play for that late game, or do they just want to get their Storm Surge tags done now? Because last game, it was so strong.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do a combination of taking control, trying to smush their options in. Pollo with a big tag. Boltzy is going to get dropped. Shield Keg doesn't even matter when they're putting that amount of damage that quick. And already off spawn, our first duo is out of the game as Pollo and Glow set themselves up with early Storm Surge tags.
And you can see how big that elimination point is. I mean, they went to 1st place. They went from 4th to 1st with those 2 eliminations. That's just a 6-point difference, shooting them up in the leaderboard. Now we have Beast Remy 2 and Greasy Grove. We heard Panda, we had Clay talking about this drop spot. It's been in Fortnite in a few different chapters here. Now seeing it in chapter 3. I mean, brings back good memories, Jacob.
Yeah, it definitely does. A lot of familiarity going on that side of the map. So it's going to get really interesting to see how a lot of these things happen and kind of go down, because we've already seen a couple of teams that landed here throughout our first couple qualifiers and then leave this spot and not want to claim it anymore. Beast and Remy also one of those teams that are switching up their spots. To me, that says there's not a ton of things that are comfortable for them. So they're just trying to take what they can get in certain situations. Wavy and Chris, they got uncontested Logjam, Lumberjam, similar to they did last game. So they're going to take their time. They're just going to get all the resources they need, get all the items that they need before they have to go in towards zone. And luckily for them, it's not a far travel to the zone. The only worry for me, Takata comes in, is where are they going to get that Storm Surge from?
That's hopefully what they've planned beforehand. Good thing about Logjam is you can get your materials very quickly there, but it's all about that Storm Surge. They have mountains close by, high elevated positions that they can box up on and maybe look from, or some shots from afar, but it really depends to what their game plan is. We know Wavy, very mechanical player alongside Chris, so they're pretty confident taking box fights as well. If they want to do that, I mean, that's also another great way to get some Storm Surge. But take a look here, Remy and Beats seems to have found a player swimming close to their greasy drop spot, but looks like they're disengaging quickly and there's not going to be action here.
Yeah, for them, they got the information about the team that contested them towards Greasy on one side. They just spotted out another team on the other side. So they have to go ahead and make it towards zone. Otherwise, they might put themselves in not a good spot. And I say towards zone, they're already in zone. They want to get themselves some good high ground so they can set themselves up for a good opportunity, catching all those duo teams, rotating around. But Poppy Blast and Show sitting in 6th place already. So a switch up of strategy of drop spots, not wanting to have that contested fight anymore, is doing wonders for them, but it's only been one game so far, so it might also be too early to tell.
I mean, it might be too early, but for what I'm seeing, it's working very well from them. Poppy Blast and his duo have a great amount of loot, good amount of shields, almost full materials, and they're not contested. So as long as they don't have problems with Storm Surge, we should be seeing them consistently in the late game, and that's what you have to do if you want to play for that consistency leaderboard, if you want to get top 6 and qualify to the finals. But taking a look here at Chris, Wavy, looks like they're doing a rotate now in a vehicle to get to a high elevated position quicker, and now look for those Storm Surge tags. But here we have another duo more on the outskirts by the windmills. This is a Spider-Man's web sharpshooters drop, so it's a very popular locations. We have Landjock Punisher already qualified, also dropped here, and now we have some other duos trying to take it up.
Former on one side along with his duo. Winks is just trying to go wide and get an angle, crouching to try to minimize as much of the audio as possible. Depending on if they're the ones who did the damage onto Ozzy, they are just trying to possibly look for a cleanup here as Former's just distracted, and that's going to team on the right side of your map. The shots are in. Winks, only one tag, though. That could have been dangerous as Former tries to back down little by little and reunite with his teammate.
Playing a little slow here. You can see Former was just looking for an angle, not making any aggressive plays, whereas Winks went for that shot on the side angle, got a few tags in, but didn't instantly commit, instantly go for that engagement. Just said, okay, did a bit of damage, didn't do enough for me to want to go and play that aggressively, want me to push it. So they're just going to keep, you know, relaxing here, looking for angles, waiting, kind of deciding what to do. As I mean, you can see his duo there, SMG, is also pretty far away. So I mean, they're using up time right now, Jacob. I'm not sure exactly what their final game plan is.
And this is something we saw yesterday and it's being repeated today. Exactly what you said. They're using up time. And you already see another duo team trying to interrupt this fight. They heard the shots. They took their time rotating over. And there's this angles. This is where they're going to come into play. Winks and Yang have an opportunity to try to get the damage, but they're so split up right now. They're so far out. I do think this is going to become troublesome for them once they're trying to look for their own escape route, because they have two different teams now set up on both of their exit routes.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them, but what it is looking good for here is Tavern and Cause with a great position to get damage done. Also saw Slick and Day there on the side of the hill, who also have a great position to do some damage, and that's the benefit of being able to rotate early and take one of these mountains, one of these high elevated locations before the opposing duos do, because now all the duos that are rotating in looking for a good position, they're too late, and you're just gonna get free tags on them.
Yep, he's at least trying to do so. His Tavern missing a couple, but if you look at all the medium and light ammo, he has all the opportunities in the world, especially if he got tags early on, because he does land a North Sleepy. In order to get to the spot, you have to go through a couple of duos already. As you see Blast and Show towards the bottom, still not giving up on the tags that they need as well. And that's Day and Slick, your pick. We already talked about them being on that side of the map. Everybody just calm, cool, collected, and a little slow pace to start off our day. And to me, that's not too surprising, because that's a little bit of what West is known for. Once we get into later games, when people are realizing where they're positioned in the leaderboard, that's when things tend to get a little chaotic.
That's when things get a little more crazy. Taking a look, though, at the map, we have more of a west, a little bit of a northwest zone here, close to a few lakes, close to a few mountains. A lot of possibilities on how this can close, but we have Poppy Blast Show kind of taking some tags at Slick Day. They're getting some tags back, just doing as much damage as they can without putting themselves in a very risky situation.
Yep, and you kind of see right now, all four of those duo teams, all 8 players, are going to have to rotate a little bit towards the zone, but the two that are closer, they know they can wait till the last possible moment. They can even wait till it closes, so they can use that as their opportunity to get the tags that they're looking for in that moment. But talk about needing a rotate. Nabs and Matt also need a rotate, and that's where they'll hop in the vehicle. Very, very similar to Aguilar and Compelant, who's that duo that's kind of right in front of them. So everybody's going to be forced to rotate to the north side. You see the info, the stat. Faden's there, Nabs and Matt. Only duos that won a game to qualify yet haven't advanced.
Oof, good info there. Taking a look here at Navs with the 6 splashes, 2 shieldfish, 5 minis, and look at that, a legendary pistol, Jacob. Not using the MK7, not using a Ranger assault rifle, but using a pistol. I like it.
I definitely like it, depending on kind of what you have, and it's going to be a legendary one as well. But it's going to have a punch kind of pack to it, especially if you get in those close quarter combat fights along with the striker. It's not going to be as deadly as a Stinger, but it definitely could out-punch an MK7 if you kind of have that great aim. As you see everybody trying to rotate towards zone, some a little bit easier than others. Aguilar and Compalot, they are one of those teams we saw in the car early on. They're going to find their spot in the zone, leave it a little early, and just kind of clarify that stat, because obviously in the semifinals, it's win and you're in. They were the only 2 teams to win a game in the qualifiers to get to this point and not advance directly to the finals.
Exactly. You heard that, though. The Storm Surge meter has appeared, and I'm liking what Glow and Boyo are doing here inside a little bush. They're fine with Storm Surge. They don't have to do damage. They're good. But if they have some opponents that maybe take the wrong path, take the wrong road, and end up in Boyo and Glow's bush, this could come out for a few eliminations or a couple. I mean, they already have 2.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about damage. Right now, it's just going to be one of those duo teams that might be just rotating by, not really thinking much of it, trying to get themselves a spot in the zone that could catch them off guard. Is Coxie and Static, one of those Daily Bugle teams. 3rd place after 2. So for them, it's a slow and steady. You already have on pace. You got towards the end game last time, so you already have a little bit of that formula figured out, so you don't have to change up too much. Other than going for tags, as you see that they're 34 below, and almost everybody on screen is going to be below that Storm Surge threshold.
Oh, but you can see Salt Lover and his duo, they want to get straight into that action. They're not trying to get eliminated to Storm Surge. They're going to get eliminated to players, or they're going to go straight into the action and secure some eliminations. But be careful here as Static and his duo partner, they're just above the threshold at 27 damage above. They have the mobility they need, but now you heard the tick, 22 below. They've got to make something happen here. 20 seconds until the zone closes.
I'm just waiting. They know duo is there. Built into wood. And you know as well as I do, that's a signal right there that it's easy going to be able to break through the boxes piece by piece. They're taking away options, but the tables have turned. Coxie gets shot up, taken down almost to a sliver of HP. Now Static is forced to be the hero. Defensive, the tables have turned piece by piece. Is being taken away from them, but Static now, deja vu, backs down the opponent team and allowing his teammate to kind of heal up. And you've got to look at the result. They got the damage they need to go above the threshold, but instantly it's dropping before our very eyes.
It's kind of like one of those situations where you take a box fight, but you don't necessarily do it just because you want eliminations. You do it just for that damage, and they secured it. But a team that needs it, Clux, Shades, 182 below. They're using those chug splashes to try and keep themselves up. But be careful, they have to do that damage, going for a spray with that Stinger SMG onto the wall, trying to do anything they can to get a bit of damage done. There it is. Few ticks on their opponent, almost cracking Ghosty, but now Clux doesn't have any shield. Shades is down as well with no shield. Jacob, they've got to make something happen right now.
Yeah, I can see being contested over towards Ruins. They're not positioned to get the damage they need, and this has been the struggle. Even yesterday, their top 2 placings was a solo from Shades, and it was when they were uncontested and didn't have to worry about the surge. And you're seeing the opposite. They have to worry about it. They put themselves in a bad spot, forced to battle with their backs up against the wall. Clux loses his partner, and Shades is forced to make a miracle happen, running out of resources. Definitely doesn't have any form of heals to heal on back up, so this is going to be a journey. This is going to be a hard one for him to accomplish.
Journey for 2 solo players. Clux, though, almost getting eliminated. Their zone now closing, trying just to see what he can do to get out of this situation. We also have Poppy Blast playing as a solo. His show has gone down, but making use of the vehicles on the map to get into zone. Clux, though, does not have a vehicle available to him and is going to have to rotate on foot through previous builds. And I mean, if you look at that map, he's got a long ways to go.
Oh, there's a med kit right to his left. I know he would have found it useful. Probably doesn't think he has the time. Poppy Blast using one of those med kits right before gunning that vehicle and trying to just beeline it towards the circle. Ooh, he's gonna get the reboot off, but it almost makes me wonder if that stat is still true, because yesterday it popped up on screen. No team has been able to successfully win a game after rebooting, but that was yesterday, and that's why I said it makes me wonder if this is a blessing or a curse for Poppy Blast.
I mean, this could be it. We could see the stat being broken here today if it wasn't done already yesterday. Now Show appearing back into the game. Poppy Blast and Show in 6th place. You can see went to the passenger seat. Let Show drive as he uses the med kit. 10, 8, 6, Oh, gets the med kit off just in time. Looks like they're gonna make it into the zone, but now it's the harder part. They have to survive this spray. The pressure from the opposing duos, the vehicle getting exploded. Poppy, Blast, and Show, they have to do everything they can to get out of this situation.
Yeah, Poppy Blast, as the driver, knew exactly when to get out of that vehicle, but Show, he was the one that took the brunt force of that damage, and now he is forced to live with the repercussions. Backs up against the wall. The lobby knows they're there. The lobby knows they're chipped out, and you see a bunch of players that are hungry for the eliminations, particularly Tiny and Fruit. What more hungry duo can you get of a team that missed out, barely tying during the qualifier process?
Oh, just on the cutoff there. Also, though, taking a look at a new duo that came in today for the round 3, Chris and Wavy. Jacob currently in 10th, doing a good job so far here in the second game, but getting a little stressed out as Chris only has 4 mini shields, does have 2 peppers for mobility, but I mean, looking at the zone, they're gonna have to maybe use them. You can see throwing a pepper to Wavy, there it is, popping them. This is where they have to figure out the rotate. Do they go to the right, to the left, under the builds, build over them? So many options. But Chris, with that IGL mindset, has to make the right decision.
He's probably looking towards his left side, seeing how congested it actually is. But it's the decisions. Do you go into that congestion, or do you play towards the low ground, possibly making yourself a target just like this? But they're going to escape untouched for now as they try to find a spot in zone. Salty Lover, Sunseat, trying to find those tags. Tavern might be on the receiving end. The car's just a target right now. They might have to think twice about what route they choose to get in towards zone. Is 177 for now, above the threshold. Doesn't necessarily have to peak, but they know sooner or later that's going to be tough to maintain as they spot a duo living on a prayer outside of the zone. That's going to be Rush. He's going to go down. The elimination is going to be cleaned up, but there's still another player there trying to survive. And showing Poppy Blast, they're just being sneaky as could be, and it works out. They beam Tavern down, leaving Cause by himself. A great shot from Cause to try to answer back, but to numbers 2v1, that's too much.
That is maybe too much. Blast getting shot down to 12 health, though, has the minis he can use to recuperate the shield, but the problem is they have to get the zone. They have to get the zone quickly. Just one tick. Blast going down. Show now without any shield has to clutch it up to get to the zone, but is unfortunately going to go down. They took out Tavern as well, so Cause is now playing as a solo and has to rotate in sneakily to the zone, but I think he's might have done it.
2 elims on to Chris. And that's why this team, that's why you got 2 of our analysts picking them out of many to kind of qualify for the finals. They have all the experience in the world. They have the aggression. They have the mechanics, but they have what it takes to win it in 2. Only time will tell. 47 above the threshold, though. Team is still currently sitting in second, so they're doing a good job of holding on to their position.
I mean, it's doable. As a solo, if you have that Spider-Man web shooters, if you have a good amount of shield, mats, ammunition, I mean, you can really clutch it up in this duos format. But the problem is getting that damage done. 43 below. Ko has to figure out what his game plan is here. 2 players have to be eliminated, and the Storm Surge will stop ticking. So he can try and tank it out using the shield, or he can go for a bit of damage. It looks like he wants the damage as he makes that edit onto Cause, going for the elimination, but he's not able to secure it as Cause ends up coming out on the winning side of that, securing those 3 extra points and 1 more elimination.
Yep, for Cause, he's probably looking for a mixture of placement points and any eliminations that does come his way because he lost Tavern. And it's a little bit of revenge because those are the same people that took him down as Chris and Wavy trying to get themselves a good spot into zone, a little bit towards the low ground, so that way they can miss out on all the action. They know they don't need it, so it's about surviving and making it to the end game as long as possible, waiting for that perfect opportunity to try to take high ground, because this is one of those teams I can see them at least making an attempt.
Taking a look here at Hound with 10 health to work with, trying to do whatever he can to get out of this situation. But just like you said, I'm liking how Wavy and Chris are looking here. They already have 2 eliminations. Storm Surge, not a worry for them. They have shields, have medkits, even a harpoon. I have not seen a lot of the harpoon being used in this meta, but I mean, Panda was talking about it. If you're on that high ground, you have a harpoon. You can fish up that loot from below without putting yourself in a risky situation. So if Wavy and Chris end up getting a refresh, getting the high ground this game, it could be big.
See exactly why Play loves that harpoon so much. There's just so much utility, so much use out of it. And if you're not able to find the Spider-Man web slingers, that is a great alternative. It especially depends on what loot crosses your path along your journey as Pollo and Yellow Glow. They have a journey of their own. Max pull for them. They're going to recycle this launch pad, take it step by step before they get in. But this is the moment. This is the zone. This one and the next one where teams kind of take that high ground too early. They waste a lot of resources trying to hold on to it, and it costs them just like Yellow Glow and Pollo. They're getting turned on right now. The damage is not going to affect them, though, as no shots are going to be landed. They just drop down a layer to make themselves a little more safe.
Great job staying ahead of zone here by Wavy and Chris. On the other end, we have Glow and Foyer, which aren't too ahead right now, trying to end an engagement here, seeing if they can get out without getting knocked down or eliminated, as Glow gonna get a nice shot into opponent, actually secure the elimination without a stop to his rotation. Now almost ahead of zone, finds another one, not able to get the knock, but cracks his opponent here above the Storm Surge threshold. Now 51 points, Foyer and Glow, they're doing a good job here.
Yep, see Kaizen, Tiny, both of those going out. Nevitz and Balance Photo with the high ground. But for how long can they hold it? Javier and CZR, it looked like they were kind of go for an attempt, but with that jump pad, they just go right past it. Sunseed and Salt Lover, back-to-back games. This is their attempt at the high ground. It didn't work out for them last game, but second time could be the charm as the battle will continue. Chris is going to go down in the elimination feed to Aguilar. Gotta wonder what Wavy Jacob's able to do as a solo, as Balance is trying to hold on. The second attempt is going to be denied as Nevitz and Balance Photo will hold on.
They're gonna hold on, but for how long? We've got another duo. They want it. They want that action. It's cool. It's his duo partner, but Balance Photo, they're doing a good job here of holding the high ground, even using reinforced walls to not allow those opponents to take them down. Take a look at Salty, though, actually gonna get a pickup on his duo partner. They're gonna try and make it back to the front of the zone here. Has the materials, has the splashes, but be careful as they're getting split up.
They're holding on to the high ground as much as possible. It looks like Chris did go down. 4 eliminations for this duo. Jacob is just going to go ahead and pop the med kit, give himself time before he tries to make his way in towards zone. It looked a little too close, a little too scary there, as now he's just found his position. 26 builds. He's going to have to make his way here and try his hardest. Gosh, now as a solo as well towards the low ground, a little bit in front of zone. Him and Jacob side by side, back to the high ground though. And third time is definitely the charm, Takada, as they finally have achieved that high ground status.
They've been trying it for so long, and it looks like they might just be successful here. Still have the high ground, but there's a lot of duos on second high. There's a lot of duos close to them that might want to take it here in the next zone. We're currently in the 8th moving zone. Just one more, and it's going to be in the last zone here. Sunny, Salt, they've still got it, but be careful. Sunny getting boxed up, has to get out quickly. Successfully does it, but his teammate is in danger. Wanks and his duo partner, Yang, have the high ground now. They've taken it.
Yeah, I think Jacob survived at a fraction of a second to use the med kit. He found elimination. Nevitz trying to get in the box. Jacob staying alive yet again. Denies the opportunity. Even gets saved a little bit by Elder. 6 duos alive as Jacob is just a solo.
Just a solo, 64 points, has 3 eliminations, looking to get more 100 damage, but it's not enough. We still have Yang on the high ground with Wanks. They've taken it, and they're holding onto it. 4 duos alive, that's 8 players, and the action, the aggression from the low ground is not stopping.
Yeah, everybody's dropping. Only 1 solo, 2 duos left alive. Yellow Glow's doing what he can, runs out of chug splashes. Now has to find his way in towards zone. He has the mythic. He wants to try to take a shot at the high ground, but his builds are going out as he gets tagged up. He tries to go on the offensive, gets the refresh onto Javier. 1v2 situation, a mountain to climb, but is definitely a chance, but he gets shot from above. Wanks drops down low. He finishes off the elimination and takes game number 2. We got 2 teams punching their way to the finals.
Yi Yang and Wanks once again showing that the time to take high ground in these semifinals isn't in the first moving, the second moving, even the third. You want to take it at those last moments when your opponents don't have a lot of shield, don't have a lot of materials, and they did it just perfectly, securing them the victory royale.
And yeah, I like the way you said it, waiting for that time with all the resources and maps to do it. Salt Lover and the duo 2 times in that last game alone. They try to make a play for that high ground. You got to wonder how many resources does that cost you? And they weren't able to hold on to it. I'm hoping in this next game, they've learned their lesson. They don't go for it too soon because you can see the consequences.
Don't go for it too soon, but I think they're gonna keep going for it. They have 4 more opportunities, could be 4 more tries at that high ground. It's all about adapting, all about learning from your mistakes, and that is what the desk is gonna break down for us here shortly.
Thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And we just talked about this, guys. When is the right moment to take high in a secured way? And that's exactly what we saw from Winx and Yeon, Clay.
And exactly, and it comes down to experience, right? Like Jacob said the other day, no matter how many V-Bucks you have, you can't buy experience when it comes to those moments. And sometimes it just comes down to that. Do you have the experience of knowing when to take high ground? And looks like they did.
And Panda, there was a moment there where Glow on the low ground, I thought we were going to see Evol and Bozo again, but as a solo, there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, there really is only so much you can do in a moment like that. I mean, look, when we break it down here, right, obviously Yellow Glow and Polo, this was another team that I wanted to pay close attention to because they were right outside of that qualification range yesterday as well. Now they're here, they're doing extremely well, consistent through 2 games, and they had an opportunity here. While they didn't necessarily get to take it, but they were able to just get elimination after elimination on the layer that they had. They weren't focused on the high ground. Look at the material count. They understood that they didn't have too much to work with, and that's why they were a little bit more cautious and more focused on getting those refreshes, Clay.
And they did really well. Look at how Flow Yellow is playing. They are doing so well. Look, like essentially 2v1ing right here, does get the knock and does get the elimination, and decides, you know what, it's not worth it. I don't have my SMG reloaded. I'm gonna step away from that, use the chunk splashes to heal up and make sure that they save themselves. And this was executed perfectly. Just look at that, the beautiful hit of the pickaxe coming through. And then unfortunately, they didn't have builds to protect themselves there, so they just took too much unnecessary damage.
But as far as a solo run on the low ground could go well, that right there was a perfect example from Yellow Glow. So great performance there. I'm sure him and Pollo are going to have a better performance in game number 3. But we have to remind you guys real quick who our winners are of the day so far, because remember, it's not just the top 6 at the end of the day that get to move forward. It's also every Victory Royale winner. And so joining Buzzo and Evol is going to be Astro Winx and Yeon SMG. So congratulations to that team right there, truly showcasing that you can't just, like what we're so used to seeing in chapter 2, where teams will hold height from zone 6, zone 7. That just doesn't work anymore as a duo competition. But what is working are the teams that we're seeing up here right now. Pollo and Yellow Glow jumping up to a pretty good lead, Panda.
Absolutely. Looking at the way that this is set up here, this top 6 is starting to run away with it in the top 3. So listen, if you're in a position where you're not in the top 10 right now, you need to be adjusting that game plan. You're going to need some serious points going in the next few games if you want to continue to climb, because some of these teams are staying consistent and they're putting some major points on the board, Clay.
Yeah, 48 points there. It's still in contention for a lot of these players as you take a look at the second page here. Down to 25 points there in 20th place. That's just a Victory Royale's worth of difference. That is well within anybody's range here, or even a second place, right? You get that Victory Royale, you're out. But again, those top 6 teams, if anybody gets a Victory Royale in there, they're plucked out, and that just makes that top 6 a little bit more close when it comes to overall points.
You know, I think we need to keep an eye out on one of the teams there that only had 2 eliminations total compared to everyone else. So I definitely think that team right there is going to be going for the Victory Royale win. But game number 3, this is going to be the halfway point real quick. And obviously, I need to talk about Chris and Wavy. They seem to be able to make it towards the end game every single time, but they're not able to break into that top 10, top 8 area, Panda.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's still working for them. Obviously, finding them in the top 3 after 2 games is really solid, especially when they went into this not in the top 10. So this is going to be a huge improvement over game number 1. However, can they remain consistent? Like we talked about, they're veteran players. We know them as such, but they only made it into day 3. So again, it's kind of that story of, despite them being so good at as we know, Will they be able to clutch up and continue to stay consistent, or even walk away with a VR here, Clay?
And it's about that chemistry as well. Look at how well they played together. They boxed out together. When it was just Wavy Jacob, he was getting elim after elim. It seems like Zeno ended up going down here at the perfect moment for Wavy Jacob. He did get pressured by a couple teams here. And look, just the experience of, hey, I know I had to change layers. Changes 3 layers back to back. Beautiful shots from him. Is able to get the refreshes right when they need to. Got it. 15 builds there, only had 1, and really put himself in a great spot. Unfortunately, right there did take a lot of damage, and you do see him being just taken down there because there were just too many players. You can only clutch up so hard when you have 22 HP, but a really great performance, and that bodes well going into the next couple games.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm sure game number 3, I mean, in game number 1, they were 13th. Game number 2, they're 6th place, so it's only a matter of time before they claim that VR. But will it be game number 3? Well, let's find out and join our casters, Takata and Jacob PR.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Clay, for breaking that one down and getting us ready for our 3rd game. And this is where I think the 3rd and the 4th game, Takata, they're kind of like swing games. Where you are on the leaderboard after these 2 games is very, very crucial, important, because it really dictates how you got to play the rest of this one.
Exactly. If you're very close to that threshold, or maybe already in that top 6 threshold for qualifying through consistency, you want to not take too many risky plays, right? If you need Storm Surge, you want to look for it from afar on a high elevated position. We have a lot of awareness on the map. But if you're more down on the leaderboard and you're playing for that victory royale, how are you going to make it happen? When are you going to take high ground? If you want to play high ground, maybe you want to go for the low ground VR like we saw in game 1. I mean, there's so many options.
Definitely so many options, and the option is to get ready for this next game because the battle bus is ready and game number 3 is right now. Game number 3, Takata. Calling it a type of swing opportunity for some of these teams that are around that bubble. But for some of those teams that are confident to go for the victory royale, it's just business as usual. And only one team, Pollo and Yellow Glow, been able to cement themselves a little bit of a difference against the rest of the competition.
Taking a look, though, at some other top duos here. We've got Formers duo. We have Kiz and Chicken, who are dropping in the Greasy Grow. Very popular POI, but I like what Former was doing there too. Dropping on the antenna. Has a good kind of lookout on where his opposing duos are dropping, how they're going to be looting, and kind of where he might see them further along his loot path. But here with Kizin already finding some splashes, minis. I mean, now it's all about looting in the most efficient way possible.
Yep, and this is tend to, you see a little bit more speed, tiny bit more aggression than we've seen start off the last 2 games, but you already see Beast and Remy is not here, or the lack of seeing them, I should say, switching up that drop spot, the game plan yet again. And that's something I go ahead and ask you, does that concern you a little bit from a duo trying to make the finals?
I mean, if you've studied your drop spot, you've made it the most efficient it can be, and then you change it in the middle of a tournament, it's definitely going to make it more difficult. You're going to have to play very well if you want to come out on top still, but it can be a good decision. If it's going very poorly for you in the early games, you're not securing points, you're getting out of your drop spot with not a lot of loot, not a lot of tags. I mean, you might have to do it, but it's not going to be easy.
And not going to be easy at all, but it can kind of work out for you. We've seen Show and Poppy Blast having a much better day than they did yesterday, no longer contesting that Chonkers Speedway at the bottom half of the map against Kampala and Aguilar. And we can see the difference. Some teams are using those contested spots to their advantage, others not so much, but the team sitting in first place by about 20 or so points. Pollo and Yellow Glow again against Prism and Faulty, who are seemingly always on the low ground.
Always on the low ground, kind of like Clay was saying, you have that billboard in the Rocky Reels, which is a permanent high ground, and that's where Yellow Glow and Pollo like to drop. But on the contrary, we have the Fallen duo here that have been playing it on the low ground. They went down in the early game here last game, and now looks like they want to change it up as they're playing aggressive. They're taking those shots. Fallen knocking down Pollo. It's now a 1 versus 1. Glow versus his opponent here, gonna finish down his knock, get that siphoned HP and shield, and now 1v1 Jacob.
Yep, picking up that epic stinger. But the shots in the Stinger shotgun are dwindling down. Only has 3 different attempts, but plenty of ammo in that Stinger, so it's not going to be too much to worry about just yet, as Yellow Glow's just trying to figure out where the rest of that ammo went, but still switching over to that heavy. Misses that first shot as Prism takes away the high ground. Yellow Glow knows this is not the time to try to battle for it, at least not just yet. Trying to see whatever is left over towards the ground and try to use it to your advantage.
Use whatever you can to come out on top. What a nice edit there from Glow. Was unable to connect his shot, though. Only one more shot for that heavy shotgun. Now, is he gonna make it work? He does have that epic Stinger SMG, the epic Ranger assault rifle, but he only has one more shot in his heavy shotgun. Is he gonna be able to connect it? Looks for it, does not connect, but takes out the Stinger SMG. Will he be able to do enough damage here to take down his opponent? Now they're both cracked, quickly popping those chug splashes.
Now he knows that Striker's shotgun still has, what, like 3 shells left in it? If he wants to go for the trade, and he does, playing this one perfect. The information that he's remembering right now could be the difference maker, as this one is going to be a prolonged battle. Still over towards Rocky Reels. Not able to leave the drop spot just yet, but the options, you can even see his resources. The mat count is dangerously low as well, with Prism holding on to that high ground. I feel like he has that little bit of advantage, but still how you play it means so much, as Prism, both of these duos, actually, not just Prism, could have an opportunity to try to escape, but Yellow Glow still from the low ground, tagging back and forth. Only 1 shot left, and that's all he needs to finish off that exchange.
Such a nice 1, 2, and 3 to finish it off there from Glow. I mean, you said it. He had 3 shots, and he made use of those 3 striker pump shots, taking it down his opponent, showing why they're in the #1 spot currently.
Yeah. That's what you got to do here, is if you're not going to have those victory royales along the way, you need to be playing your game plan, getting those points around the map from placement or eliminations, and where you get those off your drop spot makes it even better, because now they can just finish looting up whatever's left, hit their loot path and try to grab whatever's left there as well if anybody didn't take it along the way, and then they could try to go directly towards a high ground spot in the zone to continue to try to disrupt the lobby and get even more Storm Surge tags, so it becomes a less thing to worry about.
Right, there's the pros and cons. They took a bit of time getting those eliminations, but now that they came out on top, they not only have 6 extra points starting off this game, they have the damage done, and now they just have to loot up very quickly and get those mats up quickly, because then they can just focus on the rotation. They don't have to worry about damage until further Storm Surge zones.
Almost about 20+ points ahead of the rest of the competition. And that's something we've seen on a few regions throughout all 3 days so far in the early games, but it's how you hold on to it, because you got to remember there's an additional game today. So if you kind of forget that there's more points at the end of this one up for grabs for a lot of duos, you begin to slow down. That could be a problem, but that's why I like their way they're playing. Whether if it's 5 games, 6 games, or they got to play 12, they're playing the long game the entirety of the way through.
We'll take a look here at Aguilar's duo. They're not contested today, but they do have duos close by, duos that rotate close to their drop spot, and that's something you've got to be aware of. That's something you have to research beforehand. Which duos are in my surrounding area? Are they going to be looking for tags on me? Where are they going to rotate from? Are they going to want to take my vehicles? That's what Aguilar knows here, and they're trying to play a little sneaky here. We've got Matt and Navi here going straight in, looking for that action. He knows his opponent's cracked, doesn't have any shield, but be careful. You're alone right now. Matt is still coming to that engagement. The zone is closing, but still 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. This is not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, not at all, and that's why I love the decision to back out of there. You have 10 splashes, 2 big pods. You don't want to use them all just to get towards that first zone, but look at that. They found themselves a loot llama. Now would be the time that you might think about taking those extra opportunities, those extra chances. Definitely want to take as many of the heals and resources as possible, because this is a blessing.
I feel like Fortnite just kind of told them, like, you made a good decision. That disengagement, here's a bonus. I'll give you a llama right there. Put it in that bush. Tell you guys you made the right choice for disengaging here and now. They've got not 6, but 12 chili chug splashes. Great for mobility. They've got everything they really need here. They just have to get out of the zone.
Depending on where it's at, and honestly, it does look like they might have a decent road to travel. Ghosty and Flameback, depending on if they landed and tilted, quickly trying to get out of there, along with Shades and Clux, Javon and Quaxy here. Everybody just stacked so close together, and if you kind of look at the common trend, 27th and above. So this is a big game for them to perform or get that victory royale so they don't have to worry about it.
Taking a look at Jeevan and Quaxy here, both inside of the same box, kind of together. I feel like, yeah, this is more than just a 2 versus 2 engagement. There's 3 duos here, which is why Jeevan's trying to take kind of the sneaky route, seeing if they can catch a duo off guard, maybe get a full piece quickly, quick elimination. But Ghosty and Flameback are choosing to play it safe, refarm up their materials, play it slow, listen around to see what's happening, but be careful. Quaxy and Jeevan, they were close by. They saw the opportunity and they took it, but unable to get a knockdown now. It's looking like a pretty fair 2 versus 2 engagement. They have the web shooters, they have the shield, but looks like they want to get some damage.
Saw their opponent, and that's something I hope Quaxy noticed as well. The pre-edits are on, so that is a strategy that's been so useful and kind of brought back because of the Stinger SMGs, because how easy it is to get in the boxes and take away the covers and pressure onto your opponent. They have to be very, very careful, and the longer they take here, because you saw the zone pull north yet again, so many teams are going to have to make the decision. Do you fight in towards the storm to get the damage you need for Surge, or do you let it become an afterthought and worry about it later?
Ooh, Quaxy going straight in for that engagement. You can tell they want these eliminations. He's literally inside of their box right now, going for those tags. Takes down 1. Now they have the player advantage. It's a 1 versus 2 against Ghosty. Ghosty, though, knocking down. Oh, no, take that back. Jeevan knocking down his finish there, getting the siphon. Quaxy and Jeev have the player advantage still, but they've got to be careful. You can always do a 1 versus 2, but this is not going to be the time where we see that as Ghosty goes down, giving another Spider-Man web shooter to this duo, but the third party's coming in.
Yep. Sniffed that one out from a mile away, heard the shots. They know it's important because of the way they stand on the leaderboard as Poppy gets 1. That elimination's going to be easy, and it looks like it could be a wipe as well, as Jeevan went down to Herbie. That's going to be a squad wipe. Whew, for them, it's a much needed one as we look on board. The replays there in Fade. They go down, or it looks like they might, as Fade takes only a sliver of health to survive. And that is a dream team, and that is why they're one of the only teams throughout qualifier number 1 to win a game that is still here, unable to qualify for the finals just yet. But it's that type of momentum, Takada, that you build to get yourself the confidence to end these games on right.
And you build that momentum, and it's not only just for the leaderboard placements. If you build it enough to secure the victory royale, that will take you to the final as well. And I almost thought we were about to see a 4th party in this engagement, as we just saw 2 battles come to an end, almost starting a new one here. We also have Sunzi, though, and Salt. You know how much they like the high ground. They're gonna get into that late game, but right now they're in kind of a sticky situation here. 54 below Storm Surge. They have a good loadout, they have good materials, but they just need to do a teeny bit more of damage.
Hey, it looks like they're gonna go for the high ground retake onto the hill. If it wasn't for Tavern and Kaz on their side disrupting them, but it looks like they're gonna try to sneak their way up there regardless. I think that was Biz and a duo not really catching this one just yet, but because they're unable to get any higher right now, this could be a good spot. They might not be able to put the shots above them, but it looks like they're going to continue. They just love the high ground and fighting for it.
They're going for it. Looks like they have it, but be careful because their opponents aren't done yet. Sunsi gonna take the safer option to box up, heal up. Salt gonna have to do the same thing here. There's a lot of duos below, so that's a lot of pressure from afar with those MK7 assault rifles, those Ranger assault rifles. Meanwhile, they do have a duo trying to box fight them for that high ground. So, I mean, as long as they get their damage done, that's a mission successful, but they have to not get eliminated trying to do so.
Yep. We know in 2 out of 2 for end games being achieved. You know, they attempt that high ground towards the end game, so they're going for that victory royale. And if they don't, they have the points through consistency as Zeno and Nickjaw towards Shifty Shafts, 40 above. That's not too much, so that's definitely a thought in their mind. They might have to go for these tags here. And down low into Shifty Shaft, depending on where the cover's at, you might not be able to build. It's easy to get caught off guard, or they're taking layer by layer, closing in on the options.
Sunsy ticking down little by little, losing shield little by little. We have Nick Jaw too in the shift. Shaft, 61 above. Look at that shot though. Soul Lover now actually getting hit so low that one tag of Storm Surge fully eliminated him. Now Sunsy is just trying to get out of the situation as his teammates down 1 versus 2. Meanwhile, another duo applying pressure and another duo and another duo. And now Sunsy has to do everything he can to get out of this situation. 16 above only. This could go downhill literally at any moment.
I don't know how he's able to survive here. The lobby just say, you know what, we'll let him escape for now. We don't want to waste too much ammo. He brought out the hard mats. Now he's going to have to do it as a solo. And so that makes me wonder of the high ground attempts that he could possibly make, or even if he's going to go for it, because so far 2 out of 2 games, count 3. If you count that right there, as CZR and Javier end up in another battle against Nick Jaw and ZNO, who were trying to push a team that was Crimson and Flux deeper, lower into Shifty Shafts, and close out their options and block off all the escape routes. But now the same thing is happening to them.
Chris and Wavy Jacob on the right side, popping up some shields, recuperating everything they've got. I mean, they are looking pretty calm and collected. They talked about it on the desk. Wavy Jacob and Chris, they've been getting to almost every, if not every end game, but they just have not been able to secure that top 5, that top 3, that victory royale, which is what you need to get to the finals. But if they maintain that consistency throughout these 6 matches, we can see them do it.
So far, it doesn't look like they're getting over-aggressive. They're not chasing eliminations. They're not putting themselves in a bad spot, because that's the experience that we keep talking about of this superstar duo from the West region. And they're just waiting, getting themselves in deeper towards zone if they want, because they're already in on the edge. But this is where you know this duo is experienced. Being on the edge, especially onto that side where it's highly congested, you're just asking for trouble.
Asking for trouble, asking for something to go wrong here, as Sunsy is somehow still surviving this situation, getting out of it with a little bit of hope. But be careful as you see that opponent trying to find him, trying to look down onto him. But I only see one. That might be another solo. Sunsy making use of that sliding mechanic. We saw him do it to disengage the first battle, and now using it again to get to the zone. And it seems like he's just about made it, but the opponents, they know it's a solo and they want it.
For him, this game isn't necessarily about the victory royale, but if the opportunity presents itself, I guarantee you he's going to try and take it, but it's getting as much placement points as possible. Any eliminations that fall his way as well, as Fluxen does go down in the elimination feed to Javier and CZR. They were kind of jam-packed close together. And look at this, the amount of separation Chris and Jake were able to give themselves. I talked about, they're not in trouble just yet. They're not under siege. They're not becoming a target. They're just picking and choosing their battles. Because you can have all the confidence in the world to take every fight that you want, that you think you're going to take it. But in a lobby with such great players, you need to know which fights you should take and which ones you shouldn't.
That's the thing. It is 3 points per elimination, but you're not just eliminating anybody. You're eliminating the best of the best in the region. It's not an easy task. So if you're able to do that, I mean, you get rewarded heavily, but it's very difficult. We can see Pollo here on the left side alongside Aguilar on the right, just trying to get the rotates in, trying to get their nice position for the upcoming zone. We're in 4th zone here, so half and half will be appearing shortly, but so far it's all about just strategizing. What are you gonna do depending on the zone? Where are you gonna rotate depending on where it closes, and what the final game plan is?
Yep, to close in about a minute. And just judge, and that southern portion of the map is just a mess. You don't want to be there. So for the teams that are on the north, especially if it pulls there, they're going to be thanking everyone around. No one's there. 257 is above. How are players going to try to deal with this as they continue to get the shots that they need, that they don't have to worry about it? And that's absolutely imperative for Aguilar and Compalot.
8 players have to be eliminated for Storm Surge to stop ticking. Aguilar and his duo are looking good right now. They don't need a lot of damage, but what they do need to do is be careful, because they do not want to get knocked down in a situation like this. But on the other side, we do have Wavy and Chris, 470 above. They're feeling very good with their damage, but it looks like they want some more. It looks like they want some eliminations, and that's exactly what they're gonna secure. Getting some Spider-Man web shooters, actually 2 of them. 1 for Wavy, 1 for Chris. That is one of the most important refreshes they could have gotten.
Yeah, and you can already see they have the chug splashes so they can get right back on up to 200, sharing around those steel walls. We know how useful they've been up until this point. But surprisingly enough, the first place team, Pollo and Glow, who started off with 2 eliminations, find themselves 28 below the Storm Surge threshold. So this could be an opportunity for any team that wants to make them a target, get them out of the game, and try to bump themselves up the leaderboard. But Goss and Sharp, they end up on the wrong end of those shots. And that's going to be Pollo and Glow, just 80 above. It's going to be an afterthought, but for now, they don't have to worry.
Great use of the shield keg from Pollo and Glow to not get too negatively affected from the Storm Surge there. You can see they weren't too worried. They were staying in their box as the shield keg kept healing them up, kept giving them shield, and now they were able to get some tags done from afar without putting themselves in a risky situation. But ooh, Slick and Day there in a risky situation here. 50 players alive, so Storm Surge will stop ticking, but they were not left with a lot of shield. Day getting knocked down. Slick now with only 15 health to work with. Be careful going into Wavy and Chris's box, giving them a present here. Little bit of loot from Day there. Now Slick's put in a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be very difficult to come in on top.
Can you imagine if you're Wavy and Chris there and the body just gets thrown at you? Ooh, what is this? A blessing in disguise? I know Slick didn't mean that, but oh my gosh, that's something you don't see every day. And they're going to take it in stride. Now they're going to run for it, reposition themselves in towards zone. They didn't like where they're at. It was over congested, not a safe feeling, so they had no other choice. Pollo and Glow, they're going to go up a couple of layers. You see them above Tavern and Cause, but they don't want to make themselves a target. And that's Shades and Clutch that are putting down a lot of those shots.
2 eliminations for Glow here. Pollo with 0, but they're getting close to 100 points here in game 3. Once this game finishes, that's half of the matches gone, and so far they're on route to qualify through consistency. But you never want to speak too soon. With 3 games left, anything can happen, as we have Aguilar here and Compalomp going for a more elevated position. They have a lot of vision on the zone here and a lot of options to rotate.
Yeah, they have the launch pad that you're talking about. Spider-Man web slingers. Herbie's getting tagged up just a little bit. Not too much to worry about, though. It's 31 for now. Looks like it is going to be a below, but no, 450. I knew that had to have been a mistake. I know they were getting aggressive. Everybody launching through the sky, trying to get themselves a spot because they were at the high ground. Aguilar and Complot have the choices. They have the options of what they want to do, and they're going to start off taking those tags, build just a little bit before they use the mythic Spider-Man web slingers to get across the map and still hold a portion of the high ground.
Look at this, 2 on the right side. We still have Slick making the rotate, getting it done with his teammate partner already down, playing as a solo, has those Spider-Man web shooters, but does not have enough damage done. Aguilar on the left side, looks like they want to control this high ground, but it's an early zone to control it, so they're definitely going to get contested.
You read my mind. 2 peas in a pod. A little too early for my liking. Zone 6 going into zone number 7. This is where teams begin to threaten you for that high ground. If you don't have the resources to back it up, it is going to become troublesome. But Aguilar is just watching around him, not putting the pressure on the lobby. He doesn't even have a lot of light ammo to do so. So this is going to allow him to freely watch his teammates back, which is important. On the right side, Pollo and Glow are going to go down. Our first place team is out of this one for now. But Cool and Kaboo, they take the high ground. They knock down Aguilar. So this is going to be a solo mission for Compalomp.
Will he be able to clutch it up? He has the damage, he has the materials, but he does not have the shields. Cabo and Cool, they're looking healthy on the high ground, but right as I say that, Cabo getting dropped down, has the 3 minis, has the mechanics to get the retakes done, boxing up his opponent. 43 blue, but it's not enough to take down all of the shields here. 38 points, gonna make a final decision to drop down. A little too risky to play that high ground, and now they just want to secure as many points as possible.
Herbie and Poppy, they take the high ground, but they don't have resources either to hold on to it. That's been a thing. This is where a team a team just waiting for this opportunity to take the high ground. Epic, Siderazor getting an elimination. Herbie getting an elimination. It will continue. Chris with his back up against the wall. The pressure will be alleviated thanks to Jacob. This duo could do it here in game number 3.
Great shot off there from Wavy, taking down an opponent there, making Chris feel a lot safer, but now they're gonna have to group up. They're gonna have to break these old builds that's not theirs. They cannot edit these walls, making a nice rotate on the low ground, staying ahead. Look at the high ground though. We have Herbie and his duo up above, but remember, they don't have a lot of materials. If Smuck goes for this retake, goes for that elimination, almost knocking down one of the players, that's their chance, that's their opportunity to go for it.
Yeah, he's saving that one web shooter to probably try to get down from the high ground. Clutch is gonna get lost in the fray. Medium bullets are none. Smuck gets dropped to just a sliver of HP. He techs that Storm Surge damage, and he's gonna go down. Herbie, Poppy still holding on to that high ground, sitting in 16th place, reinforcing their ground because they don't have the resources to do it that way.
13 builds for Poppy, Herbie, not too many builds either, but look right below them. We have Show and Poppy Blast, both looking healthy. They might want to take that high ground. They might want to go for a retake, but meanwhile, the low ground being dominated by Wavy, being dominated by Chris. But look at Nico, 6 eliminations already, and he's looking to get some more here as a whole duo gets into his box, finally stopping his wrath.
Is that Chris and Jacob taking first place at the low ground? They do. Poppy, Herbie, they're splitting a layer, but they're holding on to the high ground. 4 duos remain, and they're full duos at that, so everybody having a fighting chance here at the end game.
Chris and Wavy Jacob are trying to strategize, trying to plan how they can close this game out. We have Poppy Blast Show on the mid ground, Chris, Wavy on the low ground, and then another duo on the height. There's so many duos alive. You can actually see there's 4 duos, 8 players. There are no solos currently.
Yep. Makes me wonder the resources on Herbie and Poppy. They didn't have a ton to begin with, and they've been holding it this whole time, possibly recycling the builds, using their brains here and not just using all brawn to try to take this victory royale. As Jacob and Chris out of resources as well. Everybody just waiting for the storm to push them into a battle.
Summy making good use of the med miss, trying to get his teammate to full health here, as they're most likely gonna have to go for an engagement. But look at that launch pad from Show and Poppy Blast. They're trying to take the high ground. Show getting knocked down, dropped to 30 HP, gets down on Chris, knocks him down. An incredible engagement happening on the low ground as Herbie and Poppy are relaxing here on height. Now 3 duos alive.
It makes me wonder, is Jacob still alive at the bottom? Chris goes down for sure. There's at least 2 different solos. Herbie and Poppy doing what they can. Jacob gets the siphon at the low ground, running out of mats, no resources. It makes me wonder about the heals. The med kit's being popped. Herbie's looking for Jacob. The med miss is being healed off. Both of them are down to a sliver. Herbie goes down. Poppy versus Jacob, but Poppy has the med miss. He could take it on a heal off. Almost hit the jump pad. Med miss versus med miss. Jacob runs out. It's all up to Poppy here with just a sliver of health as an advantage. Poppy advances to our finals.
Poppy and Herbie clutching it out with a heal off, gets the med kit play, and also on top of that has a med mist coming out on top in the heal game against Wavy Jacob. Great game for both players, but Poppy and his duo Herbie are going to end up securing the victory royale and securing their golden ticket to the finals.
And that's why I'm saying sometimes, Takada, all you need is a chance. I mentioned 40R Storm and Kadenox in your qualifiers. Guess what? Wavy Jacob and Chris here. Even though they didn't get that victory royale, they got here on the 3rd and final day. And they're putting on the show. But for Herbie and Poppy, they're advancing to the finals. They get to watch the rest of the show unfold themselves.
What a great game for those last duos. It's been a long time since I've seen so many duos up in a late game. Normally there's a solo there wandering around, but I mean, these duos, you can tell they've worked on communication. They've worked on their game sense. They know how to stay together and they know how to make it happen. But we've got to throw it to the desk. Kelly, Panda, Clay, I need you to break that down for me.
And there is so much to break down. I feel like every time we talk about something on the desk, that's exactly what we see from the players. We were talking about when is the right time to steal height? When is the right time to stay in the low ground? And it kind of looked like everything went perfectly there, Panda. Of course, it kind of started with Agalor and Kompalomp holding height from Zone 6. And we were all saying it in the green room, this is too early, Panda. So what exactly happened?
Well, I mean, like we've been talking about the last couple days, you have to be a little bit more vigilant with high ground. You can't take it too early. Like we saw with Aguilar, it just didn't work out in his favor for his team. But for teams like Poffy and Co., they did it to perfection. They had heals in the inventory just in case. Wavy, of course, did run away, but they had the heals ready to go. They had the high ground. They had everything to their advantage. All it took was Wavy Jacob running away, using up those heals. And fortunately for Poffy and Co., they walk away on top with that VR.
But before we could even get to Wavy in the 1v2 situation, Poffy and Herbie here, Clay, holding height from zone 7 and doing it exactly what we needed to see.
And it was such a smart strategy there for them to use that armored wall just to get those heals to where they wanted to be. They denied a lot of high ground takes, and that's a really good siphon for Herbie, which will end up leading to them getting more HP overall. And you see, that was actually really smart, throwing the med kit away because he didn't want to give an opportunity for whoever was on the low ground to get that. You get the siphon and have some sort of possibility of using it. It's a very small window of opportunity with the med kit. Once zone has hit you, you have to have some of those heals that will over heal you past zone, but still smart play and beautiful work from them.
Definitely smart, beautiful play from height there. And I think we can even say the same thing from low ground, especially from Wavy and Chris. Wavy, who was a solo for a lot of that situation there, Panda. They just kind of controlled the low ground, even when there seemed to be a bunch of other teams down there as well.
They absolutely did, and they did it with exceptional fashion. You see them controlling every layer that they transition to, not letting any pressure go. They do. Wavy Jacob does lose Chris here for a moment, but fortunately he's still able to hold on. If he had just a few more heals in the inventory, this game would have been his. But it came down to these final moments, and I gotta say this: Chris, Wavy Jacob, consistency. This is what you want to see, right? It's not all about that victory royale, right? You can qualify, obviously, with the VR, but for Wavy Jacob and Chris, they're doing it through consistency qualification. So far, so good for them, but will they be able to keep it up? That's the question.
Well, obviously, we have to take a quick look at all the winners we saw today, but I do want to keep talking about Chris and Wavy in just a moment. Herbie and Poffy, after that incredible height control there, going to be joining Winx and Yeon, as well as Buzzo and Evil as our VR winners for the day. And of course, we still have 9 other teams to join them, and 6 of those teams are going to come right here from our leaderboard. But Wavy and Chris, I wanted to talk about them. You know, I always like to talk about momentum in these games, and this is their first day joining us. So a lot of these teams coming from day 1, day 2 have already played 10, 12 games already. So to see Wavy and Chris after game number 1 being in 14th, game number 2 being in the top 10, now getting second place, this is what you want to see, Clay.
Hey, all that's left is a victory royale. I mean, they're making their way up to it. I'm excited to see it. But look, it's still very tight overall in terms of points. There's still a lot of opportunity for the players that are in the bottom half of the leaderboard to get to the top and get into that top 6.
You could literally be in last and grab a VR and make your way into the finals. Is that what's going to happen? Well, guys, we're going to find out real soon. Of course, we have to join our wonderful casters. It's Jacob and Takada.
You know, Takada, I always love the way they break it down because I keep saying it. Fortnite is always the game of possibilities. You just need one chance, one opportunity. Wavy and Chris are proving that one opportunity. Getting in on day number 3 is all that they need.
I mean, anything can happen in Fortnite. We've seen so much come out of these early game engagements, come out of these late games, these high ground retakes, these teams that are playing it from the low ground, even playing the heal off, which isn't too popular in this Chapter 3 FNCS.
Yeah, you haven't seen it too much, but that's why this format is so great. You win and you're in. You can also get in by top 6 in consistency. And that's the dream. So many options. The game is definitely yours. Your destiny is around the corner, just like game number 4 is right around the corner.
Three games down, Jacob. We've got 3 games to go, just halfway through this tournament. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. It is literally what you make it here. And Pollo and Glow back over to Rocky Reels. And it does look like this time it is going to be uncontested. So a team switching up their strategy, no longer wanting to go out early. And this is where sometimes you have to do that. Going out early 3 games in a row, even if you haven't practiced the next drop spot, sometimes it's a must.
Sometimes it is, and that's exactly what the Fallen duo have decided to do here. Looking to see what they can do in their new drop spot. Right now, I mean, it's looking pretty calm, it's looking pretty collected, but they've got different rotations. They've got different things they have to worry about. So let's see if they can make the most of it and come out on top.
Does look like, I was about to say a couple players nearby, but no, uncontested here for this first drop, trying to do what they can, probably talking about it as well. That's something that's so important. While you're looting up, while you're matting up, you got to talk about some of the adjustments that you're making, so that way you could be on the same page, especially if you're switching up POIs overall.
Looking so far, they do have the MK7, they do have the heavy shotgun, but they're gonna have to loot up a bit more. Meanwhile, we can see a replay here of the early engagement. Looking at that use from the gray pistol, Jacob, showing you that you don't gotta be scared to pick up those pistols.
And some Crimson and Vlux there. That's got to be a little bit of a heartbreaker. In our qualifiers, I forget it was the first or the second one, they were right on the bubble. They were 9th, barely missing out, but I think it was 3 points. 1 elim, Takata. Can you imagine how it feels to miss out and then you go through the semifinals and you're not having as good of a time? It is definitely easy to begin to doubt yourself.
Ooh, Jeevan there was not looking too hot in the bush, but taking a look here at the replay from the Daily Bugle as Ko and Static looking like they're gonna come out on top. But be careful as Jeevan makes the comeback in that engagement. A quick 157 shot from that heavy pump shotgun. Jacob, what a play.
Hey, when you make a play like that, he did exactly what anybody else would do. I'm lucky to be alive right now. Let me get out of here and get my teammate up as fast as possible, because if this has shown you anything, anything can literally happen here in Fortnite. But once again, you can see why they're playing so well, or they're having the start of the game and the great loot that they're having. Uncontested log jam, lumberyard. But honestly, I don't kind of blame any of the teams. When you're going up against Chris and Jacob, you don't want to have your game being on the line in the early portions of it on that drop spot.
Oh, that is absolutely correct, Jacob. Taking a look at Dom and Creep, though, here. More on the deserty side of the map. Close to Herden and his duo partner, but I don't think they'll get themselves into an engagement, as Dom is going to take that vehicle to kind of get away from his opponents, maybe loot up a bit more.
I like the idea. Slowing down. I would say just a little bit, but it literally all depends on where you're at on the map. I see balanced. Multiple teams actually going over towards Covert Cavern. And that's because one of our teams early on the day who already won, they were out. So that's kind of what happens, especially if things aren't going your way. You see Jeevan, he goes out of the game, and it only wonder if he got the reboot off. Probably not, though, as he was wandering around with not even a full HP bar, 0 shields, no extra resources. And that's kind of what happens. You just get hunted down.
I'm trying to count how many duos are by this hill right now. You can see it the right side on the map. I think that's 4 duos, maybe even more players here. So, I mean, any engagement these players get into, you know there's going to be a third party. You know there might even be a 4th party coming into that.
Yeah, gotta be very, very careful, especially when you're actually inside Covert Canyon. If you don't know the terrain, it's very easy to get lost, get caught off guard. But Kika and Worldka over towards Daily Bugle. Last 2 teams remaining against Ghosty and Flameback, who, at least there's one thing about this team. No matter how good or bad their day is going, they don't back off of their game plan.
They make it happen, right? They know what they want to do. They know how they want to do it, and they're sticking to it, Jacob.
Yeah, sometimes it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, but when you have faith, anything is possible here, especially when you believe in yourself the way these guys do. But Kika and Worldka still also struggling. We talked about the doubt being 3 days in this competition, not having either one of those days go your way. It begins to hurt just a little bit to see Wavy Jacob, the most elims in this one so far with 12.
Well, eliminations, but World Cup, who knows, might go to beat that record. He's going straight into the box of his opponent. Does not get in, though. World Cup trying to see if he can find an angle going against the opposing duo here in the Daily Bugle. It's Ghosty and his partner, but be careful. They're looking for a high ground play there, trying to see if they can get into the box or maybe even get a bit of control of the real estate in the area. But so far, there hasn't been any big shots come out from either duo.
Yep, and Kika and World Cup can easily choose to try to abandon this fight. But we talked about it in game number 3. Game number 4 is the same. It's kind of like a swing game. Depending on where you're at the leaderboard, you have to have a big game. And for them, you might want to start thinking about, you know, a little bit more placement points, setting yourself up for the later half, because these early skirmishes haven't been working out for them, especially for Ghosty and Flameback throughout a couple of days so far. No matter which duo lands here, they always seem to be struggling once the dust has settled from Daily Bugle.
I mean, you can even see on the mini-map that the first zone doesn't close in the Daily Bugle, and they're spending a lot of time in this engagement. World Cup kick, they're going to figure out, don't think it's worth it anymore. We didn't do enough damage to fully commit, fully get inside of a box there. So they're just going to keep looting, disengage, trying to farm up their materials. And now both duos, I mean, you can say they came out negatively or positively as they both did damage for Storm Surge, but now both duos are going to need to farm up more, are going to loot up more, but I mean, I think they can still make it happen.
Yeah, that's kind of my only concern. The map's resources. A Sunseaton Salt Lover, yet again in an early exchange after back-to-back games that were rather good for them. They just kind of matched that with back-to-back games that aren't good for them.
But look, Jacob, they had some 2 games that didn't go great for them, but from their play style, from what they've learned on when to go for the high ground and playing that high ground play style, that's a play style for the Victory Royale. So it doesn't matter how many points they have right now, how many they're losing out on by getting eliminated early. If they secure that Victory Royale, they're going to the finals.
Well played Steel Wall to stay alive after getting the revive. Gonna try to get out of there. You see them going for that vehicle, but Pollo and Glow going for it. Elimination, some more damage. You see the opponent duo trying to back down, but I don't think they're going to let this one escape their hands for free. The only thing that's going to slow them down. I say slow them down because we know them and seen them so far. If nobody's around, they are going to continue to try to go for this, but slow down because there's so many teams in the distance trying to get their own tags in.
Glow, Boyo, 99 points. I believe they're just below Wavy Jacob and on Chris on that leaderboard from the last game. So they're doing a good job right now, making it to the end games, getting a good amount of points consistently, which is the important part.
Yep. Said 99 points for them, 113. About a 14-point differential between first and second place, which that's not much at all. That's not much. All it takes is Chris and Jacob going down early. You can easily get that first place taken from you and fall down to that leaderboard. But Day and Slick also looking for damage. Fade and Zare looking for damage. Fruit and Tiny looking for damage. And the thing about this is everybody has to rotate.
Everybody has to rotate, and everybody's looking for damage here, Jacob. They're trying to figure out how they can get their damage done quickly without putting themselves in too much of a risky situation. But I thought this engagement was done, Jacob, but clearly I was wrong. World Cup, Kika, they're still here in the Daily Bugle battling against Ghosty and his duo partner.
Yeah, a little late to rotate on out, and they're going to have some rotations to do, and that's exactly why, you know, we kind of thought they would have tried to get out of there a lot sooner and get their resources up, because right now, when it comes to those mats, they don't have many at all, most of it being 191 in the metal. So on their rotation, they're going to have to start thinking about where are they going to get even more tags from, because even though it's not too close, only 77 players left in the lobby, it's still something that's going to be in the back of some of these players' mind.
Taking a look at Nico's points here, though. Whoa.
Let's say Nevitz in the elimination feed picking up 2.
Oh, little 1v2 action. Maybe we can get a replay on that. But looking here at Epic and Nico, I want to point out that they have 80 points. Second place team was at 99, if I'm not mistaken, and Wavy Jacob 113. So, I mean, there's quite a difference there between the first, second, and third place.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned 80 points. 3 different duos sitting on that 80-point threshold. So, these last couple games are really going to begin to put some separation in. It's hurting. And I do believe it's Grandpa Smoke versus Navs and Matt here, who have all the heals in the world down there. So they can kind of take this battle back and forth. They're sitting inside zone as well. Not too many teams around them to disrupt this fight, but the only disadvantage here is they're on the low ground.
On the low ground and below the Storm Surge. 74 below, but quickly gonna correct that to 122 above. There's 77 players currently in this zone. 7 players need to be eliminated for the Storm Surge to no longer be active. 6 splashes for Nav here. 3 floppers. I haven't seen a lot of use of floppers here. I mean, there's still quite a few places you can go fishing trying to get some floppers, but I mean, you don't see it too often. You have the Med Mist, which is so powerful that you can tank storm and move at the same time, that floppers aren't so appealing anymore as they take so much time to get.
Just gets tagged up. Not too much though, not too much to worry about. But that's gonna cause him to use the splashes, so the decision is his, but takes another tag, 60 above. He's still worried about that surge being a problem for him. He's just peeking back and forth, and it makes me wonder what the resources his opponent has. But Cool and Kaboo, we saw them last time take high ground at almost the perfect moment, sitting in 9th place. There's 100 below the threshold. They're going to have to start to figure out something if they want to go for the tags, or maybe try to out-heal it. There's only 6 players that need to go down.
Do whatever they can do to come out on top in this situation. We have Gosh and Sharp here looking to see if they can get a bit of damage done from the close range. A little riskier than taking shots from afar, but it's a more effective way of getting damage done quickly, and also even securing some eliminations if it's played correctly. But be careful, you're not playing against any players, you're playing against the best of the best in the West region, and Gosh is figuring that out quickly as he's looking for some angles here, trying to connect any shot possible. Teammate gonna be able to crack one of the opponents, but they quickly place a reinforced wall.
Yeah, they're being forced out right now because of the aggression of Gosh and Sharp. We're just gonna slow down a little bit. 143 above, lands another shot. Don't have to worry about it in this moment, but as the lobby does get a little reckless, it could be something that they have to think about later on as we go back on board. Kabul and Cool, who haven't backed down from Poyo and his teammates so far, and they're keeping their distance. Much respect to these two guys, where it's so easy to try to do exactly this. They just wait for that perfect moment, try to put up some cover so the rest of the lobby can't be a disruptor to this fight, and just in the nick of time, it actually does, and that backs them off from Kaboo.
Kaboo now 88 above, 55 points, using those splashes to recuperate the shield. But taking a look at the right side of the screen here, we have Vic Draft with 2 Chili Chug splashes, has his Spider-Man web slingers, but take a look at him and his duo. They do not have any shields. They're gonna have to use those Chili Chug splashes to recuperate their shield, and that's almost wasting that mobility opportunity from them.
We'll say though, that Harpoon is looking good. It's looking good to me. If they can get an elimination, maybe somebody gets eliminated around them, they can go ahead and scoop up that loot. Loot just being patient. I like how patient they're actually beaten, but over peaks the cover. Too wide of an edit. Forces him to take a shot there. Drop down to 64 shield. So the choice is here if he wants to use that big pot this early, or begin to keep going tags. And the reason why I say use this early, because you know as well as I do, you can keep going for those tags with only one big pot with multiple minis. As soon as you're done going for the tags, that's when you would use the big pot.
Right. It's all depending on what the situation is, how you want to play it out. And it looks like Chris and Wavy, they're playing it out with a nice vehicle rotate, but Yuki is getting himself into a more sticky situation here, going downhill little by little as they're getting tagged, losing shields, but on the bright side, making it closer and closer to the zone.
Step by step, each one is a journey as he gets tagged up right before getting in the cover. Those are some of the most frustrating ones, using those minis. He knows monkeys there with the splashes, and I like the way they're kind of divvying him up, using him around, making sure the right person has the jump pad as well. Let's jump right back on board. Chris and Jacob sitting in first place. Looks like they're going to try to make a little bit of a quiet rotation around and got to go underneath a lot of these teams, but Compalot and Aguilar are just waiting for anybody to turn that corner. Immediately fires those shots, drops down Chris to 48 shields, but with 3 big pots, it's not too much to worry about. Pool and Kaboo, they're still kind of looking for those same tags. Nico and Epic Psy Razor. They're looking for, everybody's just kind of peeking out. They're not over peeking though. That's the thing.
Peek in from the right angle to get tags and not get tagged. But we got Cool there also kind of holding an edit, maybe deciding if he wants to do it or not. But the problem here with what happened with Chris and Wavy is they did get stopped on their rotation. So although they are in zone, they're on the edge of zone. And now their next rotate's going to be even harder. But I actually just saw the Cool managed to pick up another elimination there with his duo partner Cabo. So, I mean, that's a quick 3 points for the duo.
Yep. See Nico getting tagged up just on the edge of zone, and I like where they're at right now. They're sitting in 3rd place. They have the shield keg. They have spicy peppers. They have launch pads. So a ton of rotation, a ton of heals. The only thing, depending on what Epic Skyrazor has, is the white heal possibility, whether it's med mist, med kit. That would be the only thing that they're lacking in their arsenal. Otherwise, they look A-okay, just like Chris and Jacob at the top side and Cool and Kaboo at the left side.
I mean, so far, all of these duos in reality are looking pretty good, pretty healthy, pretty ready to play this end game. But you got to be careful, because if you look at that mini map, for example, here, Chris and Wavy, they've got a long ways to go for their rotate. And if you're a duo like Hound and Prism here, you've got a long ways to go, but also just after picking up your duo partner, I mean, you've got a little bit more stress going on. You got to pop shields. You don't have as much time to plan your rotate and see what's ahead of you.
Yeah, there's only a few duos trying to go to that slow side, but they're kind of contesting each other. Southern portion of the zone is very, very stacked and congested. It's going to be hard to maneuver yourself in there as Hound is feeling that pressure, as well as Prism getting dropped down to 47 HP, popping the spicy peppers. That's going to be Cool, and Kaboo on the right side, starting their own journey. But before they do, they're going to take a quick break and try to fire off the shots at another duo in front of them. They need the damage here. Not right now in this very moment, but only 147 above. That's not much at all, especially as they're taking damage themselves.
Making a good use of previous structures, previous real estate from their opponent, so they don't have to use their own materials. Also, they're already fully built structures, so they can tank a lot more shots. And so far, Cool and Cabo made good use of that, getting closer to the zone, but be careful, because there's another duo that took that same path, and they're waiting, they're hunting, they're looking for more damage.
Ooh, gets tagged from the side. Cool is going to get dropped to only a sliver of HP, 44 to be exact. He has some big pots to get back up, but no, he's not going to even get the opportunity to use those. It's Kaboo. He's going to be left by himself. They're trying to clean up Cool. Storm pushing him in, so revive might not be a possibility. As not even able to get the loot, but he has that harpoon, so it is still a possibility, depending on if anybody else is going to let it go easy.
I mean, Kaboo's in a situation that I would not be too happy in. I mean, you've got what you need to play it out, but playing it out as a solo, it's always stressful, especially if you're not in the zone here. And his 5th zone has already appeared. Cabo has to make a rotation, which is not gonna be easy at all. We've also got Nico and Pollo here on the bottom side of the screen, which are neither in the zone, so they're gonna have to get the rotates on. But 2 of these players on our screen have peppers, so they might decide to use them for this rotate.
Yep, see the launch pad getting ready. They just want to get there. They don't want to. They got the max full. They don't want to have to go through all the chaos right below them. Jump pad's going to be used. Pollo and Glow going to have to figure out a way to possibly recycle that one as well, or go on foot. Kaboo by himself towards the top half. He's looking like it's going to be easy for now, but Nico is going to lead the charge. Beast and Remy in front of them. But depending on if they want to keep going through, there's going to be a contestation in a few moments. High ground's above them as well. Everybody's just stacking on top of one another.
Exactly 50 players, now down to 49 for the 5th zone. I mean, it's looking difficult here. We've got the duos slowly making it into zone. We've got Nico right beside Wavy, Jacob, and Chris's team. You can see that golden border showcasing that they're in the #1 spot for that consistency leaderboard. They're feeling good, and they're continuing to make it to every end game.
Ooh, the pre-edits are out. Epic Skyrazor and Nico are trying to go. They get down onto Chris. Wavy's being forced back, but the pre-edit after pre-edit, they're just going to take that body of Chris and bring all that glorious loot back on over to their box before they burst them open like a loot llama.
I feel like that was my fault, Jacob. I'm not gonna lie. I said they were consistently making it to the late game as Nico pulls out the pre-edit, takes Chris down. Now Wavy Jacob is gonna have to play it out as a solo, just like Cabo here, who's been doing it since before this half and half zone, before this first moving zone, which is about to commence in 1 second.
Yeah, the difference now is Jacob's still alive here, and they started this one off with a 14-point lead over the rest of the lobby. A little bit of a long pull for Jacob as you see everybody taking shots. That harpoon making a difference yet again for Kaboo to get those splashes. They're absolutely crucial. The decision is he's going to pop the peppers, get the Spider-Man web shooter on back, so he has plenty of rotation. He just needs to dodge these shots and stay alive. Finally, no, he actually gets dropped. A little bit of a blunder, a speed bump in the road is Kaboo. Now it's just taking shots yet again, back up against the storm. Only a sliver of HP, no shields to stay alive. 17 above the damage threshold. So many things going wrong at such the wrong time as well.
4 health on Kaboo, 1 health on Pollo. Pollo going down to an opponent behind him, but look at that, making use of the campfire. Jacob, talk about environmental impacts there as Cabo gonna get a little bit of health back from that campfire. Might just give him the advantage here. 150 from the heavy pump shotgun, taking down Yuki, giving him 15 more HP for the Siphon. Decides to take the medkit, could do a medkit play, but he hears his opponent trying to get a flank on the backside, but Cabo, he's ready for that. Be careful though, as another duo is getting into his box here. Finally gonna take him down.
All that hard work for just one more elimination. Look at Kaz getting lost to the storm as well. Tavern, another solo in this game, another favorite in the West region. Not having the best one as this one dwindles down. He might have to go for that victory royale in the next couple of games. Yellow Glow goes down, but luckily for them, they have a point cushion sitting in second place as Wavy's still alive. 1 elimination, 3 splashes, plenty of rotation. He could have another pop-off opportunity.
7th zone, and take a look at that. We have Puppy Blast and Show again, battling it out for the high ground. We can see they've adapted. They've changed their strategies, but look at the bottom right. Epic C. Right, RZ is gonna take down Poppy Blast and Show, but they're right back up, Jacob. They're not done with the high ground.
Yeah, it took a ton of fall damage, but they reunite at the end of the day, sitting in the 3rd place, having a portion of that high ground. It looks like they're very, very healthy when it comes to the resources, but what they don't have is a ton of ammo to continue to maintain that pressure. So there's going to come a point in time where they have to drop down low to finish off the eliminations, but that time is not now as Wavy picks up another one onto Pyro. Look at his resources. That refresh was so good at keeping him alive, and he has the chug splashes as well. Everything going right for Jacob as a solo.
Racking up points like he's been racking up eliminations in this tournament. Already at 137. Taking a look at Nico though, also with 3 eliminations, has his opponents cracked, no shield to work with, but decides to choose for the rotate. Gets out of that situation as Poppy Blast and Show, they're still on the high ground. They're still applying pressure, but now Nico, he wants it, going up with the retake, taking the high ground, but Poppy Blast and Show drop him down, drop him to 12 HP as well. One more shot gets taken down. Now it's a 1 versus 2. They have the player advantage.
Oh, he gives him over the med miss, but pops through the cover. Another team going down, but Poppy Blast is going to fall as well. It's all up to Show as a solo. Can he do it with no resources? 20 HP. He has minis, he has shields, but he doesn't have the time to pop them. He gets popped by Shades, who's now going down. He's, going pressured towards the low ground. Be Cutify now has his share of the high ground. Plenty of solos. In fact, only 1 duo remains.
1 duo remains, 5 players. That's 4 duo to so many solos. Beast on the low ground deal with Remy. They're the last duo, looking like it's a 2 versus 1 now against the high ground. Are they going to be able to take it, applying pressure from the low, doing as much damage as they can to those builds, trying to see if they can secure this last elimination to grant them the victory royale.
And he's taking all that damage from the storm, has no choice but to fire off where he can, but it's not going to be enough. Beast and Remy from the low ground qualify for the finals by getting the victory royale.
They made it happen. Their communications must have been good as they were the last duo standing in those final moments, and just having that player advantage granted them that easy VR from the low ground, raining down above, making use of that 1 versus 2 and getting that victory royale.
Yeah, you kind of see it towards the end as well as they were making their way towards the low ground. It was the side of the cliff. They didn't have to use too many resources, and they were able to maintain their status. So when push came to shove, they had the resources to block off those shots from above and alleviate that pressure. And it really goes to show that sometimes it's not how you start, but it's how you finish.
Well said, Jacob. I'm surprised that today we've seen so many victory royales coming from the low ground. It seems like it's day 3 of the semifinals, the last day. All these duos, they're playing for that high ground, but they end up battling other duos. So many retakes coming in that just doesn't allow them to hold it for long enough to secure that victory royale. But we saw so much action during that game. We need to throw it to the desk, throw it to Kelly, Panda, and Clay. Break that down for us.
Takata, I 100% have to agree with you. There is just so many height takes. Even when the team goes for Zone 8, Zone 9, when we think, oh, that's the appropriate time to take it in this semifinal format, they are still not able to hold it, Panda.
No, they aren't. And we actually saw just some interesting plays, and we'll dive into that in a little bit when it came to the high ground. But we have to talk about these winners. We got to talk about the plays that got them that VR in the final moment. And look, it was a special series here for Remy and Beast. Both players holding the low ground, doing what they could to get the refreshes necessary to stay alive. You see Beast doing really good job of controlling the players down low. And they did another really interesting strat, which was just staying together. I know that's kind of sarcastic, but it really is all about staying together and playing as a team. A lot of these players end up getting split off from their teammate and ultimately going down. And that's why you see a lot of these teams suffering in those final moments.
Yeah, especially in that 2v1v1v1. I think it was Takata or Jacob that said it, that there's just an advantage by having another player, regardless of what position you're in. Having 2 players is obviously better than 1 Clay, but I do want to focus on 1 player that's good, or actually 2 players, Nico and Cyrazer on the low ground. They seem to be doing a pretty good job, and they even went for that height steal, and they did it at Zone 8, Clay.
Yeah, they had some really good opportunities leading together to that moment. They got 2 eliminations. Look, they're setting up for it. They're obviously looking here in this 7th zone. They're looking, and they do end up breaking them all the way down. They go for it here, and they have a really good opportunity to keep high ground. Again, a chop down will come through. They have the ability, but they don't take it right away. They don't get it. And then boom, 2 more eliminations. That's refreshes, that's match, that's med miss, chug splashes going to be in their inventory. And then look, they found another duo that gets a little bit singled out. So them working together was really, really good up until a certain point, because then they go for high ground just again a little bit too early, which seems like, okay, how long is a little bit too early? But again, that 9th zone is a little bit longer than before. You have to be prepared for that, and they just weren't. You see him go for it here in the back half of the 8th zone. Cyrazer tries to heal out there, but unfortunately weren't able to do it. But they had such a phenomenal play, right? They go for height, to come back down to low, to pop off, to still try to go for high ground, and then unfortunately fall.
Yeah, and we got to talk about the original high ground team in that game, which was Poppy Blast and Quarantino, and they seem to be kind of in the right position, but Panda, once again, they kind of held it early, but when is the right time? Give me a generic answer of when should you try and hold height?
As late as possible. That's really the only answer we can give, because what we've watched is every single game, teams continue to go for high ground. It doesn't matter how late you get into the game. So obviously we could sit here and say Zone 9, but there's a lot more to Zone 9 here now that the zones have been extended a little bit in time. So it really depends on how much you can wait. Can you go into zone to wait? Do you have the heals to wait in zone? So many factors kind of go into that, but you want to be the last team that gets on high ground.
There's also so many factors that go into grabbing that VR. Now we've seen a low ground team, a high ground team, a heal off. Anything can happen with these VR winners. And just as a quick reminder for you guys, who are the VR winners? Well, we've already had 4 teams move forward, which means that only 2 remain. Those teams are Buzzo and Evil with game number 1. After that, it was Winx and Yeon. Herbie and Poppy followed after game number 3. And then, of course, you guys just saw it from low ground with 9 eliminations. It was Beast and Remy. So congratulations to those 4 teams moving on to the finals next week, but we still have to find the 2 remaining VR winners and of course the top 6 teams that you're seeing right here, and I'm feeling pretty good about our pick, Clay.
I am as well. And they're pulling away even from 6th place, right? That is a 60-point difference, my apologies there, from 6th place. So they are looking okay. They're chilling right now because again, that's 2nd place with a lot of eliminations that need to come through back to back. And with two games remaining, as long as they keep getting into the end game, 1st place is looking good. But you start to get down, you start to get into that 6th place where Clutch and Smuck are, and they have to worry. There's a team right behind in 78 points. That's not secured by any means.
It really isn't. But looking at the way that this is set up, they would have to make fatal mistakes to not qualify here through the top 6. So I'm gonna say it looks like Wavy, Jacob, and Chris are going to make it to the finals, and I'm gonna eat my words because I said that they were gonna struggle a lot more. So listen, the games aren't done yet, so I'm not gonna fully congratulate you until they're done. And don't worry, you didn't try to change your pick this time around, so we're not gonna disqualify you for it, but it's looking good for them.
It's definitely looking good. And honestly, with 2 more games, it's looking good for all of our teams. Anything can happen here in game number 5, everyone. And with that being said, let's get back to the action. Let's get back to Jacob and Takada.
Thank you, Kelly, Panda, and Clay. And I like the way they're kind of talking and breaking down Chris and Jacob because they were one of our teams to watch. And one of the biggest worries, even Panda said it, they might have a little bit of a struggle because how aggressive Wavy Jacob tends to get. But this is why they're such a great duo, a dynamic duo, because Chris does a good job of reeling him in, making sure that they have the main goal line set in stone and stayed in focus.
I mean, yeah, Wavy, Jacob, Chris, they're doing great right now, but you heard it. The battle bus is ready. The engine is getting started. Let's get right into the game.
Game number 5. This is where the teams at the bottom half of that leaderboard have exhausted all their options. The only way for them is to get a victory royale in these final 2 games, but there's plenty of teams on that bubble. This 5th game, even if they don't get the VR, can push them to the top of that leaderboard, which is needed. And we see one of our duos, Prism and Foldsy, switching up their drop spot. They go over to the Joneses, and they took out, I do believe, Crimson and Vlux last game. Already that change is working out, and so many changes being made for some of these duos to start off the game.
It worked out last game, but let's see if it works out this game as they are contested in the Joneses. They've got half of it, but I feel like this isn't a place you want to split, take half the loot, and then move on. This is a place you want to loot all of the POIs. So, I mean, Faltsy and Prism, they came out on top in the last engagement. We'll have to see if they can do it again.
I do believe this is Butter Barn over here. Grandpa's smoking, hurting. He's already hurting a little bit. Both of them seeming to be missing some HP. I believe that's Creep and Dom is going to be on the driving force of that, who are currently in 10th place. One of those teams that are on the bubble. They still have the opportunity and choice whether they want to play for consistency, play for that victory royale, but it's scary because the team that they're going against right now has no other choice, and it looks like they might have landed a sniper shot as well.
Ooh, Dom getting cracked, but lucky enough that vending machine sells mini shields, so he's gonna get right back up to 50 shield. But you heard the players come closer and closer. They're gonna want this engagement, so Smoke and his duo Hurtin are gonna be looting up that barn, and I believe they might want to play it a bit aggressive, but Creep does have the option to disengage here. You saw they have a vehicle close by that they can use, but if they want to take the engagement, I mean, they also have the option to.
Yeah, Dom once again over peaks, high ground going over to Grandpa Smoke, who hits a couple of those shots. Chonkers Speedway, you see Aguilar and Complomp getting this one what looked like uncontested, but there might be somebody nearby, and they're trying to take their numbers wisely, keeping their distance, and it looks like Matt and Nav are out of the game.
They're gone. Aguilar and Complomp are gonna take them out here. 2 eliminations already for this duo.
And if you saw that stat, if you didn't see it, I'll repeat it again because it's one I'm almost proud of. Beast and Remy, congratulations. Winner of that last game, advancing to their first FNCS final.
That is something to be proud of. You got your first finals ticket, and now it's all about making it count. We'll see, though, who's going to be joining them. There's still 2 matches left. This match and 1 final match. We'll have 2 duos more from the Victory Royale qualifying, and also the top 6 on that consistency leaderboard after these games. And you can see Aguilar, how happy he was after securing that last elimination to get the full duo.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy too after the past 2 days struggling, beginning to doubt yourself. Now you get it almost uncontested. Things have switched. Got everything to smile about. Crimson and Flux talked about them missing out on that bubble in one of our first 2 qualifiers, placing 9th. Almost dodging this situation, but that's neither here nor there because they're in the situation now, having to fight out from it. Flux trying to take the angle. Crimson gets separated from his team. Faulty and Prism are trying to take advantage of that, and they're doing just right. Crimson's going to go down. Flux with their backs up against the wall. Nice shots from the Sneaker to return fire, but 2v1, almost too much to overcome, but he gets the down onto Faulty. There goes Prism trying to save the day, backtracking for the Siphon to get the refresh.
Oh my gosh, Jacob, will Velux be able to clutch this up? Faulty and Prism had the player advantage, the 2 versus 1, but they tried going through this roof where you couldn't really build in, and one of them ended up going down, but now they're playing it slow. Lux has got up their 50 shield back on their 50 HP as Prism trying to get a big pot off, but won't be able to do it as he doesn't need to. Boxing his opponent, getting that elimination, and now they're 2 for 2 in their new drop spot.
Yep, pressure has now been alleviated for the moment. And I say for the moment because they're in that position where they have to go for the VR, Kika, and World Cup with the high ground, and we see them in a lot of early game skirmishes. Sitting in 23 place, that goes to show some of them are successful, some of them are not. Living in game number 5, this is a must-win scenario for both of these teams.
This is a game where you have to make it count. It's the match before the last one of the day, and right now, World Cup Kika, they're looking for angles. I don't know if he knows that that metal cone is being edited, but just to make sure his teammate gonna take a few shots, gonna scare away his opponent.
Backing him down, taking away options piece by piece. World Cup looks like he's almost getting dropped down. Coned above, having to break through, surviving for now, but shield is getting dropped. Multiple teams now joining in on this exchange to try to steal away that elimination, and World Cup and Kika are forced on the back foot to try to escape, but how far will they be able to go? Because if anybody knows they're out of heals, no more shields, this could be an opportunity for somebody waiting to strike and clean up the elim.
That's the big problem I was seeing here, Jacob. Kika, World Cup, they don't have shields, but they hear their opportunity to strike. And other duo came into the battle, wanted a bit of the pie piece of that action. But be careful because World Cup Kika, just one strong shotgun shot, and they will be going down here as they're playing it a little safer. They see one of the opponent's launch pad, try to get some tags, but so far, can't find anything.
Can't find anything just yet. Are they going to reunite? They know the jump pad was used. They're going to save it for now. And I like this plan because they're on the edge of zone. Probably still looking for some more tags, so they use that as a little bit of an escape route. If things don't go their way, they spot that duo below them. They don't like what they see, and now they're going to try to escape. On over to Covert Canyon, though, where one of our winning teams moved out of that drop spot, advancing to our finals, and you see everybody trying to converge, take an open spot. You see Antics going down, Balance Photo getting shot up by the boat. It's his teammate that's actually causing a lot of that destruction. Slick and Day are trying to find a way to survive. So much loot around him, it's just about peeking through and taking control of the pieces in order to get the war, spoils the war.
Be careful though, Balance Photo is gonna get cracked here, doesn't have any shield to work with anymore. Nevitz though, gonna come in as a good duo partner, heal him up, throw some chug splashes down to recuperate that shield. As Slick and Day, we're kind of having a difficult situation with the boat firing at them, but I mean, they made it happen and they survived this situation so far.
And that's the thing, it's still early on in the game. Surviving almost means very little, especially the first circle hasn't even fully closed. You're gonna have to probably travel far if you don't pull it. So right here, they're just trying to get what they can. Sitting into 14th place, Takata. Do you want to try to fight this off of spawn? Do you want to try to backtrack with the loot that you've been able to gather? Because 14th place, you're on the bubble. You definitely still have 2 different ways to win.
You're on the bubble, but you're not feeling safe on the bubble. 63 points. You've got 2 eliminations, though, so I personally wouldn't go for more. With 2 eliminations, that should be enough damage to not have to worry about Storm Surge right now. And seeing them, they got 30 materials, well, 30 builds left, so they should focus on farming up. But taking a look here at Bocross here, has the mobility with the Spider-Man web shooters, but doesn't really have that damage advantage yet. Taking a look at some replays from the early game, though, we can see what happened at Jonesy's.
This is that third team around here. You saw Prism and his duo taking out Lux and Crimson. This was that third one trying to share that loot. Boltsy trying to stay out alive and try to keep the game prolonged. He goes down. Quaxi and Jeevan, though, end up on a receiving end of a Stinger. Bocrows, they get the elimination, and they're just trying to get out, stay alive, get the Siphon. And then depending on what they do from here, they can return to that scene. They try to get the other one, or they can rotate directly into the zone. Happy that they got the surge that they wanted.
And it looks like that's what Bocross and Sweat want to do here. They've got the launch pad. They've got the Spider-Man web shooters alongside a decent amount of heals and shields. So they're looking good. But what they want now is materials. Using the buildings to refarm up so they not only get materials, but they also have cover while they're farming for them.
This is the team directly out of the bubble here. And that's kind of scary because the team above them, Smuck and Clutches, they started this game with 95 points. So 78 to 95, that's a 20-point jump. That's going to really force them to either get and find Clucks and Smucks, maybe try to get them out of the lobby early, which is going to be near impossible, or just have a monster of a game. That every team outside of the bubble here is honestly very, very concerning to me.
Taking a look at Nico's position here, though, 113 points inside the bubble at 3rd place. Feeling pretty good. I mean, you can tell they know what they're doing. They're positioned very quickly in a nice place to get their tags, get their damage done for the Storm Surge without putting themselves in any risky situations. We can also see Poppy Blast, who is also in the bubble, looking to make something happen here. Looking to see if they can guarantee their qual getting a victory royale in this game so they don't have to stress it out in the last match.
Came so close in that last game. It's almost heartbreaking to kind of see them lose, but a wonderful story for these guys. 2 days of like contested against Aguilar and Compalomp. They're forced to switch up their drop spot, and it's actually working out for them. And that goes to show, man, these guys have been practicing so much, and the hours are not going to waste, but they're still going to need those tags. They don't have an elimination so far, but they do got themselves a great real estate spot on the high ground to try to get those shots onto players rotating into the zone.
Looking to see what they can do, looking to see what they can connect, because right now with the loot they have, they're looking good for the end game. What they're not looking perfect on is Storm Surge. They're 156 above, so they're feeling good now. But for the late game, they're gonna need to get more tags.
Hound and Prism sitting in 5th place. They also have a little bit of a cushion between them and the rest of the lobby. Plenty of heals. They're just trying to get the rest of the resources that they need before they begin their journey to the center of the circle. 140 above the threshold, so they don't have to worry about it for now. Going to become an afterthought later as Epic Psy Razor and Nico going in towards the zone. And it makes me wonder, man, am I kind of cursing these guys? Every time I pick somebody, they don't do good in that exact qualifier, but then they go off to have monster days the next couple afterwards. And I just need to pull a Sundown and just pick my pick time and time again until it just works.
I mean, I feel you, Jacob. Happened to me in the qualifiers, happened to me in day 1 of semis, always with the picks, and then they just, you know, say maybe we'll do it the day after when we're not put as a prediction. But taking a look here at CZR going straight into the action with Javier. 33 health left. Will he be able to come out on top of the situation? Ooh. Nice striker pub shot onto his opponent, almost knocking him down, but gonna take the safe route to get out of there, get his shield back up with the minis, with the big pot, and maybe make it happen after.
Set it minis, big pots, chug splashes to recover that HP. And you saw them, they were ready to get aggressive, but Javier got tagged just a sliver of HP and shields off of him towards the high ground. That makes them think twice. That makes them kind of float down towards the low ground back into their boxes. But Shades and Clucks, 2nd place twice yesterday. They already got a 3rd place today. It's just the consistency that seems to be a problem. They have the potential, they have the skill ceiling. It's about executing their game plans.
Getting that perfect execution, right? It's very difficult, especially if you're here in the last day where nerves are at an all-time high. Your last chance to qualify, and look at them, 63 below, making use of the shield keg there so they don't have to worry about Storm Surge for a little bit, but they still have to get the damage. Doesn't mean they have to stop hunting. Going for the wall replace, actually gets the wall, gonna try and get a ramp now in their boxes. They successfully do it, but not enough damage is done as they're still 36 below.
And battling the surge damage, battling the players spraying right back. Biz and Shallow doing what they can. They have to feel comfortable now playing defensive. They know sooner or later they're going to run out of every option. Forced to just go in with the Stinger SMGs to try to get the damage that they need, as Shades now drops down. No more shields left. Forced to use the splash, trying to get the piece control, but I talked about they're just holding it right now. Absolutely perfect defense out of the duo.
Perfect defense, playing it just how they need to make use of the opponents that are getting ticked by Storm Surge, and this is just looking very difficult for Shades and Clux, who are now 5 above. They've made it happen, but for how long is the question? 4 players still have to get eliminated for the Storm Surge to stop ticking. Shades is now down to 3 minis. Clux also used a lot of his shields, and now the opponents realize they stopped losing health. They might want to get a bit aggressive now.
Yeah, only 5 above, only if they know it. Everybody gonna be forced to rotate, and it might be a long rotation with plenty of duos waiting to cause that chaos. Pick up any eliminations on players who are living on a prayer. Very little HP and shields. You see the spicy pepper going around. Shots continue, and Shades feels the pressure. Storm Surge again, plus shots from all around. One of them is gonna get dropped. Clux is gonna get dropped as well. That duo is out, and the inconsistency continues.
I'm wondering where the opponents went there. I believe they used the launch pad back in the zone, stayed a bit longer, and just decided to play it safe there to get back in. But we have Fizzy and BQ Tify here with 79 points. Has the Spider-Man web shooters, has some minis, some health to heal up later from fishing. So, I mean, they're looking pretty decent currently. Poppy Blast making a rotate with the vehicle. And we also have another duo there at the bottom right, Sweat, who has 3 Spider-Man web shooters? 4? How many do they have there, Jacob?
Like maybe 5 on the Beautify, at least. GoPros 10. I didn't exactly see Sweats. I know there's just a lot of loot around them if they want to continue to take their tag. Poppy Blast and Show across the map, and still feeling that pressure. That goes to show how many teams are desperately trying to get the shots, but it just goes to show they're just almost burning alive at the low ground, forced to use their hard mats in order to survive. And now that they've went ahead and alleviated a little bit of the pressure, nobody else wants to waste the shots. We see GG's going down by Gosh, who needs a big game on himself. That's going to be Sharp picking up that elimination, leaving Rush as a solo.
Rush is going to have to figure out what his game plan is here in the 5th game of the day out of the 6 matches that will be played. But now seems to have turned out well for Poppy Blast and Show. I mean, not perfect if they just used a lot of materials, but they did get out of that situation. Switching over quickly to Fizzy as his teammate is gonna go down from all the Spider-Man web shooters to now in a solo situation. What are they gonna do here to come out on top?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to survive. He's going to need a miracle, and it starts with the web shooters trying to get out. Almost max pull. Tons of duos ready to cause that chaos, and Beautify hasn't been cleaned up just yet, so Fizzy is just waiting. Doesn't want to abandon his teammate just yet. And nobody going for the cleanup. CZR, this could be a miracle that Fizzy was hoping for, but I might have spoke too soon. Miracle going awry, shots from below, Fizzy getting dropped down and back to the lobby as Lokes makes his first appearance here on the mainstream.
There we go, CZR. I'm not sure if that was a calculated play, purposely not fully finishing the knock that he got, waiting for his opponent to maybe go try and pick him up, try and help him out, and then strike at the right moment. But I mean, it worked out. 2 eliminations for CZR, but now look at that rotate. The zone is incredibly far. He has the mobility. He needs to make it, but it is not gonna be a simple task as he's gonna recycle a launch pad in the air now.
Has to be careful though. Very little HP. Does have the med miss. Not a lot, though. It almost makes me wonder, he's not even going to be able to recover fully when it comes to the HP off that med miss. This is solo. He's just trying to survive. The Bobby might know he's a solo, as the pressure is going to be alleviated for now. Nico and Razor have a share of the high ground. Don't think they have max height just yet, but they might.
Looks like
1,000 above the threshold. Oh my
looks
God.
like they might need to do a bit of damage there. Jokes aside, though, 1,100 damage above the threshold. Meanwhile, we've got Luis here at 70 below, trying to get his damage done. Gets into the opponent's box, knocking him down. They're going to quickly pick up that player, put them inside their own constructions there so they don't have to risk anything. And there you go. Now 110 above. Refresh their materials, refresh some shields, and looking great here for the 5th zone.
That elimination they just got on the Sweat, I believe that was 7th place or something. A team on the bubble. And that's what you need if you're Lewis and Summy trying to make your way towards that bubble. They're in 12th place. They're not forced to only go for a victory royale, so eliminations like that are big. What makes it even bigger, it's an opponent that's directly above you.
That's what you've got to think about, right? If you're able to eliminate an opponent, it doesn't just give you 3 points, gives you an advantage in the match, but if you eliminate a duo, which is above you on that consistency leaderboard, you might just put yourself in a place to qualify. But be careful, as we see Rush here getting ticked by Storm Surge. 34 below, 36 points, playing as a solo, has to do anything he can to get that damage done, but 1 tick more and there it is. Rush is gonna be out of this match.
We're going over to Covert Canyon. This one is going to get chaotic. It's forcing players up the mountain. They're going to have to think outside of the box in order to try to gain some sort of high ground. You see Luis using that jump pad very early. I like the move. He knew how hard this terrain is to get around, and you got to think every doable eye behind him is going to be looking to recycle that same jump pad. They don't want to go through the troubles. The elimination feed is lighting up. Kaizen goes down. Static's going to be dropped. The cleanup is going to come through, and they know a player's behind him. That's Bocros, another player that's sitting above in the leaderboard.
Incredibly difficult zone to overcome here, especially that we'll see in the next 5 seconds where first moving closes. If it goes back over this mountain, over the Covert Cavern, it's gonna be very difficult for these players to come out on top, and it looks like it's closing up north, so we'll have to see how these players rotate, how they decide to get it done.
Did you see that? It's not a bird, it's not a plane, it's Poppy Blasted Show again onto the high ground on top of Covert Canyon. That's going to allow them the perfect rotation no matter which side of the mountain it goes on. Sharp is going to pick up an elimination onto CZR, trying to move up into the leaderboard. Nico and Razor, they're trying to go ahead and rotate. Spice Pepper's being popped. They know timing is of the essence. They don't want to get caught in the backside of zone, but a team lands perfectly in front of them to block off the path. In comes the pre-edits. They want to try to go for these eliminations. The steel wall goes down. Denied entry. They're going to be forced back into chaos. They have to start thinking of plan B here before it's too late.
2 peppers to work with, a big hill they have to go down first. Covert Cavern zone of the day, and you can see launch pads being used, Spider-Man web shooters being used, every mobility item possible being used to get through this zone.
I'm over here just looking for Poppy and Show. Where are you at? Because right now I see Tiny and Fruit, they have the high ground. Epic, Razor, Nico right below them. A couple of players all around. Poppy and Blast and Show are there. They're towards the backside. This could be their opportunity to retake the high ground and look for a refresh. Only time will tell, but there's only one duo in front of zone on the low ground. That's Sharp and Gosh.
Sharp and Gosh playing for that low ground, but you can look up, you can see Tiny. They don't want to give up the high ground. Meanwhile, Show and Poppy Blast, they're sneaking in the zone. They're waiting for that perfect opportunity to attack, to retake the high ground. But be careful, only 14 builds on Blast here, trying to find any angle possible as he's deciding it's too risky, it's too dangerous. We've got to drop.
Confi goes down to Nico. Refresh coming in. They have a little bit of that high ground. We're talking about it, but they're going to drop down low. They don't like the view that they see. They have plenty of heals. Not a ton of match, but they have just enough to keep going forward, 1 foot in front of the next. If that opportunity, I know he was going to look for that one to try to get in the box, but Worldcon, Kika now have the high ground.
World Cup Kiko with that high ground. I saw Slick Day alive. Taking a look at Nico, though, trying to get some eliminations here. They were very high above the Storm Surge threshold, so they've done a good amount of damage. They're sitting nice in the 3rd place spot for that consistent leaderboard, but it can change quickly. Kika still on the high ground here, trying to connect any shot possible. Has that last shot in their Spider-Man web shooters to connect to the builds below and try and hold it for just a bit longer.
Yeah, I like that reinforcement on the ground, making it that much harder for any players that might be trying to look up. But Prism by himself, you talk about difficult. He's going through that rough time, goes for the low pad to try to get in front of zone. He's going to take some damage, but he's going to achieve that. Now he's under siege. Shot's going to be fired off. He's forced to scramble. Builds getting down and out without only 20 HP left. Prism needs a miracle to happen.
0 builds for Prism, 20 health, 50 shield. Just like you said, Jacob, needs a miracle, but I don't know if you saw that. Slick and Day, they're contesting World Cup kick card. They now have the high ground. Looks like Slick wants to get the finish, wants to recuperate his materials. They've successfully done it in the 8th zone. This is a perfect time to get that high ground, but Day has no materials. Slick gonna split him a bit of brick, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, it looked like it was just the Siphon mats. He's also running out of that medium ammo. He's going to be unable to keep putting that pressure down, so it might be up to them dropping. Cypher's doing what he can. Fruit is going to be eliminated. 7 duos remain here.
9 players currently battling it out to see who's going to take that victory royale. We have 7 duos. Slick and Day currently on the high ground. We have Barista in the low ground. So many players trying to make it back up this hill. It's such a complicated zone.
Did see, I do believe that was Gosh going down. It makes me wonder if Sharp is still alive. WorldCuz doing what he can as a solo. So many players in front of him. Can't even take a tick up that storm, or he will go down. Players dropping around. He's going to survive for now. Slick and Day, they're stayed alive, but a flank coming in from Elder. Elder makes the play, but he gets dropped right after. Somebody was the hero. Balance Photo trying to stay alive with the men miss. Unable to make it to zone. WorldCuz with only a hope and a dream. 1v2 situation. Shields, no HP. High ground to Slick, 1v1, but all the heals is to Slick. Can he do it? Yes, he can. He clutches up. He advances to the finals. Takata, you gotta be smiling ear to ear right now.
You know it, Jacob. My prediction, mis amigos, Day and Slick securing that victory royale from having a rough few first games to finishing it off on the high ground, taking it 8th zone, playing it perfectly for the semifinals and securing that golden ticket straight to the finals.
Yeah, take note, before they got that victory royale, sitting in 14th place on the bubble, trying to fight their way in, but now it's no longer a worry. Directly to the finals they go, but for some of those teams, man, that was a team that was below the bubble that just advanced, so there's so many opportunities for these guys to try to pick up the eliminations they need, the placement points combined to try to get into that bubble.
What I want to learn more about, though, Jacob, is that was one of the most complex zones we've seen, from Covert Cavern to different hill zones. I mean, I need Kelly, Panda, and Clay to break that down, because I don't even know what just happened.
Honestly, Takata, after watching that game and how some people were trying to take height, I don't really know what was happening in that game either. But Panda, once again, here we have it from Poppy Blast.
Yeah, look, we've been talking about high ground, right? When to take it, right? But not how to take it. And this is by far the most creative way to take high ground. You see Poppy Blast and Tato just diving in the car there, going to attempt to take high ground with the car. You know what? Listen, they still have one more match to make it work. It didn't quite work this round, but there's still some opportunities here yet to unfold. But look, that has to be hands down the most creative way to take high ground that I've seen so far.
And in my opinion, Clay, if you're in 2nd place right now and you kind of saw how far ahead like 1st through 6 is from the competition, and with only 1 game remaining, maybe that's kind of the opportunity to try and do something new and unique like we just saw.
Hey, that's what Fortnite's all about. And we were talking about how you could min-max that, right? Like, instead of building, you have your teammate there with the Spider-Man web shooters, kind of just slinging you from high ground to high ground, making sure that you're still up there. There's many different ways you can do that. And I love the innovation because, like you said, we only got 1 more game left after this. You might as well pull out all the stops.
Obviously, we love to look at the fun stuff, but we also have to look at the VR winner there. Slick and Day having an incredible run there, especially when you compare how their last few games were, where they kind of were dropped in the middle of the pack. So to go from 21st, 22nd to first place, Clay, they are feeling good right now.
And they were surprisingly one of the few duos we've seen hold the high ground for a long time. Yes, they had to fight for it, but this is one of the first times that we saw a quote-unquote traditional high ground play come through. I mean, look, they're sitting here dancing on high ground, and yes, did they get contested a little bit? They did, and ended up having to drop down, but because they were smart about it and stuck together, they were able just to take it back and win the game.
Yeah, they definitely were. I mean, look, they were set up for success start to finish here. And for Slick, I'm actually curious what was going through their head in this moment, right? Day was still up just moments ago. Slick now by himself has literally the best loadout in my opinion you can have, and he's like, wait, do I even have to fight this? And it turned out no, the other player was stuck in Storm. You didn't have to do much.
But you know who is probably going to be fighting in the next game is going to be Nico's team right there. They held height for just a few moments before Slick and Day were able to take it away from them. So, I mean, Clay, Nico, and Razor, an incredible team right here. But they just see, and in third place, they're clearly doing fine, but not able to grab that VR just yet.
And I don't think they need to. I think they were putting a lot of pressure on themselves to just really go for this high ground, and they don't really need it. They don't need to go for that type of playstyle when their mid to low ground is working out just fine. Look, they're getting eliminations on the backside of zone. Nico is doing well to be able to find it there, but it just doesn't seem to matter. So I look forward to seeing them just dominate, because look, Nico just absolutely dominating as a solo, and it's not the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, it definitely is. And one thing I do want to mention, right? I think one of their pitfalls, right, in this game was that they just weren't together, right? I think if Nico was close by, would have been able to save his teammate in that moment, and he wouldn't have gone down. So they could have survived a little bit longer in the game, could have even potentially taken the game. But look, that's the story of duos, right? Sometimes you get split off from your teammate, and unfortunately you end up going down. So it's really all about trying to stay with your team and make something happen in those final moments. But man, these final moments in these games have been impressive.
And when you say final moments, I think of the VR. So let's take a quick look once again at our VR winners of the day, everyone. You've already heard it, but I'm going to say it again. Buzzo and Evil won that first game. Game number 2 went to Winx and Yeon. Herbie and Poffy grabbed number 3. Beast and Remy from the low ground claimed number 4. And then game 5 was Slick and Day, Takada's pick. So Takada feeling pretty good right now, I'm sure. And is going into game number 6. The players that we're seeing in our top 6 are probably feeling pretty good, Panda.
They definitely are. But look at Wavy, Jacob, and Chris here. This is kind of interesting. It looks like they didn't get to put too many points there on in that game. They do find themselves in the top 3, which is still really solid. So that's still pretty good. But we have one more game left. And the way that the bottom 3 here in the top 6 look, it really is anybody's game. This leaderboard can shift drastically right now, so they need to be on top of it here in the final game, or else they could lose that qualification spot.
And we call it the shoe-putting over here, but this is like the shoe-putting X squared, right? Because like Panda said, we've seen so many different duos in this last game change so drastically with the amount of points that they can grab that really it's up to anybody to qualify.
Yeah, we just saw Gosh and Sharp shoot up the leaderboard as well, but they're not in that top 6. That's what matters now. Chat, one more VR, 6 players moving on to the finals. This is the last opportunity. With that being said, Jacob, Takada, take it away.
Thank you, Kelly. Great breakdown from the desk. Jacob, we're going into game 6, the last match, the last opportunity that these players will have in day 3 of the semifinals, the last day of the semifinals, last chance to qualify to the finals.
Yeah, and let me guys remind you, anything is still possible. That victory royale is still within reach. Top 6 and consistency is still possible. Because let me remind you, I do believe it was day number 1, Favs and Snacky not having the best day. It came down to their final opportunity, a heel off at that, and they qualify for the finals. So anybody can take that same path and route.
Anybody can make it happen, but I mean here, the engine's getting started, the battle bus is getting ready. You can hear the horn. Let's get right into the action. Game 6, 6 players qualifying through the Victory Royale, 6 players which will be qualifying through that consistency leaderboard, but anybody can take it home. You could have 1 point, you could have 20 points, 60 points, doesn't matter how many points you have. All that matters is this last match. Will you be able to secure that Victory Royale, and will you be able to place in the top 6 of the consistency leaderboard for today?
Yeah, one of those teams that's trying their darndest to get to that top 6. Currently even sent in first, Epic, Psyrazor, and Nico. And even though I didn't pick them this time, you can see exactly why. I had a feeling, regardless of what happened, they would make their way to the finals, but it's still possible they could slip out. They would need a devastating loss in the early portion of this game. I talk about anything being possible, and it includes that.
Taking a look here at Faltzy and Prism, who have successfully taken Jonesy's these last 2 matches, and let's see if they can make it count for a best of 3 here. 3 matches for them, but they're contested still, so they're gonna have to get some action. Looking at Aguilar though, are we seeing a contestation here in Jonkers, Jacob?
Yeah, he almost getting uncontested for the day, but in the last game as well, the same duo begin to drop on them. They just like the loot that's there. So many splashes become a possibility, but Aguilar with the Stinger tries to overtake with the high ground. Shots are gonna be fired off. Tons of damage. The shield just being diminished, but Kompalot gets taken out by himself, but it comes down to a 1v1 as Matt goes down to Aguilar. He's trying to save as much of the resources as possible. Out of light ammo bullets, unable to clean up the elimination just yet, but he gets rewarded, gets the MK7, more ammunition around the corner, so this one could go his way.
This could go his way. Saw that MK7 and it felt like a blessing as he did not have any small ammunition for that Stinger SMG, but be careful, he's trying to reload the Stinger. Meanwhile, losing so much health, but he just gets the Siphon, which makes him survive this situation. If he's able to clutch this up, that timing was impeccable.
Trying to use the Guzzle Juice. And it's very important for him to still not take tags. Uses the reinforced wall. One of the best things he could have done is HP almost to 100. No shields, though. Not too much ammo to work with, especially when it comes to light in that Stinger. So it's going to be all MK7. Possibly has to go. I was going to say he's going to have to stuff him, get in the box, and try to get close range. But Aguilar with the shots, he's going to go down to 9 HP. Still has the Guzzle Juice, though.
One more shot was needed there to get the elimination. Pops the Guzzle Juice, mixing it with some Med Mist. Perfect combo to get your health up quickly, but Aguilar is still on top in the high ground, but it's not going to be enough to get that elimination as he's going to be taken out in Game 6.
Yeah, for Knobs and Matt, their dream of reaching the final will continue, but sitting in 18th place, 64 points, I feel like they need a ton of eliminations, getting as close of a high placement as possible, or just straight up the Victory Royale, regardless of that elimination victory right there.
Gonna be able to get the reboot, but I want to see some replays here, see what other action has been going on in the sessions here, as we do have actually Static going with a vehicle rotate very quickly, very early, but we can see what they did beforehand here in the Greasy Grove. Looking to see as he gets directly in Chicken's face there with the Stinger SMG, taking him out in half a second. And that's a good way to start your last match. You get your Storm Surge tags, you get a bit of extra points. Now it's 64. They're pretty far from the bubble, but it's all about that confidence. It's all about getting that Victory Royale if you're not close to the bubble.
And for this team, I feel like throughout the past couple of days, they've just been switching up their drop. If it doesn't work, they go somewhere else. If it doesn't work, and especially after a lot of these teams are getting their Victory Royales, advancing to the finals, and then spots are open. So it is a strategy that we've seen a couple teams use. It's not something you want to bank your entire series on. But when things aren't going your way, sometimes you need that extra trick underneath your sleeve, just like Crimson and Flux. And they still continue to land here on the Joneses, but they are not landing in the same exact house. They know Prism and Faltzy are over on that side.
And they're trying to find them, looking to see if they can keep an eye out. But take a look at that quick stat. The projected points to qualify through consistency is at 131 points. It is quite high up. A reminder that we're playing 6 games today in day 3 of the semifinals, whereas day 1 and 2 there was only 5 games played. So the qualifying cutoff through consistency is a bit higher. I also just saw that Poppy Blast and Show got eliminated. I believe they were just about that threshold, but looking at Pyro here in an engagement at Coney. Crossroads down to 17 HP, gonna get knocked down. Now it's all up to his teammate Imp, who's at 59 points and has a blue pistol and legendary MK7.
Definitely doable. It's not a Stinger SMG, but oh, there you go. I want to give myself credit for that one. I found it for him. I let him know where it's at, but he has both of those. So once he runs out of the Stinger SMG and forced to reload, he can easily switch to that pistol and continue to put down an immense amount of damage on his opponents. But you can kind of see Yumi and his duo just kind of backing off for a moment. They know it's a 2v1. They have all the time in the world. They don't need to rush anything. And that's something that you have to keep in your mind.
Trying to see what they can do here, right? Coney Crossroads, very popular drop spot. It's home to some of the biggest titans on the NA West region. We know Epic Whale and Arkham like dropping here. So if you end up qualifying through Coney and making it to the finals, I mean, you might have to go against some of the best in the region. But looking here at Nico and his teammate, looking to see if they can get some of that early game action. They're above the projected threshold here to qualify within that bubble, so they're feeling confident.
Confident as can be. But Epic Cyrazor seem to be a little bit more here. Not backing down. They have plenty of light ammo to continue to put the pressure through the box. Lots of heals if things don't go perfect for them as they continue to hold on to the high ground. Another team that's been struggling after the first 2 games, Salt Lover and Sunset. They did such a good job of battling for the high ground, but since that first 2 games, they've been a slow and steady, kind of inconsistent, not being able to have the great beginning portions. They're just forced to survive as solos on so many different occasions. And for Sunseat, the game is literally on the line, and it makes me wonder if he even got the reboot.
Not able to make it to the end game, right? Just like you said, they had some strong starts where they were battling for that high ground, but now they're just not able to make it there. I wonder if something changed. They tried changing up a drop spot, maybe loop path, kind of got mixed up, but now Sunsea's gonna have to decide what to do. Still has the opportunity to get the reboot card of his duo partner, but it's always risky and it's gonna take a lot of time. It's gonna be very difficult to recuperate from a situation that the one that he's in.
I like when I see the fruits and vegetables being utilized. A lot of players, even when they need HP and stuff, they kind of just run past all that just because they're looking for a guzzle juice. They're looking for something big that can just recover that HP as fast as possible. But it does look like he doesn't have the reboot. Probably trying to go into the storm and get it, which is why he's saving a lot of those bandages to try to get the 15 per bandage HP back. Because you know it's going to be a marathon and not a race in this game number 6 here. And we got 2 different sides here of that bubble. A team 11th placed on the cusp of qualifying in, and a team so far out they need that victory royale.
Once again, this stat that no team this season has gone to win a match after rebooting. I mean, Jacob, it seems so difficult to do, and it is. I mean, you know it. You lose time looting. You lose time farming materials, and it's so important to have a game plan that you can see. If your game plan gets messed up because one of your teammates gets eliminated, it's so difficult to make a comeback and end up winning the match.
Yep, hopefully for somebody here, they could try to put that stat to rest, create history here, win the game, advance in the final, game number 6 here. That could be a dream for some of these players, but for others, they're still having to find their way in the zone. You see it towards Coney Crossroads. That's where I do believe Sunseat went back to try to grab his teammate, and exactly that. Does look like the reboot is going to go off on Daily Bugle of all places, so he had a long journey to get there.
Oof. Daily Bugle looking here at Coney, though. World Cup with 87 points in 10th place. This is kind of more the position where you're close to that cutoff, and you kind of have to decide if you want to play for that consistency or risk it for the high ground and get that victory royale. But taking a replay here of Johnny and Draft, who are going to be taking out a Crow. They're getting a nice epic MK7. I mean, maybe sometimes Fortnite just wants to be a little nice to you and give you a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, that's why they call it a blessing in disguise. You see Kaboo and Cool, 10th place as well, 87 points. Close, very, very close to Worldka and Kika. As I do believe we might have a big map. Look at everybody right now. Slow side is going to be left where it's mainly covered with the water. So we're going to have everybody kind of jam-packed where it's about like 70% land.
I'm trying to remember which duos drop on that west side of the map, because if you get a zone closed on your drop spot, you have a lot more time to loot up, farm up, and get to a good position. But the problem is if you're not rotating, you have less opportunities to do damage. So if you weren't contested, you didn't get any early game action, it might be problematic for Storm Surge. And we can see a few problems here as the bottom 2 players are only 39 above Storm Surge. That's just a few seconds and they could be below.
And what's scary is that for the past 2 days, we've literally, in our final games, obviously for day 1 and 2, it was 5th game. This one is going to be the 6th, but we've seen teams on that bubble, inside of the bubble even, go down early in the final game and lose their chance at qualifying. The first one that comes to mind is Combat and Zaze on day 1. They fell short, but in day 2, they picked up that victory royale. So hopefully one of these teams can kind of repeat that history.
Hopefully they can make it happen, but look at that. Who are we seeing on the right side? Salt Lover and Sunzi, who's managed to get the reboot. 112 below though, Jacob. This is not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy at all. Only 100, I would guess that's wood on Salt Lover. But not many resources either. Now you add in the fact they're trying to get swatted out of the sky, forced to use the minis. Only has bandages and fish to kind of eat there. So he's not going to be able to get up to 100 HP. He's just trying to take the resources while they can. 112 below the threshold still. They definitely need a miracle here in this game.
Oof, I want to see. I didn't get an eye on how many players were alive and how many need to get eliminated for that Storm Surge threshold to come to an end, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. So Salt Lover, Sunzi, they know what they have to do. They need to get that damage done now. Actually 3 above, so there is still hope, Jacob.
Yep, there's still hope, but they still have to worry and make it a thought in the back of their mind that they still need to be looking for tags here. And for them to make it this far and be 3 above the threshold means they're definitely on the right track of putting that stat to rest and hopefully being the first team to reboot a player and get that victory royale. And that would also mean qualifying for the finals. The Epic Psyraiser is going to get knocked. So is Elder. Storm Surge is going to begin to activate. So this team is once again in the hot seat. The pressure situation, having to find the tag. Salt Lover goes down yet again. And Sunseek gets taken out to the Surge. And that duo is going to be able to clean up that loot.
Great try for the comeback. Now 69 players alive. So the Storm Surge has just stopped after Sunzi and his duo partner go down. But looking at the right side, we have Monkey here trying to clutch it up as his teammate Yuki has been knocked down, and actually fully eliminated here. So now he's put in a sticky situation that he's gonna have to come out of. He's got the chili chug splashes. He's got 8 regular chili peppers. I mean, all the mobility he needs for this match is in the inventory, but the problem is that now he's playing as a solo. He's missing his duo partner, but I believe they were able to eliminate 1, so it turned out to be a 1v1 situation, and I believe the opponent disengaged. So now, I mean, if he's able to get a reboot, I could see the likelihood of that stat being broken.
Definitely so, but getting a reboot this stage in the game as the zone continues to close is going to be one tough task. Even if you get it off, surviving that with the whole lobby is going to begin to look at you. So even surviving the reboot afterwards is going to be a tough task. But with some peppers, it looks like he's going to go deep into the zone and try to at least make an attempt with everything on the line. This could be make or break for this duo.
Gonna try and make it happen here. Reboot starts, seeing if he can get it off. But here the most stressful part, just like Jacob said, it's not getting the reboot. It's what happens after. Getting to the zone, recuperating your materials, getting your loot back up. And you even saw there was a duo that just crossed that greasy building. So now they're gonna be waiting at the storm, waiting for him to rotate. And I don't know how this is gonna turn out.
Yeah, for some of these teams on the bubble, maybe even sitting in 7th place, Gosh and Sharp moving up to 8th. A second thought that it has qualified some of these teams throughout the course of multiple days is the teams inside of the top 6 getting that victory royale. So you got to imagine you go ahead and close the gap. The team in the top 6 gets the victory royale. They're no longer in contention of qualifying through consistency. That could be a miracle that you're waiting for, but that's not something you want to plan around. For Sharp and Gosh, they're looking down, possibly on a duo to drop down on, but they have such a high ground position. It's not something they want to give up for free.
You can also see Cabo here on the left side as zones closed even more to the west. It's almost a full west zone here. Gonna have to make a rotate. A majority of the duos are gonna have to rotate. You can see that this east side of the zone is more congested. So, I mean, there are gonna be a lot of rotations happening, and that is a good time to start getting some tags.
Team sitting in 9th place, 7th right above them as well. This could get a little scary if they begin to exchange shots. Cool and Kaboo, they know exactly what's needed here. Just rotate, get a spot in the zone. Chris and Wavy Jacob could be a disruptor into so many teams' games because just like I said, they're right next to 7th and 9th place.
Oof, I mean, they're getting close to the edge. Panda brought it up. Their last game, they were not able to secure as many points as their previous matches, knocking them down a few positions on the leaderboard. They're still feeling pretty good above that projected range for the consistency cutoff, but you never know. Some strange things can happen, and if they're not able to get at least a few more points, I wouldn't be fully happy.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be comfortable at all in this situation because how chaotic it can get towards the end game. I'm not going to be comfortable until I see the leaderboard at the end of the day as everybody's forced in yet again. About a minute until the next zone closes. Epic, Psyraiser, and Nico going down. Another team to the top side of the leaderboard. And that's not good. But for them, hopefully they built themselves such a big lead that they don't have to worry about it.
Oof. 10 above the Storm Surge. Jacob Lux and his duo Cyphers here are looking like they need to get some tags, but the good thing is a lot of duos had to rotate. We saw how much that zone closed towards the west. So now with all these duos rotating, they have a lot of options. If they can hit their shots with their MK7, they are going to be good on Storm Surge, and that's exactly what they're doing. Seeing that they're 200 above now, but a duo that's below, Balanced Photo, 100 points, very close to the threshold here. They can just make it happen though, taking down Kiko, taking down Worldco. That's 6 points from eliminations, but Nevets is going to get knocked down, and Photo as well is going to be going down. Tavern and Cause are going to secure up that loot from 4 players.
Yep, Tavern and Cause, they started this one with 71 points, sitting in about 20th place. So they're doing everything they can, get some extra points. Batterista also picking up 2 eliminations, making it that much easier on a Monkey and Yuki. So that reboot stat remains in effect. That was a team that tried to make a miracle happen. Gosh gets it down onto Matt. We saw them early on winning that off-spawn exchange against Aguilar and Complot. Their run possibly coming to an end as Crimson actually cleans up that elimination.
Cleans up that elimination. 667 above the Storm Surge for Cabo and Cool at 89 points. They're in the top 10, but they're not in the top 6, which is where you want to be at the end of this match. We've got Yellow Glow Boyo 85 above the Storm Surge at 127 points. A reminder that the projected threshold cutoff is at 131. So they are so close to that cutoff that they do not want to make any mistakes right now.
Yep. don't want to get taken down early, especially how well of a game they've been playing all day long. Super consistent as CZR take the shot from Yellow Glow, but they're going to keep on moving, knowing that this is not what they need. Slow and steady wins the race. They drop a player in the box, so that is going to be Summy. They continue to get aggressive, but get shot down from a blow. They cannot clean up that elimination just yet, but they return to the scene so they can get the siphon, but Yellow Glow is going to be denied that second opportunity. Not just yet, but with him being down, Storm forcing a couple players to move. This is just them taking their breath before they get aggressive yet again.
Looking like they're going to be able to recuperate those shields. Has the chug splashes, has the mini shields, and now they're trying to find it. Where's that knock? Where is that opponent? They actually got the pickup, got the revive on the opponent, now making it a 2 versus 2 again. Zone is also about to close, but look at that. Zone has closed back. So Boyo and Glow, even though they know they have the HP advantage as they just knocked down the opponent, they're going to play it safe because here they have the zone. They can just wait a little bit. A lot of players will get eliminated, and they're going to secure some extra placement points.
Yeah, and I even saw 2 of our bubble teams getting the max pull. That's Gosh and Sharp. And I do believe Cool and Kaboo who's going to have to go through this entire chaotic mess that is Fortnite towards the low ground, as everybody now has to make the decision where you want to go. Spicy Peppers for this duo is going to be divvied up. Unless Cyphers might have had the only one. 50 above the threshold. This one is going to get interesting. 6 zone. Might be too early to take it and try to hold on to it. For CZR and Javier, though, they're going to do their best.
Cyphers need 16 more